On the eve of the year 2076, the line between reality and fantasy shattered as a game-like scenario took over the world. Suddenly, dangerous dungeons filled with monsters appeared everywhere, and humanity was thrown into chaos. Powerful creatures wiped out entire populations, pushing mankind to the brink of extinction. But then, as if responding to the cries of humanity, divine talents were granted to a chosen few, giving rise to hunters, people who could wield incredible abilities. These hunters fought back, turning the tide against the monsters, and eventually saved the world. But as the dust settled, a new era began, an era where strength was everything and survival of the fittest became the law of the land. Now, hunters had to constantly evolve, fighting their way through dungeons, battling bosses, collecting treasures, and leveling up. This relentless quest for power marked the beginning of what became known as the Global Hunter Era. One of the most iconic places in this new world was the Hunter Square. This massive structure was known for its towering height and the aura of power that surrounded it. But before anyone could start their journey as a hunter, they had to face the 1,000 steps, a symbolic trial. If you made it to the top, you'd awaken your hunter class and gain the chance to unlock your full potential. However, not everyone hit the jackpot with their class. And that's where we meet Su Yang. After completing the trial, Su Yang descended the grand staircase of Hunter Square, but instead of excitement, he was feeling, well, disappointed. He'd hoped for a rare, powerful class, but what did he get? A warrior, the most basic class you could imagine. His stats? Nothing special. Strength at 12, speed and spirit at 10. Basically, not a great start. Warriors like him often found themselves in tough spots during close combat, facing more risks than those with specialized abilities. It felt like no matter how hard they trained, they were always in someone else's shadow. And just when Su Yang was coming to terms with his reality, along comes Wang Fei, a loudmouth looking to stir the pot. Wang Fei, who'd just awakened as an ice mage, couldn't resist throwing some shade at Su Yang, calling him a nobody orphan who didn't deserve anything more than grunt work. But Su Yang wasn't having it. He clapped his hands, like he was swatting an invisible fly, and hit Wang Fei with a quick, sarcastic clapback. He congratulated him on becoming an ice mage, but with a sly remark about how mages are basically glass cannons, strong in magic but fragile as hell in a real fight. Su Yang even told Wang Fei to run those hands if he really wanted the smoke. But as expected, Wang Fei started spewing weak threats, hiding behind his squad instead of stepping up. Just as the tension was building and it seemed like a brawl was about to break out, the vibe changed fast. One of Wang Fei's group members noticed something that made everyone freeze. The Spirit Hunt Guild's raiding team had arrived. This wasn't just any guild. This was a top-tier powerhouse known all across East Spirit City for its legendary achievements. And leading the group was none other than Zhao Ming, the vice president of the guild. Zhao Ming was a big deal. A guy you usually only saw on posters or in promotional videos, but here he was standing in the flesh, commanding the space around him with his presence. Alright, so Wang Fei, still riding the high of his Ice Mage class, decides to shoot his shot with the Spirit Hunt Guild. You can almost see the ambition in his eyes as he steps forward, eager to prove himself. He starts buttering up the raiding team, throwing compliments at the guild, and trying to showcase his rare Ice Mage abilities. The guy's got some confidence, hoping this might just land him a spot in one of the most prestigious guilds out there. At first, his request is straight up denied by one of the guild members. They stop him in his tracks, telling him to apply through the official recruitment process like everyone else. No shortcuts here. But then, in a twist, Zhao Ming, the vice president of the guild, notices Wang Fei's hustle and the potential value his control skill could bring to their team. So, out of respect for the effort, Zhao Ming hands Wang Fei a recruitment card. Big move. This not only highlights Wang Fei's potential, but also shows that the Spirit Hunt Guild is always scouting for new talent, even if they're selective. Now, seeing this go down, everyone else around them jumps in, trying to grab the raiding team's attention. People start shouting out their professions and abilities, hoping to score a spot in the guild too. But the Spirit Hunt team isn't having it. They make it clear that they're not here for a recruitment drive. Instead, they tell everyone to stick to the official process and stop bothering them with random applications. They drop this message with the kind of no-nonsense professionalism that shuts down any further debate. But then Su Yang, feeling a bit bold, asks if they're interested in warriors like him. The response? Nothing but disdain. The team acts like he just asked the dumbest question in the world, and you can almost feel the awkward silence as they brush him off without a second thought. This was just another reminder of how low warriors rank in the eyes of these elite guilds, especially compared to rarer classes. For Su Yang, this moment felt like another blow, highlighting just how difficult his path was going to be. In a world where your future was determined by the strength and rarity of your profession, being a basic warrior was like having a permanent handicap. Even the lower-tier guilds weren't interested in his class. But then, Su Yang overhears something that catches his attention. The Spirit Hunt Guild was gearing up to raid the Black Dragon's lair today. They were using the teleportation gate inside Hunter Square to access the dungeon. Now, for those of you who don't know, the Black Dragon's lair is no joke. It's the largest S-tier dungeon in City CA, packed with monsters, elite creatures, and at the very end of it all, the most terrifying boss, Black Flame Wings Athos, a level 99 monster that's taken down even the strongest guilds before. Despite how deadly this dungeon is, word has it that the Spirit Hunt Guild has hunters at 4th Transcendence or higher, meaning they've got the firepower to handle it. Plus, they've got a reputation for never failing a raid, so maybe they can actually pull it off. But for Su Yang, hearing all this just made him feel worse. Here he was watching others about to take on this epic quest, while he was stuck in a basic warrior class, doomed to a life of mediocrity. The thought of being trampled underfoot by stronger hunters, while he struggled to survive, was starting to weigh on him. Just as he was sinking into despair, something unexpected happened. Out of nowhere, a system notification popped up, catching him completely off guard. The message? Perfect soul host detected. Part-time system will soon be bound to you. Wait, what? Su Yang couldn't believe it. This wasn't just some random notification, it was a game changer. And as if that wasn't enough, when he opened his eyes again, he found himself transformed. He wasn't Su Yang anymore. He had become the very thing everyone feared, the level 99 Black Dragon, Athos, the Black Flame Wing itself. So, now that Su Yang is transformed into Athos, the Black Flame Dragon, he's suddenly aware of the sheer power he's gained. His health pool is insane, 5 million HP. And his stats? Absolutely off the charts. We're talking incredible strength, speed, and spirit values that make him almost unstoppable. Oh, and did I mention his 80% immunity to both physical and magical attacks? Yeah, that's the dragon bloodline at work, giving him an insane advantage. And the skills this guy has? They're straight out of a legend. First, there's his Black Flames, a destructive power he can unleash without any cost, dealing massive magical damage to anyone who dares to face him. Then, he's got Dragon Suppression, which lowers the stats of any creature below his level by 20%. So, basically, any lower-level monsters don't stand a chance against him. But wait, it gets even better. Su Yang's got an entire arsenal of abilities that make him practically untouchable. Dragon Blast hits with 300% of his strength, which at this point is already crazy high. Then there's Dragon's Roar, a skill that stuns everything within a 300-meter radius for 5 seconds if their spirit stat is lower than his. And finally, his Dragon's Eye gives him the ability to see everything in his territory, even without a direct line of sight. Basically, Su Yang has become an unstoppable force, and the realization of his power leaves him in total shock. His new stats? 3,000 strength alone, plus all his resistances and unique skills. This power rush hits him so hard that he lets out a mighty roar, a primal scream that shakes the entire area. Even though Su Yang knows this transformation is only temporary, the feeling of controlling a level 99 dragon like Athos is exhilarating. Then, something clicks in his mind. If he can use this power to defeat other players or monsters, the experience he gains could be transferred back to his original form. This realization fills him with excitement. Even though his basic warrior class is considered weak, this opportunity could be the key to leveling up fast and completely changing his fate in a world that only respects power. But as Su Yang is processing all of this, he notices something odd. The monsters in front of him are clearly shaken. Turns out, his Dragon Roar had activated without him even realizing it, and these creatures were suffering from the aftereffects. Among them, one hooded figure stands out, trembling and begging for mercy, calling Su Yang their king. That's when it hits him. These monsters see him as their leader because he's embodying the Black Dragon. So, Su Yang decides to play the part. He looks down on them with all the arrogance of a superior being, commanding them to rise. Immediately, the hooded figure praises his immense power and even hints that once this dragon reaches maturity, it could easily crush the human world. This is a big moment for Su Yang. as he realizes the black dragon he's controlling is still just in its juvenile stage. That's wild because normally bosses in dungeons have fixed levels. But this dragon? It seems like it has the potential to grow even stronger. This revelation piques Su Yang's interest. He's definitely going to keep an eye on that. But then, Su Yang's attention is pulled in another direction. A beautiful elf is locked in a cage nearby. She's got elegant silver hair and striking crimson eyes, but right now, she's struggling under the pressure of Su Yang's dragon aura. When she notices him staring at her, she demands to be released, threatening him with retribution from the elven race. Su Yang? He's not intimidated at all. In fact, he's more fascinated. Since the merging of the game world with reality, mythical races like elves have become a thing, but they're super rare, especially ones like this who usually stay secluded in dungeon instances. This was his first time encountering one up close, and he's captivated by the chance to interact with her. But before he can engage further, the moment is interrupted by a spatial disturbance, a ripple in the air signaling that a player is about to enter the scene. The elf, sensing this, immediately assumes that her savior is arriving, and she starts taunting the dragon, believing her freedom is near. But to her surprise, the dragon, who she thought would ignore her, turns its attention back towards her. This puzzles her because typically, dragons don't even acknowledge such jibes. Su Yang, now in his powerful dragon form, had more pressing concerns than getting into a back and forth with the elf. He knew the Spirit Hunt Guild was on its way, and while they had a reputation for being unbeatable, Su Yang wasn't so sure they'd have what it takes to overcome him, not in his current formidable state. Still, he reminded himself to never underestimate an opponent. Overconfidence can lead to defeat, and Su Yang knew the Spirit Hunt Guild wouldn't be coming without a solid plan. To get a better sense of their strategy, Su Yang activated his Dragon's Eye ability, allowing him to scout the guild's movements from a distance. He quickly spotted their main assault team, led by Lei Shan, a level 99 Thunderstorm Master. Alongside him were the guild's elite members: Zhao Ming, a level 95 Storm Archer, Qin Yuan, a level 96 Healing Paladin, and Li Dan, the level 98 Holy Shield Master. All of them were marching toward his lair with one goal in mind: defeat the Black Dragon, Athos, and elevate their guild's status to the 5th stage of transformation. Su Yang couldn't help but respect their boldness, but he was curious how long that confidence would last. Soon enough, the guild's advance was challenged by a swarm of magic wyverns, lesser creatures, but enough to slow down most challengers. Not the Spirit Hunt Guild, though. Lei Shan didn't even flinch. Calmly, he ordered his tanks to lead the charge while the rest of the guild used fire-based attacks to maximize their damage output. In perfect coordination, they wiped out the wyverns effortlessly, barely breaking stride. Watching from his lair, Su Yang was impressed by their skill and teamwork. The guild lived up to its reputation as a formidable force, but he knew these lesser minions weren't enough to slow them down, so it was time to raise the stakes. Su Yang summoned a dragon warrior, a massive, towering beast that sent a wave of awe and apprehension through the guild. Even Lei Shan was caught off guard by the sudden appearance of this behemoth. But the Spirit Hunt Guild wasn't going down that easily. Lei Shan quickly organized his team, and the dragon warrior, with its strength on par with the guild's elite, posed a real threat. The beast's ability to teleport short distances caught the guild off guard, almost overwhelming their DPS units. But just in time, Lei Shan activated his Divine Light Shield, a barrier that protected his team from the dragon warrior's devastating attacks. Amid the chaos, Zhao Ming took control, ordering the ranged units to retreat while the melee fighters engaged. With strategic precision, Zhao unleashed his Storm Arrow, a powerful skill that helped take down the dragon warrior and demonstrated the guild's resilience and flexibility when faced with unexpected challenges. Despite their success, Su Yang remained calm. This only proved that an elite monster like the dragon warrior could challenge the guild, but not stop them. Meanwhile, the elf, still in her cage, mocked Su Yang again for relying on minions that were easily dispatched. Little did she know, Su Yang had more up his sleeve. With a smirk, he summoned 6 more elite dragons, sending them into the fray. This sudden appearance of multiple elite dragons threw the Spirit Hunt Guild into chaos. Even their elite members were momentarily unsure of what to do. This wasn't part of any record or strategy. No one expected the Black Dragon to send units after them before they'd even reached him. It was a strange occurrence, one that had everyone on edge. But not Lei Shan. He stayed calm, confident that these were still just elite monsters, and dealing with elites was his specialty. With Lei Shan's leadership, The guild quickly reformed their ranks. He ordered his tanks to prioritize healing and maintain aggro, while the rest focused on taking down the elite dragons. Combining their sheer raw power with expert coordination, the guild once again managed to overpower the new threats. Watching from afar, Su Yang was surprised. He had expected the elite dragons to catch them off guard and push them back, but the guild handled the situation far better than he thought. They were more tenacious than he had given them credit for. But there was something else that puzzled him. Why were they so eager to challenge him? Sure, they were strong, but not strong enough to defeat him in his current form. Even with their elite members, they were barely handling the monsters he sent their way. Unless they had some hidden trump card, something they hadn't revealed yet. As Su Yang watched the Spirit Hunt Guild, he was deep in thought, only to suddenly notice something unexpected. The guild had changed direction. They were just steps away from confronting him, but now they were heading somewhere else. This definitely wasn't part of the usual raid strategy, and it set off alarms in Su Yang's mind. Curious about what they were up to, he activated his dragon vision to get a better look at their destination. That's when he spotted it. The Dragon Slayer's tomb. Inside, there was something glowing, an item that immediately caught Su Yang's attention. It was the Dragon Slayer's heart, a quest item capable of negating dragon talents. The moment he realized what this meant, a surge of rage overwhelmed him. If the guild got their hands on that heart, they'd be able to ignore his dragon talents, rendering his powers useless. His subordinates, startled by his sudden reaction, asked if he was all right, but Su Yang wasn't concerned about them right now. His mind was racing. He had seen this kind of thing happen in games before. A near-invincible boss would have its defenses weakened by a key item or mechanic, allowing the players to defeat it. If the Dragon Slayer's heart could truly bypass his talents, then there was a real chance he could be defeated. But now that he knew their plan, there was no way he was going to stand by and let them acquire it. With a powerful flap of his wings, Su Yang left his lair at an insane speed. The force was so intense that it shattered the sound barrier, creating a shockwave that shook the ground. His sudden departure caused an uproar among the monsters under his command. They were cheering, thrilled by the sight of their king finally taking action. Even the elf was stunned. This was completely out of character for a dragon. Normally, they would wait in their lair for adventurers to come to them. But the way Su Yang reacted was as if he were in a frenzy, and that was far more concerning. Meanwhile, the Spirit Hunt Guild continued their march through the dungeon, unaware of the fury heading their way. Lei Shan was frustrated. Things weren't going according to the guide they had received. Zhao Ming suggested that maybe the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion had deceived them with a faulty strategy. But despite all the uncertainty, Zhao Ming still had faith in the pavilion's reputation. He'd even traded his universe ring for that guide, so he wasn't about to question its authenticity. However, Qin Yuan raised a valid concern. If they ran into another unexpected situation, they might end up alerting the Black Dragon. Lei Shan dismissed this, confident that the dragon wouldn't leave its lair unless provoked. After all, according to their guide, the Black Dragon was nothing more than a lazy, overpowered lizard. As long as they didn't attack first, they had nothing to worry about. The dragon was just a stepping stone for the guild, and with all the damage it had caused, Lei Shan was determined to make the Black Dragon pay. But Qin Yuan had other motivations. He was more focused on completing the Elf Maiden's Easter egg. If they succeeded, they'd not only gain a pass to the Elven Kingdom, but the Elf Maiden herself would obey their commands. Lei Shan, understanding his team's ambitions, promised that once the dragon was defeated, they could deal with the elf however they wanted. However, their planning was cut short when one of the guild members, Chen Yuan, spotted a large silhouette in the sky. At first, they thought it was just a flying dragon, a minor threat, but something didn't add up. These types of creatures were labeled as guard monsters and shouldn't be appearing here. As the silhouette got closer, their mistake became clear. It wasn't just a guard monster. It was the Black Dragon, Athos himself. Shock spread through the guild. They were supposed to face the Black Dragon later in their quest, but now he was right in front of them. And without the Dragon Slayer's heart, the item they believed was essential for their victory, they were in deep trouble. Panic started to spread, and for a brief moment, the guild even contemplated retreating. Su Yang, watching their fear, couldn't help but smirk. The supposedly invincible Spirit Hunt Guild, reduced to cowards when stripped of their tricks. This played right into his hands. He saw this as the perfect opportunity to eliminate them and level up in one go. But just as he prepared to attack, Lei Shan's resolve hardened. He wasn't about to back down. As Su Yang readied his devastating attack, Lei Shan acted fast, using his lightning ability to interrupt the dragon's assault. While it wasn't the most powerful strike, it was enough to throw off Su Yang's attack, buying the guild precious time. Lei Shan wasn't about to back down. He unleashed a powerful aura of electricity, signaling to his guild that they were going to confront this black dragon head-on. There was no turning back now. He firmly instructed everyone. Retreat wasn't an option. Lei Shan believed in their strength and reminded them that while the dragon was powerful, so were they. And to motivate them even further, he promised generous rewards, money, equipment, even women, whatever they wanted once they took down the dragon. With that promise, the guild members' spirits were lifted. Even though the dragon looked as menacing as ever, they now believed they could do the impossible. Meanwhile, Su Yang couldn't help but feel a thrill of excitement. He was eager to see what this renowned guild had in store for him. As the confrontation escalated, Lei Shan swiftly gave orders to Li Dan to boost both their defenses and offensive capabilities. Li Dan activated their strongest defense barrier, while the healers were called to support with mana regeneration, ensuring the team could hold their ground. At the same time, the support classes worked to apply single-target buffs on Lei Shan and Zhao Ming, maximizing their attack potential. According to their strategy, they just needed a small window of opportunity to grab the Dragon Slayer's heart from the tomb. If they could create even the tiniest opening, there was still hope for them to defeat the dragon. But just as they were getting ready to execute their plan, Su Yang made his move. With a single powerful crash of his tail, he smashed down on the guild, causing chaos and destruction. He wasn't going to give them any time to breathe. But to his surprise, as the dust and debris settled, a flash of light and magic attacks came flying at him. The guild was still alive. It turned out that Li Dan had managed to activate a triple holy light barrier at the last second, protecting the guild from what could have been a deadly blow. It was unexpected. Bosses typically didn't attack first like this, so the guild had been caught off guard. But knowing that bosses could only use one skill at a time, Lei Shan and his team knew this was their chance to strike back. Qian Yuan quickly invoked a divine blessing, enhancing the power of their holy light skills. The other guild members followed suit, applying buffs to Lei Shan and Zhao Ming, boosting their power to the max. Now fully enhanced, they prepared to unleash their full might against the Black Dragon. Su Yang, watching them regroup so quickly, was impressed. The guild had been caught by surprise, but within moments, they were back on their feet and ready to counterattack. It was too late for Su Yang to dodge, so he braced himself, preparing for their assault. Lei Shan and Zhao Ming unleashed their most devastating attacks, combining all their strongest skills into one concentrated strike aimed directly at Athos. The impact of the attack was so intense that it could be felt far beyond the battlefield. Lei Shan, confident that they had done serious damage, commanded his guild to prepare for another wave. But as the smoke cleared, his confidence shattered. To his shock, the dragon stood there, barely scratched. The guild's most potent attacks had only managed to deal 10,000 damage. That wasn't even 1% of Athos' health. The dragon's damage reduction rate was far higher than they had anticipated. Seeing this, some guild members began to question whether they should retreat. But Lei Shan urged them to stay strong. According to the guide, the dragon wouldn't unleash its ultimate skills until its health dropped below 75%, so they still had a chance to distract it long enough to get the artifact. They continued to fight, hoping for that small chance. But Su Yang was growing impatient. Their tenacity was starting to feel like a swarm of mosquitoes, annoying but ultimately ineffective. Their attacks couldn't touch him, yet they still clung to hope. But Su Yang was done entertaining them. It was time to end this. With a deafening dragon roar, Su Yang unleashed a blast so powerful that the very ground beneath him crumbled. The guild members were overwhelmed by the roar, knocked flat by its devastating power. As the dust settled, only Athos remained, standing tall and proud. The Spirit Hunt Guild, even with all its elite power, had fallen before him. It was clear now. Even an A-level guild was no match for him. In the aftermath of Athos's devastating dragon roar, Lei Shan struggled to stay conscious. He couldn't believe it. This was not how things were supposed to go. The guide had let them down again, filling them with false hope and strategies that didn't account for the sheer power of this dragon. Despite everything, Lei Shan's spirit remained unbroken. He urged his guild members to regroup and launch another attack, clinging to the belief that Athos would be vulnerable after unleashing such a powerful skill. But as he surveyed the battlefield, Lei Shan's heart sank. His guild members, the best fighters he had, were already incapacitated, scattered across the ground. Even the strongest among them had been overwhelmed by the dragon's formidable power. What crushed his spirit completely was realizing that the dragon they thought would be paralyzed after its attack was, in fact, far from immobilized. Contrary to the guide's information, Athos was on the move, preparing to strike again. Without warning, Athos unleashed a dragon's breath, a skill even more destructive than anything the guild had faced. The sheer force and intensity of the flames obliterated what little remained of their defenses. All Lei Shan could do was curse the damn dragon, vowing to return the favor 100 times over. As the last of the guild members fell, a system interface popped up for Su Yang. It announced that the intruders had been completely eliminated, and now it was time for the distribution of experience. To Su Yang's surprise, the amount of XP was overwhelming. But then again, he had just wiped out a guild full of high-level players, many ranging from level 80 to 99. The XP was flowing in fast, and Su Yang's level skyrocketed from level 1 to level 20, instantly reaching the level cap of his first transformation. But that wasn't all. He gained so much XP that even after hitting the level cap, his experience overflowed, though 40% was lost due to the cap limit. He still had 430,000 XP stored up, plenty to fuel his next transformation. The realization was thrilling. After his job change, he could potentially shoot all the way up to level 40 of the second transformation in no time. Su Yang couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. This was beyond anything he'd expected. On top of that, he had accumulated 200 unallocated attribute points, ready to use when he returned to his original form. But before he could even think about that, Su Yang's attention shifted to the battlefield, which was now littered with shimmering lights, a clear sign of equipment drops from the high-level players he had just defeated. Eager to see what he'd earned, Su Yang began collecting the loot, expecting to find some gold-tier gear at best. But to his astonishment, among the items were even higher rarity treasures. There was a diamond-tier longbow, cloud flow boots, a platinum-tier staff, and a flame greatsword. These items exceeded his expectations, especially the longbow, which he immediately recognized as belonging to Zhao Ming, the vice president of the Spirit Hunt Guild. Su Yang couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of Zhao Ming's reaction to losing such a prized item. Although Su Yang was a warrior and couldn't use the longbow or staff, he knew their value on the black market would bring in a substantial profit. Along with the weapons and armor, he found potions and premium skill scrolls, all capable of boosting his abilities. But what really caught his eye was a broken boundless gem. This exceptional item was a game changer. It had the ability to remove level restrictions from equipment, which meant Su Yang could wield gear like the platinum-tier flame greatsword, even though it normally required a minimum level of 79. This weapon wasn't just a perfect match for his warrior class. It also came with incredible attributes, including a flame enchantment that would add fire damage to his attacks and the ability to summon a flame giant, though it had a one-day cooldown. The greatsword was insanely powerful, and Su Yang couldn't wait to use it. Just as he was admiring his loot, the system notified him that he could now return to his original form. Without hesitation, Su Yang triggered the transformation. Light enveloped his massive dragon form, and in the next moment, he found himself back in his human body. To his surprise, he wasn't just back in his old location. The system had conveniently returned him to his house. But none of that mattered as much to Su Yang as one thing. He was now level 20. What had just happened was no dream. It was real. Without wasting any time, Su Yang went ahead and allocated his newly earned attribute points. He put 100 points into strength and 50 points each into speed and spirit. Now, typically, warriors don't bother investing in spirit, but Su Yang wasn't just any regular warrior anymore. With the system advantage, he wasn't bound by the usual path. Plus, he'd obtained scrolls that required a certain amount of spirit to use. But just as he confirmed the distribution of his points, something unexpected happened. An overwhelming aura erupted from his body, as if the very essence of his being had been supercharged. The power radiating from him was so intense that it sent a shockwave through the room, knocking over items and leaving everything in disarray. The experience served as a stark reminder of the raw power he now commanded, and Su Yang mentally noted to be more careful in the future. He didn't want to lose control again. Now that his stats were sorted, Su Yang's next priority was heading to the temple to complete his job change. But when he checked the time, he realized it was already too late to go today. With no other choice, he decided to rest for now and head to the temple tomorrow. The thought of starting the transfer quest filled him with excitement. He couldn't wait to see how his job change would take him to the next level. Meanwhile, Back at the Spirit Hunt Guild headquarters, the early return of their leader, Lei Shan, sent a wave of shock through the guild members. They knew his early arrival meant one of two things. Either they had swiftly vanquished the Black Dragon, or they had suffered a crushing defeat. It didn't take long for the truth to become clear. Lei Shan's diminished state told the whole story. His level had dropped from 99 to 90, something no one had ever witnessed before. The guild, which had always prided itself on being invincible, was in disbelief. They had relied on their strategies and the guide from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, certain that defeat was impossible. But this defeat only fueled Lei Shan's rage. He commanded his men never to mention that backstabbing pavilion in front of him again. He had traded his universe ring for that strategy, and all it had done was lead them to ruin. The defeat had hit his men hard too. Zhao Ming, the vice president, had dropped to level 86 and lost his diamond tier weapon, which took a heavy toll on him. Even Xian Yuan, the guild's priest, was in a full-blown tantrum. He had lost his precious cloud flow boots and the chance to secure an elf girlfriend. With all this, Lei Shan's eyes sparked with fury, radiating the power of thunder. It was a clear sign of the storm brewing inside him. He vowed to seek retribution against the pavilion for their betrayal and wouldn't rest until he got answers from those deceivers. The next day arrived, and at the Anshan orphanage, the atmosphere was completely different from any typical day. The place was alive with activity. Children ran around, playing and laughing, while the adults were busy trying to keep things under control. But things were even more chaotic than usual, because the orphanage had received a surprising number of deliveries. Piles of boxes and packages had arrived, much to everyone's confusion. The elderly caretaker, who oversaw the orphanage, was particularly puzzled. He wondered if there had been some sort of mistake. How could all these goods be meant for them? He even asked the delivery staff if they were at the wrong place. But they reassured him they were in the right location. They showed him the paperwork, which clearly stated that all the deliveries were addressed to the Anshan orphanage, and the person who had sent them was none other than Su Yang. This revelation left the old man shocked. He knew Su Yang very well. He knew Su Yang didn't have much money, so how could he afford to send so many supplies to the orphanage? The caretaker couldn't wrap his head around it. As he stood there lost in thought, something caught his attention. A little girl was playing dangerously close to a stack of crates. His parental instincts kicked in, and his heart dropped when he saw the crates start to tip over, ready to fall on the girl. The caretaker tried to rush over, but he was too old to get there in time. All he could do was shout out, hoping someone could reach her before it was too late. Just as the crates were about to fall, a figure rushed in with remarkable speed. An arm shot out, catching and stabilizing the crates in the nick of time, preventing them from crashing down on the little girl. The rescuer? None other than Su Yang, the same person who had sent all the deliveries. He had arrived just in time to save the day. As soon as the kids recognized him, they rushed toward him, all smiles and excitement. It was clear Su Yang was well loved at the orphanage, and seeing the kids so lively brought him a sense of peace. The old caretaker was equally excited to greet him, and he couldn't help but notice how strong Su Yang had become. Su Yang was holding the heavy crates like they were nothing, a clear sign that he had already received a profession, which made the caretaker proud. Despite his joy, the old man couldn't shake his concern for Su Yang's safety. It was second nature for him to worry about the children he had raised, so he couldn't help but advise Su Yang to remain cautious and prioritize his own well-being. Su Yang offered an awkward smile in response, fully aware that he was now the monster others should be afraid of. Still, he was touched by the caretaker's concern. Growing up as an orphan, Su Yang had always felt fortunate to have someone who cared for him like family. Wanting to ease the old man's worries, Su Yang reassured him, saying there was nothing to fear. After all, the monsters couldn't hurt him, not with the strength he now had. He even mentioned he was heading to the temple to complete his job change, a fact that made the caretaker momentarily relieved. But as Su Yang walked away, the caretaker was left puzzled. Su Yang's mention of monsters and his rapid progression in power, especially since he had only awakened the day before, left the old man with more questions than answers. Shortly after leaving the orphanage, Su Yang made his way to the profession change hall. Upon arrival, he found himself caught up in the whirlwind of rumors circulating the area. The hot topic of the day? The Spirit Hunt Guild had been completely decimated, and it all traced back to a problem with the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion's branch. Their guide had failed the guild in the worst way possible. Word had it that, in their quest for revenge, the Spirit Hunt Guild had confronted the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, sparking a scandal that was now casting a dark shadow over the pavilion's reputation. The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, known for its precise and highly respected raid strategies, was now under scrutiny for a mistake that seemed totally out of character for such a prestigious organization. As Su Yang moved through the crowd, absorbing the gossip, he pieced together the key details. The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion wasn't just any raid group. It was a top-tier organization full of fifth-tier experts. If there really was a flaw in their strategy, it was only a matter of time before they tried to rectify it by coming after him. But instead of feeling worried, Su Yang found himself smiling. The thought of going up against the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion didn't intimidate him at all. It actually excited him. He imagined the high-quality equipment he could snatch from them after their inevitable confrontation. However, his thoughts were abruptly interrupted by none other than the guy who couldn't mind his own business, Wang Fei. And as usual, he had his group of nobodies with him. Wang Fei, with his trademark arrogance, wasted no time in throwing shade. He mocked Su Yang for still coming to the temple, claiming that Su Yang's profession was nothing but trash. Before Su Yang could respond, Wang Fei cut him off, making it clear that his question was rhetorical. He knew why Su Yang kept coming here, because no guild wanted him. According to Wang Fei, Su Yang had to come every day, hoping for a change in luck, and Wang Fei found that hilarious. But all jokes aside, Wang Fei said it was a good time to finish what they started the other day. He smugly reminded Su Yang that he had let him off the hook because of guild business, but now that his schedule was free, and with his points allocated and new skills learned, he was ready to teach Su Yang a lesson. Wang Fei was itching to demonstrate his new abilities, and it looked like Su Yang was his chosen target. Alright, so things are heating up for Wang Fei. Just as he was about to make his move, Su Yang decides he's not going to wait around. Before Wang could even react, Su Yang strikes first. He throws a punch so powerful that Wang's face ends up catching his fists. The hit was insane. Wang Fei practically becomes a human pinball, bouncing around, and before anyone could blink, his HP drops to 5%. Yup, Su Yang almost killed him with one blow. This wasn't just a fight, it was a message. Su Yang made it loud and clear to Wang Fei's little crew. Mess with him, and you're going to get a taste of these hands, just like Wang did. And you know what? They weren't about to test him on that. So, they scooped up Wang Fei and beat a hasty retreat, not looking back. But as they disappeared from view, Su Yang hears something from behind, applause. He turns around, and who does he see? A woman in black. Now, her outfit might kind of look like a nun's, but the thigh-high slit in her dress? Yeah, she's definitely not a nun. Turns out she's a transition guide from the temple, a key staff member from the Hall of Change, and she's impressed with Su Yang's skills. She asks if she can help him, and Su Yang, being on top of things, says he's ready for a profession transition. Lucky for him, this guide is exactly who he needs. As they walk together, she can't help but notice something interesting. Su Yang looks like he's new to the world of hunters. He has that vibe. But what she saw earlier, the strength and speed he showed, that was no rookie move. She starts to wonder if maybe he's a level 20 professional, a rank usually reserved for the second-gen kids of powerful families. This guy is definitely not what she expected, but her curiosity has to wait because they've arrived at their destination, the Transition God statue. This thing is massive, carved from marble, and radiating with a kind of magic that can evaluate your profession and level. The statue assigns transition tasks based on this, and completing one is the only way to advance as a hunter. Now, these transition tasks? They're no joke. They come in 4 levels of difficulty, each testing your strength and skill. The guide suggests Su Yang try a 3-star task, but Su Yang, being Su Yang, wonders why he shouldn't go for a 4-star. She explains that the 4-star challenges are on a whole other level. Fail one, and you're stuck, unable to transition for life. Not a decision to take lightly. Understanding the risk, Su Yang steps up to the statue. He extends his arm, and a flash of lightning fills the room. The statue is evaluating him. Once it confirms his eligibility, a series of tasks pop up, each more difficult than the last, each with its own rewards. The 1-star task? Easy. Just defeat 10 level 20 sharp-tooth boars, and in return, he could become either a charge warrior or a defense warrior. Simple enough. 2-star? Slightly tougher, but now with the reward of a common grade, 1st-tier warrior skill book. 3-star? Even more intense, but it comes with a superior grade skill book that would make Su Yang even stronger. Then we get to the 4-star task, which is where things start to get real. This one would test him like nothing else, but if he succeeds, Su Yang could become a bloodthirsty warlord. And the reward? A fine grade, 1st-tier warrior skill book. But here's the twist. As Su Yang's looking through these options, something catches his eye. There's a task beyond the 4-star challenge, a 5-star transition task. And this one? It's different. Dark. The background color is ominous, standing out from the rest. So, Su Yang takes a closer look at the 5-star task, and let me tell you, this thing is on a whole different level. The challenge? He has to venture deep into the dangerous Cold Moon Forest, where he needs to take down 100 level 20 ordinary gray wolves, 10 elite savage wolves, and 1 level 20 boss gray wolf. And to make it even crazier, he's not allowed to use any equipment or items he got as gifts or through trades. Yeah, this is beyond overkill. But here's the kicker. The rewards totally justify the insane challenge. If Su Yang pulls this off, he gets a special transition to the path of a demon warrior, plus 100 extra points to his spirit attribute, an epic grade first-tier demon warrior skill, and some exclusive temple benefits. Naturally, this info completely shocks Su Yang, especially since he was originally told the highest challenge available was the 4-star task. Confused, Su Yang turns to the nun and asks what's up with that. She quickly apologizes and explains that the 5-star task wasn't mentioned because, well, it's just that difficult. No one in the entire Hua Kingdom has even attempted this task for years. In fact, both the temple and the country advise people not to go for it. They don't want potential high-level professionals stuck at level 20 forever because they bit off more than they could chew. Su Yang gets the logic behind their advice. This 5-star task isn't just a challenge, it's a life-altering decision. It's asking him to take down a boss-level monster without any outside help or special equipment. The difficulty is so extreme, it's no wonder most people steer clear of it. But even with all that, Su Yang can't help but be tempted. The thought of gaining 100 spirit points, becoming a demon warrior, and unlocking these mysterious temple privileges really has him hooked. And just like that, Su Yang's mind is made up. He's going for the 5-star task. The nun, though? She's doing everything she can to talk him out of it. She really wants him to take the 3-star task instead, but Su Yang? No, he's already decided. He thanks her for the advice, which makes her smile, until the system chimes in, confirming that Su Yang has officially accepted the 5-star challenge. Her shock? Priceless. She can't believe what she's hearing. She even asks him straight up, "Why would you do that?" And Su Yang, as cool as ever, just says, "It felt right." That's it. He's going purely off his instincts. The nun is thinking, what the? But before she can say anything else, Su Yang reassures her that there's nothing to worry about. He's confident he's going to complete the task, no question. He even tells her to get the temple ready because he's curious about those privileges. Then, like a total Chad, he just walks away, disappearing from sight, leaving the nun standing there completely stunned. After a moment, she snaps out of it, panicking, and orders one of her co-workers to inform the high priest that someone actually dared to take on the 5-star task. Fast forward to Su Yang arriving at the transmission center. The place is packed with hunters, but not by choice. Turns out, an unexpected energy fluctuation has disrupted the portal, leaving everyone stuck in place. It's a rare inconvenience, and it's caught everyone off guard, including Su Yang. But unlike the others, Su Yang's not too bothered by it. He's not in any rush to get to the Cold Moon Forest, so he decides to use the delay to plan out his trip more carefully. Not everyone's as chill about it, though. One person who's especially frustrated by the delay is a city girl named Su Yin. And honestly, she's kind of bad, I'm not gonna lie. But anyway, she's used to the fast pace of city life, so dealing with the inefficiencies of this smaller town is really testing her patience. To make matters worse, she's getting all the wrong attention from the local men, so she warns her sister, Gu Xiaoqian, to stay close and avoid getting separated in the crowd. As Su Yin and her sister, Gu Xiaoqian, stood waiting, something caught Gu Xiaoqian's eye, a familiar figure in the crowd. It was Su Yang, standing calmly in line for the portal, and for some reason, just seeing him there brought a blush to her cheeks. Her heart warmed unexpectedly at the sight. But of course, Su Yin noticed her sister's reaction immediately. Curious, she asked what was up with the sudden interest, which totally flustered Gu Xiaoqian. Trying to downplay it, Gu Xiaoqian explained that Su Yang was just a classmate who had changed professions recently. Nothing more, nothing less. Still, Su Yin found it strange. Why would Su Yang, a supposed novice, be lining up for a portal to the Cold Moon Jungle? That place is no joke. It's a death trap for beginners. Concerned that Su Yang might be rushing into danger without being properly prepared, Gu Xiaoqian felt the urge to warn him. But before either of them could act, the portal resumed operations, and Su Yang was already gone, transported straight into the dangerous jungle. Gu Xiaoqian was left standing there in shock, her mind racing with worry for his safety. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Yang steps into the cold moon jungle like it's no big deal. The first thing he notices? There are no other hunters around. It's eerily quiet, and that sets off alarm bells in his head. He figures that everyone else must have sensed the danger and bailed, leaving him to handle the jungle's threats alone. And sure enough, a monster attacks him from behind. But Su Yang? He's got that ultra instinct. He dodges like it's nothing, hands down looking like Goku in drip mode, just casually avoiding the strike. When he finally turns to face the creature, he realizes it's one of the targets from his quest, though he didn't expect to run into it so soon. Now, dealing with this monster is tricky under normal circumstances. Most people would rely on special equipment or trade items to take it down. But Su Yang? Nah, he's got something better. He pulls out his long, flaming sword and slices through the beast like butter, overkilling it on purpose just to see the sword at full power. The flames cook the creature right on the spot. See, Su Yang had invested a ton of money into this sword, mainly because the sword didn't have a gem slot. He originally planned to use a gem that would let him bypass level requirements, but without a slot, the gem was useless. So, he had to buy a high-level drilling stone to carve one in. But luck wasn't on his side. It kept failing over and over again, draining his bank account from 100 million to 60 million. Painful, right? Still, getting to use the sword now felt like a win. Su Yang decided to look on the bright side of things. Plus, he still had Xiao Ming's old longbow. If he could sell that, maybe he'd recover some of his losses, maybe even sell it back to Xiao Ming himself, which he found kind of funny. But financial worries had to wait. Su Yang was suddenly under attack again. Fortunately, he was prepared. He had a silver-level scroll in his possession, and it activated a powerful barrier around him, capable of absorbing up to 50,000 points of damage. The low IQ monsters didn't stand a chance. They kept attacking the barrier over and over, clueless about what they were really up against. Su Yang let them attack, knowing they were playing right into his hands. Then, with a single devastating swing of his sword, he unleashed a fiery whirlwind that swept through the wolves, wiping out 15 of them in one go. Impressive, right? But that was just the beginning. He still needed to kill 100 wolves to complete his quest, and hunting them down one by one would be way too time-consuming. So, Su Yang pulled out a monster attraction stone from his inventory. This rare item, usually dropped by low-level bosses, had the ability to attract both ordinary and elite monsters within a wide radius straight to him. It was the perfect tool to streamline his mission, and Su Yang knew exactly how to use it. Su Yang activated the monster attraction stone by tossing it into the sky, where it shattered, releasing its magic. Almost immediately, the stone's power became clear. Wolves began swarming from every direction, surrounding Su Yang completely. But running away? That was never an option for Su Yang. He was determined to complete his quest in the most decisive way possible. To prepare, he quickly drank an intermediate spirit potion, boosting his spirit points significantly, and then pulled out a special baptism of fire skill scroll. This scroll allowed him to unleash a devastating area of effect fire attack, wrapping him in a massive pillar of flames that incinerated any monster that dared to get too close. In just a few moments, he hit the goal of slaying 100 wolves. But, thanks to the insane power of the attraction stone, it seemed like he had lured every monster in the forest. Was Su Yang worried? Not at all. He had plenty of scrolls left, so he could easily keep dealing with the monsters swarming him. Meanwhile, in a remote part of the cold moon jungle, a group of hunters was moving through the eerily silent forest. Normally, they'd be fending off creatures left and right, but today, nothing. They had walked 2 kilometers without encountering a single monster, which had them on edge. Something was definitely off. One of the hunters even mentioned seeing a monster run away from them, which is unheard of in this forest. Monsters here are always aggressive, never scared. The group's most experienced hunter quickly pieced it together. Someone had used a monster attraction stone, drawing every creature in the forest to a single point. This tactic? Shameless. It was clear someone wanted all the kills and rewards for themselves, leaving other hunters empty-handed. Determined to confront this selfish hunter, the group picked up the pace, ready to teach this guy a lesson he'd never forget. But just as they were getting closer, a massive surge of power erupted from the direction they were headed. The attack was so strong it reached the skies, and the shockwave? Impossible to ignore. They felt it from a distance. The group cursed. This kind of magic fluctuation could only come from a high-level mage, likely a third-tier magician. Realizing they were way out of their league, they decided to abandon the idea of a confrontation. Whoever this guy was, he was clearly more powerful than they expected, and they'd be better off focusing on something else. Meanwhile, back at the heart of the jungle, Su Yang stood in the aftermath of his fiery assault. The area that had once been overrun by wolves was now empty. Not a single monster or corpse remained. The landscape around him was scorched, with no vegetation in sight for miles. The destruction was immense, and Su Yang knew he had now completed 2/3 of his 5-star task. All that was left was the final boss. A grin spread across Su Yang's face. Despite using several scrolls to get this far, the challenge had been way easier than he'd expected, especially considering how the nun at the temple had freaked out when he accepted the task. Now, with the boss battle ahead, Su Yang couldn't help but feel excited. Maybe this final challenge would finally give him the thrill he'd been looking for. Su Yang headed toward the Cold Moon Cave, the lair of the fearsome Blue Wolf King. This boss was no joke. It usually took a team of at least 3 hunters, all over level 20, to bring it down. But as Su Yang approached, he wasn't the only one with his sights set on the Wolf King. Nearby, a group of 3 hunters was peeking around the corner, also preparing for the fight. They were a well-rounded team. Zhang, the mage, Li San, the tank, and Zhao Wu, the archer. Each of them played a critical role in the upcoming battle, and they were confident, especially Li San, who had just been given a primary strength concoction by Zhang, allowing him to hold out longer in the fight. Zhao Wu, however, wasn't feeling as confident. He had only just changed professions and hadn't even tested his new skills yet, leaving him unsure of his own strength. But Zhang, motivated by the promise of the Wolf King's core, wasn't having it. The core had a 100% chance of dropping a crystal that could be forged into a silver-level staff, a weapon strong enough to carry Zhang all the way to level 40. So, Zhang did everything he could to pump up Zhao Wu, encouraging him to set aside his doubts and focus on the potential rewards. After all, if they could pull this off, their victory would be huge. Just as Zhang was hyping up the group, getting them ready to ambush the Wolf King, Zhao Wu suddenly signaled him to stop. He had spotted something unexpected, a figure approaching the cave. All eyes locked on this mysterious person, and to their surprise, it was Su Yang, confidently walking straight toward the boss's lair. The group instantly panicked, thinking this kid was about to steal their kill. But as they looked closer, they noticed something strange. This guy was young, way too young to be tackling a boss like the Wolf King. And on top of that, he wasn't even wearing any armor. To them, this screamed newbie. Li San, the tank, suggested they warn him, maybe tell him he's biting off more than he can chew. But Zhang? No, he wasn't about to help. He smacked Li San's arm, dismissing the idea as stupid. In his mind, this was the perfect opportunity. Why not let the kid be their free bait? Zhang figured Su Yang would get crushed by the boss's first wave of attacks, leaving them to swoop in, clean up, and take all the rewards. Li San couldn't help but admire Zhang's cunning plan, and they all agreed to wait it out. Unfortunately for them, things didn't go as planned. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble, a powerful quake shaking the area. The cause? Su Yang. His earlier massacre of the wolves had enraged the Wolf King, and now the boss's power surged by 30%. The trio was clueless about why the boss was so mad. Zhang, of course, blamed Su Yang for messing up their plan and ruining everything. Zhang wasn't about to let this go. He leapt out of hiding, yelling at his crew to move fast before the boss fled, convinced the kid would get folded in seconds. But just as he rushed forward, a fierce gust of wind slammed into his face, pulling back his hood and forcing him to stop dead in his tracks. And what did he see? The sight left him speechless. His crew? Same wide-eyed, jaw-dropping reaction. Su Yang, the newbie they thought would be easy bait, had completely flipped the script. With one clean hit, he obliterated the Wolf King. It wasn't even a fight. Su Yang took down the boss like it was nothing. Light work, no struggle, no reaction. The trio realized in that moment. Never judge a book by its cover. This kid was a monster. Meanwhile, Su Yang remained as calm as ever, like the whole thing was just another day at the office. The 5-star quest that was supposed to be insanely difficult? Child's play. After defeating the Wolf King, Su Yang sifted through the loot, hopeful for some valuable rewards. But to his disappointment, the drops were mediocre at best. The items weren't even close to what he was hoping for. Among the loot, the Wolf King's crystal core stood out, but not in a good way. It was practically worthless to him. Still, his quest was complete, so at least he had that going for him. Su Yang decided it was time to head back to the transfer hall, but before he could leave, Zhang overheard his dismissive comments about the crystal core. Seeing a chance, Zhang swallowed his pride and tried his luck. He asked Su Yang if he'd be so kind as to give him the core. But little did Zhang know, Su Yang had heard every word of their earlier conversation. The disrespect, the plan to use him as bait, all of it. So, instead of handing over the core, Su Yang confronted Zhang about his selfish, trashy behavior. Now that things didn't go Zhang's way, he had the nerve to try and play nice? Yeah, Su Yang wasn't having it. Without a second thought, Su Yang shattered the core right in front of Zhang's face, making it crystal clear that he wasn't someone to be stepped on. He dared Zhang to come at him if he wanted a fight. He was more than ready to give him some smoke. But Zhang? Nah. Even though he was humiliated, he didn't do a thing. He just stood there, defeated, and let Su Yang walk away like a boss. Zhang's crew was just as stunned, unable to believe what had just happened. They wished it was all just a bad dream, because who would believe that some rookie kid could kill the Wolf King with one hit? It was unreal. A few moments later, Su Yang successfully returned to Hunter Square, where he was greeted by the same nun from earlier. At first, she assumed he had come back with more questions, but Su Yang wasted no time setting the record straight. He had completed his 5-star task and was ready for his job transfer. The look on her face? Pure shock. I mean, it's understandable. Finishing a 5-star transfer task this quickly is unheard of. She was skeptical at first, but once she checked the system's records, it confirmed everything. Su Yang wasn't lying. He had really done it. This completely shifted the way she saw him. He wasn't just some show-off or reckless idiot. This guy was seriously powerful, to the point where people might think he was cheating. But with the system verifying his success and the fact that he returned unharmed, it was clear just how strong Su Yang really was. As the nun continued staring at him, Su Yang started to feel a little uncomfortable and snapped her out of it by asking if he could begin his job transfer now. After confirming everything, the nun led him back to the statue. But as they walked, her mind was still racing, thinking about Su Yang's insane strength. She realized how beneficial it would be for her temple to have someone like him on their side. Thankfully, she had already informed the priest about Su Yang's talent, reducing the chances of him being recruited by other factions. But as she thought more about him, things started getting a little personal. The nun, despite being, well, a nun, couldn't help but notice how handsome Su Yang was. Her thoughts went wild. She was straight up down bad, imagining all sorts of things, even thinking about asking for his contact info once all this was over. The idea of being with Su Yang was driving her crazy. But for now, she had to set those thoughts aside. They arrived at the statue, and Su Yang wasted no time stepping closer. Almost immediately, a burst of light filled the room, followed by beams of energy descending upon him, one after another. The powerful energy coursed through his body, signaling that he had successfully passed the test. Su Yang was now ready for his job change. Then, something amazing happened. A golden halo materialized around his wrist. This was a job halo, a special reward given to players who complete job transfer tasks. The color of the halo and the bonuses it provided were based on the difficulty of the task. White offered a 2% bonus, green gave 4%, blue provided 6%, purple granted 10%, and orange, the highest tier, offered a staggering 25% boost to basic attributes. Yeah, Su Yang had just unlocked that orange halo, the highest tier. This was beyond what he had expected, and he could feel it. He had leveled up significantly. On top of that, Su Yang officially transitioned into the Demon Warrior class, a hybrid class that excelled in both close combat physical skills and a wide range of magic abilities. This transformation made him even more versatile and powerful. His level cap was now raised to 40, and thanks to the 400,000 experience points he had saved up, Su Yang's level instantly shot up to 34. That meant he now had 210 attribute points to allocate. Wasting no time, Su Yang strategically boosted his strength and spirit to 90 each, while adding 30 points to his speed. This, combined with his flaming sword, made his power skyrocket. His strength surged to over 500, his spirit reached 300, and his speed hit 100, a massive upgrade from where he started. But the rewards didn't stop there. As promised, Su Yang received the Epic Skill Book exclusive to the Demon Warrior class. This book contained the Magic Blade skill, an epic-grade ability that allowed Su Yang to forge a weapon out of condensed mana, dealing full magic damage. And here's the kicker. The damage of the blade increased with his strength and mental attributes, making it ridiculously powerful. Without hesitation, Su Yang decided to test the skill out. He materialized a blade made entirely of mana and swung it. And to his surprise, the blade's capabilities exceeded his expectations. It wasn't just powerful, it could be controlled with mere thought. The blade could even change shape at will, giving Su Yang incredible versatility in both close-quarters combat and ranged attacks. And the best part? The blade could be enlarged infinitely, only limited by Su Yang's mana reserves. It was basically like owning an indestructible heirloom weapon, perfect for any situation and insanely cost-efficient. There was no doubt about it. This was definitely a 5-star job transfer mission. The rewards Su Yang received far surpassed those of any lesser tasks. Now, with his newfound power, Su Yang resolved to pursue even more 5-star challenges in the future. Su Yang's thoughts were interrupted as the nun congratulated him on his incredible achievement. She told him that from now on, his name would be engraved on the temple monument, and he'd officially become a VIP guest of the Job Transfer Temple. Speaking of VIPs, Su Yang was curious, so he went ahead and asked about the specific privileges. But the nun wasn't sure of the details herself and suggested they wait while she checked with her superiors. Turns out there was no need to wait at all. Another figure appeared on the scene, ready to explain everything about the VIP benefits. The newcomer was dressed in an enchanting white gown. It was none other than Bai Ling, the senior priest of the Transfer Temple in Dangling City. Her sudden arrival shocked even the nun, and for good reason. The position of senior priest is just below the highest authority in the temple. Seeing someone of her rank personally show up was rare, but Su Yang's 5-star accomplishment was enough to warrant this special treatment. With Bai Ling now handling things, the nun's role became unnecessary. Bai Ling politely dismissed her, and while the nun left with a smile on her face, deep down she was crying because she still hadn't gotten Su Yang's contact information. Now that the formalities were settled, Bai Ling approached Su Yang and extended her hand for a handshake. At first, Su Yang was a little puzzled by the gesture, hesitating for a moment. But Bai Ling quickly explained that it was the easiest way to transport him to the VIP room for a more detailed discussion. Trusting her intentions, Su Yang took her hand, and in an instant, a magical circle enveloped them, teleporting them to a different part of the temple. Su Yang was amazed by the whole thing. The fact that a senior priest from a third-tier city could use such advanced abilities blew his mind. No wonder people said the strength of the Transfer Temple was unimaginable. Bai Ling noticed Su Yang's impressed expression and humbly downplayed her powers, explaining that her abilities weren't inherently strong. It was just borrowed magic from the temple's sacred statue. She then mentioned something even more surprising. Dangling City had never had a 5-star job changer before. Even in Tianling City, a much bigger and more advanced city, only one person had completed a 5-star task in the past decade. This blew Su Yang's mind. If even Tianling City struggled with this, it made him realize the value of his achievement was far greater than he originally thought. Bai Ling began explaining the benefits that came with being a VIP at the temple, and the rewards were no joke. First off, Su Yang was going to receive a monthly allowance of 10 million in the national currency, an insanely generous sum that showed just how much the temple valued his success. On top of that, he'd been granted black gold status with the EX Alliance, meaning he'd get a 20% discount on all purchases and transactions. This perk alone would make Su Yang's future endeavors way more efficient and way cheaper. Su Yang was in awe of how seamlessly these privileges were integrated into his ID. Everything was automated, making it super easy for him to access his benefits. But Bai Ling wasn't done yet. She had more surprises in store. She explained that Su Yang's exceptional status also meant he had the opportunity to join any A-level guild within the city. Su Yang, always the solo player, immediately asked if joining a guild was required. Bai Ling reassured him that it wasn't obligatory, but she strongly recommended it. Being in a guild would provide him with resources, support, experience buffs or enhancements, and, most importantly, team protection. It would make his growth and strength skyrocket compared to working alone. Su Yang understood her reasoning. Going solo, especially after taking the spotlight with a 5-star task, would make him a target. While he could handle most hunters of his level, dealing with higher-level ones might be a challenge. Having a guild's backing could prevent him from being hunted down by jealous competitors. Plus, with Su Yang's goals set far beyond Dangling City, it made sense to gather all the help he could get. His ambitions to become a dominant figure across all realms made him smile. With that settled, Su Yang asked Bai Ling about the guilds he could choose from. Bai Ling revealed there were only 2 A-level guilds in Dangling City and recommended the Spirit Hunting Guild as the best option for him. However, Su Yang immediately hesitated. He'd recently had some let's just say, unpleasant encounters with members of that guild. So he wasn't too keen on the idea. Wanting to explore other options, Suyang asked Bai Ling about the second guild. That's when she mentioned the Phantom Cloud Guild. Unlike spirit hunting, Phantom Cloud was known for its strength and discretion, keeping a low profile while still being highly competitive. Without much thought, Suyang chose Phantom Cloud. Anything was better than spirit hunting at this point. Bai Ling was surprised by his choice, but she proceeded to handle the membership formalities for him, making the process seamless. However, just as Suyang was about to leave, Bai Ling dropped a bombshell. Phantom Cloud Guild was composed entirely of women. This caught Suyang completely off guard. He hadn't expected that at all. So, in the bustling city of Tianling, we've got the Phantom Cloud Guild, a top tier, a level guild, and its base? It's more like a luxurious mansion, which makes sense given their high status. Now, here's the catch. The guild is exclusively made up of women. Among them is Lin Yu, a level 85 hunter and leader of the Yu Guild, Phantom Cloud. But honestly, Lin spends most of her time freeloading at the A-rank guild's mansion. She's constantly complaining about how boring things are. Now, before we get mixed up, Lin Yu and Lin Yun, yeah, they sound almost identical, but I got you. From now on, I'll refer to the black-haired girl as Lin and the brunette as Yun, all right? Anyway, back to the story. Yun, who's a level 99 hunter and the leader of the A-rank Phantom Cloud Guild, overhears Lin's whining and points out the obvious. Lin isn't even in the A-rank guild. She's just freeloading, so she doesn't exactly have the right to complain about the lack of action. Lin, knowing she's in the wrong, doesn't argue. But here's the thing. She's not interested in going back to her own guild because she finds the responsibilities there way too tedious. Before Yun can respond, another character bursts onto the scene, swinging the door open with some serious force. It's none other than Su Yin, and she's already throwing shade at Yun for skipping out on guild duties, especially when it's her job to welcome new members. Su Yin introduces their newest recruit, Gu Xiaoqian, an ice elementalist. Lin, who seems more interested in appearances than abilities, takes one look at Gu Xiaoqian and is immediately sold. She finds Gu Xiaoqian's abilities satisfactory, but is more focused on how cute she looks. So, Lin just flat out approves her joining the guild without a second thought. Gu Xiaoqian, obviously surprised, barely gets a chance to respond before Yun interrupts, completely engrossed by some information on her system window. Lin, curious, asks what's going on. Yun reveals something big. A male member has joined their guild. This stirs up a huge reaction among the members because, as we all know, Phantom Cloud Guild only accepts female members. Lin's instantly suspicious and wonders if one of Yun's subordinates made a mistake. But Yun quickly clears things up. The new member wasn't a mistake. He was directly assigned by the Transcendence Temple after completing a 5-star task and being designated a VIP. Because of this, he had the privilege to join any A-rank guild of his choosing, leaving Yun with no grounds to deny him. This news leaves the guild members in awe. A guy completing a 5-star task? That's serious business. But the question on everyone's mind is, why didn't he join the Spirit Hunter Guild instead? Yun, being a level-headed leader, decides not to jump to conclusions and suggests they meet this mysterious new member, Suyang, in person. She's ready to step in if he causes any trouble, reassuring the others that if he turns out to be a problem, they'll find a way to get rid of him. Amidst all this, Gu Xiaoqian suddenly reacts. She recognizes Su Yang's name. This catches Yun's attention, and she asks if Gu Xiaoqian knows him. Gu Xiaoqian shares that Su Yang is actually a friend from Dongling City. But here's the kicker. She mentions he had just awakened and should still be at level 1, like her. This makes Yun think it's probably just a coincidence in names. But before they can dig deeper into it, another figure bursts into the room. It's Mu Rongshui, a level 95 hunter and a member of Phantom Cloud Guild. And she's not here with good news. She's here to confirm that the Spirit Hunter Guild had suffered a total defeat in the Black Dragon Dungeon. While the details of their mission remain murky, one thing is clear. It was a disaster. This news sends ripples through the guild, especially since they're planning to challenge the giant forest dungeon soon. It means they'll need to be extra cautious with their strategy to avoid the same fate. But Mu Rongshui isn't just bringing bad news. She's got something juicy to share too. Turns out she'd been checking the auction house and saw Zhao Ming's weapon, Storm's Call, up for sale. And here's where it gets interesting. There was only one bidder at the time, most likely from the Spirit Hunter Guild. So, Mu Rongshui decided to play dirty. She pushed the bid higher and higher, knowing full well what she was doing. and drove the price up to over a dozen billion. Meanwhile, over at the Spirit Hunter Guild, Zhao Ming sneezed. And you know what they say? Someone's probably talking behind his back. But let's be real, Zhao Ming couldn't care less about superstitions right now. His mind was elsewhere, stuck on that damn black dragon and the insane auction where someone drove the price of his Storm's Call weapon through the roof. And who's at his throat about it? Lei Shan, of course. Lei Shan was done with Zhao Ming's whining, especially since the auction had drained them of 14 billion, a massive blow to the guild's funds. To make matters worse, the seller couldn't even be contacted through private message. The news of Zhao Ming's weapon exploding in the auction house had already spread like wildfire, and now their guild was the laughingstock of Tianling City. Lei Shan had had enough, and in typical Lei Shan fashion, he decided to literally kick some sense into Zhao Ming. The kick was so brutal that it disintegrated whatever cheeks Zhao Ming had left, leaving him unable to stand. With Zhao Ming out of commission, Lei Shan and Qian Yuan headed to their next meeting, a face-off with the members of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. These guys were not happy. Seated across a long table, they were ready to talk business, especially the white-haired guy leading the charge, Zhou Tai. He's a level 110 hunter, a 5-star bloodthirsty warrior, and the strategy group leader for the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Zhou Tai wasn't messing around. He asked Lei Shan and Qian Yuan straight up if he was hearing things right, because no way were they accusing his team of messing up the strategy for the Black Dragon Fortress raid. Zhou Tai was practically offended. The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion had cleared that dungeon 5 times. They had summarized and verified every step of their strategy meticulously. So, if something went wrong, it had to be on Lei Shan and his crew, either a skill issue or they didn't follow the plan step by step. Despite the heat in the room, Lei Shan didn't back down. He insisted that their guild was known for being careful and strategic with boss raids. They were once an undefeated guild, after all. Lei Shan assured Zhou Tai that they followed the strategy from start to finish. But here's the kicker. The Black Dragon's behavior was totally off. Its patterns didn't match the strategy that was given to them at all. He made it clear he wasn't questioning the pavilion's professionalism, but something was seriously wrong. He wouldn't sacrifice his entire guild's main force just to blackmail them. But Lei Shan's defense only made Lu Ci, a level 103 shadow assassin, laugh at them. Lu Ci mocked the Spirit Hunter Guild for being utterly useless. They had the strategy handed to them, and yet they got wrecked by a level 99 boss. And now they're blaming it on the Heavenly Mechanisms exploration team? Lu Ci's arrogance was palpable, and the disrespect was real. Lei Shan was not about to let that slide. He glared at Lu Ci, telling him to watch his mouth, but Lu Ci wasn't backing down either. He doubled down, calling them weak and telling them to get good or forfeit. The tension was thick, but before things could escalate any further, Zhou Tai, too old and experienced for this kind of nonsense, stepped in and broke off the brewing fight. Zhou Tai made it clear the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion was all about integrity. They'd never sell faulty information. To prove it, Zhou Tai offered to send the exploration team back into the Black Dragon Fortress to retrace their steps. If there were any errors in the strategy, the pavilion would take full responsibility and cover all of the Spirit Hunter Guild's losses. But if the strategy was sound, then the problem was on Lei Shan, and the pavilion wouldn't be responsible anymore. It was a solid plan, and the Spirit Hunter Guild agreed. They'd send 4 members from the Heavenly Mechanism strategy team to investigate the dungeon alongside Lei Shan. The other members didn't object, so the deal was set. But just as the meeting was about to wrap up, the room's atmosphere shifted. Dark green mist began to fill the air, and both Lei Shan and Qian Yuan immediately went on high alert, thinking an enemy had arrived. The tension spiked as the ominous figure entered the room. But Zhou Tai, he stayed calm and collected, walking right past Lei Shan and Qian Yuan. He told them to relax before they embarrassed themselves. The man before them wasn't an enemy. He was Chun Luan, a level 115 5-star necromancer from the main headquarters of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. So, Chun Luan was there for a reason. He'd heard about the plan to raid the Black Dragon Fortress and was ticked off that Zhou Tai hadn't informed him, despite specific orders to do so. Zhou Tai immediately apologized, explaining that he didn't want to trouble Master Chen, since this was mostly just a follow-up service by the exploration team. But Chun Luan didn't care about their reasoning. He had already made up his mind to join the raid himself. Why? Because he was obsessed with killing the Black Dragon, and more specifically, with its soul, which he could use to strengthen his treasure. And, yeah, he was a little too excited about it. Chun Luan stuck his tongue out like some kind of pervert, causing everyone in the room to cringe at his bizarre behavior. Despite the awkwardness, he couldn't stop grinning, like a full-on all-might grin, showing off his true personality. To him, whether they cleared the dungeon or got wiped out didn't matter. In fact, if they relied too heavily on strategy and still failed, Chunluan figured they deserved whatever consequences came their way. He was ready to see them pay the price. Meanwhile, Su Yang finally managed to relax, lying in bed later that night. But, of course, his peace was short-lived. His guild's chat channel was blowing up with people talking about him, which only irritated him. Thankfully, he was able to block the notifications and get a moment of peace. Just as he was about to drift off, a notification pinged on his screen. It was an update from the auction house about the Storm's Call weapon he had listed. And guess what? Only 2 bidders were involved, but their back and forth had stretched out over dozens of pages, driving the price up to 14 billion. That's 40% above the weapon's highest average price. Su Yang silently thanked the so-called ice witch for pushing the bid so high. Her competition had really inflated the final price. But that wasn't the only perk. As a distinguished member of the EX Alliance's Black Gold tier, Su Yang was exempt from auction house fees. Plus, he received a 5% bonus from the final sale price, making his total earnings a staggering 15 billion. With this kind of cash, Su Yang could finally relax. No more worries about working a part-time job or living the 9 to 5 grind. This newfound wealth? Yeah, it was addictive. The next day, Su Yang woke up early, knowing that he couldn't afford to be complacent. His part-time boss cooldown had reset, and he learned that a new challenge was headed his way. This time, it was the renowned exploration team. These guys were known as dungeon killers, having cleared countless dungeons and created top-tier strategies from their experiences. Many of them were 5-star professionals above level 100, which meant this was related to the Black Dragon Fortress disaster he'd caused recently. And they were only bringing 6 members, which told Su Yang one thing. They were very confident in their abilities. Su Yang wasn't going to hold back. He prepared to give them the toughest fight possible, as the Black Dragon Athos. Fully transformed back into the terrifying Black Dragon, Su Yang surveyed his domain. The elite monsters that had died in the previous battle were resurrected, though that didn't surprise him. After all, the Black Dragon Fortress was a diamond-level secret realm, which could refresh like a game. Only secret realms of a star level or higher couldn't be repeated. As he scanned the area, Su Yang's attention was drawn to a silver-haired elf who was standing nearby. From Athos memories, Su Yang remembered that the Black Dragon regarded this elf as a beautiful companion. And honestly, Su Yang couldn't disagree. The dragon had good taste, but he couldn't help but wonder how this elf had been abducted while he wasn't connected. The Black Dragon usually followed the established rules. Still, there were more pressing matters. Su Yang shifted his focus as the exploration team made their entrance. Just like last time, he activated his Dragon Eye ability to scope them out. Sure enough, there were 5 5th-level professionals confidently approaching, and among them was none other than Lei Shan, back from the Spirit Hunter Guild, clearly there to redeem himself after the disaster they faced earlier. Su Yang couldn't help but admire the professionalism of the exploration team's after-sale service. Their combat power was way stronger than Lei Shan's entire guild, which meant they posed a bigger threat this time around. But Su Yang wasn't worried. As long as they didn't seize the Dragon Slayer's heart, they wouldn't be able to inflict serious damage on him. Su Yang wasn't about to take any chances. He knew better than to underestimate 5th-level professionals. They might be predictable on paper, but their adaptability and strength could throw even the best plans off course. So, to test the waters, Su Yang made a tactical move. He ordered his dragon warriors to launch a coordinated assault on the intruders. But there was one dragon warrior he held back, keeping it in reserve for a special purpose he had in mind. Meanwhile, the exploration team had been cutting through the dungeon without breaking a sweat, easily dispatching the monsters they encountered. At this point, they hadn't noticed anything out of the ordinary, which led Lu Ci to start mocking the spirit hunters. He was convinced they were just stirring up trouble for no reason. But the others weren't so quick to jump to conclusions. They reminded Lu Ci that they hadn't even made it halfway through the dungeon yet. The real test would come when they reached the boss. Right on cue, they spotted a massive cloud of dust barreling toward them, an unmistakable sign that something big was heading their way, fast. The killing intent was palpable, and within moments, they realized just how serious the threat was. It wasn't just one enemy, it was a whole army of them, closing in at top speed. Without hesitation, the team braced for battle. Lei Shan seized the moment to point out that this was exactly what had happened to his guild, proving that he wasn't lying about the danger. The only difference? This time, there were even more monsters. Zhou Tai acknowledged the unexpected threat, but remained calm. He confidently declared that this wouldn't be enough to stop their team. True to his word, Zhou Tai quickly issued orders, and his team executed them with precision. Each member used their specialized skills. Shadow Render chipped away at the monster's health. Mountain Barrier blocked and trapped them, and Holy Light Blessing boosted Zhou Tai's strength, making sure his Violent Strike would deliver the final blow. The monsters fell like dominoes, wiped out efficiently. It was a textbook example of how the pros do it. Even Su Yang, watching from a distance, couldn't deny their expertise. These guys were legit. Their teamwork and coordination were on another level, like something out of a legend, immortals descending to show off their strength. And the mysterious mage in their ranks? He hadn't even lifted a finger yet. Su Yang realized this battle was going to be far more challenging than his encounters with the Spirit Hunter Guild. If he wanted to win, he'd have to get personally involved. So, without missing a beat, Su Yang stretched out his wings and dipped away from the scene, just like he had done before. His minions cheered as he disappeared into the distance, sensing something familiar about this. Of course, they didn't remember. Dungeon reset rules wiped their memories of previous runs. But one entity didn't forget: the elf. The silver-haired elf, who had been watching from her prison, grew increasingly confused. She had seen the black dragon many times before, but this behavior was different, more aggressive than anything she had witnessed since her capture. What had changed? Back with the exploration team, Lei Shan tried to smooth things over by complimenting Zhou Tai's crew, calling them one of the best strategy groups under the Sky Pavilion banner. He also pointed out how the current challenges they were facing differed from what the strategy guides had indicated, reinforcing that he wasn't trying to mislead anyone. Zhou Tai acknowledged Lei Shan's concerns, assuring him that they would investigate any discrepancies once the dungeon was complete. But Master Chen? He was unimpressed, scoffing at Lei Shan's guild pride. To him, the monsters they had encountered so far were nothing but trifles. He derisively questioned how a guild that prided itself on never failing could struggle with such weak enemies. The mockery hit hard, but Lei Shan wasn't one to let disrespect slide. He clapped back, this time speaking in Japanese, urging Master Chen to maintain the decorum expected of a leader. That's when Lei Shan realized he had massively messed up. Master Chen was not like the others he'd faced. This old-timer wasn't planning to hold back his rage, and he was ready to devour Lei Shan on the spot if he kept nagging like a fool. Thankfully, Zhou Tai stepped in just in time, diffusing the situation with a calm smile. He suggested that Master Chen's harsh words were just a joke, though it was clear that wasn't the case. Zhou Tai's intervention wasn't out of kindness, it was smart business. He couldn't let Master Chen lose control because harming Lei Shan would jeopardize future contracts and the team's reputation. Lei Shan was shook, so rattled by the intensity of Master Chen's killing intent that he could barely move. In that moment, he truly believed his life was over. But rather than crush his spirit, this encounter only fueled Lei Shan's desire to see these guys get wrecked by the Black Dragon. And almost as if on cue, the Black Dragon made its dramatic entrance, catching everyone off guard and proving Lei Shan's earlier warnings to be true. Still, this exploration team wasn't about to panic. As a top-tier group of professionals, they couldn't afford to mess around. Zhou Tai quickly rallied his team, coordinating a series of combined abilities to maximize their attack efficiency. They knew the Black Dragon's attack patterns and were confident they could cheese their way through the fight using those mechanics. But things didn't go as planned. Despite their knowledge and well-timed attacks, they realized none of them were dealing any significant damage. This caught them off guard. Meanwhile, Su Yang, in his Black Dragon form, wasn't surprised at all. He knew from the start that his damage reduction talent would make it nearly impossible for them to hurt him. Even so, these guys weren't backing down. They kept trying to chip away at his health, so Su Yang decided to strike back. He launched an attack, but as expected, the hunters dodged it with ease. That was exactly what Su Yang wanted. The initial strike was just a diversion to line up a real attack on their backline, catching the exploration team off guard again. But Zhou Tai was quick on his feet. He jumped into action and protected the backline, stopping Su Yang from wiping out the squishier members of the team. This created an opportunity for Lei Shan, who confidently aimed his most powerful execution skill, a skill that had taken down bosses in Starlight tier dungeons. Lei was sure this would hurt the dragon. Unfortunately for him, reality didn't match his expectations. Lu Xi realized too late that their attacks were barely scratching the Black Dragon, and the boss's damage reduction was no joke. Just as Lu Xi considered retreating, the black dragon's tail hit him with full force, almost killing him on the spot. If it weren't for the barrier master's shield, he'd have been finished. The team rushed to his aid, ensuring he could recover and get back in the fight. But Su Yang wasn't letting up. He was ready to unleash his breath of annihilation, aiming to end this fight right here, right now. The team was shocked. They expected the Black Dragon to use this ultimate attack only when its HP was below 70%, but it seemed the boss wasn't playing by their rules. Hellish flames engulfed the team, but they managed to survive thanks to their own ultimate skill, Sanctuary, which reduced damage taken by 90% and healed them for 10 seconds. Su Yang wasn't threatened. He saw this as more of a challenge. He knew that Sanctuary was the last defense skill the Barrier Master had for the day, meaning the next breath of annihilation would finish them off for good. The exploration team, however, was starting to get worried. Some of the members even wondered if the boss had gained intelligence. The way the Black Dragon was reading their tactics and exploiting their weaknesses didn't feel random. But Zhou Tai wasn't buying it. He told his team to cut the assumptions. This was a diamond tier boss. It wasn't possible for it to suddenly grow a brain and outsmart them. Master Chun, on the other hand, had had enough of these useless trash fumbling around. Growing impatient, he decided to take matters into his own hands. As a high-level necromancer, he called forth one of his most powerful summons, the Bone Dragon Marses. Out of nowhere, a bone dragon appeared to challenge Su Yang. This surprised even Su Yang, as necromancers were rare, and a high-level one could summon creatures as strong as dungeon bosses. The bone dragon looked like it could go toe-to-toe with him. Su Yang decided it was time to test its strength. As expected, the bone dragon wasn't just for show, it was strong. Realizing a hand-to-hand fight would take too long, Su Yang used his wings to push the bone dragon back and create some distance. But Mars's wasn't finished yet. The bone dragon unleashed its own breath attack, and when it collided with Su Yang's, the shockwaves rippled through the dungeon. The exploration team stood in awe of Master Chen's power. His summon could easily hold its own against Athos, the black dragon boss of the dungeon. Su Yang, too, was impressed, but only for a moment. He hadn't gone all out yet. Seeing the bone dragon no longer intrigued him, Su Yang decided to crank things up to maximum power. He unleashed the full force of his breath of annihilation, and hellish flames consumed the bone dragon, leaving behind nothing but charred bones. But just as Su Yang thought it was over, the bone dragon resurrected itself. Instantly, Master Chen's capabilities as a necromancer were no joke. As long as fresh corpses were available, he could resurrect his summon infinitely. The bone dragon, now fully recovered, caught Su Yang off guard. It swept him off his feet, pinning him to the ground and hitting him with a direct breath attack that drained his HP fast. Su Yang realized he was in real danger if this kept up. So, he whipped his tail to break free and used his wings to fly away, assuming the bone dragon couldn't follow, considering its wings were nothing but bare bones. So, the bone dragon couldn't fly, but that didn't mean Master Chun was giving up. He ordered it to attack from a distance, but Su Yang easily dodged the strikes. Su Yang wasn't just dodging for fun, though. He was strategically positioning himself to go after the real target, Master Chun himself. Master Chun quickly realized what was happening and commanded the bone dragon to return and defend him. But Su Yang was way ahead of him. This was all part of the plan. Su Yang didn't actually plan to attack from range. Instead, he used the bone dragon's body like a springboard to launch himself straight at Master Chun. It was a brilliant move, and Chun took the hit head-on like it was some kind of tax he had to pay. Surprisingly, Master Chun still had a decent amount of HP left, a miracle for someone in such a supposedly fragile class. Turns out, the Barrier Master came in clutch, sharing half the damage among the entire team. Shout out to the real MVP. Without that barrier, half the team would have been obliterated by now. But all of this wasn't for nothing. The team wasn't just getting smacked around for fun. They were buying time for Lu Ci's return, and they had calculated that he should be back any second now. What they didn't calculate, though, was that Su Yang could understand everything they were saying. Realizing what was happening, Su Yang quickly put two and two together. Lu Ci was definitely out there retrieving the Dragon Slayer's heart. But it was too late for the team. Suddenly, clouds of dust appeared, closing the distance fast. The hunters thought it was Lu Ci coming back, which gave them hope. But Su Yang? He wanted them to think exactly that. He'd been playing chess from the start, getting their hopes up just to crush them all over again. And when the figure running toward them finally emerged, it wasn't Lu Ci. It was one of Su Yang's minions, the dragon warrior he had held back earlier. the one who had secured the Dragon Slayer's heart for Su Yang and not anyone else. The sight left everyone, especially Zhou Tai, in disbelief. They had dismissed Su Yang as just another dungeon boss, but now they were watching their entire strategy crumble before their eyes. The creature they thought was just a game boss had shown chilling intelligence, moving them around like pawns in its master plan. And with the heart of the Dragon Slayer now in Su Yang's possession, the group's hope of victory completely evaporated. But things were about to get even crazier. When Su Yang's Black Dragon made contact with the Dragon Slayer's heart, a blinding light surged through his body, and an overwhelmingly powerful aura emanated from him. What the hunters didn't know was that this contact had triggered hidden conditions within the dungeon. The Black Dragon Fortress, previously a Diamond Tier secret realm, was transforming, escalating into a Starlight Tier fortress. This was no longer a regular dungeon. This was now a challenge that could wipe out entire guilds, let alone a small party of hunters. Back at the Temple of Transformation, the senior priest and her accompanying nun were in full panic mode. They felt an unusual surge of spiritual energy radiating from the hidden realm. It was unlike anything they had ever encountered. The senior priest hadn't anticipated this kind of phenomenon, and the sudden, mysterious nature of it left her feeling deeply uneasy. Whatever this was, it could mean massive upheavals in the world. Meanwhile, back in the dungeon, the hunters were stunned. The idea of a hidden realm evolving like this was unheard of, and to make matters worse, even the Black Dragon they were fighting seemed to have leveled up. His entire drip had upgraded, and the hunters knew exactly what was coming next. They were about to get absolutely destroyed. Amidst the chaos, Su Yang was reveling in his newfound strength. The surge of power had boosted him all the way to level 100, advancing him to the early growth stage and significantly increasing his attributes. But the real kicker? Su Yang had unlocked a brand new Starlight Tier skill, Purifying Inferno Prison. This skill was an absolute game-changer. It dealt a ridiculous 1,000% in both magical and physical damage. But that wasn't even the most terrifying part. The skill had a hidden ability. It could prevent hunters from resurrecting if they were killed by it. That meant Su Yang could decide who came back from the dead and who stayed gone forever. In a world where death was usually just a temporary setback, this skill was a game-changer. Su Yang now held the power to make death permanent. Su Yang was left with questions about what had just happened, so he turned to the system for answers. The system clarified that the massive power surge was all because of the Dragon Slayer's heart he had obtained. Su Yang pieced it together. The Black Dragon was originally meant to be at a Starlight level, but the heart had been suppressing its natural power, causing it to function at a reduced capacity. Hence the downgrade. Now that the heart was in his possession, the system recalibrated the difficulty, upgrading it to what it was supposed to be all along. With the dragon now reaching its early growth stage, Su Yang didn't fully understand what that meant yet. But one thing was clear. The hunters? They were no longer a threat to him. As Su Yang processed this revelation, he caught a glimpse of Lu Ci rushing toward him. Lu had returned, ready to report his failure to find the Dragon Slayer's heart. But when he saw the transformed dragon, his face said it all. He was stunned. His mind raced, trying to figure out what had happened. But those thoughts disappeared the moment he saw that the dragon was holding the heart. Zhou Tai saw the look on Lu Ci's face and quickly realized what he was about to do. He shouted for Lu to stop and come back to their ranks. But Lu Ci, being the overconfident idiot he was, ignored the warning. He charged at the dragon, thinking there was no way it could keep up with his speed. Big mistake. The Black Dragon absolutely wrecked him, killing him for real this time while his teammates could only watch helplessly from the sidelines. With the situation spiraling out of control, Lei Shan urgently turned to Zhou Tai, asking what their next move was. But Zhou Tai hesitated, knowing full well that Starlight-level bosses usually required a team of 10 to 25 awakened players to even stand a chance. With their small team, their odds of victory were next to zero. He knew the only smart move now was to retreat. This decision hit Zhou Tai hard. It was a blow to his pride, but he understood that survival was the priority. Without hesitation, he led the charge toward the exit, signaling for everyone to follow. Master Chun, however, was having none of it. He found Zhou Tai's cautious approach amusing and openly mocked him. But Zhou Tai wasn't fazed. He knew engaging the dragon under these conditions would be suicide. His cool-headed leadership showed why he was in charge. He prioritized his team's safety over personal glory. Even Su Yang, watching from above, respected Zhou Tai's decision. But respect didn't mean he was going to let them get away so easily. With a single beat of his wings, Su Yang launched himself at the fleeing hunters. His arrival was like thunder, slamming into the ground with devastating force and blocking their only escape route. Zhou Tai didn't lose his composure, though. He quickly directed his team to amplify their defensive capabilities, hoping to create enough of an opening to break through and escape. But Su Yang wasn't going to make it easy for them. The barrier master had already used up all of his trump cards, and Su Yang knew it. Without wasting any time, Su Yang unleashed his breath of annihilation. And this time, with his new Starlight-level strength, the attack was even more devastating. The hunter's defenses were shattered. Lei Shan and the healer were down, out of the fight for good. That left only Zhou Tai and the barrier master barely holding on, their health and mana dangerously low. They knew escape was no longer an option. In a last-ditch effort, Zhou Tai ordered his team to secure their valuable items within their infinite rings, hoping to at least minimize their losses. But this retreat didn't sit well with Master Chen. He wasn't about to concede defeat to a boss he had killed 1,000 times before. Even though the dragon had leveled up to a Starlight tier, Chen still believed he could kill it again. Confident in his abilities, Master Chen decided it was time to go all out. He summoned his most powerful skill, the Cloud Water Legion. This necromancer ability calls forth all the dead creatures on the battlefield, granting them infinite duration until Chen's mana or health depletes. In a desperate move, Master Chen unleashed his ultimate summon, the Cloud Water Legion, hoping that sheer numbers would be enough to turn the tide against Athos. But things didn't go as planned. The black dragon casually swept its massive tail, wiping out the undead army with ease, leaving only the bone dragon standing. The bone dragon lunged at Athos with a blast of its dragon breath, but this time, Athos remained completely unfazed. The attack no longer had any effect on him. With a display of dominance, Athos disrespected the bone dragon by slamming its head into the ground, silencing Master Chen's defiance in an instant. But Master Chen, ever the egomaniac, regained his composure and flashed an ugly grin, clinging to one thing. Hunters were immortal in this world. Even if he lost now, he would simply respawn and come back to torment Athos over and over until he finally devoured the dragon's soul. Su Yang had heard enough. Master Chen's arrogance and disrespect pushed Su Yang to make an example out of him. One that would send a message to the entire world. Never underestimate a dragon of his caliber. Without hesitation, Su Yang activated his newly acquired skill, Purifying Inferno Prison. A catastrophic wave of fire and magic erupted from Athos, annihilating every hunter in the vicinity. They vanished instantly, as if they had been nothing more than illusions. All except Master Chen. Even as he was engulfed by the flames, Chen continued to taunt Athos, believing his immortality would save him. But Su Yang had different plans. He informed Master Chen, with cold finality, that there wouldn't be a next time. Suddenly, Chen's twisted grin disappeared, and panic set in. He realized something was horribly wrong. He had been standing there far longer than usual, and his HP had hit 0 long ago. So why hadn't the system transferred him out yet? Why was his body falling apart? His thoughts raced, but deep down he already knew the answer. As time seemed to slow down, Su Yang delivered the truth that Chen had been avoiding. He would not resurrect. Chen's final screams echoed briefly through the dungeon before he disintegrated completely. For good. Su Yang stood victorious, having gained a massive 9.9 million experience points from the battle, instantly leveling up from 34 to 40 with 5.99 million XP left over. A few moments later, back at the somber headquarters of the exploration team, a heavy silence filled the air. Each member struggled to come to terms with the disaster they had just endured. The silence was abruptly broken when the senior priest burst into the room with grave news about Master Chen. As they had feared, there was no sign of Chen's resurrection at the guild's main headquarters. But it got worse. All records of Master Chen had vanished from their system entirely, suggesting either a deliberate erasure or something even more terrifying: complete death. This revelation hit everyone like a brick. If it were true, it meant that the Black Dragon not only ignored the usual level protection mechanics, but it had also forcibly erased a hunter's existence. The thought sent a chill down Zhou Tai's spine. Realizing they were dealing with something far beyond their control, Zhou Tai knew they couldn't handle this situation on their own. His only option now was to compensate the Spirit Hunter Guild for their losses and leave the bigger decisions to the higher-ups. But there was one detail that gnawed Zhou Tai. Out of all the hunters killed by Athos' attack, only Master Chen had been wiped out permanently. Everyone else had been spared. Why? Could it be a specific mechanism? Or, worse, had the Black Dragon chosen to let the others live? Either way, the implications were terrifying. Meanwhile, back at Su Yang's residence, he was finally taking a much-needed break. The battles had been exhausting, mentally and physically. His opponents from the exploration team had been far stronger than those from the Spirit Hunter Guild, requiring much more effort to defeat. But Su Yang wasn't complaining. His hard work had paid off, proving that the exploration team was worthy of its S-class ranking. Among the loot he acquired from the battle, 2 items stood out in particular. The first was a Starlight tier dagger named Shadow's Bloodthirst. This exceptional weapon not only boosted his stats, but also had 2 unique abilities. The first ability, Shadow's Body, granted Su Yang temporary invisibility and a 50% increase in speed. The second, Compassion Mark, allowed him to mark a target and deliver a stealth attack with a devastating 300% damage boost. Among Su Yang's incredible loot, the second standout item was a legendary skill scroll called 5-Charge Storm Thunderblade. This skill was just as epic as its name, allowing it to charge up to 5 times to unleash a devastating storm of blades. With each charge, the power multiplied, making it a terrifying force to behold. Su Yang couldn't believe his luck. First, he snagged a Diamond tier weapon, and now he was upgrading to a Starlight tier 1. But the best part? Unlike the Call of the Storm, there were no restrictions on using the Shadow's Bloodthirst dagger, so Su Yang could equip it immediately, boosting his combat power on the spot. And as for the 5-Charge Storm Thunderblade skill, it was so strong it could instantly kill a 4th-tier hunter. Plus, it came with 0 usage restrictions, making it the perfect tool for when Su Yang needed to take out his enemies in style. Su Yang was practically buzzing with excitement over these new gains. Now that he had reached level 40, it was time for his second awakening. With all the extra experience he had, it made no sense to wait. The earlier, the better. But before heading off to the transfer temple for his awakening, Su Yang wanted to confirm something. Was Chun Luan, the undead necromancer he defeated, actually dead? So he queried the system. Not only did the system confirm Chun Luan's demise, but it commended Su Yang for eliminating him. The system had analyzed Chun and deemed him a significant threat, one who could have grown even more dangerous if he had gotten his hands on the Dragon Slayer's heart. But the system wasn't done. It revealed a critical rule Su Yang hadn't known. As a part-time boss, if he were defeated by hunters, he would die immediately. This revelation hit hard. The stakes were much higher than he'd initially realized. Facing high-tier hunters wasn't just risky, it could end his life in an instant. Still, with the overwhelming strength he had displayed during the previous battle, Su Yang felt confident the hunters would think twice before challenging him again anytime soon. That being said, something else popped into Su Yang's mind. He remembered that Starlight tier bosses, like Athos, were called true spirit creatures and had their own consciousness. So, he asked the system if the Black Dragon had developed its own intelligence when he wasn't controlling it. The system quickly clarified that the Black Dragon had not gained intelligence due to its unique status as a system-controlled boss. When the host, Su Yang, wasn't connected, the dragon would operate strictly according to pre-established rules and behavior patterns. And in case Su Yang ever defeated the part-time boss, the system would automatically assign him a higher-level boss with even stronger capabilities, keeping the challenges fresh and limitless. This news excited Su Yang more than ever. The system was way more engaging and powerful than he had initially imagined. And defeating the Black Dragon wasn't impossible, especially since he had a pendant that could make things easier. This pendant was no ordinary item. Not only was it a powerful tool for slaying dragons, but it also had an unsealed attribute that could be unlocked with the right item. Its abilities were mind-blowing. A 50% boost in his spirit points and a 100% boost in his strength. And if that wasn't enough, the pendant allowed Su Yang to ignore a dragon's racial talent and increase his damage against them by a whopping 500%. But the most exciting part? It had the potential to summon the blood soul of an ancient hero, an unstoppable ally that could only be called upon after slaying a dragon on his own. Although the pendant required Su Yang to accumulate charges for each dragon he killed. And right now, he had none. He was determined not to pass up this opportunity. He was convinced that the blood soul referred to a dragon-slaying hero, a figure of immense combat strength, far exceeding even a 5th-level professional. With this super minion by his side, there would be no one Su Yang would have to fear anymore. He resolved to defeat the Black Dragon as soon as possible so that he could switch out his part-time boss role and unlock the powerful summon. But first things first, he needed to advance to a second-tier hunter to fully utilize his new powers. So, Su Yang set off for the Transformation Temple. Meanwhile, outside the Transformation Temple, the sight of Bai Ling, the senior priestess, standing at the entrance had passers-by buzzing with curiosity. Her beauty was striking, and her graceful presence turned heads everywhere. People couldn't help but wonder, who was she waiting for? It wasn't every day that a priestess of her rank would stand outside waiting for someone. The crowd began to whisper, full of admiration and envy, longing for that level of attention themselves. So, the person Bai Ling was waiting for turned out to be none other than Su Yang. As he approached, Bai Ling greeted him warmly, even calling him hero, which caught Su Yang off guard. Surprised, he asked her about the title and how she knew he was coming. With a proud smile, Bai Ling explained that the temple's transformation statue emits a guiding light whenever the temple's VIP is about to arrive, and there was only one VIP in all of East Spirit City. As for the hero title, she said it was just something the temple requires, so he didn't need to think too much about it. Though Su Yang understood, deep down he felt a bit cringy. Hero? It sounded way too edgy for his liking, but he let it slide. After all, he was there for one thing, his awakening. With that, Su Yang accepted another 5-star transformation task. This time, the challenge was particularly tough. He had to solo clear a silver-tier dungeon and defeat the boss within 3 minutes of encountering it. Normally, these instances required a full team due to their difficulty, but for someone like Su Yang, just another challenge he was more than capable of handling. Bai Ling, ever impressed by his bravery, commended Su Yang for accepting another 5-star task, once again calling him hero. Cue the internal cringe. Not wanting to linger on the title, Su Yang quickly changed the subject, asking if she had a map of the nearby silver-tier instances. Luckily, Bai Ling had just what he needed. She handed over a map that not only detailed the locations of silver-tier dungeons, but also included info on bronze and gold-tier dungeons, complete with refresh times. Su Yang couldn't help but smile. This was a treasure trove for his future dungeon-crawling plans. Just as he was about to leave, Bai Ling stopped him to offer a word of caution. She warned him about a recent accident in one of the dungeons where the difficulty had suddenly spiked, resulting in a professional hunter disappearing. On top of that, she told him that the low-level wilderness areas had become overcrowded with players lately, sparking bloody conflicts over dungeon access. She urged Su Yang to be extra cautious in his upcoming ventures. Su Yang thanked her for the heads-up, but with his current power, he felt confident that finding and clearing 2 silver-tier dungeons wouldn't be a problem. But things didn't go quite as smoothly as he expected. The dungeons he targeted were packed with players, and it would take hours to wait for his turn. The real challenge wasn't even clearing the dungeons. It was finding an available one. After unsuccessfully checking 8 dungeons, Su Yang started wondering if these silver-tier dungeons were even worth the effort. His luck seemed to be balancing out. After all the insane loot he'd gotten recently, it felt like the universe was correcting the scales. Still, Su Yang wasn't about to give up. His search eventually brought him to the Cave of Suffering, a dungeon hidden within a canyon. But, to his disappointment, it was just as overcrowded as the others. He was about to leave when he spotted 2 familiar faces in the crowd, Gu Xiaoqian and, unfortunately, Wang Fei. The 2 of them were in the middle of an argument over who had the right to enter the dungeon. Seeing Wang Fei was almost enough to make Su Yang want to leave, but then he remembered that Gu Xiaoqian was part of the Yuyan Guild, a sister guild of the Phantom Cloud Guild. There was no way he was going to let some loser like Wang Fei mess with him, especially when they were acquainted. Plus, this might be his chance to secure a spot in the dungeon. Meanwhile, on Gu Xiaoqian's side, things were getting tense. Wang Fei's group was starting to show unwanted attention toward her, classic incel behavior, making her feel uneasy. But she wasn't alone. She had solid backup. Helan, a level 61 hybrid-class ranger swordsman who wasn't someone to be trifled with. She was already a 3rd-tier awakener, and her combat prowess was no joke. Seeing Helan's presence made Wang Fei's confidence crumble. He quickly retreated behind one of his allies, a massive, hulking 3rd-tier hunter who looked like he'd been on steroids since birth. But don't let his looks fool you. This guy was a skilled martial artist, and he wasn't afraid to throw hands. Wasting no time, he escalated the situation, warning Helan that if they tried to enter the dungeon now, it would mean a fight. And he didn't stop there. He made it clear that if it came down to it, he and his crew would jump on all of them, and they wouldn't even spare the newbies. Helan was left speechless. She knew they were outmatched. Her group consisted mostly of low-level newcomers, and if a fight broke out, they'd be done for. But backing down now? That would only embolden these guys to take advantage of the situation. So, Helan was ready to make the first move, hoping to gain an edge. But the big guy in front of her wasn't just brawn. His sharp observation skills quickly picked up on Helan's intent. Luckily, before a fight could break out, Su Yang stepped in, casually claiming the dungeon for himself. This took both groups by surprise. At first glance, Su Yang didn't seem like anything special, just another nobody. Gu Xiaoqian, however, was both shocked and relieved to see him. The last time she saw him was at the teleportation center, and while she was glad he was safe, she couldn't help but worry. Why was he provoking two heavy hitters? Wang Fei, recognizing Su Yang, was less than thrilled. He couldn't hide his irritation and immediately confronted him, demanding to know why Su Yang always seemed to be in his way. Su Yang just smirked and flipped the accusation right back at him, saying Wang Fei was like an annoying fly that kept buzzing around uninvited. That taunt hit a nerve, but Wang Fei knew better than to lose his cool, especially with his big guy backing him up. Confident in his muscles' abilities, Wang Fei mockingly suggested that Su Yang should kneel down and beg for forgiveness if he wanted to leave unharmed. But Su Yang? He wasn't even listening to these clowns. He walked right past them and warmly greeted Gu Xiaoqian, completely ignoring the big guy's threat. Helan, still confused by Su Yang's boldness, turned to Gu Xiaoqian, asking who Su Yang was. Gu Xiaoqian explained that Su Yang was an old classmate. Helan was baffled. If Su Yang was on the same level as Gu Xiaoqian, then why did he have the nerve to provoke third-tier hunters? Helan assumed Su Yang didn't know his place and tried to warn him about the dungeon's high difficulty. But to her shock, Su Yang confidently responded that he knew exactly what he was doing. It was part of his second transfer task. This revelation surprised Helan. She couldn't understand how Su Yang could have advanced to level 40 so quickly. Before she could wrap her head around it, Wang Fei, done with being sidelined, stepped in, determined to shut Su Yang down. Showing off some of his power to intimidate, Wang Fei challenged Su Yang to reveal his level for all to see. If Su Yang didn't comply, Wang Fei insisted he should stop acting tough and just kneel. Unfortunately for Wang Fei, Su Yang was itching to teach him another lesson. Seeing that Wang Fei had reached level 10 made things even more fun for Su Yang. Unlike their last encounter, Su Yang could actually kill him this time, knowing Wang Fei would just resurrect later. In an instant, Su Yang flicked his finger, and with that, Wang Fei was turned into a donut-shaped human, instantly killed. Wang Fei didn't even realize what had happened until it was too late. Su Yang calmly collected his loot, while the big guy charged in, furious and ready to retaliate. But Su Yang, with his ultra instinct in full swing, casually dodged every attack as if it was nothing. The big guy was beyond angry. He had promised to protect Wang Fei, and now he had failed. Fueled by rage, he was determined to kill Su Yang, but Su Yang barely saw him as a threat. In fact, Su Yang wanted all the smoke and even asked the samurai, Helan, to join the fight just to avoid dealing with him later. That instantly ticked off Helan. Sure, Su Yang was here for his second awakening, but challenging both her and the big guy was a level of disrespect she couldn't ignore. Even though Su Yang was a friend of Gu Xiaoqian, Helan wasn't about to let this go. She and the big guy teamed up, attacking Su Yang together to put him in his place. They didn't give him a head start. The big guy swung at Su Yang, but Su Yang dodged every punch effortlessly. The big guy was left questioning his own speed. How could Su Yang be this fast? Refusing to accept it, the big guy switched to his special move, Thunder Tiger Fist, delivering a powerful right-hand hook, ready to take Su Yang down for good. Su Yang absorbed the big guy's powerful Thunder Tiger Fist like it was nothing, barely flinching before blasting him away as if hitting a home run. This move left a wide opening for Helan to strike from behind, but Su Yang was 2 steps ahead. He effortlessly blocked her sword strike with a crystal barrier, activated by a one-time scroll that could absorb up to 880,000 points of damage. Helan's attack barely made a dent in the shield, showing just how high caliber the scroll was. Seeing this, Helan had to reassess the situation. She noticed the weapon in Su Yang's hand, far superior to any gold-tier equipment she had ever seen. Everything started making sense to her, especially how easily Su Yang had instantly killed Wang Fei earlier. The speed at which it happened was so fast, she'd barely caught it. And now, Helan realized that if she kept going, she might end up like Wang Fei, dead on the spot. Before she could decide her next move, the big guy started to regain consciousness after his brief nap angrily shouting that he wouldn't stop until he killed Su Yang. But Su Yang had already had enough. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed the full power of his sword, sending the big guy right back to sleep. For real this time. Turning to Helan, Su Yang calmly asked, "Do you still want to continue this?" Recognizing she was completely outclassed, Helan wisely sheathed her sword. Su Yang appreciated the gesture, especially given the connection between their guilds. This surprised Helan, but before she could say anything, Su Yang requested that she apologize to her guild leader on his behalf. He was going to take down the dungeon first. And with that, he walked into the Cave of Suffering, ready for what lay ahead. Contrary to its ominous name, the dungeon's interior was surprisingly beautiful. Giant crystal gems illuminated the space, creating a bright atmosphere where shadows were almost non-existent. Aside from his time in the Black Dragon Fortress, this was Su Yang's first time officially entering a wild dungeon, and he found it oddly refreshing. The dungeon was known to be the lair of goblins, a species Su Yang had yet to face in person. But he didn't have to search for long. A goblin archer emerged from the shadows, welcoming him with an arrow aimed straight for his head. Su Yang didn't even bother dodging, letting the arrow bounce off him as he sighed in disappointment at the goblin's weak attempt. The goblins, however, were cunning. They tried to play Su Yang by luring him into a false sense of security, hoping to pull off a sneaky surprise attack. But Su Yang's instincts were sharp, and he responded with lightning reflexes, launching a goblin into the air and sending it crashing into its companion for an easy double kill. After that encounter, Su Yang realized that this dungeon wasn't as straightforward as it seemed. He decided to stay sharp and avoid getting too overconfident. As he continued exploring, Su Yang reflected on his previous battle with the big guy. He realized he had mostly relied on brute strength and his attributes to overwhelm opponents. This was a bad habit. Against a stronger enemy, relying on pure strength wouldn't cut it. He'd need to outsmart his foes and hone his combat skills. This dungeon presented the perfect opportunity to sharpen his battle IQ and master his magic blade. With that in mind, Su Yang ventured deeper into the cave, where the light from the crystals faded into darkness. Prime territory for an ambush. Exactly what he was hoping for. Using his magic blade, Su Yang transformed it into a shield, blocking attacks from the goblins as they struck. He then morphed the blade into a hammer, smashing the life out of his enemies. More goblins attempted a sneaky aerial attack, but Su Yang stylishly dodged and shot them down with his mana blade, now transformed into a crossbow. But playing defense wasn't Su Yang's style. Deciding to go all out, he gathered up the remaining goblins, leading them into a narrow space where he unleashed his 40-meter greatsword, cutting through them all in a single massive attack. Every last goblin fell at once. Su Yang's mana blade was truly versatile, and the more he used it, the more excited he became about what new skills his 5-star transfer task would unlock. Soon, he reached the location of the dungeon's boss. As if sensing his presence, the boss appeared, a massive tiger. Su Yang couldn't help but find it humorous. The tiger, like many dungeon bosses, had the ability to talk, but its speech felt robotic and scripted. It was clear to Su Yang that bosses below Starlight tier didn't have true consciousness. Knowing this, Su Yang felt confident the fight was already over before it began. When the tiger lunged in for an attack, Su Yang masterfully countered with his demon blade, striking mid-air. Before the tiger even hit the ground, it was already dead. With the silver tier dungeon cleared and the boss down within 3 minutes, Su Yang only had one more dungeon left to complete his mission. So, he wasted no time moving on. As he exited the Cave of Suffering, he noticed other hunters keeping their distance, eyeing him warily. Curious, Su Yang asked what was up. They responded cautiously, saying they were just being careful and that he shouldn't mind them. But the unease on their faces was impossible to miss. It was understandable. Su Yang had just blown through the notoriously difficult Cave of Suffering in 5 minutes, and that left everyone around wondering what kind of monster he really was. Gu Xiaoqian, in particular, couldn't believe it. It felt like just yesterday they were classmates, but now it seemed like they were living in 2 completely different worlds. Without lingering too long, Su Yang entered another silver tier dungeon. Once again, he dispatched the boss with such ease it was almost laughable, reducing what should have been a formidable enemy to little more than a donut. And with that, he completed his 5-star transfer tasks. The system, impressed by his flawless execution, unlocked a hidden transfer mission for him titled Phase 1, The Lost Rusty Key. This new mission came with a map pointing to a location guarded by a fearsome beast and promised serious rewards if completed. a 5% boost to all his attributes, and a legendary skill book. It was clear this hidden task was linked to his class progression and likely involved a series of missions that would unlock as he advanced through each transfer phase. Su Yang wasn't about to pass up on this opportunity. Just the 5% attribute boost alone was tempting enough, and the legendary skill book? That was just icing on the cake. Plus, with the name Phase 1, it was obvious this mission was just the beginning, making these 5-star tasks even more valuable than he had imagined. With this in mind, Su Yang accepted the challenge. The target area for this mission was located in the advanced wilderness of Tianling City, where the average monster level was over 40. Su Yang knew this wasn't going to be easy. The so-called fearsome beast had to be level 50 or higher, which was a real challenge, even for him. Still, he wasn't like anyone else. He had a Starlight tier weapon at his disposal. The only issue was he needed to unlock the weapon before he could use it. Unlocking diamond grade or higher tier weapons required boundless gems and the help of a Grandmaster blacksmith to socket them. The problem? There weren't any Grandmasters in Tianling City. That's when Su Yang remembered the branch of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion had recently set up shop in Tianling. The pavilion was known for selling dungeon strategies and had tons of general information, making it the perfect place to visit. Plus, the pavilion was part of the X-Alliance, and Su Yang was very curious to see how they'd react when they saw his black gold card. As Su Yang arrived in Tianling City, he was struck by the sheer number of people flocking to buy strategies. The place was packed, noisy, chaotic, with impatient customers jostling and arguing to secure their spots in line. Su Yang couldn't help but feel a little out of place. After all, he'd just sold a bunch of items and had officially entered the ranks of the nouveau riche. It was almost embarrassing in this environment. But he shook it off and pushed forward, entering the building. That's when his attention was drawn to a familiar pair of faces, Zhou Tai and Lu Xi. Su Yang hadn't expected to run into them so soon, and their conversation quickly pulled him in. Lu Xi was angrily venting to Zhou Tai about the loss of his Starlight-level weapon, hoping for some kind of compensation. But Zhou Tai wasn't having it. He was firm, reminding Lu Xi that there would be no reimbursement, especially since they were responsible for Chun Lan's downfall. In fact, Zhou Tai said they were lucky the headquarters hadn't punished them further. But Lu Xi wasn't satisfied. His frustration boiled over, and in a fit of rage he lashed out, hurling the nearest piece of furniture across the room, which just so happened to fly directly toward Su Yang. And Su Yang? He wasn't about to let that slide. Despite the fact that Lu Xi was several levels ahead of him, Su Yang didn't hesitate for a second. He confronted Lu Xi, calling him out on his tantrum. Lu Xi, already on edge, was enraged by the audacity. A fight was about to break out, but instead of throwing punches, Lu Xi stormed over, grabbing Su Yang by the collar in a pathetic attempt to intimidate him. Su Yang laughed in his face. He could see right through Lu Xi. He knew Lu was already on thin ice with the higher-ups and couldn't afford to escalate things further. Su Yang wasn't just confident. He was untouchable in this situation. Lu Xi couldn't do anything to him. Despite the tension crackling in the air, Zhou Tai stepped in to defuse the situation. He reminded Lu Xi to watch his temper and urged Su Yang to back off, explaining that they were handling some personal matters. But Su Yang wasn't someone to be brushed aside that easily. He made it clear he wasn't just some random adventurer. He was an esteemed guest of the pavilion, there to seek information. His statement, however, was met with disbelief and scorn. To them, Su Yang looked like a low-level nobody. The pavilion's high-end services weren't for the likes of him. Even Lu Xi seemed more reasonable compared to this guy, who was clearly pretending to be a big shot. They were about to teach him a lesson, when Su Yang casually whipped out his black gold card, revealing his true status. But, as expected of the ever-foolish Lu Xi, he didn't recognize the card's significance. With a dismissive wave, he knocked the card out of Su Yang's hand, putting Su Yang in a tough spot. Dealing with an idiot like Lu Xi seemed like an uphill battle. Fortunately, before things escalated further, the level 120 Grand Steward of Tianling City, Jia Yu, arrived just in time. His arrival stunned both Zhou Tai and Lu Xi, as they had been eagerly awaiting his presence. But their warm words of welcome meant little to Jia Yu. He was absolutely furious at the unprofessional behavior displayed by his own people. Without a moment's hesitation, Jia Yu smacked the living daylights out of Lu Xi for his embarrassing oversight. The blow left Lu Xi speechless. His brother-in-law had never treated him this way before, and he was left wondering what he had done to deserve such harsh treatment. But Jia Yu had no time to explain to a fool. Instead, he turned to Su Yang and apologized sincerely for any trouble his subordinates had caused. Su Yang, feeling pretty satisfied by the Grand Steward's apology, decided to let the whole matter slide. With that, Jiayu expressed how impressed he was with Su Yang. Possessing a black gold card from the X-Alliance at such a young age could only mean one thing. Su Yang had completed a 5-star transfer task and earned the coveted VIP status. Su Yang confirmed this, and Jiayu's admiration only grew. He quickly turned to Zhou Tai, ordering him to make sure Su Yang was treated with the utmost respect. Zhou Tai nodded in understanding, while Lu Xi was still trying to process what had just happened. Jiayu then dragged Lu Xi away to have a little talk and discuss their next dungeon raid. This caught Su Yang's attention. Clearly, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion was preparing for something big, and Su Yang took it as a sign that he needed to step up his own game. Once Jiayu and Lu Xi left, Zhou Tai returned to Su Yang, his tone now far more respectful. He asked how he could assist Su Yang, prompting Su Yang to lay out his requests. He needed the location of the master-level blacksmith in Tianling City, and he was also looking for boundless gems. The treasure pavilion had run out, and he wanted to stock up just in case. Zhou Tai responded that they could easily provide the information about the blacksmith. As for the boundless gems, they had them in stock, but they were very expensive. Zhou Tai assumed, even with the black gold card, that Su Yang might not be able to afford such high-priced items. Su Yang just smiled, casually flicking his finger to show that money wasn't an issue. Realizing who he was dealing with, Zhou Tai quickly decided to personally handle the retrieval of the gems for Su Yang, asking him to wait for a moment. Su Yang couldn't help but smile. The fact that even the Grand Steward of Tianling City showed him such respect made him even more curious about the power behind the Transfer Temple. They clearly held more sway than he initially thought. After a short wait, Zhou Tai returned with the items Su Yang needed. Su Yang took the goods, thanked Zhou Tai, and left the establishment, heading straight for the Old Wolf Forge, where the master blacksmith was said to be working. The forge itself was inconspicuous, tucked away from the bustling streets, but that only reinforced Su Yang's decision to trust the information he'd been given. Su Yang's fears started becoming reality faster than expected. Rumors began to swirl about an exploration team preparing to venture into the Black Dragon Sanctuary again. He thought it would take longer, especially after the fear he instilled with his skill, the one that prevented hunters from resurrecting. Apparently, the members of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion had more guts than he initially gave them credit for. Still, Su Yang was confident. He figured their preparations would be delayed after what happened to Chen Lun, giving him enough time to grow stronger. But better safe than sorry. It was better to subdue the Black Dragon sooner rather than later to avoid any complications. With that in mind, Su Yang made his way to the Old Wolf Forge. Upon arriving, he was surprised to find other hunters there, Mu Rongshui, whom he'd met before, and a new face in Yu. Recognizing them as guildmates, Su Yang greeted them warmly, like any guildmate would. They quickly realized who he was, but things got weird fast, and Yu turned out to be down bad big time. The moment she saw Su Yang, she was practically drooling, hitting him with all sorts of personal questions like, "Do you have a girlfriend?" Or, "What about an older sister?" Su Yang, normally composed, was too stunned to speak. Thankfully, Mu Rongshui stepped in to bring the situation back to reality, keeping things family-friendly. She turned the conversation around, asking why Su Yang was at the master-level forge. She hinted that someone of his supposed level had no business there, and suggested he head over to the commercial street blacksmith shop instead. That comment made Su Yang sigh. This was the second time today someone had doubted him. He was tired of explaining himself. So, instead of words, Su Yang showed them exactly why he was there, pulling out his Starlight Tier gear and a boundless gem. Instant silence. Both women were left speechless, and even the blacksmith himself stopped what he was doing. He hadn't seen a weapon of this caliber in a long time. With all eyes on him, Su Yang handed the weapon over to the master blacksmith, who accepted the challenge eagerly. So motivated by the task, the blacksmith's shirt tore off on its own, as if his muscles needed room to breathe. Proudly, he proclaimed that he would pour his life's work into making sure Su Yang's weapon was enhanced to perfection. And so, the master got to work, hammering away with such intensity that every strike sent sparks flying like shooting stars. It was a magical sight, the kind you'd only see when enhancing a Starlight Tier weapon. For Mu Rongshui and Yu, it was a rare and awe-inspiring moment. They had never seen anything like it. But what surprised Mu Rongshui even more was how calm Su Yang seemed, standing there unfazed by the spectacle, as if he had seen it all before. This only deepened the mystery around Su Yang's identity. Mu Rongshue's gaze lingered on him longer than she intended, something you definitely noticed. With a mischievous grin, and you started teasing Mu Rongshue, accusing her of taking a liking to Su Yang. Mu Rongshue was completely flustered by the accusation. Meanwhile, Su Yang was sweating for a completely different reason. It wasn't the heat from the forge. It was the realization that he might have joined the wrong guild. Being the only guy in a guild full of women? Yeah, it was definitely a blessing, but also a serious curse. He felt like their gazes were about to devour him whole, sending a shiver down his spine. Su Yang couldn't help but feel like he was in real danger. If things kept going like this, he might actually die from being crushed by their attention. A few hours later, the blacksmith finished enhancing Su Yang's weapon. Su Yang was impressed, no more than impressed. He was stunned. The old man had done it on the first attempt. It was truly remarkable, especially since Su Yang had wasted so many materials when he tried to enhance the weapon himself. Grateful for the blacksmith's craftsmanship, Su Yang asked how much he owed him. The blacksmith, wiping the sweat from his brow, explained that typically he would charge 1 billion in fees for this kind of effort. But today, feeling reinvigorated by working on such a fine item, he decided to make an exception. He wouldn't charge Su Yang anything at all. Su Yang's generosity was unheard of, especially from someone dealing with a grandmaster blacksmith. While the old blacksmith insisted there was no charge for the service, Su Yang believed that respect should be paid where it was due. The blacksmith's work deserved to be recognized, so Su Yang handed over 1 billion in currency, not as a payment, but as a token of appreciation for the man's craftsmanship, while still respecting his wishes. The grandmaster was visibly pleased by Su Yang's respectful gesture and happy to have worked with someone so well-mannered. Meanwhile, Yu was having a field day with her fantasies, watching the only male member of their guild casually drop billions like it was nothing. Seeing him turn down a freebie, smiling all the while, was checking off every box in her dream scenario. It wouldn't be a stretch to say she was already half in love with him. Even Mu Rongshue found herself bewildered by Su Yang's actions, wondering if he was the young master of some wealthy family. But Su Yang? He wasn't about to stick around and let things escalate any further. He dipped out of the forge as fast as he could, not wanting to deal with any more attention. A few moments later, Su Yang arrived at the outskirts of Tianling City, near the imposing Wild Spirit mountain range. The rugged landscape and eerie silence marked this as territory meant for second-tier awakeners or higher. But Su Yang was unfazed. He had a few tricks up his sleeve, expensive potions that permanently increased his attributes. After using the maximum allowed for each type, Su Yang drastically boosted his speed and spirit and redistributed his remaining attribute points. This allowed him to finally wield his legendary Shadow Bloodthirst Dagger, a weapon that exponentially increased his power and made him a match for a 4th-tier awakener. With confidence high, Su Yang dove into the dense forest, ready to hunt. As expected, the monsters here were aggressive. They immediately launched vicious attacks as soon as Su Yang set foot in their territory. But Su Yang was in his element. Before the monsters' attacks could even land, he activated his shadow form, boosting his speed and allowing him to effortlessly dodge before swiftly cutting down the enemies with his Starlight tier weapon, eliminating them with a single blow. But Su Yang wasn't about to waste time grinding through mobs one by one. He had a grander plan in mind. Using his usual method, he unfurled multiple scrolls at once and unleashed a massive AoE attack, obliterating the mobs in one fell swoop. The weaker enemies stood no chance. Su Yang's efficiency was something that could make even the legendary Megan proud. With the lesser mobs cleared, Su Yang set his sights on the cave of the terrifying beast that he needed to defeat to complete his mission. Based on the task description, Su Yang estimated the beast's level to be no less than level 50, and he was curious to see how many hits it would take to bring it down. Surprisingly, the trek through the cave was uneventful. There were no other monsters lurking about, likely because they had hidden away, knowing they'd be easily clapped by Su Yang if they showed themselves. This made Su Yang's path to the boss's lair smooth and easy. When he arrived, the scene was straight out of a nightmare. The lair was filled with treacherous terrain, dotted with spikes and pitfalls. At the center was an elevated rock formation, the resting place of the boss, surrounded by a pool of blood. The sight was intimidating, but what truly caught Su Yang's attention was that aside from the boss's name and level, no other information was visible. This added an extra layer of mystery and challenge. Su Yang realized he'd need a higher-tier skill book for clairvoyance to avoid surprises like this in the future. But for now, he had to rely on his heightened senses and be cautious. Approaching the boss in shadow form to remain undetected, Su Yang positioned himself carefully. He activated Wraith Mark, boosting his damage by 300% and struck the boss hard, taking a significant chunk out of its HP. But it wasn't enough to kill it. The boss, now fully awakened, roared in fury and retaliated by launching countless thorns towards Su Yang. But Su Yang was faster. Dodging the attack with ease, he countered with relentless strikes from his demon blade, attacking from all sides and wearing down the boss's health. The beast roared in rage, but before it could retaliate again, Su Yang decided to end the fight decisively. He lunged straight for the beast's core and delivered a powerful final swing. The force of the attack reverberated through the cave as the boss's death throes echoed off the walls. Su Yang, standing over the fallen creature, was surprised to see that he had slain the beast so quickly. He had expected more of a fight, but the outcome left him satisfied. Among Su Yang's rewards was the key mentioned in his mission, but more intriguingly, there was something else, a rotten chunk of flesh. Its description hinted at its former owner's immense power. Even in its decayed state, it had been potent enough to mutate the boss he just defeated. With no other information available, Su Yang decided to stash the mysterious item for later. Figuring out its use could wait. Right now, his priority was to return and submit his class change mission. Moments later, Su Yang stood on the brink of a monumental transformation. Awakening to the next tier wasn't something that happened every day, and Su Yang's recent achievements had skyrocketed him far beyond the ordinary. After all, he had just completed a 5-star task, which caused his base attributes to soar by an impressive 25%. But that wasn't all. As part of his rewards, Su Yang gained an exclusive skill from magic warriors called Dual Spirit Enhancement. This skill was no joke. It boosted his spirit attribute by 10% of his current strength and vice versa, creating an insane synergy that enhanced his abilities even further. And the blessings didn't stop there. Thanks to completing his hidden mission, Su Yang unlocked even greater rewards. His overall attributes surged by an additional 5%. His class advanced to the rare and prestigious Magic Warrior. And best of all, he was gifted a legendary skill book. As his level cap lifted, Su Yang shot up to level 58, powered by the experience points he'd been sitting on for a while. With newfound power in hand, Su Yang carefully distributed his newly gained attribute points, splitting them evenly between strength and spirit. This balanced allocation took his base attributes to unprecedented heights, making him stronger than ever before. His stats were now above those of a third-tier Awakener, and combined with his high-grade equipment, Su Yang was more than ready to take on anything, even the Spirit Hunter Guild. The idea of facing a fourth-tier Awakener while still technically at second-tier level was exhilarating. The disrespect that would come with winning a battle like that would be legendary. And if he considered using his new skill, Dual Destruction Blade, which allowed him to merge his Demon Blade with his equipped weapon, there was no doubt in his mind that the strike could obliterate even a Platinum-tier dungeon boss. This was a truly legendary ability. As Su Yang's awakening concluded, Bai Ling congratulated him on his latest achievement. His VIP benefits also got a significant upgrade. His monthly allowance jumped from 10 million to a staggering 50 million, and the discount on his Black Gold card improved from 20% to 30%. But despite all these incredible perks, Su Yang's perspective had shifted. They felt almost ordinary to him now. So he simply gave a casual nod and prepared to continue his grind. Before he left, Bai Ling asked about his next steps. Su Yang, feeling a bit worn out, mentioned he planned to take a break for 2 days. After all, balance between work and rest was important, even for someone like him. But rest didn't mean doing nothing. Su Yang was headed to the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion to grab a few key items for his next grand mission, slaying the Black Dragon himself. In a strategic meeting, the Grand Steward Jia Yu assigned Zhou Tai the responsibility of leading a secret realm expedition. Confident in their numbers, Jia Yu casually inquired if 30 members of the exploration group would be enough to clear it. Zhou Tai confirmed, believing 30 to be sufficient. However, the Grand Steward reminded him of the special mechanism that prevented resurrection within the realm. Reassuring Zhou Tai, Jia Yu explained that headquarters had prepared a countermeasure in the form of a life jade ring, ensuring their survival. Zhou Tai was impressed by the gesture. Such a precious item, he thought, expressing his gratitude to Jia Yu for the valuable protection. Jia Yu, in his typical nonchalant manner, left the matter in Zhou Tai's hands, remarking with some wistfulness that he would love to slay a dragon himself if he weren't so busy. Just as the meeting was wrapping up, a sudden interruption came crashing through the door. A woman of high status stormed into the room, declaring with firm authority that the Black Dragon was not something the exploration team was authorized to handle. Zhou Tai and his companions were immediately on edge, recognizing the presence of the young mistress of the Tianji Pavilion, Luo Linger. With her appearance, the air in the room shifted, and an aide quickly alerted Jiayu. He immediately greeted her with urgency and respect, clearly caught off guard by her unexpected arrival. Luo Linger, however, dismissed the formalities and stressed that she hadn't announced her visit. She warned them to ensure no information about her presence leaked out. Taking charge, Luo Linger asserted her authority, making it clear that from now on, no one was allowed to enter the Black Dragon Fortress without her express permission. Her intention was to personally tame the Black Dragon. Jiayu, still unsure if this was sanctioned by her father, cautiously inquired if these orders reflected the pavilion master's wishes. Luo Linger's response was sharp and unyielding, leaving no room for doubt. Her aura intensified, asserting her dominance and leaving Jiayu no choice but to comply without question. Satisfied with his submission, Luo Linger ordered the team to prepare all information related to the Black Dragon and secure a room for her to rest. Jiayu and his subordinates complied quickly and respectfully. After she left, Jiayu let out a breath he didn't realize he was holding, reflecting on the unexpected visit from the young genius. His brother couldn't help but remind him of Luo Linger's position as the daughter of the Pavilion Master and the youngest prodigy of the Global Beast Master Association. Jiayu agreed, acknowledging her incredible talents. The Global Beast Master Association was an elite organization on par with the X-Alliance, dedicated to capturing and taming rare and exotic beasts from all over the world. Dungeon bosses and wild elites alike were targets of their hunts, and Luo Linger was a prominent figure within this prestigious group. Jiayu speculated that her arrival was a secret mission to tame the Black Dragon before other top-tier beast masters could lay claim to it. If she succeeded, Luo Linger's reputation would skyrocket, solidifying her position as the continent's top beast master and elevating the Tianji Pavilion's prestige to unprecedented heights. Jiayu didn't hesitate to give his men clear instructions. When they accompanied Luo Linger into the dungeon, they were to follow her commands to the letter, especially when the dragon's health was low. Stealing the kill was not an option. They were there to support the young mistress in her quest to tame the dragon. As Jiayu's team rushed to carry out their orders, a new report came in from one of their subordinates. The subordinate revealed that a specific strategy guide had already been purchased the day before, and the buyer was none other than Su Yang. Hearing this name again, Lu Ci's mood soured. He couldn't shake the feeling that this young man was deliberately causing trouble, and it left him wondering if Su Yang was just incredibly lucky or actively working against them. Jiayu suggested it was probably just a coincidence. After all, how could Su Yang, at his current level, possibly know about the young mistress's visit? Still, the mystery of why Su Yang was interested in dragons left the team uneasy. Zhou Tai mulled over the situation, weighing his options. He considered asking Su Yang to return the strategy guide, but was quickly dissuaded by Jiayu. It wasn't wise to offend a VIP of the temple, and besides, there were likely other versions of the dragon information available. Everyone agreed with the reasoning, and Jiayu instructed his men to search for alternative copies. Meanwhile, back at Su Yang's residence, he was flipping through the basic guide to dragons he had purchased for 5.1 million gold coins. Although the price was steep, Su Yang acknowledged that the Tianji Pavilion was known for its professionalism. As he skimmed the content, murmuring the details about red dragons and white dragons, he reached the section on black dragons, but something didn't add up. The guide made no mention of the Black Dragon boss's 80% double damage reduction trait, a critical detail that Tianji Pavilion, with its reputation, shouldn't have overlooked. Puzzled, Su Yang recalled the moment he faced that monster in the desolate Spirit Mountain range, the one that had devoured the unknown rotten flesh. He wondered if the exploration teams couldn't see the full capabilities of certain unique bosses, just as he had experienced. As he continued to read, he noted that throughout Longxia, only 3 black dragons had ever been discovered. Of the 3, 2 had already been defeated, leaving only the black dragon boss he currently had his sights on. But another discrepancy caught his eye. The record of a defeated black dragon didn't match his understanding of the creature's growth stages. According to the guide, the dragon, initially identified as a late growth stage entity, was later determined to be in its early growth stage after it was slain. This assessment was based on the items it had dropped and further research that revealed the dragon had inadvertently swallowed an unknown rotting flesh, which caused its surge in power. Su Yang's focus shifted to a special note left in the guide. The Tianji Pavilion had openly announced that they were willing to purchase any such items at a high price. This realization hit Su Yang like a bolt of lightning. If the mysterious meat he found was the same type, it could greatly amplify the power of the Black Dragon boss. Su Yang was ecstatic, thinking he had truly struck gold. The announcement indicated to Su Yang that the value of the item was high enough that even if people demanded exorbitant prices, the Tianji Pavilion would still pay. As he strategized, he considered the implications. If he allowed the Black Dragon to consume the rotting flesh, it would ascend to Radiant Moon tier strength. Such a powerful upgrade would render it nearly invincible, making it impossible for dozens of fifth-tier professionals to stand a chance against it. With newfound confidence, Su Yang mused that after reaping the rewards from strengthening the dragon, his level could skyrocket straight to the 4th rank. But he also knew this strategy couldn't go on indefinitely. The Tianji Pavilion wouldn't keep sending exploration teams to their doom forever. Eventually, it would be time to slay the Black Dragon and move on to the next target. However, the thought of killing the dragon left Su Yang feeling conflicted. After all, it had been a significant source of his progress. As he pondered this, a system prompt appeared, informing him of an unexpected twist. If a boss that was previously tamed by the host was defeated, it would automatically become a 100% loyal subordinate. Su Yang's eyes widened in shock and excitement. He could hardly believe what he was reading. He could tame a black dragon as a pet? The system confirmed this, urging him not to get too excited. But how could he not? This was a dragon, the ultimate symbol of majesty, power, and dominance. Even the SSS tier Super Guild, the Global Beastmaster Association, boasted only a few members who had succeeded in taming dragons. As Su Yang imagined the impact of summoning a dragon pet during a guild war, he couldn't help but smile. The mere thought of the absolute carnage he could unleash was exhilarating. But reality hit him quickly. Despite his newly acquired legendary weapon and skills, his current stats were still not enough to kill the black dragon. He calculated that chipping away at its health would take an eternity, and if someone challenged him midway, it could spell disaster. Su Yang reflected deeply on his current strategy. He recognized that relying solely on side boss tasks presented several challenges. If he went too long without opposition, his leveling speed would inevitably decrease, and due to his relatively low level, tackling side bosses came at the cost of significant experience losses. Su Yang understood that encountering the next wave of exploration teams could pose substantial risks, particularly if an overflow occurred, leading to further complications. Faced with this reality, Su Yang concluded that he needed to level up quickly. He weighed his options between grinding in high-level wild areas or tackling a difficult dungeon. Just as he was mulling over his next move, a message notification from his guild popped up. The guild was planning a raid in the Giant Forest dungeon, a diamond-tier dungeon that was precisely what Su Yang needed at this stage. Recognizing this as a rare opportunity, he immediately confirmed his participation in the raid. The guild members reacted with excitement to Su Yang's reply, and Yu and Su Yin expressed their enthusiasm openly. Su Yin, in particular, playfully welcomed Su Yang, offering to protect him in the dungeon. The teasing quickly escalated as others poked fun at Su Yan's enthusiasm, suggesting she had ulterior motives for wanting to protect Su Yang. Despite the playful atmosphere, Su Yang stayed focused. Lin Yuyun, concerned about his decision, sent a message cautioning him about the dangers within the giant forest. She reminded him of the dungeon's difficulty, hinting that it might be too dangerous. But Su Yang, brimming with confidence, assured her that he was certain of his decision and declared that he would head to the dungeon ahead of the group, urging them to take their time. The narrative then shifted to the Job Transfer Temple, where Lei Shan, the leader of the Spirit Hunter Guild, was in deep contemplation. His expression was grim, reflecting the struggles of his journey to regain level 99. Lei Shan had recently received a level 5 job change quest, and unfortunately, the necessary materials for this quest were located in the treacherous Giant Forest dungeon. His subordinates couldn't hide their shock upon hearing this. One of them pointed out the massive challenge they faced, highlighting that the Giant Forest had a difficulty level comparable to the Black Dragon Fortress. With their current levels, taking on such a dungeon seemed like an impossible task. The camera panned to various team members. Li Dan, the level 88 Holy Light Shield Warrior, Qin Yuan, the level 89 Healing Paladin, and Zhao Ming, the level 90 Storm Multi-Shot Archer. Their expressions reflected the collective frustration and concern about their seemingly insurmountable predicament. In a resigned tone, Lei Shan acknowledged the reality of the situation. He mentioned that Yoyun's team was preparing to raid the giant forest, and it seemed inevitable that they would have to give up their chance at this year's trial dungeon ticket. The team sighed in collective defeat, feeling the growing gap between their guild and Yoyun's rising forces. Despite their concerns, Lei Shan's eyes held a glimmer of determination. He wasn't willing to concede just yet. A dark resolve formed in Lei Shan's mind. With a chilling expression, he revealed his final plan to the team. He saw no way out of their current predicament and believed he had nothing left to lose. His voice was steely as he shared his intention to stop Yoyun's team at any cost. Zhao Ming, sensing the intensity in Lei Shan's words, hesitantly inquired about the plan, his voice tinged with dread. With a sinister grin, Lei Shan laid out his desperate strategy. He decided that if they couldn't win fairly, they would make Yoyun's team experience the same despair. His tone was filled with dark conviction as he ordered his team to eliminate their rivals. The implication was clear. Lei Shan was ready to resort to drastic measures and had no qualms about sabotaging his competitors to secure their own survival. The scene then transitioned to the Giant Forest Diamond Tier Dungeon, a daunting challenge recommended for hunters level 90 and above. The towering ancient trees blocked out the sunlight in the canyon, their dense canopies creating an atmosphere of tension and foreboding. Deep within the giant forest, the frequent roars of massive beasts served as an ominous warning to outsiders that they were not welcome. Everyone gathered there knew they were about to face a daunting challenge. A digital countdown appeared in the air. Countdown to opening, 35 minutes. Su Yang scanned the gathering of players and assessed the situation with a thoughtful gaze. There are quite a few people here, he mused. Giant Forest is a high-tier dungeon, on par with the Black Dragon Fortress, so the difficulty should be similar. Yoyun Guild probably chose this time for the challenge, specifically for that reason. The Giant Forest Dungeon was part of the annual Trial Dungeon event hosted by the Transfer Temple in Tianling City. This event was open only once a year and restricted to A-grade or higher guilds that possessed fifth-term professionals. Each city had just one admission ticket available, and the competition for it was fierce. The stakes were high. The guilds that ranked in the top 3 for performance would receive extremely valuable rewards, including A-star tier equipment, 3 diamond tier weapons, and an additional guild buff. These rewards caught the attention of everyone present, with Su Yang and the other players well aware of the stakes. Reflecting on the situation, Su Yang acknowledged the significance of the trial dungeon. This is a huge draw for any guild, he thought. As one of the only 2 A-grade guilds in the city, Yoyun Guild and Spirit Hunt Guild are both determined to outshine each other and secure the trial dungeon ticket. They're competing to reach their 5th turn to qualify. He couldn't help but compare the 2 guilds' current positions. Originally, the Spirit Hunt Guild was stronger, but after their disastrous defeat in the Black Dragon Fortress, they lost critical levels and equipment, putting them at a significant disadvantage for the upcoming competition. Naturally, this became Yoyun Guild's opportunity to rise. Looking around at the gathered crowd, Su Yang noted that most of the players belonged to B-grade guilds. These lower-tier guilds pose no real threat to Yoyun or Spirit Hunt, he reasoned. But the intimidating stance of the Spirit Hunt Guild caught his attention. The leader of Spirit Hunt Guild, exuding a commanding presence, issued a clear warning to the gathered players. He demanded that all low-level professionals vacate the area, declaring the dungeon as claimed territory for Spirit Hunt. A player standing nearby couldn't help but comment on the situation, expressing surprise at the presence of Spirit Hunt Guild despite their recent setbacks. Another player whispered a warning to keep quiet, cautioning that Spirit Hunt Guild had been on a streak of bad luck lately and might be looking for someone to take the fall. As Su Yang observed the situation, he pieced together what was likely happening. Given Spirit Hunt Guild's current strength, tackling a diamond-tier dungeon should be a serious challenge. They barely have anyone at level 90. Judging by their stance, it doesn't seem like they're prepared to enter the dungeon just yet, he analyzed. They're probably planning to block Yoyun from entering the dungeon and are just occupying the spot to prevent them from getting in. How despicable. While Su Yang was deep in thought, a rogue from Spirit Hunt Guild approached him aggressively. The rogue was a level 72 professional, his tone filled with hostility. He barked at Su Yang, demanding to know why he wasn't following the guild leader's orders to leave the area. But Su Yang remained unfazed and calmly explained that he was just exploring the area and had no interest in their business. This indifferent attitude infuriated the rogue, who took Su Yang's calm demeanor as a sign of disrespect. Enraged, he lunged at Su Yang with impressive speed, intending to teach him a lesson. But Su Yang's reflexes were quicker. He caught the rogue's wrist mid-strike and twisted it with such force that the rogue was immediately brought to his knees, crying out in pain. Before the rogue could react, Su Yang tightened his grip and, with a powerful throw, sent the rogue hurtling into a nearby mountain. The force of the impact was immense, causing a massive explosion of rock and debris. A deep crater was left in the mountain's face, and dust settled heavily around the area. The sheer display of power left the other players in stunned silence. Standing tall amidst the aftermath, Su Yang's expression remained calm, but his voice carried a chilling authority as he delivered a final warning to the rogue. He made it clear that crossing him would be a mistake they wouldn't want to repeat. "Don't mess with me again," he stated firmly. The Spirit Hunt Guild leader, Lei Shan, was filled with awe and curiosity when he faced Su Yang. He questioned him, wanted to understand, "Who are you, and why did you hurt him?" Su Yang, unfazed by the tension, responded calmly that he was simply defending himself against an imminent attack. However, Zhao Ming wasn't buying it. He lashed out at Su Yang, clearly angered by his casual attitude. Zhao demanded to know how Su Yang could call nearly killing someone self-defense. He saw it as nothing but arrogance. Sensing the rising tension, Lei Shan quickly stepped in, trying to de-escalate the situation. He acknowledged that the provocation came from their side and urged everyone to leave it at that, recognizing Su Yang's show of restraint. But Zhao Ming wasn't ready to let it go and questioned Lei Shan's decision. Lei Shan, however, weighed the risk, realizing that someone capable of taking down a third-turn rogue like that was at least a fourth-turn professional. He reminded Zhao Ming that their priority was dealing with Yu Yun, and starting a fight would only create unnecessary complications. However, a hint of suspicion lingered in his voice. He wondered aloud if Su Yang might be working with Yu Yun, given his unexpected presence there. But Lei Shan dismissed the thought, noting that the women of Yu Yun's guild rarely partnered with men. Now, Su Yang's interest was piqued. He seemed to have caught on to something Lei Shan said. Just then, Lei Shan turned, and sure enough, Lin Yuyun and her team appeared on the scene, exuding confidence and an air of authority. At this point, the tension between the guilds was thick. Lei Shan, with a firm tone, claimed the territory for the Spirit Hunt Guild, insisting that they were there first. But Yuyun wasn't having any of it. She was sharp and unrelenting, pointing out the obvious. The Spirit Hunt Guild had just suffered a complete wipeout, and she knew they didn't have the strength left to tackle a diamond-tier dungeon. Yuyun called them out, accusing them of simply trying to block her guild out of spite. She questioned Lei Shan's motives, wondering if he really wanted to provoke a guild war over such a situation. Lei Shan's sinister grin widened. He made his intentions crystal clear. If they couldn't take on the dungeon, neither could Yuyun's team. They were determined to keep them out of the giant forest at all costs, even if it meant dragging everyone down with them. That's when one of Yuyun's guild members, Mu Rongshui, couldn't hold back any longer. She stepped forward, ready for a fight, challenging the Spirit Hunt Guild members for escalating things when their own leader hadn't even given the command to battle. The scene was heating up, and it looked like a full-blown confrontation was inevitable. But just then, Su Yang stepped forward, his presence immediately changing the atmosphere. He questioned Lei Shan's claim that no one would enter the giant forest, almost mocking the guild leader's authority. Su Yang exuded a confidence that threw the Spirit Hunt Guild members off balance. From the sidelines, the women of Yuyun's guild couldn't help but admire Su Yang's boldness. Some of them were excitedly talking among themselves, realizing that this was the very guy they'd been discussing in the guild chat. Su Yin, a high-level wind mage, and Ji Muzi, a bard, watched with clear interest. Even Yuyun herself seemed intrigued, finally seeing Su Yang in person after all the buzz about him. Su Yang addressed her calmly, acknowledging that he hadn't officially reported to her guild, believing it might have made things easier for her this way. Yuyun was in deep thought, considering Su Yang's many secrets. From being a star professional and a VIP of the temple to owning a Starglow tier sword and possibly being the heir to an S-tier guild, Su Yang's identity was surrounded by mysteries. She was now faced with the decision of whether to back off or confront him directly. Meanwhile, Li Dan was visibly seething. He was envious of Su Yang, harboring feelings for Yu, who seemed to be drawn to Su Yang instead. This jealousy fueled his anger, and he muttered about wanting to kill Su Yang. Zhao Ming, on the other hand, was more focused on the guild situation. He confirmed Lei Shan's suspicions. Su Yang wasn't just an outsider. It seemed clear now that he was a legitimate member of Yu Yun's guild. This revelation pushed Lei Shan over the edge. Feeling deceived, Lei Shan demanded answers from Su Yang, realizing that Su Yang had been playing him all along. But Su Yang, never missing a beat, responded with a smirk. He didn't deny it. In fact, he almost seemed to taunt Lei Shan, asking him if he wanted to take a swing at him. Before Lei Shan could react further, Su Yang effortlessly intercepted an incoming attack. He displayed his quick reflexes by catching it midair. The attacker? It was none other than Zhao Ming. Now fully engaged, Su Yang made his intentions clear. He declared that it was an eye for an eye and that he intended to return the favor. With swift precision, Su Yang countered Zhao Ming's assault, sending a powerful strike right back at him. The impact was immediate. Zhao Ming recoiled in pain, visibly shaken by the force of Su Yang's retaliation. Seeing their vice leader fall, one of the Spirit Hunt Guild's subordinates shouted in alarm. They were clearly worried, realizing just how powerful Su Yang's counterattack was. But the battle was far from over. Lei Shan, now enraged, charged towards Su Yang, yelling that Su Yang was looking for trouble. Su Yang stood his ground, unfazed by Lei Shan's aggression. He pointed out the absurdity of the situation, accusing the Spirit Hunt Guild of blocking a perfectly good dungeon just to stir up trouble. Su Yang expressed his disdain, remarking that wasting time was the same as wasting money, and he certainly didn't have time to mess around with them. One of Lei Shan's members, confused by Su Yang's words, asked what he meant by fat sheep, but there was no time for explanations. Lei Shan, furious and seeing red, warned Su Yang that he was spouting nonsense and that his end was near. As things escalated, Su Yang revealed something unexpected, a skill scroll. Lei Shan instantly recognized the danger, shouting out in panic. He ordered his guild members to deploy defense barriers and activate all team-wide damage reduction skills. Barriers sprang up, glowing with defensive energy, and Lei Shan's confidence was clear. He sneered, asserting that Su Yang might be strong, but not strong enough to break through their guild's strongest defense. But Su Yang wasn't intimidated. He responded with determination, sending a powerful elemental wave crashing toward the barriers. The sheer force of the attack shook the ground beneath them, and the onlookers were in disbelief at the display of power. And Yu, observing the scene, couldn't hide her shock and questioned what kind of attack this could be. Meanwhile, Mu Rongshui, realizing the magnitude of what they were witnessing, compared the elemental wave to a prehistoric catastrophe. Even Lei Shan couldn't comprehend it. He stammered, questioning if it was truly a legendary skill. Then Su Yang, his voice cold and resolute, uttered a single word, disappear. And with that, he unleashed a devastating attack. Storm Thunder Thousand Blades. The sheer power of this move was breathtaking. A massive surge of energy swept across the battlefield, cutting through the terrain and leaving nothing but destruction in its wake. The sky darkened, and the shockwave rippled outward, showcasing the sheer extent of Su Yang's strength. The aftermath left everyone in shock. Yu Yin was particularly taken aback, struggling to process what had just happened. She noted that the Spirit Hunt Guild had been wiped out in an instant. Mu Rongshui tried to make sense of it, pointing out that even with a legendary skill scroll, it shouldn't have been possible to instantly take down an A-rank guild. Ji Muzi, who had been sketching the scene, observed that besides the scroll, Su Yang had utilized other skills as well. The others examined the drawing, impressed by the details. And Yu complimented Ji Muzi's artistic skill, while Mu Rongshui analyzed the sketch further, noting that it depicted a blade formed from condensed magic. Yin, deep in thought, pieced together the strategy. She realized that Su Yang had used a legendary skill to shatter the guild's defensive magic, then created chaos with numerous epic skills, and finally finished off the weakened enemies with his magic blade. And Yu remarked that under normal circumstances, level 58 skills wouldn't pose a threat to someone like Lei Shan, but given the luxurious equipment the Spirit Hunt Guild possessed, it made sense. The realization hit them all. They were in the presence of someone extraordinary. The girls were stunned, left with only one conclusion. Su Yang was likely the young master of a super guild. They looked at him with newfound respect and curiosity, acknowledging the immense power he wielded. Meanwhile, Su Yang, ever casual, interrupted their awe with a simple question. Can we enter the dungeon now? His words snapped Yuyun out of her daze, and she quickly composed herself. She confirmed with a nod, and the group prepared to set off. The scene shifts as the group advances into the dungeon. The atmosphere changes drastically, with towering trees casting shadows over the party. Su Yang, taking in the surroundings, can't help but comment on the dense environment, remarking that the trees give the area the feeling of being in a giant's territory. Sensing the complexity of the terrain, Yuyun advises everyone to stay close and be alert to their surroundings. Su Yang leads the way, and Yu, walking beside him, can't help but ask if he thinks they'll be able to clear the dungeon smoothly. Su Yang responds confidently, not seeing any major issues ahead. She teases him, wondering if there'll be an unexpected situation like what happened back at Black Dragon Fortress, and playfully demands that if it does happen, he must protect his big sister. Su Yang laughs, promising to do his best. Just as they exchange light-hearted banter, something rustles in the nearby bushes, instantly putting everyone on edge. It turns out to be just a small rabbit, and Yu lets out a sigh of relief. But the relief doesn't last long. Before they can relax, a two-headed raptor, level 89, bursts out of the foliage with a fierce roar. Yu screams in panic, but Yuyun quickly takes command, reminding everyone to stay calm and fight, assuring them that it's just a small monster. As the team readies themselves, Yuyun, being a level 99 Holy Knight, takes the lead. They're about to engage when suddenly, a massive level 95 elite rock bear appears, towering over the group. Yu panics again, calling out to Su Yang to save her. Su Yang quickly assesses the situation and notes that the group lacks a secondary tank, to which Yu explains that high-level female tanks are quite rare. Without missing a beat, Su Yang volunteers to tank for them and instructs the healers to keep an eye on his health. Yuyun acknowledges his readiness and issues a firm command to proceed. Su Yang, utilizing his fourth-turn support skills, feels his strength double almost instantly. He charges at the rock bear and delivers a critical hit that brings the elite monster down in one powerful strike. Yuyun, impressed by the show of strength, approaches Su Yang and praises him, saying that with him in their team, their chances of success in the dungeon have greatly increased. Su Yang responds humbly, admitting that this is his first time teaming up for a dungeon and that he'll need guidance for coordinating with the group. Yuyun, surprised by his statement, nods and agrees. But she's left wondering to herself if he's been soloing dungeons all along. The more she learns, the harder it becomes to understand Su Yang's identity. As the scene shifts, the team regroups and prepares for their next big challenge. They finally arrive at their destination, the boss chamber. Yuyun announces that they've reached the boss and, feeling a bit nervous, turns to Yu for confirmation. Yu had purchased the strategy from Tianji Pavilion, and Yuyun wants reassurance that it'll work if they stick to it. The boss they're facing is a level 96 deteriorated hybrid giant, a member of the giant race, boasting a formidable HP of 4.5 million. Yuyun, recalling a previous mishap during the Black Dragon dungeon, admits her lingering worries. But Su Yang, radiating unwavering confidence, reassures her, confidently stating that his intuition tells him they won't fail in this dungeon. Yuyun finds his confidence strangely convincing, and although she's not sure why, she decides to trust him. She gathers her courage and rallies the group to charge into battle against the towering giant. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a different location, where we see Jiayu, the general manager, sitting behind a desk while listening to a report from Zhou Tai. Zhou Tai informs him of the recent conflict between Spirit Hunt Guild and Yuyun outside the giant forest. Intrigued, Jiayu inquires about the outcome, and Zhou Tai responds that the Spirit Hunt Guild was completely wiped out. Jiayu, not entirely surprised, reflects on how desperation can lead to irrational decisions, and concludes that this year's qualification for the trial's secret realm in Tianling City likely belongs to Yuyun. However, Zhou Tai has more to report, hinting at some new developments regarding the Black Dragon secret realm. This catches Jiayu's full attention, and with heightened interest, he presses for details on this unexpected information. Meanwhile, the fight reaches its climax as Yuyun lands a decisive blow on the deteriorated hybrid giant. The giant lets out a final, agonized roar as Yuyun's sword strikes with precision and power, bringing the colossal creature down for good. As the dust settles, the members of the Yun Guild erupt in celebration, reveling in their hard-earned victory. And you can't hold back her excitement and exclaims joyfully, celebrating their win. A system notification pops up, Yuyan Guild has completed the Secret Realm Challenge. The rewards have been distributed. Please have the guild leader allocate them. With the battle behind them, Yuyan approaches Su Yang to thank him. She acknowledges that Su Yang could have landed the final blow himself, but he deliberately let her take it. Su Yang, ever modest, downplays his action, explaining that she probably needed the extra benefits from delivering the finishing strike more than he did. Yuyan appreciates his gesture and admits she owes him one. The rest of the team, still buzzing with excitement, begins praising Su Yang's contribution. One member enthusiastically points out that without Su Yang's help, clearing the dungeon wouldn't have been nearly as easy. Su Yang, slightly embarrassed by the praise, tries to downplay it, telling them they're being too flattering. Meanwhile, G Music gleefully announces that they scored 2 platinum-tier items and a diamond-tier 1 from their victory. Seeing the high-value loot, Yuyan offers to help Su Yang choose any equipment he wants. However, Su Yang politely declines, thinking to himself that his warehouse is already full of diamond-tier items. The conversation shifts to more pressing matters, and Yuyan points out that they've acquired the necessary materials for the 5th transfer quest, which will allow them to obtain the Trial Secret Realm entry ticket. And Yu, excited by their success, suggests that they celebrate with a good meal later. Yuyan laughs and agrees, and the group begins making preparations to leave. Someone in the group asks Su Yang if he plans to join them for the celebration. Just as he's about to answer, Su Yang is interrupted by a mental notification. A challenger has been detected. Would you like to connect? Su Yang quickly realizes what's happening and suspects that an exploration group may have acted ahead of schedule. Apologetically, he informs the group that something urgent has come up and he needs to leave immediately. Before they can fully react, Su Yang rushes off, leaving them behind in confusion. The scene transitions to a dark and ominous landscape, where Su Yang now emerges as the powerful black dragon, Athos, shrouded in darkness. The atmosphere grows tense as Su Yang prepares to face a new challenge. He wonders aloud who the challenger is and takes a closer look at the lone figure approaching. The mysterious figure is revealed to be Alcaray Lawrence, a level 140 court magician of the elf race. Alcaray, clad in white robes and radiating an intense aura, surveys the creatures around him with clear disdain. He mutters under his breath about the filthy creatures in his path and decides to test them using his usual method, by summoning elite monsters. At his command, 3 powerful monsters appear: a level 98 Dragon Priest, a level 96 Kobold Chieftain, and a level 95 Dragon Blood Warrior. Alcaray coldly orders them to eliminate all intruders. As the monsters charge forward, Alcaray sneers and dismissively mentions the Black Dragon, Athos, by name, mocking him as nothing more than a juvenile dragon. He declares that a few forbidden spells are enough to kill such trash and readies his own attack. Dark energy gathers around Alcaray, crackling with intensity, and he releases a wave of destructive magic toward his foes. The ground quakes under the force of the spell, and the area is engulfed in a shroud of darkness. Even after unleashing such a powerful spell, Alcaray isn't done. He expresses his disgust at the blood of these lower creatures and remarks that if not for a certain person named Lilith, he wouldn't have bothered coming to such a filthy place. Commanding with authority, Alcaray summons a mountain giant to be both his spear and his shield. The giant emerges, towering over everything in its path, and Alcaray effortlessly controls it with a mere gesture. The sheer power of the mountain giant is overwhelming, and with Alcaray's control, it decimates the elite monsters above level 95 with ease. Meanwhile, Su Yang stood in shock as he observed the glowing elf, Alcaray Lawrence, effortlessly decimate elite monsters above level 95. He realized just how dire the situation was. This wasn't just an ordinary foe. Alcaray was likely a 6th-tier class, a level of power that made Su Yang seriously question their chances in a direct confrontation. He knew facing an opponent of this caliber could end disastrously. But something Alcaray mentioned earlier caught his attention: the name Lilith. Su Yang quickly began piecing things together, strategizing how he might use this information to his advantage. In an attempt to get answers, Su Yang addressed the mysterious figure beside him, who seemed to be sleeping. "Hey, stop sleeping. How can you still be asleep? Wake up!" His call roused the figure, who groggily responded, confused about who was calling her. Su Yang wasted no time and pressed on with his question, asking if she was the Lilith of the Elven Kingdom. Hearing her name, the figure's eyes snapped open in shock. She was startled, not only by his question, but by the fact that Su Yang, now in his dragon form, could talk. In disbelief, she stammered, struggling to process the situation. Su Yang's response carried a hint of annoyance as he pointed out that she had never asked before, and that she seemed to be focusing on the wrong thing entirely. The elf's frustration quickly boiled over, and she snapped back, calling him a dumb dragon. She was clearly baffled by his sudden shift in behavior, complaining that up until now, he only seemed capable of sleeping and wandering aimlessly. Suddenly, he was speaking and strategizing, and she didn't know how to make sense of it. As she became more awake, the elf began reflecting on her predicament, realizing with a jolt that Su Yang had seen her all this time. Horrified, she wondered if he had done anything indecent while she was asleep. Panic set in, and she yelled at Su Yang, calling him a perverted dragon and demanding that he stay away. Su Yang couldn't help but think to himself that this conversation had taken a bizarre turn. Losing patience, he decided to scare her into cooperating. He warned her that if she didn't answer his question, he might just eat her. Terrified by his threat, the elf finally broke down and revealed her identity. She was Lilith Savaraya, the sixth daughter of Queen Savaraya of the Elven Kingdom. Su Yang's mind raced as he processed the information. He recalled from the basic Dragon Guide that the Elven Kingdom, Dragon Kingdom, and Giant Kingdom were all part of the SSS Ultra Ultimate Subspace Nations, an incredibly powerful alliance. Of the three kingdoms, only the Elven Kingdom was known to be friendly toward humans, and the supreme ruler of that kingdom was Queen Savaraya. Su Yang hadn't expected this elf girl to be connected to such a significant background. Shifting his focus, Su Yang commented on the arrival of reinforcements, pointing out that her people had come to rescue her. Initially relieved, Lilith's expression quickly changed when she saw who it was. She recognized Alcaray and was visibly distressed, muttering to herself in frustration. Sensing her discomfort, Su Yang noted that she didn't seem pleased to see him. Lilith's tone turned bitter as she explained that Alcaray and his family were scum, people she would never forgive for what they had done to her. She expressed her disdain for him, making it clear that she would rather remain locked up forever than be rescued by someone like him. Su Yang's curiosity grew, and he pressed her for details on what had happened. Lilith's anger flared as she recounted how Alcaray had initially deceived her with his appearance, only to later try to drug and assault her. She had narrowly escaped his clutches, and her bitterness toward him was palpable. Hearing this, Su Yang was clearly disgusted and questioned how someone would dare to attempt this with a person of Lilith's status. She explained that despite being a Lilith, she had little protection due to her family's lack of favor. The Lorentz family held immense power in the Elven Kingdom, and even her mother, Queen Savaraya, couldn't easily punish them. Lilith, being the least favored daughter, felt particularly helpless. As Lilith revealed more about her troubled past, Su Yang began to consider how he might leverage this information. He shifted his tone, announcing that he intended to hand her over to Alcaray. Lilith immediately panicked and pleaded with him not to, insisting that she would rather die than fall into Alcaray's hands again. Su Yang remained calm, clarifying that he wasn't asking for her opinion. He pointed out that Alcaray was a six-tier powerhouse, and Lilith should be well aware of just how strong he was. Su Yang hinted that his own life could be in jeopardy if he didn't comply. But then, he offered her a choice. If she was willing to beg and provide him with information about Alcaray's weaknesses, he might agree to help her. Realizing the situation she's in, Lilith becomes desperate and starts pleading with Su Yang. She even offers to reveal a critical weakness of the Lorentz family in exchange for his protection. Apparently, while they're powerful in magic and spiritual abilities, their bodies are incredibly fragile, like glass cannons. Despite their magical prowess, they're at constant risk because their physical defenses are on par with low-tier strength. It's a huge vulnerability, but they usually cover it with strong magical barriers. Lilith warns Su Yang that with his current power, breaking through that barrier would be next to impossible. But Su Yang, not willing to give up, reassures her. He quickly realizes that if he advances to the Radiant Moon stage, it might make him strong enough to overcome this obstacle. However, this option comes with a heavy cost. Advancing would trigger an increase in the dungeon's difficulty, drawing the attention of the Explorer Guild and complicating his plans. Yet, he can't help but wonder if there's a way to achieve both goals. Protect Lilith and avoid unnecessary risks. As he considers his options, Su Yang remembers a past experience with the Heart of the Dragon Slayer, an item that had fused with his dragon form to grant him increased power. Inspired, he decides to try merging his current equipment with his dragon form. And in a sudden, successful transformation, Su Yang vanishes from Lilith's sight, reappearing as an empowered dragon with heightened abilities. His stats flash across his mind. His spirit attribute has strengthened massively, bridging the gap in his powers. Confident now, Su Yang steels himself for the upcoming showdown. Just then, an imposing voice challenges him. It's Alcaray, mocking and taunting Su Yang, demanding he surrender Lilith. Alcaray sees the dragon's silence as cowardice and begins plotting, even considering using a forbidden spell to wipe out the palace, Lilith included. In a twisted scheme, he thinks he could manipulate her corpse with memory spells before resurrecting her to his liking. He's on the verge of casting his spell when, without warning, a massive shadow looms over him. Su Yang, repulsed by Alcaray's vile plan, has heard enough. In a flash, he strikes, slamming Alcaray with a crushing force that shatters his magic barrier in one blow, sending the elf flying into a wall. His health bar plummets, and he's left with only a sliver of health, barely clinging on. Alcaray is in shock, terrified at the power he's just witnessed. How did the dragon close in so silently? And how could he bypass the magic defenses so easily? It's beyond anything he could have anticipated. In his full dragon form now, Su Yang towers over Alcaray, flames swirling around him as he declares that for someone like him, the usual rules just don't apply. Channeling all his newfound power, he launches his final move, Spirit Cleansing Inferno. In an instant, a massive eruption of flames engulfs Alcaray, reducing him to nothing more than screams amidst the intense, consuming fire. As Su Yang's final attack on Alcaray fades, a system notification appears. You have slain Alcaray Lawrence, 140th level court magician. Another notification follows, confirming his success with a staggering 12.1 million experience points gained. With Alcaray's death, Su Yang takes a look around the battlefield, thinking it's time to check out the loot. After all, a high-level target like Alcaray is bound to drop something valuable. Sure enough, Su Yang's inspection reveals some impressive items. Rare spells, legendary artifacts, and potent scrolls. Among them are the First Order Banishment spell, a top-tier spell capable of leveling entire cities, and Thunder of the Nine Worlds, which summons an endless storm that can shift the very skies. There's also a legendary soul summoning stone, which calls forth the elusive Lunar Wolf Spirit, a revered guardian of the elves. To top it off, he discovers the Scroll of Nature's Guardian, a powerful tool able to withstand attacks from 8th-tier skills without so much as a scratch. Su Yang reflects on the haul, considering it a decent reward, though he's annoyed that some of Alcaray's highest-grade equipment, his staff, robe, and accessories, didn't drop. He's left wondering where he'll find another enemy this well-equipped. Meanwhile, Lilith, who's been anxiously waiting, is startled by Su Yang's sudden reappearance. She looks around, surprised to see Alcaray is gone, and asks Su Yang where he went. Su Yang explains that he used invisibility to ambush Alcaray, reducing the elf to ashes. Lilith is surprised. After all, she thought only rainbow dragons could use invisibility spells. Now, her curiosity is piqued. This black dragon seems more mysterious and powerful than she imagined. Su Yang, in turn, finds himself curious about Lilith. He remembers that elven royals usually possess great magical power, yet Lilith seems to lack any strength. When he asks why, she explains that it's due to an ancient curse placed on the elven royal family by the Giant King. This curse seals magical abilities and drastically shortens lifespans. In every generation, one royal is chosen to bear its effects. This time, it's Lilith's turn, leaving her overlooked and unvalued among her own people. Hearing this, Su Yang reflects on how, without his own advantage, he might have faced a similar fate, powerless and at the mercy of others. In a way, he realizes he's managed to change both of their fates. Suddenly, Lilith becomes anxious. Seeing Su Yang's thoughtful expression, she fears he might go back on his promise to protect her. But as she watches, Su Yang calms himself and reassures her that she's free now, at least within this realm. She's bewildered, unsure why he's letting her go or what he means by true freedom. Su Yang explains that he intends to protect her and promises that she'll gain her freedom beyond the secret realm in time. Commanding his followers, he instructs them to ensure her safety. His servants pledge their obedience, leaving Lilith shocked by his unexpected kindness. With a final, peaceful glance at Lilith, Su Yang settles into a slumber, his dragon form retreating. As his consciousness returns to the real world, He reflects on how productive this venture was, feeling more confident about the challenges ahead, especially with the inevitable clash against the expedition team. As Su-yang got up, his device chimed with a familiar notification sound. Checking his messages, he was taken aback to see 99 plus unread notifications. His initial thought was that it might be Lin Yuyin reaching out, but the sheer number of messages was unsettling. Was this a virus? With a mix of curiosity and concern, Su-yang began scrolling through his messages, only to realize they were all genuine, and from numerous people trying to reach him. Several of the messages revealed the eagerness and worry of others. Su-yang, where are you? Why haven't you responded? Or next time, let us know if you're leaving so suddenly. Some even requested his company for simple outings, while others playfully asked for a sketch. Su-yang couldn't help but think, wow, these women are really enthusiastic. Among all those notifications, Su-yang chose to reply to Lin Yuyun, who casually mentioned understanding that he was busy. She suggested they catch up whenever they had the chance, and expressed appreciation for his help. Su-yang noted how different she was from others, especially the more pragmatic members like Ling Ao and the expedition team. This, he thought, is what a guild should feel like, lively, supportive, and positive. The next day, Su-yang made his way to the tower to proceed with his third job change. There, he coincidentally bumped into his classmate, Gu Xiaoqian, who excitedly greeted him. She mentioned that she'd just reached level 20 with the help of some senior players and was there for her first job change. When she learned that Su-yang had reached level 60 and was taking on his third job change mission, her initial excitement turned to unease. She couldn't help but feel the growing gap between them. Noticing her insecurity, Su-yang reassured her, reminding her that as a hidden class, her potential was significant. Encouraged by his words, Gu Xiaoqian left feeling hopeful, thinking that despite Su-yang's strength, he was still the same person, kind and supportive. Turning to the mission board, Su-yang reviewed the details of his latest challenge. A 5-star third job change mission titled Demon Warrior, double proof of magic and strength. This mission required him to gather magic-devouring spirit grass and endure both physical and magical trials. The rewards were impressive: platinum-tier equipment, abyss arena gear, and a coveted demon spirit weapon with legendary properties. But Su-yang knew this mission would be no simple task, noting that the difficulty level and restrictions had increased significantly. At that moment, Bai Ling appeared and warned him about the Red Moon phenomenon. This rare occurrence increased the aggression and bloodlust of wild monsters and made dungeons even more dangerous. Bai Ling urged him to be especially cautious if his mission took him to dungeons like the Ruined Mansion, where spiritual disasters were already frequent. Su-yang acknowledged her advice, but was confident that, with his 4th-level strength, this mission would be manageable, even if he couldn't openly share that confidence with her. The scene shifts to Su-yang's mission location, the Ruined Mansion, a platinum-tier secret realm recommended for level 60 or higher. This place is cloaked in dark history. Once the home of a powerful official, it now stands as a terrifying dungeon, cursed and haunted by the spirits of all who perished there after the official went mad. As Su-yang arrives, a guard at the mansion's entrance wakes up from a groggy nap, clearly unnerved. He mutters about the timing of the Red Moon phenomenon, cursing his bad luck to be on duty during such a dangerous event. Just as he's preparing to set up a warning, he's shocked to see a portal opening nearby. Someone is actually entering the dungeon during the Red Moon. Inside, Su-yang navigates the haunted corridors, battling ghostly enemies with ease. He swiftly takes down several ghostly children's spirits and thinks the challenge is manageable. But then, something strange happens. More ghosts begin emerging from the walls, their eerie wails echoing through the mansion. As he watches, the spirits transform into monstrous versions of themselves, their labels changing to level 70 Mad Ghost Child. Stunned, Su-yang realizes he's seeing the true effect of the Red Moon. The monsters are mutating. Now facing faster and stronger enemies, Su-yang is forced to shift strategies. A Mad Ghost Child charges at him, hitting hard enough to make him stumble. Recognizing the danger, he activates his Demon Blade skill, slicing through the air to create a defensive barrier between himself and the mutated enemies. As he fights, a system notification suddenly appears. Sanity value at 90/100. When the sanity value reaches 0, irreversible madness will ensue. Confused, Su-yang can't help but think this whole scenario feels like something out of a Lovecraftian nightmare. Determined to push through, he activates Demon Blade Sword Rain, unleashing a barrage of powerful energy slashes. While he manages to fend off the attacks, the battle is intense. Su Yang watches his sanity value drop to 60, and with his mana down to only 20%, he realizes he's losing focus. He wonders just how much longer it will take to reach the boss. Finally, after fighting his way through, he encounters a massive, hulking figure emerging from the darkness, a level 82 elite zombie giant. Recognizing the sheer difficulty, Su Yang knows he needs a boost. Reluctantly, he decides to use his legendary summoning stone to call forth the lunar wolf spirit. The powerful beast appears with a fierce growl, making quick work of the zombie giant with one devastating attack. Watching with satisfaction, Su Yang thinks, just as expected from a legendary summon, the power gap in this dungeon is huge. With the lunar wolf spirit now by his side, Su Yang feels a surge of confidence, ready to steamroll through the rest of the dungeon. He navigates deeper, finally locating the entrance to the boss room. Standing before the massive doors, he commands them to open. As they creak open, a haunting voice echoes from within, lamenting in sorrow, "Ancestors, forgive me. I am guilty." Entering the room, Su Yang is greeted by a cutscene revealing the boss's dark backstory. A ghostly figure tormented by guilt, declaring that he has already committed too many murders and is destined to kill again. The boss details flash on the screen. Red Moon Corruption, Devouring Spirit Ghost, boss level 90, race, undead. With a sinister laugh, the boss's aura fills the room, signaling the start of an intense showdown. Su Yang commands the lunar wolf spirit, instructing it not to finish off the boss entirely so he can land the final blow himself. Observing the boss's level, he realizes the immense red moon boost has raised it to near diamond tier status. Without the lunar wolf spirit, this battle could have been a brutal defeat. In a final move, Su Yang lands the killing blow, and a notification flashes. You have killed level 90 boss, Red Moon Corruption, Devouring Spirit Ghost. The rewards include platinum tier gear and a unique item, the Devouring Spirit Ghost Soul Core. Examining it, Su Yang notes that while platinum tier gear no longer interests him, the Soul Core's 80-point spirit boost might prove useful as a potion ingredient. Satisfied, Su Yang decides to press onward, knowing his next mission site awaits. The scene shifts to the ominous red moon hanging overhead. Standing against its eerie glow, Luo Linger appears, visibly frustrated. She casts an impatient glance toward the ruined mansion in the distance, wondering aloud why those who ventured inside haven't come out yet. Beside her, Lu Ci speculates that there could be a few stragglers hiding or trying to escape, remarking that the ruined mansion under the red moon is too dangerous for ordinary adventurers. Only someone like Luo Linger herself could handle it easily. But growing impatient, Luo Linger cuts him off, demanding direct answers about who is inside and how long they've been there. Zhou Tai hesitates before explaining that, although the raid has been going on for half an hour, no A-level or B-level guilds in Tianling City have claimed responsibility. The situation remains a mystery, and it's clear this irritates Luo Linger. She knows that under the red moon, the ruined mansion rivals a diamond-tier dungeon in difficulty. She herself would have to proceed cautiously. Anyone who entered without a team should have been torn apart by the monsters by now, so who could possibly still be in there? Suddenly, a loud boom breaks her thoughts as the portal at the mansion's entrance activates. Zhou Tai alerts everyone. The portal is reacting. Someone's coming out. Su Yang steps out, looking a bit weary from his intense battle, exhaling as he mentally recovers from the fight. Su Yang quickly notices the crowd waiting for him and recognizes some familiar faces. He wonders if the expedition group has discovered his true identity and set a trap. Zhou Tai, clearly surprised, mutters that it's only Su Yang emerging from the dungeon again. The tension thickens as Su Yang, unfazed, casually comments on the crowd gathered so late at night, questioning why so many people are here for a small platinum-level dungeon. One of the guards, visibly frustrated, retorts that Su Yang should have known better than to enter alone under the red moon. Unfazed, Su Yang shrugs, wondering aloud if it's really all that serious. The guard, however, insists that Su Yang's life might have been at risk, and his own job is on the line if something had gone wrong. Before the guard can continue, Luo Linger steps forward, commanding the guard to silence and step back. She then addresses Su Yang, asking if he truly cleared the Red Moon's ruined mansion alone. With casual confidence, Su Yang confirms it, sparking shock and awe among those watching. Impressed yet serious, Luo Linger proposes a deal. Clearing the dungeon solo under the red moon is remarkable, but she wants him to hand over the crystal core dropped by the boss. She tells him to name his price. Su Yang, unbothered, raises an eyebrow and questions why he should hand it over. His unexpected response leaves the group momentarily stunned. Luo Linger's assistant, now agitated, steps forward, demanding that Su Yang show respect. The assistant introduces Luo Linger, detailing her background as a genius of the Global Beast Master Association and the youngest daughter of the master of Tianji Pavilion. Clearly accustomed to instant obedience, the assistant threatens Su Yang for ignoring Luo Linger's request. But just as she moves to strike him, Luo Linger halts her, commanding her to stop. Considering the situation, Su Yang realizes that while Luo Linger is clearly a powerful figure, she doesn't appear to be targeting him specifically. Curious, he politely asks what she wants. Luo Linger explains that she'd originally hoped to gather some top-quality ingredients for her spirit horse, but Su Yang's quick actions had allowed him to secure them first. Still, she can't ignore his audacity and issues a challenge. If Su Yang can withstand her soul-hunting falcon for 3 minutes, she'll consider the matter settled. A powerful level 90 beast, the soul-hunting falcon materializes, its presence formidable. Su Yang quickly sizes up the challenge as the falcon dives toward him at incredible speed. He remarks that her approach seems a bit excessive. Lu Xi, watching from the sidelines, mutters that Su Yang has clearly underestimated her power. But Zhou Tai, observing carefully, realizes that if Su Yang managed to solo the Red Moon dungeon, his strength must rival a 4th-tier master's. As the falcon closes in, it unleashes a blade storm attack. Recognizing the danger, Su Yang realizes that he can't simply defend. The falcon's attacks are both swift and long-ranged. Finally, he decides to reveal his true power. Drawing his sword, he activates Dragon's Bloodlust, causing it to glow with intense energy. Lu Xi, shocked by the weapon's power, whispers to himself, wondering if this is indeed that legendary sword. The falcon swoops down, launching a powerful attack, but Su Yang counters with Soul Impact, unleashing a devastating blow. The attack catches the falcon off guard, delivering heavy damage and leaving the crowd in stunned silence. Su Yang smirks, noting that it hasn't even been 3 minutes yet. Furious, Luo Linger accuses him of killing her spirit beast. Calmly, Su Yang reminds her that she only requested he withstand the beast, not that he couldn't fight back. He points out that she might be so used to her authority that she's forgotten basic principles. Internally, he notes that he isn't afraid to face her, even if it comes to forbidden spells. Just as the tension peaks, Zhou Tai steps forward, warning Luo Linger against starting a fight. He explains that Su Yang holds a special status as a VIP at the temple and a gold member of the X-Alliance. The Grand Court had issued orders for all his matters to be handled with care. This revelation surprises Luo Linger, who begins to piece things together. She wonders if Su Yang also completed the 5-star job transfer quest, a feat she'd struggled to achieve despite full support from Tianji Pavilion. With a smirk, Su Yang realizes Luo Linger is also a temple VIP, but only up to the 4th tier. He subtly hints at his higher status, and Luo Linger, annoyed yet intrigued, accepts his challenge and decides to let the matter rest. As she turns to leave, she instructs her group to follow, reminding them that opposing a temple VIP is out of the question. As Su Yang watches them go, he muses that Luo Linger's status as the young lady of Tianji Pavilion may be impressive, but he's determined to surpass it. He glances at his quest log, deciding to move on to the next challenge, the Earth Dragon. Su Yang makes his way toward the Wilderness Mountains, closing in on the lair of the Rock Abyss Earth Dragon. As he approaches, his status panel updates, showing the Earth Dragon is alive and at full health. However, he isn't alone for long. Not far behind, Luo Linger and her entourage arrive at the same location. She surveys the area and seems pleased. No one has attempted to challenge the Earth Dragon yet. Her guards, Zhou Tai and Lu Xi, assure her that they followed her orders to reserve the challenge slot. Sizing up the boss's potential, Luo Linger declares the Earth Dragon, while lower level, is a rare dragon-type boss and perfect for their training session. Just as she's about to lead her group forward, a voice calls out from behind, stopping her in her tracks, who reminds her that others have already claimed the boss. Luo Linger's expression darkens as she turns to face him, while Lu Xi immediately jumps in, berating the guard for letting this line-cutting happen. But the guard, looking uncomfortable, explains that a temple VIP has prioritized the slot, leaving him powerless to override it. Su Yang watches with mild amusement, then dismisses them with a casual demand to step aside and stop delaying his dungeon run. Luo Linger's frustration is evident, her gaze intensifying. Lu Xi mutters under his breath about Su Yang's annoying presence, and Su Yang, unfazed, throws the comment back at him, suggesting that running into them twice must mean they have a plot against him. Annoyed, Luo Linger fires back, insisting she has no interest in targeting him. However, she warns him that just because he holds temple privileges doesn't mean he can do whatever he wants. One failure in his class transfer could spell his end. Su Yang simply smiles, coolly thanking her for her concern, and wondering aloud if she enjoys bullying weaker players. Zhou Tai steps in, explaining that Luo Linger is preparing to tame the Black Flame Wing and intends to use this Earth Dragon for practice. Su Yang, however, firmly replies that he has his own reasons for needing the Earth Dragon, as it's a key target in his class transfer mission. Luo Linger, still defiant, tells him to go ahead, but warns that once she tames the Black Flame Wing, even his temple status won't protect him. Su Yang chuckles, advising her to wait for the Earth Dragon to respawn, and then strides toward the portal with a casual bye-bye. Luo Linger sees as Su Yang disappears, while her assistant mutters about his rudeness. Zhou Tai, still bewildered, questions whether Su Yang truly intends to solo the Earth Dragon. Inside the dimly lit cave, Su Yang approaches the slumbering rock abyss Earth Dragon, mentally preparing himself for the battle. He recalls Luo Linger's goal of taming the Black Dragon and figures that, with her strength and support, she might actually manage it. But there's no time to waste. He knows he needs to keep moving forward if he's to keep up with her pace. As he moves closer, the system identifies the boss, a level 61 wild boss, the Rock Abyss Earth Dragon. Su Yang sizes it up, unimpressed, noting it looks more like a giant lizard than a dragon, especially compared to the Black Flame Wing. Despite being unable to use his Wolf Spirit and Demon Blade skills, Su Yang is confident his Starlight-level weapon will be more than enough. Without hesitation, he launches into action, striking the Earth Dragon with Soul Mark. His attacks connect, but he quickly realizes the Earth Dragon's defenses are formidable. The dragon retaliates with a fierce tail swipe, forcing Su Yang to dodge. He counters with a barrage of strikes, dealing steady damage as he taunts the creature. Bit by bit, the dragon's defenses start to crumble. When the Earth Dragon's health drops to 50%, Su Yang's confidence grows, but just as he's about to push forward, a system alert warns him that the boss has entered Berserk mode. The ground trembles as the dragon charges at him with a terrifying new ferocity, and Su Yang quickly realizes that this dragon charge isn't just powerful, it's also guided, relentlessly homing in on him as he dodges. In need of a strategy, he assesses the cave layout and spots a granite wall nearby. Recognizing it as his only hope, he positions himself behind it, bracing for the dragon's next attack. The Earth Dragon charges, colliding with the wall, and the impact leaves it dazed. The system confirms it. The dragon is stunned and vulnerable, taking 25% more damage. With determination, Su Yang grips his sword and delivers a series of devastating blows. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Lu Xi, now uneasy, questions Zhou Tai about whether they should just stand by and wait. Zhou Tai dismisses him, suggesting he take it up with Luo Linger herself. Luo Linger, however, is determined to stay and watch, intrigued to see just how far Su Yang can go. After a grueling battle, Su Yang finally emerges victorious. A system notification appears, displaying his achievement. Su Yang has solo killed the Rock Abyss Earth Dragon, setting a new record with a time of 20 minutes and 16 seconds. Outside, Luo Linger's group is visibly shocked as they see Su Yang's name at the top of the leaderboard. Lu Xi can barely contain his disbelief, Su Yang's arrogance, while Zhou Tai turns to her, asking what they should do next. She issues a sharp order. Keep a close watch on Su Yang and report back the moment he begins his next job change phase. The assistant acknowledges, setting off to follow him at a distance. Meanwhile, Su Yang heads for a secluded area, his golden glowing armor indicating that his transformation is complete. He checks the stats on his Rock Abyss Earth Dragon set and finds it boosts his strength and damage reduction. This set will be solid enough until my 4th job change, he muses, pleased with the upgrade. His next target, the Sleepy Mountains, looms on the horizon, its thick fog casting an eerie shadow across the landscape. Known for its cold silence, the area lives up to its grim reputation. As Su Yang navigates the foggy terrain, he realizes just how difficult it is to see far ahead, and he mutters about the long trek awaiting him. Suddenly, a pair of ominous red eyes appears in the mist, signaling a threat. Recognizing the danger, Su Yang braces himself and charges forward, cutting down the shadowy creatures blocking his path with swift, powerful strikes. Just as he's making progress, a voice echoes from behind him, catching him off guard. Turning, he sees a confident figure approach. Zhang Yin, a master of the Thundersword class. Lightning crackles around her as she curiously questions Su Yang's presence in such a dangerous area. She suspects he might be in over his head, but offers to team up with him, suggesting she could take care of him. Politely but firmly, Su Yang declines, explaining that his task doesn't allow team play. Zhang Yin watches him go, intrigued by his determination and curious about the nature of his mysterious task. Su Yang presses onward, summoning his spirit wolf to guide him through the mist. He uses a blood-stained high-speed charge, swiftly cutting through anything in his path. He notices the eerie red glow around him and considers whether his soul-summoning stone is being amplified by the red moon. It seems unusually powerful, he notes, planning to check on the artifact's stability later. After a long journey, Su Yang finally reaches the entrance to the underground prison, a hidden passage covered in thick vines and rocks. He mutters about the distance, but acknowledges the concealment as a clever touch. Stepping inside, he's immediately struck by a foul stench. What a stench! Smells like rotting meat. Scattered around are twisted corpses, frozen in agony and covered in blood. He can't help but wonder if this place is indeed tied to the glory of blood. As he ventures deeper, he notices there are no monsters along his path and speculates that something killed them before he arrived. A faint, flashing pentagram catches his eye, indicating a powerful force nearby. Cautiously, he reaches out to touch a glowing skull, only for a blood-curdling scream to echo through the chamber. Suddenly, a monstrous figure, the zombie of the dead wizard's resentment, emerges, its eyes glowing with unrelenting malice. The system identifies it as the vengeful undead form of a wizard who once pursued the glory of blood through forbidden experiments. In death, his resentment festers, demanding blood from any intruders. Without flinching, Su Yang delivers a swift, powerful strike, silencing the undead wizard. A system message confirms his victory. You killed the special boss, zombie of the dead wizard's resentment. Experience gained. 213,000 points. Among the loot, he finds a book titled Mad Wizard's Experimental Notes. Browsing through its pages, he discovers chilling details about the dark rituals and human experiments the wizard conducted in his pursuit of power. Just as he's wondering how this helps him, a system notification appears. Detected task item. Mad Wizard's Experimental Notes. Detection complete. Reward obtained. Blood Blessing Ritual. Realization dawns on Su Yang. This ritual is a permanent enhancement, but it requires the blood of a powerful creature. He recalls that the wizard used ordinary human blood, which must have led to his failure. But with Earth Dragon blood in hand, Su Yang believes he has the key to success. A bold idea surfaces. If he's seeking a truly powerful creature, why not aim for the Black Flame Wing? Standing with newfound purpose, Su Yang asks the system if he can connect to the boss realm when there are no intruders. The system confirms that, as long as no one else is present, he can proceed. Smirking, he commands his summoned creatures to guard the entrance against intruders, ensuring no one disrupts his ritual. System, connect immediately, he orders, and a golden light engulfs him. Meanwhile, in the Black Dragon Athos' secret realm, Lilith sits beside the slumbering Black Dragon, frustration evident on her face. Bored and restless, she reflects on her captivity and sighs. Despite being promised freedom, the dragon does nothing but sleep. Resigned, she mutters about her long imprisonment and laments how only Alcaray attempted to rescue her, furthering her belief that her family has forgotten her. Just then, the Black Dragon suddenly stirred, its eyes snapping open with a thunderous roar that echoed through the air. Lilith jumped in shock, exclaiming in surprise. She couldn't help but stare at the massive creature, now wide awake and emitting a loud bellow. "What's gotten you all grumpy?" she teased, a mix of amusement and annoyance in her voice. The dragon paused for a moment, still caught up in its outburst, before resuming its fierce display of noise. Just as Lilith began to relax, the dragon unexpectedly swung its massive tail with great force. In a moment of panic, Lilith yelped as the tail cut through the air, leaving behind a trail of golden blood. This was no ordinary dragon. Its noble blood meant that using it for the ritual would surely yield exceptional results. Concerned by the dragon's sudden injury, Lilith asked, "Why are you hurting yourself all of a sudden?" The black dragon, almost nonchalantly, responded that it had just gotten a bit too excited and had let out some blood. Lilith raised an eyebrow, playfully suggesting that perhaps the dragon had been rejected in a dream by a little female dragon. Taken aback, the dragon questioned, "What little female dragon?" before quickly diverting the conversation, insisting it was merely curious and that she shouldn't think too much of it. As the golden blood dripped down and pooled into a container, a notification chimed in Su Yang's mind. Black Dragon's essence blood has been stored in the warehouse. The black dragon finished its task with a mutter, declaring it was time to return to sleep, closing its eyes once more. Lilith couldn't resist teasing the dragon again, asking if it was dreaming of that little female dragon. But the dragon, already dozing off, simply replied to not overthink things, mentioning that the next wave of enemies would come soon and urging her to be patient. Confused and frustrated, Lilith wondered aloud about these supposed enemies. But before she could finish her thought, the dragon was already fast asleep. "Why do you always say such strange things and then fall asleep again?" she exclaimed in exasperation. Just then, Su Yang re-entered the scene, cheerfully announcing his return. He was pleased to find that no one had disturbed him. His red spirit companions growled in acknowledgement, ready for the next phase of their mission. Stepping into the center of the blood formation, Su Yang recalled the task's instructions. He took out the vial containing the black dragon's essence blood, contemplating the potential risks involved. With determination in his heart, he decided to seize the moment. Fortune favors the bold. After all, he drank the blood, feeling it burn as it traveled down his throat. Almost immediately, he collapsed, his body convulsing in pain. It felt as if everything inside him was melting. Gasping, he struggled to endure the excruciating sensation as the ritual began to take effect. Su Yang fought against the rising intensity. The blood clung to him as if it were alive, trying to devour and assimilate him. Panic began to creep in as the tendrils of blood wrapped tighter around him, constricting his movements. Despite the instinct to protect his companions, he shouted for them to stay away, insisting this was part of the ritual. He emphasized that the weak were unworthy of the blessing from the strong, and that only those of equal strength could grow through the tempering of pain. The blood continued to constrict around him, pushing him to his limits as the ritual tested his endurance. Suddenly, a notification announced, "Chrysalis completed." The blood cocoon surrounding Su Yang began to solidify, encasing him entirely. His spirit companions growled anxiously, sensing the powerful transformation occurring within. As energy surged, the cocoon started to crack, thin lines of power bursting outward with increasing tension. With a final surge, the cocoon shattered, sending shockwaves across the ritual circle. Su Yang muttered, acknowledging that the ritual of the blood blessing was complete. He flexed his hand, feeling an incredible strength coursing through him. It was a transformation beyond anything he had experienced before, even surpassing the boost he received after previous job changes. His confidence soared as he realized he could now rival a 5-tier strong fighter. A system notification popped up, using Black Dragon's essence blood to complete the blood blessing ritual. All properties increased by 50%. New skill unlocked, Perpetual Black Flame, a rare power typically wielded by Black Flame Kings now under your control. In awe of the black flame that danced in his hand, Su Yang contemplated the immense power he now possessed. He noted that even the boss had not fled from the Black Dragon's might, and holding this power, he truly grasped how terrifying the dragon was. The natural order dictated that the weak submit to the strong, a truth best understood by the creatures of the wild. With a smirk, he decided it was time to test his newfound abilities. He unleashed the black flame with a swift motion, and the fire surged forward with a powerful whoosh, followed by an explosive boom. Surprised by the sheer force of the flames, Su Yang realized they were more powerful than he had anticipated. The black flames crackled and surged with immense energy, creating a massive blast that echoed across the mountains, leaving a path of destruction in its wake. Watching the aftermath with wide eyes, he marveled at the overwhelming power he now wielded. He reflected on the blood blessing's secret, realizing it was now buried within him, never to be reused. Despite feeling a tinge of disappointment, his expression remained focused. He knew he needed to control this strength better next time. Feeling the rush of power coursing through him, Su Yang prepared to switch jobs, pulling out a glowing tablet for his next transformation. But suddenly, a distant cry for help pierced the air, catching his attention. Help! The voice sounded familiar, stirring a sense of urgency within him. Could it be that female swordsman from before? The scene shifts to Zhang Yin, who is completely surrounded, but she's not backing down. Sword in hand, her gaze is sharp and unyielding. She warns the thugs, "If you take another step, I'll kill you all," showing no fear, even as danger closes in from all sides. Now, these guys are no joke. 4 rough-looking dudes closing in on her. Their names? Zhao Si, Wang Xiaoer, Chen Jin, and Lei Pu, all with levels in the 90s. They don't exactly look friendly, and their smirks say it all. One of them mocks her, suggesting she's better off under their protection, but we all know what he means by that. Zhang Yin, though, she's not having any of it. She calls them out, asking if they're scared that the transfer association might come for them. She's got her sword gripped tightly, and you can tell her heart's racing, but she's standing her ground. The thugs laugh off her warning. Wang Xiaoer, full of arrogance, brags that he's got a few lives on his hands and doesn't care about the rules. Chen Jin chimes in, saying they've been on the association's blacklist for ages. It's clear they're used to doing whatever they want. Lei Pu, the supposed leader, gets even creepier. He's been lurking around these parts for over 2 weeks, and to him, Zhang Yin looks like an easy target, a gift from the heavens, as he puts it. He's practically drooling at the thought of what they'll do. The group closes in, taunting her, thinking they've already won. Zhang Yin, on the other hand, is ready to fight to the bitter end. She'd rather die than be humiliated by these guys. Her grip on her sword tightens, and just when she's about to make her desperate move, bam! A blur flashes by, and suddenly, Lei Pu is screaming, clutching his arm. His hand's been cut clean off. Enter Su Yang, who steps into the fray like a total boss. He's calm, collected, and armed with a weapon that looks deceptively simple. He's heard about these outlaws causing trouble and didn't expect to run into them today. Su Yang doesn't waste time with threats. He just looks at the thugs and asks coldly, "So, how do you want to die?" And of course, these guys aren't too happy with his sudden appearance. Furious, they charge at him, promising to make him suffer. Zhang Yin tries to warn Su Yang, telling him to run, but he doesn't even flinch. Instead, he muses to himself that maybe in the past he would have needed a legendary item to handle these guys. But now, not so much. With a smirk, he bursts into action, moving faster than their eyes can track. One by one, he takes down the thugs with precision and speed. They're caught off guard, barely able to react before Su Yang is upon them. Even as they realize just how fast he is, it's already too late. Now, with most of his crew down, Lei Pu decides to go all out. He swings his great sword at Su Yang, thinking he's got the upper hand. But Su Yang just counters with a dagger, shattering the great sword in a single strike. The thug is stunned, his platinum-grade weapon shattered like glass. He starts eyeing Su Yang's dagger, realizing it must be a star-grade weapon, and greed flickers in his eyes. Thinking he's stumbled upon a treasure trove, Lei Pu yells out to his remaining buddies. They think Su Yang is their ticket to riches, and they're ready to try their luck, even if it means risking their lives. But Su Yang? He's got zero patience for this kind of greed. He just shakes his head and tells them they won't live long enough to enjoy whatever they're after. Then, he unleashes a devastating attack. A burst of blue flames erupts, swallowing the thug's whole. As the smoke clears, system notifications pop up. Su Yang has taken down Lei Pu, Wang Xiaoer, and racked up over 22,000 experience points. Among the loot, he finds, well, let's just say some items of questionable taste, including a strawberry-flavored rubber ring and a black bodysuit. Su Yang mutters under his breath, "Perverts deserve their end," and walks off without a second thought. After that intense battle, Su Yang stood amidst the dying blue flames, taking a moment to appreciate the power of his black flame wings. He couldn't help but think to himself just how powerful those flames truly are. Then, he turned to Zhang Yin, checking on her with a simple, "Are you all right, miss?" Zhang Yin, still trying to wrap her head around what just happened, was in complete shock. She managed to ask him about the power she just witnessed, but Su Yang, staying cool as ever, just brushed it off, calling it a secret, even though he kept it mysterious. Zhang Yin couldn't help but be impressed. She admitted that she had been self-righteous earlier and that, without Su Yang, she would have been forced to take her own life rather than face the thugs. Su Yang took note of her determination, realizing just how strong-willed she was. But before he could dwell on it, Zhang Yin cut into his thoughts, asking for his name. When he introduced himself as Su Yang, she immediately recognized him. Turns out, she'd heard about him from a mutual friend, Nu, who was at a party just the day before. Apparently, and Yu, a bit tipsy, had been loudly boasting about Su Yang's exploits, and now, word about him had spread among their circle. Su Yang couldn't help but feel a little exasperated at Yu's big mouth, but he quickly changed the subject, offering Zhang Yin a return scroll and letting her know he was ready to move on. Zhang Yin accepted the offer gratefully and watched him leave, clearly intrigued by her mysterious savior. She thought to herself, Su Yang, huh? What an interesting guy. As Su Yang left, he moved on to the next phase of his mission. The system chimed in, letting him know he'd completed the weapon mastery proof and had officially advanced to a 5-star mage warrior. With that, he got a bunch of system notifications. His HP and XP went up, his level cap increased to 80, and he got some extra stat points. Not bad for a day's work. The system wasn't done with him, though. It processed his achievements and unlocked the mage warrior class, equipping him with a new arcane mystic weapon. His strength and spirit attributes got a serious boost, and as a bonus, he earned a legendary skill book that came with some pretty cool abilities, perfect for taking on mages. He got 2 new skills: Nullify All Magic, a legendary ability that straight up cancels out magic attacks, reflecting double the damage back. Arcane Armor, an epic skill that reduces damage from magic and ups the magic damage he deals out. And on top of that, he got a passive skill called Dual Cultivation, which made both his physical and magical attacks stronger based on his attributes. Su Yang tested his new skills, and the power surge was impressive. He realized that, with his boosted stats, his physical damage went up by 24% and his magic damage increased by 15%. He even thought he could take down the Rock Abyss Earth Dragon without breaking a sweat now. As he was checking out his upgrades, Bai Ling, who'd been with him throughout this journey, chimed in with congratulations, calling him hero like she always does. But Su Yang noticed something was off in her tone. She seemed a bit down. He asked what was bothering her, and Bai Ling revealed that the transfer temple in Dongling City could only accommodate transfers up to the 3rd class. Now, Su Yang would need to head to Tianling City for his next steps. She admitted that the thought of parting from him made her feel an emptiness she'd never known before. But just as things were getting a bit heavy, the statue behind them suddenly lit up, glowing with a bright, holy light. Bai Ling was as shocked as Su Yang, wondering if it was the blessing of the statue. As the light engulfed her, a pair of angelic wings began to form on her back. Su Yang recognized the scene immediately. It reminded him of the eerie blood blessing ceremony, but this time it had a holy and pure vibe. Bai Ling ascended into the air, transforming into an angelic figure right before Su Yang's eyes. The system pinged again, announcing that Bai Ling had advanced to a 5th-class temple priestess, which meant they now had to head to Tianling City for their next steps. Su Yang was surprised at her transformation, asking about her newfound powers, and Bai Ling explained that her advancement path was a little different from other transferees. But the best part? It meant she didn't have to leave his side. She was genuinely happy about that. However, the transformation had taken a toll on her, and she suddenly looked exhausted. Leaning into Su Yang for support, she asked if it was okay for her to rest. Su Yang reassured her, wrapping an arm around her shoulders as they prepared to move forward. With feathers softly drifting around them, he promised her that they'd face whatever came next together. Su Yang and Bai Ling head towards this grand doorway, and you can feel the air around them is thick with mystery. As they get closer, the door creaks open, catching everyone's attention. The crowd outside is buzzing, watching Su Yang like he's the star of the show. People start whispering among themselves, a bit of gossip already stirring up. One guy, clearly annoyed, grumbles about how much time Su Yang has wasted. Another nudges his buddy, wondering out loud if Su Yang and the priestess might have been up to some training behind closed doors. But Su Yang? He couldn't care less about their speculations. With Bai Ling still in his arms, he strides forward, thinking to himself, what nonsense are they talking about? He tells the crowd to make way for anyone needing a job transfer, his voice strong and commanding. But just when it looks like they'll be on their way, a large man steps up, blocking Su Yang's path. This guy's suspicious and demands to know what Su Yang did to the priestess. Not one to waste time, Su Yang shoots him a cold glare, simply telling him to move aside. The big guy practically freezes up, feeling the intensity of Su Yang's aura. He's sweating bullets, thinking to himself how that one look almost made him lose his nerve. He's got no idea who he's dealing with, but he knows better than to push further. Just then, a young priestess rushes up, calling out to Su Yang. She's all smiles and excitement, explaining that she's just been promoted to the new temple priestess of Dongling City, while Bai Ling is headed to Tianling City. Su Yang congratulates her on the promotion and even jokes about her pay raise, earning him a bit of a blush from the new priestess. She's a little sad about not seeing Su Yang or Bai Ling for a while, but Su Yang reassures her, promising to visit often and maybe even have tea together. Her face lights up at that, and she agrees eagerly, looking like she's holding onto a bit of hope as she watches him walk away, muttering to herself, "So, I still have a chance." Su Yang then talks with a temple official, who assures him that they'll take good care of Bai Ling as she adjusts to her new role as the temple priestess of Tianling City. Su Yang acknowledges this, appreciating the arrangement. But in the back of his mind, he's already planning his next move. He knows he'll need to set up a base in Tianling City, thinking about buying a place there and making arrangements for his grandparents to make sure they're comfortable. The scene shifts to Su Yang writing a heartfelt letter in a quiet room. He's letting his grandparents know about his move to Tianling City, assuring them that he's doing well. Along with the letter, he sent some money, hoping they and his siblings can live a little easier. He promises to visit them often, signing the letter with his name. Next, we see Su Yang checking out this luxurious villa. It's got an incredible southeast view, and the realtor is hyping it up, saying it's fully furnished with everything, completely at ease, thinking to himself how great it feels to have some money in his pocket. Not too long ago, he could only dream of living like this. As he leans back into the warm water, he sighs contentedly, deciding to catch some sleep and check on Bai Ling in the morning. Meanwhile, over at the temple, Bai Ling finally wakes up, a bit disoriented and wondering where she is. A temple priestess nearby reassures her, offering some herbal soup to help with her recovery. Bai Ling gratefully accepts, already feeling a bit better. As they chat, the priestess mentions how the temple statue hadn't given a revelation in years, and she's curious about Su Yang, the new hero who seems to be at the center of it all. She asks Bai Ling what she thinks of him, and Bai Ling can't help but smile. She describes Su Yang as someone capable of creating miracles, someone with not just extraordinary strength and courage, but also a kind and unbreakable spirit. She's confident that he's the type of person who could bring hope to a world in need. The priestess listens thoughtfully, then shifts the topic to something more serious. She mentions that the red moon has been lingering for days, a sign that a dangerous event is on the horizon. She advises Bai Ling to be cautious, but that's when something clicks in Bai Ling's mind. She suddenly remembers something important. Without wasting a second, she bolts out of the room, looking genuinely worried. The head priestess calls out after her, asking where she's rushing off to, but Bai Ling shouts back that she needs to warn Su Yang. He doesn't know about the Red Moon invasion yet. As she hurries out, the priestess smirks, teasingly wondering if Bai Ling's concern might mean she's caught feelings for the hero. Back at Su Yang's villa, the scene shifts abruptly as he's jolted awake, sensing that something's wrong. A commotion nearby catches his attention, and one of the maids lets out a gasp, panic evident in her voice. She's staring at something terrifying, a huge, monstrous figure looming over them. The system notification confirms it. A rare event has been triggered, and it's the Red Moon invasion. Su Yang's opponent is a massive 6-tier giant axeman, a boss-level threat from the demon clan. The creature locks onto Su Yang, roaring, "Fated one kill." Su Yang, though, he's totally unfazed, even a little annoyed. He grumbles about being woken up in the middle of the night, complaining that he's got a serious case of morning grumpiness. He's more irritated about his sleep being disturbed than the giant monster standing in front of him. Determined to finish this quickly, he gears up for the fight. Just then, the sound of hooves cuts through the chaos. Su Yang turns and sees Luo linger riding up on horseback, her expression intense. She takes one look at the scene and realizes that Su Yang is the target of tonight's invasion. There's urgency in her voice as she prepares to face the threat. Su Yang is surprised to see her and calls out in recognition, but Luo lingers all business. She tells him to stand back, insisting that he's no match for this enemy, and that she'll handle the Red Moon invasion herself. Su Yang, still a bit confused, asks her what the Red Moon invasion even is, but Luo Linger shuts him down, saying she has no obligation to explain it to him. Without missing a beat, she commands her beast to attack. Her water beast charges into the fight, clashing with a red-eyed creature in an explosive battle. The ground shakes from the impact, and shockwaves rip through the air, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. Su Yang surveys the damage around his villa and can't help but complain, joking about how he just renovated the place. Then, out of nowhere, Bai Ling arrives, clearly anxious as she calls out to Su Yang, asking if he's all right. Su Yang, surprised to see her there, wonders why she's come rushing over. That's when Bai Ling explains that she woke up, saw the red moon still hanging in the sky, and realized she hadn't warned him about the invasion in time. Her concern for him had driven her to rush straight to his side. Su Yang, holding her close protectively, asks her to fill him in on what's going on. Bai Ling nods and starts explaining. She tells him that whenever the red moon appears, monsters from an unknown subspace, called the Scarlet Decay, start invading. These creatures specifically target warriors like Su Yang, and only warriors can harm them. This whole event is known as the Red Moon Invasion, and it's as dangerous as it sounds. So, as Bai Ling continues filling Su Yang in about the Red Moon Invasion, she drops a major bombshell. She explains that if a warrior is killed by a Scarlet Decay, they can't be resurrected. It's game over, no second chances. She adds that according to the temple's ancient records, these invasions only start happening after a warrior's third advancement. Su Yang takes in this new info, thinking it through. He's a bit skeptical, though, wondering aloud if the strength of these invasions isn't a bit overpowered for something that's supposed to follow a third advancement. And that's when the real action begins. A fierce battle unfolds between Su Yang and this 6th-tier giant axeman. The enemy is no joke, swinging its massive weapon with enough force to split the earth. Su Yang quickly realizes that this monster's power is beyond anything he's imagined. As he pieces things together, he figures out that Luo Linger's goal might be the Red Moon Crystal Core, a rare item that could boost her power. He starts analyzing the monster's behavior, thinking there's something off about it. Normally, a monster from a third advancement shouldn't suddenly be this strong, unless its strength is shifting based on its target. In the middle of the battle, Su Yang launches an earthquake strike that shakes the whole battlefield, sending tremors through the area. Luo Linger, fighting alongside him, is stunned by how strong their opponent is. She's forced to go all out, realizing just how serious this fight is. But Su Yang, frustrated with all the collateral damage, yells out for them to stop, worried that the fight will wreck his newly renovated house. He insists that, since the monster is focused on him, he should handle it himself. Luo Linger doesn't argue, but she's definitely not convinced. She warns him that if he ends up in trouble, she's not coming to his rescue. Su Yang, brimming with confidence, tells her to just watch from the sidelines. And then Su Yang goes all in. He activates his shadow body technique, moving so fast he's practically a blur, leaving trails of purple energy behind him. He lands a precise, devastating blow that sends the monster flying, then follows up with his soul mark ability, focusing on the axe-wielding demon. The hit is so powerful that it takes away 60% of the monster's health in one shot. Luo Linger can't believe what she's seeing. She's shocked that Su Yang was able to deal such a massive amount of damage with a single strike. Su Yang, analyzing the situation, figures out that the monster's strength is dynamic. It changes based on who it's fighting. But now that it's focused on him, it's back to being a third advancement level threat. With his extreme dual cultivation blessing, Su Yang knows he can easily crush it, relying purely on his enhanced strength. The battle continues to ramp up, with Su Yang delivering powerful blows that crack the ground beneath them. The monster roars in frustration, its demonic eyes glowing with rage as it enters a frenzy. It charges at Su Yang, bellowing, "Warrior, die!" But Su Yang just stands there, unfazed, a faint glow starting to surround him as he readies his next move. As the beast closes in, Su Yang calmly remarks that it's not quite up to the challenge. He unleashes a massive attack, his power overwhelming the demon. And just like that, the system dings with a confirmation. He's defeated the Scarlet Decay's level 75 limb-grafted axe wielder. Su Yang brushes it off, thinking that maybe this Red Moon invasion isn't such a big deal after all. Bai Ling, who's been watching the whole fight, is clearly impressed. She praises Su Yang for handling the monster so swiftly, calling him truly amazing. Meanwhile, Luo Linger watches from a distance, still skeptical despite the show of strength. She wonders if there's something more ferocious beneath Su Yang's human exterior, and warns him that this fight doesn't count as a real victory in her book. She even hints that she'll make him pay next time. Su Yang, though, isn't too concerned with her words. He's more curious about why Luo Linger always seems to be muttering to herself. But then, his attention shifts back to the glowing red crystal in his hand. He wonders if this is the Red Moon Crystal Core that Luo Linger's been after. Bai Ling starts to explain, confirming that it's the real deal. But before she can finish her thought, the crystal suddenly lights up with a strange, ominous glow, catching them both by surprise. So, we pick up with Su Yang. Body had started to change in a crazy way, and he freaked out, shouting, "Oh no, my body," as things got intense. Bai Ling, standing nearby, was equally terrified, calling out his name in panic. When he finally jolts awake, he's still feeling the after effects of whatever just happened. His body is tingling like it's trying to settle back into place. He immediately spots Bai Ling standing beside him, trying to act like everything's fine, but she's got her hand over a strange mark on her neck. Su Yang, still half asleep and confused, asks what's up with the mark. Bai Ling tries to reassure him, saying she's all right and that there's no need to worry. She explains that because of her special temple priestess constitution, she can purify the scarlet contamination by herself, and that it'll clear up in a day or two. Su Yang isn't entirely convinced, though, and he tells her not to push herself too hard, adding that he'd feel terrible if she got hurt because of him. Bai Ling gives him a soft smile, clearly touched by his concern. She calls him her brave hero, and you can see the admiration in her eyes. Now that he's a bit more awake, Su Yang sits up in bed, ready to focus on what's next. That's when Bai Ling suddenly remembers something important. She excitedly tells Su Yang that she hasn't yet explained the perks of his 5-star third advancement. Su Yang, still a bit groggy, just nods and lets her go on. Bai Ling starts rattling off the benefits. And let me tell you, they're impressive. The subsidy he used to get? It's jumped from 50 million to a whopping 1 billion. The numbers practically light up as she says it, and it's clear this is a serious upgrade. On top of that, Su Yang's Alliance shopping discount goes from 5% to 10%, and now he has free access to NES-level guild. Bai Ling makes sure to emphasize how huge this is, showing a visual of a shiny new membership card to drive it home. She mentions that the increase in his subsidy could make him a target for unwanted attention, so he'd better be careful about how he handles it. But the real game changer, as Bai Ling explains, is the opening of the Red Moon Crystal Core exchange shop. Su Yang's ears perk up at this, and he asks what the shop is all about. Bai Ling dives into the details, explaining that the shop is run by the temple and allows him to trade Red Moon crystals for all sorts of powerful items. Everything from rare equipment to specific artifacts. To access the shop, he just has to place his hand on a deity statue, and he'll be able to see what's available for exchange. A visual pops up, showcasing a variety of powerful items and weapons, all with a glowing Red Moon crystal as the currency. Su Yang's interest is piqued, especially since even someone like Luo Linger seems desperate for these crystals. He checks out the items listed in the exchange shop, and the options are seriously impressive. First-tier forbidden spells for 300 cores, second-tier spells for 900, semi-divine artifacts for 4,000, and a divine artifact called the Eternal Golden Spear for a jaw-dropping 10,000 cores. He's definitely tempted by all the powerful items, but then reality hits. He only has 3 Red Moon crystals, and even the cheapest items start at 300 cores. It's clear he's got a long way to go before he can cash in on these prizes. Undeterred, Su Yang sets his mind to getting stronger fast. He knows he'll need to raise the difficulty of the Red Moon invasion and farm more crystals if he wants to reach those top-tier items. As he's thinking through his next steps, Bai Ling interrupts with a reminder that she needs to get back to the temple to fulfill her duties. But before she leaves, she mentions that there's a foreign dignitary visiting Tianling City that day. A dignitary? Su Yang asks, curious. Bai Ling nods, explaining that the visitor is from Longxia country and is headed to Tianling City. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the majestic temple in Tianling City, where a powerful energy stirs as a portal opens. Through the portal steps a young woman brimming with excitement. She's marveling at her surroundings, amazed by the sight of Longxia. We find out she's a Sui Mikiko, a beast master from Sakura country, level 128, and she's got some serious backing. She's the daughter of the influential Asui family. Her escorts, tough-looking warriors, affirm her arrival. They mention that the Asui family has gone all out this time, giving her a chance to tame a dragon. Apparently, there aren't any dragon secret realms in Sakura country, and the Eagle Federation wasn't an option due to their high prices. So, they've made their way to Tianling City, hoping for better opportunities. The scene opens with Asui Mikiko and her group arriving in Tianling City, where they're greeted by Mr. Li, the diplomatic consul of the city. He's all formal and polite, welcoming them to Tianling City. Asui responds just as politely, thanking him for making the effort to meet them. But Mr. Li's mind is clearly on the challenge ahead. He's heard that Asui intends to take on the legendary Black Dragon, known for being one of the most fearsome and brutal creatures around. He asks if she's confident about facing such a dangerous opponent. Wuzi, one of Asui's escorts, steps in with a bold claim, reassuring Mr. Lee that there's nothing to worry about. He even boasts a bit, suggesting that Asui's skills might surpass those of Tianling's own Beastmaster, Luo Linger. Mr. Lee chuckles at their confidence, finding their youthful energy a bit amusing. Wuzi notices and laughs along, trying to keep things lighthearted. Asui joins in on the banter, playfully teasing Mr. Lee and Wuzi, saying they become fast friends despite just meeting. Mr. Lee, a bit flustered by her directness, tries to clarify, but Asui brushes it off with a smile, asking him for some guidance since they're new to the area. Mr. Lee, thinking to himself that Asui's naivety is a stark contrast to the cunning elders he's used to dealing with, gives them directions. He points out that the Black Dragon Fortress, where Asui plans to challenge the dragon, is in Yongfeng City, just outside of Tianling. He indicates the teleportation point they should use and makes it clear that he won't be accompanying them, since he has official duties to attend to. Asui waves cheerfully, calling him Old Master as she bids him farewell, while one of her escorts grumbles about the lack of hospitality they've received. Another one chimes in, suggesting that Tianling City doesn't care much about visitors from smaller countries like theirs because of Longxia's strength. But Asui, ever the optimist, quickly corrects them. She reminds her team that as guests, they should respect the customs of the host country. She even quotes an old saying from Longxia about how guests should follow the host's rules, pointing out that Mr. Lee did his job by letting them proceed without interference. She tells them not to make trouble, showing a maturity that surprises her guards. Wuzi mutters under his breath that her attitude might get her into trouble someday, while another adds that it's probably because her family has always been so protective of her. Meanwhile, watching from a distance, Luo Linger keeps a close eye on the newcomers. She recognizes Asuhi Mikiko right away, noting that she's the so-called genius beast master from Sakura country. Zhou Tai, one of Luo Linger's subordinates, confirms this, mentioning that Asuhi joined the Global Beast Master Association at the same time as Luo Linger and is known for her impressive skills. He figures that Asui's here with her sights set on the Black Dragon. Luo Linger, however, doesn't see Asui as a major threat. She's more concerned about Su Yang, the mysterious warrior who keeps surprising everyone. She asks Zhou Tai for an update on the investigation she ordered. Zhou Tai reports that they've looked into Su Yang's background thoroughly, and it's clear that he's climbed the ranks all on his own. Despite being a relatively new warrior, he's gained strength at an unbelievable pace, and the Yu Yun guild he's associated with hasn't played much of a role in his rise. Essentially, he's a lone wolf with no real backing. Luo Linger is taken aback, finding it hard to believe how someone like Su Yang, without support, could make such rapid progress. She's increasingly intrigued by this enigma of a man, and her thoughts race as she considers the possibility of him taming the Black Dragon. She even wonders if she's feeling a little threatened by him despite his recent third advancement. Just then, Wuzi alerts Asuhi that their group is moving on and suggests they head back to prepare for the challenge ahead. As they start making their way, Luo Linger senses something unusual. Zhou Tai, noticing her reaction, asks if they've been discovered despite using a stealth tool to hide their presence. Luo Linger quickly realizes that Asui might be more perceptive than she initially thought. This new rival from Sakura country might be a serious contender after all. Without wasting any time, she changes her plans, telling Zhou Tai to gather their people and meet at the entrance of the Black Dragon Fortress in half an hour. They need to be ready for whatever happens next in the secret realm. Zhou Tai, caught off guard by her sudden urgency, immediately follows her orders, knowing that the situation has just taken a serious turn. The scene opens in Su Yang's new luxurious home, where he's overseeing the maids with military-like precision. He's giving orders, telling them to clean specific areas and reinforce the walls, making sure everything is just right. But then, something unexpected pops up, a system prompt. It warns of intruders attempting a challenge in the secret realm, asking if he wants to connect to the boss. Su Yang quickly shifts his focus to the intruders. He confirms the connection, and the serious look on his face says it all. He's gearing up for whatever's coming next. As he prepares to leave, one of the maids hesitantly asks him where he's going, reminding him that the house isn't finished yet. Su Yang waves off her concern, saying he has urgent business to attend to and asking them to take care of the place while he's gone. With that, he connects to the secret realm, and a powerful aura surrounds him as he transforms, ready for battle. the scene shifts, and we get a view of the challenge screen. This time, it's an S-level guild with 24 members, and their leader is none other than Luo Linger. Su Yang's eyes widen as he recognizes her, and lets out a shout, realizing that she's leading the exploration team. Meanwhile, Luo Linger, full of determination, rallies her team, promising big rewards to anyone who helps her tame the Black Dragon. Her confidence is infectious, and she leads her group forward with a fierce resolve. Su Yang, lurking in the shadows, watches her with a smirk. His mood shifts darkly, and a sinister laugh escapes him as he thinks about all the trouble she's caused him. He vows that this time, she'll pay for everything, including the cost of repairing his house, with interest. In his massive, intimidating dragon form, Su Yang addresses his underlings, noticing that this exploration team is better prepared than the last one. Not only do they have more members, but they're also equipped with high-end gear, making them a serious threat. This battle isn't going to be a walk in the park. One of Su Yang's dragon warriors, full of confidence, assures him that they'll take care of the intruders. Another elite warrior backs him up, promising that they'll leave no one standing. We get a glimpse of their impressive stats. Level 95 elite boss mutated dragon blood warriors with incredible strength and resistance, making them a terrifying force. But Su Yang notices two unfamiliar creatures among his forces and points them out, wondering who they are. Lilith, the elf princess, nervously chimes in with an explanation. She reminds him about the time he went berserk and self-healed. Apparently, these two creatures licked the dragon blood that spilled out, which caused them to mutate into their current forms. Su Yang is intrigued by this unexpected transformation, wondering how directly consuming dragon blood could have such an effect. Lilith adds that only these two managed to mutate successfully, while a few others had less fortunate results. She gestures to a pair of anxious-looking creatures who quickly apologize, clearly regretting their decision. Su Yang sizes up the new recruits, thinking that while they're not as strong as he is now, they could still be a big help. He figures they might be on par with his pre-evolved Black Flame wing form. Without wasting time, he orders them to intercept the incoming enemy. The mutated creatures respond with enthusiasm, ready to prove themselves. But Su Yang notices that something seems off with Lilith. When he asks her if something's wrong, she tries to brush it off with a smile, but it's clear she's not quite herself. As Su Yang turns his focus back to the battle, Lilith reflects to herself, feeling conflicted. She knows that the Hero Brave team is incredibly strong and might actually stand a chance against the Black Dragon. But for some reason, she can't find it in herself to feel happy about that possibility. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the Hero Brave team, charging forward with impressive coordination and power. Each member moves with precision, their attacks striking with force as they push through the battlefield. The leader keeps his cool, reminding the team to stay steady and be on the lookout for any surprises. Luo Linger, leading the way, can't help but poke fun at how tense her team seems. She points out that even if the Black Dragon has evolved to the stellar tier, the smaller creatures in the realm shouldn't have changed. But Zhou Tai, ever the cautious one, insists that it's better to stay on guard. And just as if on cue, an alarm suddenly blares through the air, signaling the arrival of an elite boss. The team reacts instantly, bracing themselves as two massive, intimidating creatures emerge from the shadows. Zhou Tai, glancing at the looming figures, can't help but remark, just as we were talking about it, knowing that the real challenge is just beginning. The next scene kicks off with Luo Linger leading her team with a calm and confident demeanor, unfazed by the appearance of two elite monsters. She quickly analyzes their strengths, noticing that one is immune to physical damage while the other is resistant to magic. Without missing a beat, she commands her team to split up, making sure they prevent any combo attacks between the bosses by using the right damage types. The battle heats up as the team executes her orders, spreading out and launching precise attacks. Luo Linger remains sharp, warning everyone to control the boss's HP to avoid triggering their low HP berserk mode. Meanwhile, Zhou Tai unleashes a powerful skill, Shadow Horn Instant Kill, shaking the entire battlefield. The attack hits hard, taking down one of the elite bosses. As it falls, it roars out its dying words, swearing loyalty to Lord Athos and vowing vengeance on the intruders. But the victory is short-lived. Just as the first boss falls, the remaining one surges with newfound power. Its stats spike, boosting its attack, defense, and speed as it charges at the team with renewed ferocity. Zhou Tai, alarmed by the sudden shift, yells out that the monster's momentum is even more intense than its previous berserk state. Luo Linger, ever quick on her feet, recognizes the danger and adjusts their strategy. She orders her team to be ready for the boss's next move, instructing them to summon minions to keep the pressure off. She warns about the group buffs these minions might bring, and tells the team to divide the battlefield to keep the minions from regrouping. As she directs the fight, she stays steady and calm, reminding everyone to stick to the plan and keep chipping away at the boss's health. Her spirit beast joins the fray, adding to the team's strength. A team member, bolstered by her leadership, shouts out confidently, believing that with Luo Linger's support, they're sure to win. The battlefield turns into a whirlwind of powerful strikes and magical energy, with attacks flying in every direction. Luo Linger keeps a sharp eye on the fight, making sure her team stays focused. Just as they're about to land the final blow, she calls out, ordering them to stop and leave a sliver of health on the boss. The team quickly adjusts, pulling back just in time. The weakened enemy, struggling to stand, mutters bitterly, wondering why they're dragging things out instead of finishing it off. Luo Linger steps forward with determination, her eyes fixed on the creature. In her mind, she's thinking about the possibility of taming it. Despite its humanoid form, she knows that it's still a dragon at heart, and she's ready to make it her ally. But the dragon warrior is far from willing to submit. It roars defiantly, cursing the humans and refusing to be controlled. But Luo Linger doesn't hesitate. She activates her beast-taming technique with unwavering focus, commanding it to become her power. The dragon's resistance starts to fade as her technique takes hold, and it stumbles, confused, as its mind bends to her will. It mutters, questioning its identity, and Luo Linger seizes the moment, asserting that it is now her loyal servant. The dragon warrior, still struggling, starts to accept her control. But before it fully succumbs, another dragon warrior nearby calls out, urging it not to fall for the trap. That's when Su Yang, who's been watching from a distance, finally steps in. He's furious that Luo Linger would dare try to tame his subordinates right under his nose. He acknowledges that it's normal for players to capture creatures as pets, but he's not about to let anyone take what belongs to him, especially not in his own territory. As he considers his options, Su Yang knows that the odds aren't in his favor. Even with his power, taking on a team like theirs is risky. He debates his next move, eyeing an object in front of him with a conflicted expression. Lilith, the elf princess, notices his hesitation and comments on the strange, gross-looking thing he's staring at. When she realizes what he's thinking, she's horrified, insisting that he can't possibly be planning to eat it. But Su Yang, with a resigned look, decides that he doesn't have a choice if he wants to turn the tide. He takes a deep breath and swallows the object, forcing it down despite its revolting texture. Lilith, wide-eyed, asks him how it tastes, and Su Yang's face twists in disgust as he describes it, slimy, with a terrible sewer-like stench. Suddenly, a transformation begins. Su Yang feels a surge of energy coursing through him, and a massive explosion of light erupts from his body, momentarily blinding everyone on the battlefield. The ground trembles beneath them as a brilliant golden beam shoots up into the sky, piercing through the clouds. The display is so intense that it leaves the dragon warriors in awe. One of them, shocked by the sight, wonders aloud if this could be the return of their lord. Another whispers in reverence, calling out, "My king," as they watch the transformation unfold. Luo Linger, shielding her eyes from the bright light, is filled with shock and confusion. She can feel the immense power radiating from the fortress and realizes that something massive is happening. Her expression shifts as she starts to understand what's going on, her eyes widening in disbelief. The entire battlefield falls silent as a massive shadow looms over the horizon. Emerging from the golden light is Su Yang, now fully transformed into a fearsome, fully evolved black dragon. His wings spread wide, casting a dark shadow across the land as he towers over the battlefield. The sheer power radiating from him is almost tangible, sending a shiver through everyone watching. Luo Linger, staring at the newly evolved form, can barely find her voice. She gasps, recognizing the legendary black dragon before her. The system notifications start flashing, announcing the dramatic shift in power. The dungeon boss Black Flame Wing, now known as Black Dragon Athos, has undergone a mutation. As the notifications continue, it becomes clear that the Black Dragon is no longer the same. Its evolution has pushed it to a new tier, level 15 Radiant Moon tier, turning it from a mere threat into a force of nature. Even the secret realm itself has changed, adjusting to match the dragon's newfound strength. The stakes are higher than ever, and the challenge is on a whole new level. With cold determination, Su Yang surveys the battlefield, feeling the rush of his successful transformation. He grins as he declares that his evolution is complete and sets his sights on the intruders. His eyes glint with fierce resolve as he prepares for the next round, knowing it's time to crush anyone who dares to stand in his way. Su Yang, now in his fearsome dragon form, towers over the battlefield, radiating an intimidating aura. His expression is grave as he surveys the scene below. Meanwhile, on the ground, Lu Xi panics, waving his arms frantically. He can hardly believe their luck, ranting about how they just leveled up, only to face a new jump in difficulty. He shouts in frustration, wondering aloud if the whole thing is some kind of cruel joke, even asking where the game masters are when they need them. Zhou Tai, trying to steady the group, tells him to calm down and focus. But the rest of the team isn't doing much better, visibly shaken by the appearance of a moonlight-ranked boss. They look to Luo Linger for direction, their fear barely contained. One of them nervously asks what they should do now, realizing just how dangerous this opponent is. Luo Linger, trying to maintain her composure, mutters to herself, half in disbelief, half in denial, that there's no way this black dragon could really be moonlight-ranked. She clings to the hope that the dungeon might be bugged. Above them, the dragon smirks, its massive form igniting with flames as it powers up. Its voice rumbles, mocking their disbelief. Still think it's a bug? Time for a lesson, foolish humans. The taunt sends chills through the team, and Zhou Tai quickly snaps back to action, shouting for everyone to throw up their defenses. Desperation fills the air as the adventurers scramble to cast their protective skills. Mountain wall, light shield, fire resist, earth protect us. But despite their efforts, the dragon unleashes a massive fire blast that sweeps across the battlefield, melting through their defenses like they're nothing. Cries of agony ring out as the attack hits, taking down 10 adventurers in one devastating blow. Only 6 remain standing, barely clinging to life. Zhou Tai, recognizing the full power of a moonlight-ranked boss, is relieved they came prepared. He calls out to the survivors, reminding them to use the Ring of Life's Emerald, an item that grants a one-time full health revive. The battlefield glows as the revives activate, bringing the fallen back to their feet. Su Yang watches from above, impressed by their resilience. He realizes they came fully prepared for a fight like this. Meanwhile, Luo Linger rallies, summoning massive elemental beasts, a bear, a wolf, and a bird, to join the battle. She coordinates a flurry of powerful attacks: meteor rain, thunder strike, heavy blood strike, aimed at the dragon. The sky lights up with the force of their assault, but the dragon remains unyielding, barely flinching under the barrage. Luo Linger's confidence falters as she realizes their attacks aren't making a dent. Her plan to slowly chip away at the dragon's health falls apart in the face of its overwhelming strength. She tries to regroup, but the dragon is already preparing another devastating skill. With their defensive abilities on cooldown, the adventurers scramble, but they don't have time to react. A warrior calls out in desperation, hoping for a miracle, but it's too late. The dragon slams into the earth with a move called Dragon Impact, sending shockwaves through the battlefield that tear through their defenses. The ground shatters beneath the impact, and the team is left in disarray. One of the warriors, Old Jun, is down, and they desperately search for a way to revive him. But Lu Xi quickly shakes his head, realizing there's no hope left. "Forget it," he mutters bitterly. "There's no saving us now. Just prepare to die." Luo Linger, surveying the destruction around her, struggles to comprehend how they're even still alive. One hit had nearly wiped them out entirely. Zhou Tai, seeing the dire situation, turns to her with a grim expression. He urges her to escape, insisting that their only chance is for her to survive and bring back word of what happened. She's furious at the suggestion, clenching her fists in frustration. She refuses to back down, knowing how long she's waited for this opportunity. But Zhou Tai pleads with her, pointing out that the moment the dragon evolved, their chances of victory vanished. He begs her to go, emphasizing that her survival is their only hope of getting the word out. Reluctantly, tears of frustration well up in Luo Linger's eyes. She finally agrees, realizing that he's right. With a pained expression, she turns and speeds off, her mount carrying her toward the distant horizon. She knows she's leaving her team behind to face a certain death, but there's no other choice. As she flees, the dragon's gaze locks onto her retreating form. It growls, amused by her attempt to escape. Running away? You're the main course. You think I'll let you leave mid-feast. But before it can give chase, a shout echoes across the battlefield, drawing its attention back. Zhou Tai steps forward, gathering what little strength he has left. He shouts at the dragon, taunting it to focus on him instead. The taunt works, and the dragon pauses, turning its attention back to the adventurers making a last, desperate stand. They charge forward, knowing it's a hopeless fight, but determined to buy Luo Linger time. The dragon watches them with disdain. Sacrificing yourselves? How noble! It sneers, before unleashing another devastating attack. With a single, brutal sweep of its wings, flames erupt, reducing the remaining adventurers to ashes. The dragon grants them their wish, ending their struggle swiftly. Meanwhile, Luo Linger pushes her mount as hard as she can, cursing herself for the way things turned out. She's filled with self-doubt, wondering how she could call herself a genius after such a crushing defeat. But as she races forward, a part of her knows that no one could have managed this. Neither she, Su Mikiko, nor even Su Yang. She grits her teeth, clinging to the hope that if she can find another dragon to tame, she might still salvage something from this disaster. But just as she's starting to regain her resolve, disaster strikes again. Her mount is hit, sending her flying through the air. She spirals out of control, barely managing to look up in time to see the massive shadow looming over her. The dragon, closing in fast. Her eyes widen in disbelief as she realizes that Zhou Tai and the others hadn't even lasted a minute. It's a hopeless situation, and now she's directly in the dragon's sights. The scene picks up with Luo Linger, summoning the last of her strength. Desperate, she commands her summoned beasts to hold off the dragon. Her creatures roar in defiance and charge, but the black dragon swiftly grabs her in its massive claw, lifting her into the air. Luo Linger struggles, demanding that it let her go, but the dragon only tightens its grip, mocking her efforts. You humans think you can subdue me? It sneers, pulling her closer to its gaping maw, ready to devour her. Her heart races as she realizes just how dire the situation has become. She breaks down, her fear overtaking her as she begins to sob like a child, completely vulnerable. The dragon pauses, caught off guard by her unexpected outburst. It tilts its head in confusion, clearly not expecting this turn of events. Through her tears, Luo Linger blurts out her deepest fears, confessing that she doesn't want to lose to Su Yang, that she doesn't want to disappoint her father, and most of all, that she doesn't want to be eaten. The dragon lets out a disbelieving sigh, rolling its eyes. You've got to be kidding me, it mutters, loosening its grip slightly. It relents, deciding not to eat her, but making it clear that she's still not off the hook. Instead, it declares coldly that it will grant her a swift death. Without another word, the dragon unleashes a searing fireball, engulfing her in flames. As the fire fades, a system notification chimes. Ding. You have killed the 5th transformation, level 130 Beastmaster Luo Linger, and gained experience. The dragon, Su Yang in his evolved form, smirks down at the battlefield, reflecting that, at the end of the day, humans and monsters are natural enemies. He considers her defeat as simply bad luck for crossing paths with him. The experience gain flashes across his vision. Total experience gained, 31.9476992 million. Su Yang calculates that it only pushed him up 7 levels, a modest gain given his current power. He's reminded that as he advances, leveling up gets tougher, and he'll need to find even stronger opponents to continue growing. As Su Yang surveys the battlefield, his gaze falls on the loot left behind by the expedition team. Among the plunder are high-tier items like platinum and diamond-grade gear, but they barely stir his interest anymore. It's the rare items that catch his eye, especially a shimmering moonlight-tier ring with an infinite stone capable of lifting level restrictions. But before he can fully analyze the ring, another object floats into view, the Forbidden Scroll, crackling with energy. Su Yang's excitement spikes as he recognizes it. The Wrath of the Wind God, another powerful forbidden spell to add to his arsenal. With 2 of these trump cards now in his possession, he knows the value of this haul is immense. Satisfied with his victory, he muses that after this display, no one will dare challenge him for a while. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the realm, Lilith watches the sunset from a quiet spot, her mind lingering on a promise she once made. She dreams of true freedom, wondering what it would feel like once everything is over. Suddenly, Su Yang appears, teleporting back into his luxurious home with a confident stride. He announces his return, and his servants, startled but overjoyed, rush to greet him. They're amazed at how quickly he came back, especially after such an intense battle. Su Yang takes a look around, noticing that the mansion has been repaired during his absence. With a satisfied nod, he acknowledges their hard work and decides it's time to unwind. He casually requests a full-body massage, reclining as the maids begin to pamper him. A satisfied grin spreads across his face as he finally relaxes. Outside the Black Dragon dungeon, the adventurers who had clashed with Su Yang are left in shock and frustration. They can't believe the outcome, and one of them voices their disbelief, questioning why Su Yang seems to level up every time they fight him. Despite bringing a large team and even using their precious revival items, they've still been utterly defeated. Zhou Tai, always the leader, cuts through their complaints with a firm tone. He's focused on more immediate concerns and asks if anyone has seen the young Mississippi. The team members exchange worried glances, realizing that they haven't spotted her since they emerged from the dungeon. A creeping fear enters their minds as they wonder if she suffered the same fate as another leader they once lost, Master Chen. As they search, Zhou Tai hears a faint sound, someone crying. Following the noise, he finds Luo linger huddled in the shadows, clearly broken by her defeat. He calls out to her softly, "Young miss?" But she can barely contain her despair. Her voice trembles as she admits that she failed in her mission. She had been so close to taming the Black Dragon, only to face a humiliating defeat. Her self-doubt spills out, questioning how she can still call herself a genius monster tamer after such a loss. Zhou Tai, caught off guard by her vulnerability, hesitates for a moment, unsure of how to comfort her. As he approaches, she quickly puts up a defensive front, snapping at him and wiping away her tears. But Zhou Tai, ever the realist, gives her a direct response. He informs her that he's there to report the losses they suffered, but he offers a small gesture of reassurance. He tells her that no one could have predicted the dragon's sudden evolution and that losing to such a powerful foe is nothing to be ashamed of. His words, though simple, give her a spark of hope. She thinks of her rivals, Su Yang and Asuhi Makiko, who are still ahead of her. But despite the defeat, she refuses to give up. Deep down, she's determined to regain her status. If she can find and tame another dragon, she might still prove herself and reclaim her place at the top. Luo Linger's mind races with possibilities. Two dragons fill her thoughts, the powerful red one and the silver, which is on another level. Both are Starlight tier. But it's the silver dragon that catches her focus. If she can tame it, she knows it would make her unstoppable, turning her into the most powerful beast master around. Her determination sharpens like a blade, and she finally pulls herself together, giving Zhou Tai an unexpected compliment. She admits she underestimated him, thinking he was all brawn, but realizing now that he has a keen eye. Zhou Tai can't help but laugh, seeing her shift from despair to fierce resolve. With newfound strength, Luo Linger stands tall, light glowing from her hand as she takes charge. She commands her team with precision, ordering each member to report their losses from the dungeon to Zhou Tai. The adventurers rally around her, grateful for her renewed strength, cheering her on. But just as she regains her focus, a flicker of confusion crosses her face. Who are these new faces among the crowd? That's when a green-clad figure steps forward, Asuhi Makiko. She's beaming with recognition, thrilled to finally meet the legendary beast master, Luo Linger, in person. Asui's excitement is infectious. She's eager to size up her rival face-to-face. The tension crackles between them. Luo, keeping her composure, calmly questions Asui's intentions. Asuhi, ever bright and confident, introduces herself with her usual flair, making it clear that she's here for the same prize, the Black Dragon. Luo, not giving much away, offers a cold but polite farewell before turning on her heel, leaving Asui's outstretched hand hanging awkwardly in the air. The rivalry between them intensifies with that simple gesture. As Luo departs, the onlookers murmur among themselves, frustrated by what they see as rudeness. Some accuse her of taking out her anger after failing to tame the Black Dragon. Tension rises among the adventurers, but Asui quickly steps in to shut down the gossip. Her voice rings out, silencing the crowd as she refocuses them on their mission. There's no time for idle chatter. They need to prepare for the challenge ahead. But just as the group gets ready to move forward, their expressions shift to shock. Ahead of them looms the Black Dragon's fortress, and to their dismay, it's now classified as a Moonlight Tier dungeon, far beyond what they had anticipated. The adventurers are thrown into a panic, scrambling to make sense of how the dungeon's difficulty suddenly skyrocketed. They frantically try to reach their higher-ups, hoping for guidance on how to proceed. Meanwhile, Mr. Lee, fully aware of the unexpected situation, steps in to offer an apology for the unforeseen evolution. He advises the group to rest and await further instructions in Tianling City, assuring them that plans are being adjusted. But as he walks away, Mr. Lee can't shake the feeling that something strange is at play. This evolution wasn't supposed to happen. Could some external force have interfered with the dungeon's balance? The next day, Su Yang makes his way to the portal, its swirling energy reflecting the tense atmosphere. The battlefield is eerily quiet. Tianling City's strongest team has been wiped out, leaving no one else brave enough to challenge what remains. But Su Yang, unfazed and focused, steps forward, ready to face whatever comes next. Surrounded by an aura of dark, ominous energy, his eyes burn with determination as he claims the battlefield as his own. His transformation into the dungeon's boss is complete, and he radiates a power that feels unstoppable. Su Yang knows exactly how this battle will end, with him victorious. As he approaches the fortress, the blood-red sky churns above, casting shadows over the jagged peaks surrounding the Black Dragon's domain. The landscape stretches out before him, vast and empty, but there's no hesitation in his steps. What once was his territory as a boss now welcomes him as a challenger. Overhead, a swarm of dragonlings descends, screeching in a mockingly grand welcome. Su Yang's power surges, dark flames wrapping around his form, and he steps forward with a cold confidence that makes even the skies seem darker. The dragonlings, sensing his power, falter in their flight, unsure of the overwhelming aura they're facing. The air hums with tension as Su Yang's eyes glow, silencing the battlefield. The dragons above circle, sensing a presence that feels both familiar and impossible, the unmistakable aura of Lord Athos. The beasts are thrown into confusion. How could a human possess such ancient power? Yet there's no mistaking it. The black flames that once belonged to Lord Athos now swirl around Su Yang like a cloak of darkness. With authority, Su Yang asserts his dominance, his voice echoing through the air as he sends a chilling message to all who would dare oppose him. Get lost. His words slice through the tension, scattering the dragonlings in a mix of fear and confusion. The energy in the air shifts as a ghostly moon spirit wolf materializes beside Su Yang, its presence adding to the eerie atmosphere. Su Yang commands it to guard the battlefield, maintaining a watchful stance. The wolf's haunting howl echoes through the valley, signaling that the battle is about to begin. Su Yang's energy flares, a confident grin spreading across his face as he takes his place at the center of the battlefield. Boss duty has officially begun. The black dragon stirs, and nearby, the elf watches with a bored expression. She's seen so many challengers come and go, each one thinking they'd be the one to bring down the mighty beast. To her, this seems like just another foolhardy attempt. She wonders if any of the promises made by monsters mean anything anymore, but her thoughts are drowned out by the echoing roars of the dragons overhead. Suddenly, the colossal black dragon crashes down onto the battlefield, its presence overwhelming. Even the ghostly moon spirit wolves tremble as they sense something unsettlingly familiar. Could this be their long-lost master? Then, in a shocking move, the dragon raises a massive claw and slams it into its own chest, roaring in pain. It's as if it's hurting itself deliberately, with no regard for the damage. The wolves look on, stunned. What is this dragon thinking? Is it out of its mind? They wonder. But Su Yang knows better. He figured out before that the dragon's self-inflicted damage bypasses its natural defense mechanisms. He calculates the impact of the move, dropping it to just the right HP threshold to maintain control without damaging the potential loot. 54% HP. That'll work, he thinks before issuing his command with ironclad authority. Black Dragon, obey. Halt your recovery and freeze every monster in this dungeon, Su Yang orders. His words echo through the air, and the dragon complies instantly, the power dynamic shifting in an instant. The moon spirit wolves finally piece it all together. Their master is back, stronger than ever, and now commanding the battlefield with an unyielding calm. With this victory, Su Yang's transformation from a weaker class is complete. He's opened up a new path for himself, one that pushes him to even greater challenges. Energy crackles around him as his power surges, ready to command forces far beyond what he could have imagined before. The Black Flame Wing Athos is on the cusp of rebirth, ready to dominate territories that seemed unreachable just moments ago. But the journey hasn't been easy. Su Yang presses forward, his legs trembling from exhaustion after 2 hours of relentless battle. His hands are numb from countless strikes, his body aching for rest. Even now, the black dragon refuses to yield easily. It stands battered and bloodied, but still dangerous. Hanging on with just 19% of its HP, Su Yang gulps down a restorative drink, his mind racing through strategies. His extreme stats and skills got him this far, but the final push is yet to come. As the energy around him intensifies, he steadies his grip on his weapon, knowing he's just a few strikes away from victory. Meanwhile, far off, the elf who had been resting is jolted awake by a deafening roar that shakes the earth. The battle has reached its peak. As the clouds clear and the thick fog lifts, the once intimidating figures of the dragons begin to vanish, one by one. The elf senses a shift in the air. The black dragon's powerful aura, it's gone. Could it be over? And then, silence settles across the battlefield. Su Yang, breathing heavily, looks up at the sky, feeling every ache in his body. It's over, he whispers, relieved but still wary. But even as he catches his breath, the black dragon, in a final act of defiance, gathers its remaining strength. It stands tall one last time, engulfed in blazing energy, a testament to its unyielding nature. For Su Yang, this moment marks the beginning of a new era, one where his power and the world's balance shift forever. With a flurry of system notifications, the battle's conclusion is confirmed. The experience points roll in, 3 times more than anything Su Yang has earned before, pushing him from level 79 to 80. As the dust settles, Su Yang's gaze falls upon the dragon's final drop, a weapon that gleams with an ethereal glow. He can't help but think, this isn't just any weapon. The power radiating from it is palpable. With a determined grip, Su Yang reaches out and seizes the dragon's final gift. He lifts the blade high, feeling its power surge through him. A deep rumble echoes as he pulls the weapon from the ground, shaking the earth beneath him. The name flashes before his eyes. Dragon Bone, Great Sword, Devourer of Athos. It's no ordinary blade. Its description reveals a terrifying potential. Each time it slays a dragon, 10% of the creature's attributes become Su Yang's own. It's a weapon of legends, capable of turning its wielder into a force that grows stronger with every victory. Su Yang marvels at the sword's potential, realizing that its true strength lies not just in its initial stats, but in its ability to absorb the power of slain dragons. He grips the hilt firmly, issuing a command to the weapon itself. Drink. A massive explosion of energy ripples across the desolate battlefield, splitting the ground as the sword releases its power. The destruction is immense, unlike anything he's wielded before. As he takes in the weapon's raw power, Su Yang ponders its origins. So, this black flame wing, it's the descendant of the ancient devourer? No wonder it had such strength, even while still maturing. He realizes that the system chose this weapon specifically for a reason, aligning his path with that of the ancient beast. With the black dragon's heart now in his possession, another notification chimes, confirming the completion of the dragon slayer's heart task. The heart pulses with a deep, ancient energy, and Su Yang feels its effects surge through him, boosting his spirit by 50%, doubling his strength, and granting him the ability to ignore a dragon's natural talents, while delivering 500% more damage. Its true potential lies in a one-time ability to summon ancient heroes through his own blood. He smirks, thinking, I've become a walking boss in my own right. Before he can fully savor the moment, another alert catches his attention. Ding! Boss co-op kill detected, generating a boss minion. Su Yang watches as the colossal form of the black dragon reappears, no longer as an enemy, but as a potential ally. Has his dream of taming this mighty beast finally come true? As power surges around him, the system confirms it. Athos, the once fearsome black dragon, is now his loyal minion. Without wasting a moment, Su Yang climbs onto the dragon's back, feeling the raw power beneath him. They launch into the sky together, soaring back toward the fortress as the red skies rush past. Below, Lilith stands in stunned silence, trying to make sense of what's just happened. The dragonkin have vanished, the black dragon defeated, something she never thought possible. But as she looks up, she sees the silhouette of the mighty dragon, and on its back, the figure of Su Yang. The ground quakes as the dragon lands before her, and Su Yang stands tall, commanding an aura that could freeze anyone in their tracks. Lilith is speechless, unable to comprehend the sight before her. Before she can react, Su Yang reaches out, extending a hand with the calm confidence of someone who knows exactly what comes next. "I'm here to rescue you," he says, his words short and direct, his actions speaking even louder. And for a moment, Lilith finds herself completely starstruck, caught up in the power of the man who now commands a legendary beast. The impossible is now real. Su Yang, standing firm, has managed to tame the black dragon. Yes, you heard that right. The very same black dragon that everyone thought was untamable is now under the control of a human. Even Lilith, who's seen some pretty crazy stuff, is speechless. Nobody, not even the strongest elves, had ever come close. Yet here's Su Yang, casually riding the beast that others feared to even approach. Is he the legendary dragon slayer? Well, time will tell. But Su Yang doesn't waste a second. He's got a plan. He tells Lilith to hop on, and she's hesitant at first. Who wouldn't be? But she follows his lead. And he's like, "Hold on tight, we're about to take off." With a confident grip, Su Yang guides the dragon through the skies like he's been doing it all his life. Lilith's gripping onto him. And yeah, she's clearly terrified. But Su Yang glances back, encouraging her to open her eyes. And when she does, wow, it's like a whole new world, mountains, clouds, endless skies. A view she never thought she'd see. For Lilith, this isn't just a view, it's freedom. She whispers to herself about feeling truly free, like all her chains have been broken. And here's a twist. The black dragon's eyes seem to glimmer with a deeper meaning, almost like it knows something she doesn't. Su Yang notices this but keeps quiet, staying focused on the portal up ahead. He just says, "Almost there, hang tight." Meanwhile, back at the fortress, it's absolute chaos. The soldiers are struggling, trying to fend off waves of monsters. Their leader is barking orders, keeping them fighting. And then, boom, Su Yang swoops in with his dragon, and the entire battlefield freezes. I mean, these soldiers have seen their fair share of monsters, but a dragon? That's a whole different story. A knight stands there, wide-eyed, just trying to process what's happening above him. The dragon's shadow looms over everyone, landing with a roar so loud it shakes the ground. It's an entrance that would send chills down anyone's spine. Su Yang, ever the laid-back guy, tries to calm everyone down, saying, "Oops, sorry for the dramatic entrance. Looks like I scared everyone." Lilith just sighs. She's gotten used to his antics by now and can't help but think he's got that whole villain vibe down pat. They start talking about their next move, and Su Yang suggests going to the Lord's mansion to figure out a way to get Lilith back to her kingdom. But she's not too eager to leave just yet. Instead, she shyly asks if she can stick around with him a bit longer. She's got this unspoken feeling of gratitude towards him. It's almost like she's made a promise to herself. Su Yang, of course, never really intended to play a hero, but he's got a soft spot and decides to let her stay. At least for now. She's curious about how he managed to tame the black dragon, but he brushes it off, keeping the details to himself and leaving her puzzled. Classic Su Yang, always keeping things mysterious. But just as things seem to settle, a fierce roar rips through the air, shaking the city and throwing its people into panic. Luo Linger hears it too and wonders if it could really be the black dragon. Zhou Tai is scrambling, trying to figure out how a dungeon boss could be out of its territory. Somewhere else, Asui senses the disturbance and starts wondering if a dragon has appeared in Tianling City. And then, a mysterious figure gives the green light for them to investigate. At the entrance to the Black Dragon Fortress, Su Yang is chilling, completely unfazed by the chaos around him. Lilith is eager to move on, but he insists they wait a bit longer. He's got a feeling that their company is about to arrive. And he's right. Soon, a cloud of dust appears on the horizon. Enter Wei Ming, the lord of Tianling City, ready to take matters into his own hands. The crowd's buzzing with rumors. Some think a world boss has spawned, while others wonder if the Black Dragon escaped its dungeon. When Wei Ming finally catches sight of the dragon, even he's taken aback. I mean, this is the Black Dragon we're talking about, out here in the open. And as Su Yang greets Mr. Jia, hinting at some sort of connection between them, Wei Ming and the others can hardly believe it. Stunned, Wei Ming asks if Su Yang really managed to tame the black dragon. Su Yang's as calm as ever when Wei Ming asks him if he really tamed the black dragon. With a confident, almost casual tone, Su Yang responds with, "As you can see." But Wei Ming? He just can't wrap his head around it. There's no way this young guy could control a beast like that, right? He demands proof, still stuck in disbelief. Su Yang, not one to waste time, has the dragon let out a roar, an absolutely earth-shaking sound that sends everyone around into a panic. Wei Ming's face goes pale as he realizes the truth, pleading with Su Yang to stop. Lilith, who's clinging to the dragon tightly, scolds Su Yang for scaring her like that. Meanwhile, Wei Ming's still trying to process everything, offering a flurry of apologies for ever doubting him. He's got a theory now. Maybe Su Yang found the legendary secret dungeon egg, a rare reward even after beating a dragon boss. And he can't help but wonder how a young guy like Su Yang could possibly tame a moonlight tier black dragon. The gears in Wei Ming's head are turning. Could Su Yang actually be some kind of powerful deity in disguise? And he's not the only one thinking that. The entire concept of taming a black dragon like this is mind-boggling. Even the Global Beast Tamer Association, filled with elite tamers, only has one dragon tamer on record. As Wei Ming's thoughts spiral, he starts to question why such a powerful figure would show up in a place as small as Tianling City. But then, all those thoughts get cut short when Su Yang offers a casual hand, and Wei Ming, utterly stunned, bows in submission. Then, right on cue, Su Yang's system chimes and ding. He's completed the first stage of his boss mission. But before he can even relax, another notification comes through. Looks like the next stage's boss has already been located, and even Su Yang is caught off guard. Wei Ming, still nervous and sweating, steps forward again, convinced that Su Yang must be from the Global Beast Tamer Association. But Su Yang just gives him a puzzled look, clearly not following. Jiayu, who's been standing nearby, leans in to remind Wei Ming that no important figures have shown up in the city recently, leaving Wei Ming to question if Su Yang's presence might have been a secret. But with no teleportation records to back it up, he dismisses the thought. Then, things take a sudden turn when Asuhi Mikiko makes her entrance, bursting onto the scene with a big, enthusiastic smile. Wei Ming and Jiayu are caught off guard by her sudden appearance, and she quickly introduces herself as a beast tamer from Sakura Country. And yeah, she's super eager to talk to Su Yang, wanted to know all about how he tamed the dragon. Su Yang just stares at her, a bit speechless from her energy. Mikiko is all excited, asking Su Yang for tips, but then catches herself. This is supposed to be a secret only shared among beast tamers. But Su Yang drops a bombshell of his own. He straight up tells her that he's not a beast tamer. And just like that, the whole group is stunned. Wei Ming, Jiayu, Asui. They're all left wondering how on earth a guy who isn't even a beast tamer managed to pull off something that's supposed to be impossible. I mean, the black dragon is a challenge even for the best tamers out there. And yet here's Su Yang, a total outsider, doing the unthinkable. Su Yang stays cool, though. He just says he's got his own methods and leaves it at that, keeping the details to himself. Then he turns to Wei Ming, asking him to let the citizens know not to panic when they see the black dragon flying overhead. Wei Ming's still a bit dazed, but quickly agrees, rushing off to make the announcement. And as he does, he can't help but admire Su Yang's calm demeanor, realizing that true strength often comes without all the flashy arrogance that so many pretend to have. Meanwhile, Asuhi, looking a bit shy now, asks if she can tell her teacher about Su Yang's feat. Her teacher is apparently one of the 9 heads of the Beast Tamer Association, and Asui hints that they might even want to meet Su Yang in person. Wei Ming jumps in, making comparisons between Asuhi and another talented tamer, Luo Linger, though he notes how different their personalities are. Su Yang listens in, clearly intrigued by all the talk of the association's top brass. But he's got other things on his mind, and he's not too interested in becoming a mentor just yet. Su Yang quickly excuses himself, telling them he has other matters to deal with. With a simple farewell, he hops back onto the black dragon and takes off, leaving Asui and Wei Ming standing there, completely stunned. As the dragon takes to the skies again, Wei Ming quickly gets word out to the city, announcing that the black dragon boss has been tamed and there's no need to panic when they see it soaring above. As the dragon flies into the city, the sight leaves everyone in awe. Conversations buzz through the streets, with people marveling at the sheer power it must have taken to tame a beast like that. They can't help but wonder, who is this mysterious person who's managed to pull off what nobody else could? So, picture this. A girl's just going about her day, minding her own business, when, boom, Su Yang and his black dragon make a dramatic landing right in front of his place. The ground shakes, and the sound is deafening, sending her broom clattering to the ground. She's startled, of course, but Su Yang, ever the smooth operator, apologizes and casually mentions that he's, well, the writer. Recognizing him as her master, she calms down and breathes a sigh of relief. As Su Yang reflects, he realizes he never meant to draw so much attention. But here's the thing. Since he's not a beast tamer, he doesn't have one of those special spaces to store a dragon. So, like it or not, he's got to show off a bit. It's an unintended flex, but hey, sometimes that's just how it goes. Su Yang, ever the gentleman, offers Lilith the chance to pick any room she likes, leaving her in the care of his staff while he gets back to business. Lilith checks out the house, and, honestly, she's pretty impressed. It's clean, it's spacious, and she's feeling like she could really make herself at home here. Su Yang, on the other hand, is relieved. He was worried she might act like a spoiled princess, but Lilith's down-to-earth attitude is a pleasant surprise. With Lilith settled, Su Yang turns his attention to more serious matters. He sits down and calls up the system, and almost instantly, the next boss is revealed, a sovereign of original sin from the demon abyss. And get this, it's ranked at God tier. Yeah, you heard that right. Su Yang's taken aback by the news, realizing that this next challenge is way beyond anything he's faced before. He quickly runs through the ranking system in his mind, remembering how it all works. From the 5th tier onward, every 50 levels marks a new tier. Starlight is the 6th, Moonlight is the 7th, Sunlight is the 8th, and above all of them sits the elusive God tier. Reaching that level isn't easy. You've got to conquer the trial of the gods to even attempt it. Su Yang can't help but marvel at how big of a leap this is. He's come a long way, taming a Starlight tier black dragon, but now he's up against something far beyond. He wonders what this new connection to the God tier world will unlock for him. And then it begins. He initiates the summoning process, and suddenly, energy swirls around him, kick-starting his transformation. And then he's face-to-face with the God tier boss from the demon abyss. The thing is massive, its presence is absolutely overwhelming. Su Yang scans its stats, and they're off the charts. This boss has insane strength, blinding speed, and resistances that make it nearly invincible to most attacks. Physical, fire, water, darkness. But there's a silver lining. Light is its one weakness. As Su Yang digs deeper, he learns that this boss controls everything in the demon abyss. But here's the kicker. It can revive its subordinates endlessly, and even worse, it can resurrect itself as long as any demon in the abyss is still alive. It's a total game changer. Su Yang knows that defeating it means wiping out every last demon in the abyss. No small task. He takes in the system's explanation. The demon abyss isn't your typical dungeon. It's a vast rift that connects directly to the human world, similar to the gateways to Lilith's kingdom or the Dragon Kingdom. But while those places have some semblance of peace, the abyss is teeming with danger. It's accessible to adventurers, but it's not for the faint of heart. Each level is like a deeper descent into chaos, and the demons only get stronger as you go. Even the first floor starts at level 40, making it a hot spot for those looking to level up or hunt for treasures. Su Yang's thoughts race as he considers the demon abyss. It's not just a dungeon. It's an entire world full of challenges. And the deeper you go, the tougher it gets. Humanity's only reached the 386th floor so far, and even that took the combined efforts of SSS-ranked guilds like the Ring of the Archmage and Knight's Sanctum. These elite guilds are the only ones who've dared face God-tier bosses. Someday, they might become Su Yang's rivals. But for now, he's got his hands full. This boss feels like an impossible challenge, especially with its ability to revive over and over. But Su Yang knows he has to figure out a way through it. He studies the thrones of the 7 kings of sin in the abyss. Out of 7, only 4 glow with power. The other 3 are dark, defeated by adventurers before him. Su Yang's instincts kick in as he focuses on the glowing runes, feeling like now is his chance to make a move. And then, the God-tier boss flexes its powers, activating its second talent. With just a wave of its hand, purple energy swirls around, pulling at the runes. Suddenly, one of the dark thrones lights up. King Beelzebub, the gluttonous, emerges, revived and ready for battle. Its grotesque form drips with raw hunger and power. This monster is no joke. It's a blazing sun tier boss with stats that would make anyone break into a sweat. We're talking 20 million HP and strength that's beyond what most can even comprehend. So, Beelzebub, the once feared king of gluttony, is on his knees before the sovereign of original sin, practically begging for forgiveness. It's honestly a sad sight. This monster that used to strike terror into everyone's hearts is now a shadow of his former self, muttering apologies like he's got no pride left. The sovereign, standing tall with those intense, glowing eyes, looks down on him with clear disappointment. This wasn't the kind of revival he'd been hoping for. Su Yang, watching all this, can't help but think, only sunlight tear? Really? This guy's nothing special. But Beelzebub does come with a couple of nasty tricks. His first talent? The more he devours, the stronger he gets, and there's no cap on that power boost. But the real kicker is the second talent. Whenever Beelzebub consumes something, it's like offering a tribute to the sovereign, with 2% of the victim's attributes going directly to him, permanently. Su Yang quickly puts the pieces together. Beelzebub's kills are basically feeding power to the sovereign. Every fight is a win for them, but there's a catch. If those tributes stack up enough, the sovereign could descend into this world right away. Not exactly ideal. Meanwhile, Beelzebub keeps groveling, but the sovereign is over it, dismissing him without a second thought. Su Yang just watches, shaking his head at how far this so-called king has fallen. Beelzebub vows to return to the abyss and take revenge on humanity, but the sovereign barely listens. The system chimes in, confirming that Beelzebub's heading back to the 100th layer, and Su Yang can't help but think, this guy's the weakest of the 7 kings, isn't he? With the system out of the way, Su Yang takes a deep breath and gets ready. As he rises from his meditation, he feels the raw power of the sinful lord coursing through him, and he can't help but admire the control it gives him. It's a heady feeling, enough to make him understand why so many ancient rulers crave power. But before he can get too deep into his thoughts, there's a knock at the door, cutting through his focus. "Master, are you inside?" A voice calls from the other side. Su Yang sighs, a bit annoyed by the interruption, but he gets up and heads to the door. "Hold on, I'll be right there," he says, trying to keep his tone steady. When he opens the door, his servant informs him that City Lord Wei Ming is waiting and wants to speak with him personally. Su Yang nods and steps out to see what all the fuss is about. Wei Ming's there, practically bouncing on his feet, and he blurts out, "Su Yang, you've finally come." With that ever-calm demeanor, Su Yang just asks, "What does the City Lord need?" He's straight to the point. Wei Ming, clearly excited, says, "You don't know? Your feat of taming a dragon has spread throughout all of Longxia. It's even gone global. You've caused a huge sensation in the world of beast tamers." As he speaks, Su Yang notices how the symbol of the black dragon lights up the room. It's a reminder of what he's accomplished. The Global Beast Tamer Association has taken note of his achievement, especially since it completely shattered their previous assumptions about what's possible in the field of beast taming. But it's not all praise. There are still plenty of skeptics out there, and not everyone's convinced because they didn't witness it firsthand. To settle the doubts, the Global Beast Tamer Association issued an official statement, and one of their top leaders is already in Longxia, ready to meet this so-called beast-taming genius. When is this leader arriving? Su Yang asks, trying to keep his voice steady. But internally, he's a bit on edge. He knows that dealing with the top figures from the association is no small matter. "They should arrive soon," Wei Ming replies. Su Yang feels a knot form in his stomach. These leaders are serious business, and he knows he'll have to play this carefully. Meanwhile, over at the Tianling City Transport Hub, a crowd starts to gather. There's an air of anticipation, and among the onlookers is a mysterious figure blending into the scene. Instead of taking the VIP route, this person is choosing to walk among the crowd, adding to the tension in the air. The whispers start spreading fast. "Make way! Everyone make way!" All eyes shift toward the new arrival, and even Luo Linger, always keeping an ear out for big news, perks up. Something big is about to happen over there, she thinks, curiosity sparking. It turns out the mystery figure is none other than Elder Luo Dashi, one of the great leaders of the Global Beast Tamer Association. As the crowd parts for him, murmurs ripple through the area. Seeing him in person is a rare event. Elder Luo Dashi greets everyone with a humble smile, apologizing for the fuss his arrival might have caused. Despite his unassuming manner, his reputation carries weight, and everyone knows that his presence means something major is about to unfold. Elder Luo Dashi quickly becomes the center of attention with his dignified aura, but he's not just there for the spotlight. He even exchanges polite words with Luo Linger from the Tianji Pavilion, showing that he respects her standing in the beast-taming world. Luo Linger, on the other hand, can't help but feel a bit down. She admits to herself that she wasn't strong enough to tame the black dragon, a feat that could have cemented her position as Longxia's top beast tamer. She knows that with Su Yang's recent achievement, her title might slip through her fingers. Elder Luo had some wise words for Luo Linger. He could see that she was feeling down about losing her chance to become Longxia's top beast tamer, so he gently reminded her not to get too caught up in titles and achievements. He wanted her to remember what really mattered on her path, beyond just the accolades. It was a moment of genuine advice, showing that Elder Luo saw beyond the competition. But then, he brought up something that immediately caught Luo Linger's interest: the discovery of the Dragon Spirit's secret realm. Now, this place is a game changer. It's a special realm that connects directly to the land of dragons, and those who are brave enough to venture inside can earn some serious rewards. Hearing this, Luo Linger perked up. She knew that this might be her shot to prove herself again. But here's the catch. Getting into the Dragon Spirit's secret realm isn't easy. To qualify, you need a dragon companion. And right now, only one person in the entire world meets that requirement: Vielria from the Eagle United Federation. Elder Luo mentioned that many, including himself, had tried to tame dragons, but none had succeeded quite like Vielria. He shared that his teacher's research suggested the strength of the dragon companion directly affected the blessings one could receive in the secret realm. That's why Elder Luo was so interested in taming the black dragon. Its power could bring the greatest rewards. Luo Linger, inspired, told Elder Luo that she planned to go for the silver dragon. It was slightly easier than the black dragon, but still had more potential than the red dragon. Elder Luo, ever the mentor, advised her to take her time. He reminded her that the Tianji Pavilion already had the white dragon's secret realm under its control, and suggested she join him in meeting the mysterious new beast-taming prodigy instead. But just as he made the suggestion, Luo Linger remembered something urgent and rushed off, clearly prioritizing her own plans over meeting Su Yang. Elder Luo just watched her leave with an amused smile, impressed by her determination. Meanwhile, back with Su Yang and Wei Ming, they were getting ready to meet this mysterious elder when they were interrupted by a sudden, earth-shaking roar. It was loud, intense, and they both immediately knew what it meant. Elder Luo had arrived. And let me tell you, he didn't do things quietly. Descending from the sky on a flaming beast, Elder Luo made an entrance that was nothing short of spectacular. Flames blazed around him as he arrived, the heat and light radiating through the air. His mount let out another deafening roar, and the flames flared even brighter. Wei Ming squinted up at the scene, eyes wide in disbelief as he muttered, "The Elder." It was clear that even he hadn't expected such a dramatic entrance. With his usual flair, Elder Luo gracefully landed on the back of his beast, its fiery wings flapping with authority, sending a gust of hot air through the area. His presence demanded everyone's attention, and the whole scene was like something out of a legend. As he touched down, Elder Luo didn't waste time with pleasantries. Wei Ming, ever the diplomat, cleared his throat to break the tension. "Greetings, Elder Luo. I'm Wei Ming, City Lord of Tianling. This is the genius tamer who mastered the black dragon." He gestured towards Su Yang, hoping to smooth things over. Elder Luo's expression shifted as he turned his attention to Su Yang. His eyes lit up with genuine curiosity. "Truly, the young are destined for greatness. To tame a black dragon at your age. Remarkable," he exclaimed, clearly impressed. Su Yang, keeping his cool, replied humbly, "Elder Luo, you overpraise me. It was just luck." But Elder Luo wasn't buying it. He burst into a hearty laugh, clapping Su Yang on the back. "Huh, Su Yang, no need to be modest. You're the first to tame a black dragon. Be proud of it." With a nod, he went on to say, "Our association has decided to invite you to join the Global Beast Tamer Association." Now, this definitely piqued Su Yang's interest, and he asked, "When is this happening?" Elder Luo, smiling confidently, replied, "We'd like you to join us." But Su Yang hesitated. He shook his head and said, "Elder Luo, I'm not a beast tamer. I can't join." Elder Luo froze, taken aback. "Wait, what? Not a beast tamer?" he asked, completely floored by this revelation. "That's right," Su Yang replied, staying firm. Elder Luo's eyes widened, and he couldn't hide his shock. "No kidding," he exclaimed, genuinely stunned. He quickly pulled out Su Yang's ID, revealing his level 80 magic spirit weapon warrior status. See? I'm not joking, Su Yang pointed out, and the disbelief was clear on Elder Luo's face. The elder stared at the ID, his mind struggling to process the fact that Su Yang, who had tamed one of the most powerful dragons around, wasn't even technically a beast tamer. Elder Luo quickly connects with the other elders from the Global Beast Taming Association, and messages start flying between them. He informs them that he's met the person who tamed the black dragon. The chat lights up instantly. Elder Zhao Kuan jumps in questioning, "Why hesitate? Did he agree to join?" Elder Trump is more confident, stating, "Come on, we're the strongest beast taming organization. Why would he refuse us?" And Elder William Smith offers his congratulations to Long Xia, celebrating the arrival of another potential genius in their ranks. Even Vielria, one of the core members, chimes in, expressing excitement that someone else had finally managed to tame a dragon. But Elder Luo throws cold water on their enthusiasm. There's one problem. He's not a beast tamer. He's a warrior-class professional. That revelation leaves them all stunned. Elder Luo sighs as he stares at the message screen, thinking to himself, "I knew it would turn out like this." That's when President Carolina of the Siberian Northern Plains steps in with a suggestion. How about offering him honorary membership? Would that work? The idea quickly gains traction, with 9 members giving it a thumbs up. Back in Tianling City, Elder Luo stands before Su Yang, his expression warm, but with that calculating edge. "Su, my brother," he begins, after discussing it with the association, "we'd like to offer you honorary membership. You get access to all the association's benefits." Su Yang gives a faint smile, but his eyes stay sharp. "There's no such thing as a free lunch. What exactly do you need from me?" Elder Luo waves his hand, as if it's no big deal. "Oh, nothing too demanding. We'd just like you to give a few lectures on how to tame a dragon. It's not like it'll be a big crowd, just about 10 people. Su Yang's mind races, weighing his options. He realizes this isn't something he can just brush off. He's dealing with the upper echelons of the beast taming world, and the perks of being affiliated with an SSS-ranked guild are tempting. It's not an opportunity that comes around often. After a moment of thought, Su Yang looks Elder Luo in the eye. "All right, I'll give the lectures, but I'm not sure my experience will be of much help to your people." Elder Luo laughs softly. "No worries. Even Vielria gave a lecture once, and it wasn't all that helpful either. Everyone knows personal experiences can't always be replicated. It's just about trying, so don't feel pressured." Su Yang smirks. "All right, I'm in. If it's just sharing my experiences, I can spin whatever story I like. Beast taming leaders, get ready to hear my version of things." Meanwhile, the world around them is changing fast. The merging of games and reality has led to the appearance of transfer statues all over the place. These events have resulted in the creation of the Transfer Temple, overseen by the World United Council. A special area in the heart of the world is now known as the Holy City, and at its center stands a mysterious figure, Euphemia Vega, the Divine High Priestess. Euphemia Vega's reputation is shrouded in mystery. She's the highest authority in the temple, and no one has ever seen her leave the Holy City. She's always dressed in radiant robes, her aura brimming with a sense of divinity and power. Her true abilities and level remain a total enigma, hidden behind countless rumors. The only recorded instance of her strength was about 10 years ago, when the president of the SSS-ranked Guild Ring of the Mage God, Augustin, tried to challenge her. Back then, Augustin had just ascended to demigod status after completing the Trial of the Gods. He was eager to test his newfound power against Euphemia Vega. As a level 300, 9-turn element destroyer, he unleashed a barrage of forbidden curse attacks, flames, ice, thunder, the works, each one packing enough force to level entire cities. But despite all that destructive energy, Euphemia Vega's divine shield remained unbroken. Her barrier deflected everything he threw at her, effortlessly, leaving Augustin in shock. He couldn't even scratch her defenses, and the outcome was clear. No one could challenge the might of the Divine High Priestess. After that day, nobody dared to question the authority of the Transfer Temple. Now, fast forward to the present. Euphemia Vega stands in her sacred chamber within the Holy City, her face hidden behind a golden mask that only adds to her aura of mystery. An alert has been raised. Something serious is brewing in the demon abyss, which has been dormant for ages. Beelzebub, the king of gluttony, has somehow reappeared, and this isn't supposed to be possible. Her eyes narrow as she realizes what this means. In their world, once a star-rank boss is defeated, it's supposed to stay down for good. But now, the laws that have governed their reality for so long seem to be breaking. It's unprecedented, and the implications are huge. In a solemn prayer, Euphemia Vega calls upon the holy statue for guidance, seeking the light to reveal the darkness creeping into their world. As the chamber dims around her, her prayer is answered, and her eye of insight activates, glowing with a divine radiance that allows her to see far beyond normal sight. Her vision pierces through layers of reality, focusing on the darkest depths of the demon abyss. It's a desolate landscape, filled with towering monuments and shadowy figures, remnants of the past battles fought there. The deepest record humanity has reached is the 386th floor, but every 100 levels, a king of sin emerges. At the 100th level, there's the grotesque presence of gluttony Beelzebub. At the 200th, the shadowy figure of lust Asmodeus. And at the 300th, the greedy Mammon. All three were supposed to be defeated, their thrones empty. But now, against all odds, gluttony has somehow revived, leaving only two dim thrones still unclaimed. So, we're back at the base of this massive structure, and Euphemia Vega is struggling to grasp the magic energy pouring out. It's way beyond anything she's seen before. Even with her powerful eye of insight, she can't quite see through it all. Could it be? This magic, it's bottomless, she mutters, barely able to believe it. Determined to get to the bottom of things, she raises her staff, which shines with a radiant blue light. She commands the darkness to reveal itself, shouting, "Evil, reveal your true form before the holy light." And just like that, a swirling black portal opens up in front of her, and out steps a figure, a human silhouette, twisted and dark. Euphemia's heart skips a beat as she watches, feeling the atmosphere shift around her. Suddenly, a deep voice thunders through the abyss, making the ground beneath her tremble. "Who dares spy on our king?" The power behind the voice is overwhelming, crashing in her senses like a tidal wave. The dark figure moves forward, its presence growing more menacing. "Be gone," it commands, and the air ripples with energy as Lucifer, the king of sin, pride, steps into view. Her enormous red blade glimmers ominously, and with a swift motion, she slashes, sending a devastating beam of energy straight toward Euphemia. Euphemia's instincts kick in. "Resist! Barrier!" she shouts, summoning her divine shield just in time. The attack smashes into her shield, the impact so powerful that it sends her flying back, gasping for air. She struggles to steady herself, her wings flaring as she tries to regain control. Above her, Lucifer looms, eyes glowing with a cold, godlike power. But the battle takes its toll. Euphemia's eye of insight flickers and fades, its power overwhelmed by the sheer force of Lucifer's attack. Eye of insight dispelled, she mutters, realizing that her vision has been shut down. Lucifer stands tall, her black wings casting a long shadow over the battlefield. With a sneer, she scoffs. Did it flee? Such a coward. Lucifer then kneels before a shadowy figure that appears behind her, bowing her head in submission. "My exalted king, forgive my failure. I was careless. Someone dared to spy on you," she reports, her voice filled with a twisted mix of respect and longing. Her crimson eyes burn with a dangerous gleam as she adds with a wicked smile, "My dearest king, when will I hold your face again?" Meanwhile, Euphemia Vega, realizing the scale of the threat she's facing, begins to fade from the scene. A god-ranked enemy, she whispers to herself, her voice trembling with the realization. "We were wrong, so wrong about the demon abyss." Her mind races as she tries to comprehend this new threat. A being served by the god-ranked kings of sin? Who, or what could this entity be? Then, a massive sound echoes across the world, a booming announcement that shakes the skies. A brilliant golden light radiates from above, and Euphemia's eyes widen in shock. "Is this a world announcement?" she breathes, her heart racing. The message is clear, and it's a game changer. World boss, monarch of the deadly sins, has appeared in the deepest abyss of the demon abyss. Somewhere else, hearing this announcement, President Carolina of the Global Beast Taming Association is quick to share her insights. Defeating the monarch of the deadly sins, who commands all 7 of the sins, grants a chance to obtain the Sin Reversal Series weapons, a rare and powerful artifact, she explains, her tone filled with determination. Augustin the Mage, always the serious one, chimes in next. These weapons are crucial for taking down the monarch. The higher your transfer star rank, the better your drop rate, he adds, making it clear that only the most powerful adventurers stand a chance. Then, Tang Zhan, the imposing president of the Undying War Domain, adds his voice to the mix, his deep tone rumbling like thunder. Defeating this world-class boss will unlock the next expansion, Ascend the Divine Ladder. Stay tuned for more. It's a huge declaration, promising new challenges ahead. Back in Tianling City's job transfer temple, players are buzzing with excitement and disbelief. One of them gasps, "Holy crap, a world-class boss? This is the first time I've heard of anything like this." Even demigod-ranked bosses had never reached world-class status before. Did this mean that the monarch of the deadly sins was truly a god-rank boss? Another player, by Linger, nods firmly beside him. No doubt about it. Just look at the name of the new expansion, the 10th transfer, the real god rank. This is a huge event. The players continue to wrap their heads around the magnitude of what's happening. But Su Yang has his own realization, one that's even more shocking. He's become a world-class boss himself. Meanwhile, Elder Luo Dashi, sensing the urgency of the situation, turns to Su Yang. "Brother Su Yang, I might have to leave you for a bit. The president's calling me to a meeting. Anyway, I've already completed the membership process, so we can talk later if anything comes up." Su Yang waves him off with a friendly smile. "No worries, take care." As Elder Luo Dashi heads off, Bai Ling steps closer to Su Yang, her voice low with concern. "Brave hero, with all these strange events happening, what exactly is going on in this world? I have a bad feeling." Su Yang places a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "Don't worry, I'm here." She looks up at him, a small smile breaking through her worry. "Yes, I believe in you, brave hero." Su Yang lets out a confident smirk, his gaze focused on the horizon as he starts to connect the dots. Right now, all the major SSS-ranked guilds must be mobilizing, and he knows it's only a matter of time before someone takes down the monarch of the deadly sins. But before that happens, he's got his own preparations to make. His expression hardens with determination as he thinks about the Sin Reversal Series weapons. Unique, limited artifacts that are key to defeating the monarch. If he can get his hands on one, it would be a huge power boost, something that could make all the difference. My returning Prison Bone Gave is powerful, but it's no match for the Sin Reversal Series. They're god-tier artifacts, and they're essential for taking down the monarch of the deadly sins. If I can get one, it could change everything, he muses, already planning his next move. So, Su Yang pauses, a new idea hitting him like a lightning bolt. Wait a second. If I, as the monarch of the deadly sins, could defeat the kings of sin myself, would they drop the Sin Reversal Series weapons too? His mind races, piecing together the possibilities. As the ruler of the Abyss and the original Sin Monarch, he knows his subordinates would willingly devote themselves to him. Resurrection wouldn't even be an issue. He could bring them back whenever he wanted. But then, a thought makes him frown. The cooldown on reviving them is a bit long. It'd be nice if he could shorten that somehow. Standing before a towering golden statue, Su Yang's thoughts swirl around the situation. He knows that the strongest professionals out there right now are barely scraping the semi-god rank. But with the upcoming expansion, the Ascension Ladder, it seems like the key to true ascension is defeating the original Sin Monarch. His competitive spirit flares up. "If I could solo the original Sin Monarch, I'd be the first to ascend," he thinks, a smirk spreading across his face. He can't help but wonder how the others, who have been grinding away for years, would react when they learn that he's only been around for a month and is already on the verge of surpassing them. Su Yang looks up at the statue of the divine high priestess, with his angelic companion standing by his side. He nods to himself, refocusing on the present. "But for now, let's stay on track. I'll take my 4th-rank 5-star mission first," he says, as beams of light shoot skyward from the Grand Cathedral, signaling the arrival of some familiar faces. And sure enough, 3 figures gather beneath the cathedral's imposing structure. Augustin, Carolina, Tang Zhan, and Poker. Each of them is on high alert, their expressions tense. Augustin, president of the Divine Magic Circle and a powerhouse of a 9th-rank element annihilator, tries to lighten the mood with a chuckle. "Hey, what a coincidence. Looks like we all got the same invite." Carolina, never one to miss a chance for a jab, smirks at Augustin. "You getting up this early? I didn't think I'd see the day," she teases, but her smile doesn't hide the seriousness of the situation. Tang Zhan, the no-nonsense president of the Immortal War Domain, speaks up next, all business. With a new version and a world boss on the table, we can't afford to mess around, he says firmly. Even Poker, the president of the Knight's holy sanctuary, adds gravely. The holy high priestess herself sent an invitation letter. This isn't your everyday gathering. As they step into the grand cathedral, beams of light continue to pour from its peak, attracting the attention of everyone nearby. Augustin glances around at the murmuring crowd, noticing the awe in their expressions. Pretty lively, huh? He comments. All the top dogs from the SSS rank guilds are here. Excited whispers ripple through the crowd, reverence clear in their voices. It's Augustin, the pride of the mages. Look, it's Lady Carolina. And there's Tang Zhan. The gathering of these legends only adds to the anticipation in the air. Up above, holographic projections of the high-ranking leaders from around the world materialize, hovering in midair. Augustin takes it all in with a casual grin. Looks like even the big wigs of the major countries decided to show up for this one, he says, sipping from his drink. Guild leaders, national heads, all under one roof. This is going to be interesting. Then, the divine high priestess Euphemia Vega steps forward, radiating power and authority. Her voice rings out clearly, addressing the gathered leaders. Thank you all for responding to the temple summons. I'm sure you already know why we've gathered here. Her tone hardens as she continues. The original Sin King, Gluttony, Beelzebub, has resurrected. It's likely connected to the emergence of the world-level boss, the original Sin Monarch. The room goes quiet as the weight of her words sinks in. She presses on, her gaze steely. According to the guidance from the divine statue, defeating the original Sin King and obtaining a reverse Sin series weapon is the only way to stand a chance against the Sin Monarch. Euphemia stands at the head of a round table, her presence commanding respect. The best way to increase the chances of acquiring a reverse Sin series weapon? The final blow against each boss must be delivered by a high-star rank transfer. She looks around the room, taking in the serious expressions of the assembled leaders. You are the strongest warriors in the world right now. This mission falls on your shoulders, and only you can succeed in this fight against evil. As she finishes speaking, a holographic report fills the room, showing grim details about the Demon Abyss. The current deepest level conquered in the Abyss is 386, she announces. Along the way, the teams encountered 3 original Sin Kings, Gluttony, Lust, and Greed. Her tone is firm as she continues. Based on our calculations, a new original Sin King appears every 100 levels. That means we still have 314 more levels to clear before we can face the final boss. Euphemia Vega turns to Augustin and Tang Zhan, the strongest adventurers present, both at level 372. Master Augustin, General Tang Zhan, given your experience, how many levels of the Abyss can be cleared with each level increase? Augustin pauses, taking a swig from his drink before answering with a wry smile. About 3 levels per increase. Push any further than that, and this old man might just keel over. Tang Zhan jumped into the discussion, making it clear just how tough things were going to get. The deeper we push into the Demon Abyss, the tougher it gets. Even with our power, we can't just breeze through multiple levels at once, he explained, his face serious. Euphemia Vega nodded, clearly feeling the weight of the challenge ahead. You'll need to level up at least 100 times to reach level 700. It's not going to be quick or easy, she admitted, her eyes reflecting just how long and grueling this journey would be. Then Poker, the Judgment Condemner, stepped in, his tone strategic. Look, when we defeat an original Sin King, the experience boost can level up the whole team. If we could manipulate this, reviving the Sin Kings and defeating them over and over, we might speed up our leveling and increase the drop rate for those Sin reversal weapons, he proposed. It was a risky plan, but the potential rewards were huge, and everyone knew it. Euphemia Vega shifted the focus to the crucial question. How do we handle the distribution of the reverse Sin series weapons? Poker cut through any fluff, reminding the room that these weapons weren't just rare loot. They were essential to taking down the original Sin Monarch and reaching the next stage of power, Ascension itself. Master Augustin, never one to back down, leaned in with a challenging tone. So, who's brave enough to try and claim one of those weapons first? He wasn't just asking. He was testing the room, seeing who would step forward. Another warrior couldn't help but comment on the boldness of those speaking out today. It was rare to see everyone being so upfront. But Poker, cool and composed, reminded them why they were really here. Let's not lose sight of what's at stake. These weapons are the key to defeating the Sin Monarch, and that means they're the key to our ascension. The tension in the room spiked, but then Euphemia Vega brought down her staff with a commanding strike, sending a shockwave through the chamber. It was a clear sign to focus. She urged everyone to be patient. The Transfer Temple is keeping a close eye on how we handle this. The decisions about the weapons will be made once we have our extermination team set, she said. One of the warriors, a bit sheepish, apologized for getting ahead of himself, and Euphemia, ever the leader, acknowledged the intensity of the moment with understanding. Tang Zhan then offered a plan to organize the extermination team, suggesting that countries pool their resources to form national teams. Each team would take turns hunting the Sin Kings, and whoever got the drop would keep it. It wasn't perfect, but it could reduce the fierce competition for those coveted weapons while keeping everyone motivated. The room buzzed with discussion, and tension hung thick in the air as everyone considered the idea. Poker, ever the strategist, saw the wisdom in Tang Zhan's approach, using entire countries as units in the fight. Meanwhile, Euphemia Vega listened carefully, weighing the pros and cons of coordinating these forces. But then a question popped up. What about the weaker countries? Would they just get overshadowed in this new system? Tang Zhan, unfazed, shot down the concern. Look, in this fight, the only thing that matters is strength. It's not about the political power of a country, he said, making his stance crystal clear. Euphemia, seeing the need for clarity, announced a vote on the proposal, keeping everyone focused on the mission at hand. As the votes came in, the result was decisive, 80% in favor of Tang Zhan's plan. It was official, and Euphemia Vega announced that the first item on the agenda was done. With that settled, attention turned to the countries that lacked ninth-rank professionals. Those nations wouldn't get a chance to participate, and their fate would be decided by a lottery. The final results were to be announced later. With the first matter wrapped up, all eyes turned to the second agenda, and President Carolina stepped forward, clearly eager to speak. Her presence was intense as she addressed the room. Thanks to the emergence of the Dragon Spirit Realm, the gates to the Dragon Kingdom are open again. It's a vast realm, filled with powerful bosses. If we can conquer this massive subspace, the experience rewards will skyrocket, giving us the boost we need to take on the Demon Abyss. Augustin, ever cautious, cut in with a warning. Hang on. Getting into the Dragon Spirit Realm isn't a walk in the park. Only those who have successfully tamed a dragon can even step foot inside, he reminded the group. He glanced at Carolina, his expression sharpening. Vielria from your association was the only one who managed that, right? But I get the feeling something's changed. Carolina's lips curled into a knowing smile. You got that right. I'm sure you've all heard by now, a genius from Longxia has done the impossible. He tamed a black dragon, and as a result, he's joined our association as an honorary member. The room buzzed with murmurs, but then Poker spoke up, his skepticism cutting through the noise. Wait, he tamed a black dragon? Shouldn't that make him more than just an honorary member? Why didn't he become a regular member, or even a leader? Honorary status is usually for non-professionals in the association. The question lingered, adding a new layer of tension to the room. Carolina didn't miss a beat, her voice firm as she revealed the truth about Su Yang. That's right, Su Yang isn't a beast tamer at all. He's a warrior-class professional. The reactions came fast. Surprise, disbelief, and confusion flashed across the faces of the council members. The room fell silent, and the weight of this revelation settled heavily over everyone. They all tried to process the fact that a warrior, someone outside the traditional paths of beast taming, had managed to tame one of the most powerful dragons out there. It was a game changer, and everyone knew that the challenges ahead had just become a lot more interesting. In the Holy City Transfer Temple headquarters, tension hung thick in the air. Augustin, visibly enraged, stormed around, his disbelief echoing through the room. He couldn't fathom the situation. Time and again, he had attempted to make dragons submit through brute strength, killing many along the way, from Starlight to Sunlight tier dragons. Yet they had all chosen death over submission. The mere idea that someone might have achieved what he couldn't was an affront to his pride. He fumed, his voice cutting through the murmurs of the gathered crowd. No one but a beast tamer could tame a dragon. This was the undeniable truth he clung to. But now, that certainty was crumbling, and he seethed at the impossibility of it all. President Carolina, however, remained unimpressed by his dramatic outburst. With a calm but sharp rebuke, she reminded him that just because he couldn't accomplish something didn't mean others shared his limitations. Her words hit him hard, questioning how the leader of the renowned ring of the mage god could act so undignified. Augustin, bristling at her remark, retorted angrily, accusing her of being all talk. His frustration was palpable as he challenged her to prove her capabilities if she believed taming a dragon was so simple. Carolina's expression shifted, her composure cracking at his insult. The crowd sensed the tension as the two leaders exchanged heated words, the air between them electric with hostility. Amid the escalating dispute, Poker, a voice of reason, tried to restore order. He reminded them of the many eyes watching, their whispers a mix of awe and disbelief. The crowd buzzed with incredulity over the news. A young warrior, without the skills of a beast tamer, had reportedly managed to tame a dragon. Such a feat seemed implausible, even for Season 8th and 9th tier professionals. High Priestess Euphemia Vega, standing to the side, pondered aloud. Could this really be true? Could someone so young and seemingly unremarkable have accomplished what even the most powerful could not? Her gaze sharpened as her thoughts turned inward, grappling with the implications of such an achievement. President Carolina, sensing the need for clarity, addressed Euphemia Vega directly. She revealed that the association had already completed the young warrior's membership registration before the meeting had even begun. The High Priestess wasted no time accessing his profile. Her expression shifted as she read his details. Suyang was indeed a warrior, but only at his third transformation. How could someone of his level achieve the impossible? The question loomed large in her mind. Poker, still in shock, voiced the disbelief shared by many. Suyang, with only 3 transformations, had bested the Black Flame Wing? The sheer audacity of such a claim left him questioning everything he thought he knew. Tang Zhan, another prominent figure, echoed the sentiment. How could such a prodigy arise from Longxia without any prior notice? The revelation left him both stunned and skeptical. Carolina, ever the visionary, addressed the gathering with determination. She spoke of inviting Suyang to share his methods and experiences, hopeful that his insights might shed light on taming dragons without traditional beast tamer skills. Her words carried weight as she hinted at a potential paradigm shift, one where anyone, not just beast tamers, could tame mythical beasts. The idea ignited a flurry of speculation among the crowd. The notion spread like wildfire. If dragons could be tamed by anyone, could it mean a future where such creatures were no longer the exclusive domain of beast tamers? For some, the idea was exhilarating. For others, it was almost too much to believe. Poker, however, raised a practical concern. If taming dragons became accessible to all, the Dragon Spirit's secret realm would no longer remain the exclusive territory of the Global Beast Tamer Association. Was Carolina prepared for such a monumental shift? She responded resolutely. Her vision extended beyond the confines of the association's influence. For her, the prospect of making beast taming universal far outweighed any territorial concerns. Augustin, ever the opportunist, saw this as his chance. With a sly grin, he declared his intention to head straight to Longxia to find this Suyang, promising to trade powerful forbidden curses in exchange for Suyang's secrets. He made it clear he wasn't above leveraging his position to get what he wanted. Meanwhile, far from the heated debates and intrigue of the headquarters, Suyang sneezed loudly, causing Bailing to chuckle. She handed him a tissue, playfully musing about how even high-level professionals weren't immune to mundane illnesses. Suyang, however, was already engrossed in his next task. The mission ahead was formidable, a diamond-tier challenge in the Frozen City. He read the task description with a smirk, unbothered by its difficulty. It was a solo mission, requiring him to infiltrate the palace and defeat the Ice Witch, whose fearsome powers were the stuff of legend. The rewards were tantalizing. An increase in his strength and spirit, a legendary demon spirit, a mystical weapon, and an active skill book. To most, the task would have been overwhelming, but Suyang saw it as just another challenge to conquer. Mounting his black dragon, he exuded confidence, ready to take on whatever lay ahead. With a powerful leap, the dragon soared into the skies, leaving behind a trail of awestruck onlookers. In the icy depths of the Frozen City dungeon, a group of adventurers struggled against the cold and the relentless power of the Ice Witch. Their complaints echoed through the frigid halls as they lamented their misfortune. The dungeon was brutal, sapping their strength and resolve. The Ice Witch, with her impenetrable armor and devastating attacks, had brought them to their knees. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm them, The massive eye of a black dragon opened, its ferocious gaze locking onto the group. Panic set in, their fear palpable, until Su Yang's calm but confident voice cut through the tension. He assured them their challenge was over. It was now his turn. Relieved beyond words, the adventurers scrambled to clear the path, their awe evident as they deferred to him. The adventurers stood frozen in awe as Su Yang strode forward, his black dragon Athos looming imposingly behind him. One of them, barely able to contain his shock, whispered to the others. The man's voice quivered with a mix of fear and excitement as he recognized Su Yang from the citywide announcement about taming the black dragon. Seeing him in person, confidently advancing through the dungeon, was almost too much to process. He marveled at the spectacle, unable to believe that Su Yang was planning to solo the dungeon, a feat unthinkable to most. The icy wind howled through the cavernous dungeon as Su Yang pressed on, undeterred by the bitter cold. Suddenly, the silence shattered with a thunderous roar, announcing the arrival of a massive Bigfoot snow monster, its level towering at 92. Accompanying it were smaller, equally menacing snow monsters at level 89. The pack charged toward him, their icy breaths frosting the air, but Athos let out a deafening roar that sent them scattering in terror. The dungeon's natural predators cowered before the overwhelming aura of the black dragon and its master. Su Yang stepped closer, his gaze steady and unyielding. The once fearsome Bigfoot snow monster now trembled before him, paralyzed by the sheer dominance he exuded. Su Yang's thoughts flickered briefly with amusement. Even in this dungeon, the pressure he exerted as a high-level warrior left lower-tier monsters utterly helpless. With a casual wave of his hand, he decided they weren't worth his time. He dismissed the creatures, commanding Athos to move straight toward the dungeon boss. Athos, eager for a challenge, unleashed a searing torrent of fire. The explosion rocked the dungeon, melting snow and shattering the surrounding ice with raw power. From the chaos emerged the enraged Ice Witch, her piercing voice echoing through the cavern as she demanded to know who dared destroy her palace. But before she could finish her threat, Athos slammed the ground with enough force to cut her off mid-sentence. Su Yang regarded the Ice Witch with cold indifference. Her rage and bravado melted away as she realized her folly. This wasn't a fight she could win. Her scream of horror was cut short as the system announced Su Yang's victory. The Ice Witch lay defeated, and the challenge was complete. As the remnants of flames licked the dungeon walls, Su Yang surveyed the destruction with mild disappointment. The battle had been far too easy, offering little in terms of excitement. He sighed, dismissing the Ice Witch as just another stepping stone. The fourth transformation, he mused, was never meant to be difficult. Perhaps the challenges awaiting him at the legendary stage would finally test his limits. Outside the dungeon, a ripple of excitement spread among the gathered adventurers. News of someone challenging the Ice Witch had stirred disbelief, but their skepticism quickly turned into awe as word spread of Su Yang's involvement. A small group of adventurers debated whether to wait for the dungeon's cooldown, holding on to the faint hope that the challenger might fail. Among the onlookers were Mu Rongshui and her friend Yu, both from Su Yang's guild. They overheard the chatter and quickly pieced together who the challenger was. Yu, eager to catch a glimpse of the man behind the legend, insisted they stay. She speculated that meeting someone like Su Yang could open unimaginable opportunities. Mu Rongshui, feigning disinterest, reluctantly agreed, though her curiosity was evident. Meanwhile, Augustin stood nearby, seemingly lost in his own world. His wistful expression and idle musings about the cold weather betrayed a slight tipsiness, a stark contrast to the stoic Tangzhan standing beside him. Despite the biting cold, Tangzhan remained unfazed, his attention fixed on the dungeon entrance. Suddenly, a roar erupted from within, signaling the boss's exit. Excitement rippled through the crowd as Athos emerged, its massive frame radiating power. And Yu couldn't contain her awe, marveling at the dragon's commanding presence. She mused aloud about the type of person capable of controlling such a creature, envisioning a handsome, elite guild member. Her dreamy admiration only intensified as Su Yang stepped forward, his casual demeanor captivating everyone present. Lin Yuyun, their guild leader, gasped as recognition dawned. She had heard the stories, but seeing Su Yang in the flesh was something else entirely. Her disbelief was echoed by Mu Rongshui, who muttered her amazement at the fact that Su Yang, only level 80, had accomplished the impossible. Su Yang greeted them with a calm nod, his words understated yet commanding. He asked casually if they were there to level up, prompting Lin Yuyin to explain that they had been gathering materials for Mu Rongshui. Hearing this, Su Yang checked his inventory and, without hesitation, offered her a glowing orb labeled the Heart of Frost. The epic material had dropped from the ice witch, and he insisted she take it. Mu Rongshui hesitated, overwhelmed by the generosity. She tried to refuse, but Su Yang's insistence left no room for argument. Blushing, she finally accepted the rare item, holding it close. And Yu teased her friend, playfully calling Su Yang a handsome young master, and hinting that if he said he didn't need it, he truly didn't. With the group still awestruck, Su Yang reassured them to relax. They had faced challenges together before, and there was no need for formality among comrades. Lin Yun, still processing the surreal moment, smiled and agreed, appreciating his down-to-earth demeanor. Just then, a low, ominous rumble interrupted the moment. Athos growled, its massive head turning sharply. Su Yang's attention snapped to his dragon, concern flashing across his face. Before he could react, Augustin stepped forward, extending a hand toward the formidable creature. To everyone's astonishment, Athos allowed the touch without resistance. Su Yang's thoughts raced. For someone to interact with his black dragon so casually, without inciting any aggression, was unheard of. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple as he stared at Augustin. The old man chuckled, brushing it off as a simple gesture, but Su Yang couldn't shake the unease building within him. Just who was this man? Amidst the snowy mountains, Su Yang stood with his companions, the icy wind swirling around them. As the figures of Augustin and Tangzhan approached, and Yu wrinkled her nose, grimacing at the unmistakable smell of alcohol wafting through the air. Mu Rongshui studied the elder with a spark of familiarity, trying to place where she had seen him before. Something about him triggered a memory, though she couldn't quite pin it down. Augustin's relaxed smirk broke the tension as he assured them he meant no harm. But before anyone could react, he vanished without a trace. Su Yang, now sweating despite the freezing conditions, tried to make sense of what had just happened. His mind raced. Spatial teleportation? Group teleportation without any visible gestures or spell movement. It was beyond his comprehension. Forcing himself to remain composed, Su Yang called out into the frosty silence, acknowledging the senior's impressive technique. He cautiously inquired about their business, knowing full well that such figures wouldn't appear here without a reason. When the silence broke and the names were spoken, the weight of their identities landed on Su Yang like a hammer blow. Augustin, president of the Ring of the Mage God, and Tangzhan, president of the Undying War Domain. Both were leaders of the most powerful SSS tier guilds in the realm. Su Yang's mind spun. What could two legends possibly want with someone like him? A novice who had just barely completed his advancement quest? His instincts screamed that this was trouble. Forcing a smile, he asked if their visit was related to dragon-taming techniques, the words escaping his lips more nervously than he'd intended. Augustin grinned at the question, his laid-back demeanor barely masking the intensity behind his eyes. That was exactly why they were there, he revealed, urging Su Yang to spill the secrets behind taming a dragon. But as he spoke, Augustin's aura flared, an overwhelming pulse of magical power surging outward. Su Yang felt the suffocating weight of it, his body stiffening under the sheer pressure. Tangzhan shot Augustin an unimpressed glare, chastising him for his lack of restraint. His calm voice reminded the elder that his overwhelming magic might frighten the younger generation. Augustin chuckled sheepishly, reining in his power as the tension in the air began to dissipate. He casually admitted that perhaps another drink might help keep him steady. To lighten the mood, Augustin reached into his robe, producing 2 radiant scrolls that shimmered with energy. He offered them to Su Yang, declaring that they were forbidden spell scrolls. In exchange, he wanted the young warrior's dragon-taming insights. Su Yang's heart raced. Forbidden spell scrolls, immensely powerful but single-use items, were treasures anyone would covet. Yet, he couldn't help but feel there was more to this offer than met the eye. Su Yang quickly realized the stakes. These were top-tier professionals, and if they suspected he was bluffing, the consequences could be dire. His mind raced as he weighed his options. With no room for error, he decided to gamble. Feigning confidence, he raised a finger and suggested an alternative. Instead of scrolls, he proposed a forbidden spell skill book. Augustin's humor faded as he studied Su Yang with suspicion. Why would a warrior need a spell book? He questioned Su Yang's intentions, hinting that the young man might be bending the rules. Tang Zhan, however, intervened, explaining that warriors who blended physical combat with magic weren't unheard of. Su Yang seized the opportunity, claiming that his profession, Mystic Spirit Warrior, allowed him to wield magic alongside his combat abilities. Satisfied, Augustin produced a gleaming spell book. It contained the Tier 2 forbidden spell, Thunder Destruction Technique. He handed it to Su Yang, cautioning that such power required immense mental strength and higher rankings to use effectively. While the Forbidden Scrolls offered immediate boosts, this skill book demanded mastery over time. Su Yang nodded, accepting the book with a calm exterior while internally calculating its potential. This spell could obliterate even higher-tier enemies, making it a valuable asset for future challenges. But Su Yang wasn't done. Keeping his bluff alive, he reminded Augustin of the inherent risks in dragon taming. Even the Global Beast Taming Association had experienced its share of failures. Augustin waved the concern aside, his confidence unshaken. With a gesture, he commanded a sound barrier to be set up, ensuring their discussion would remain private. Within the glowing barrier, Su Yang began recounting his experience taming the black dragon. He spoke with conviction, carefully weaving a mix of truth and fabrication. Augustin listened intently, nodding thoughtfully as Su Yang elaborated on the strategies and intricacies involved. By the end of the explanation, Augustin appeared satisfied, declaring his intention to find a dragon sanctuary and put Su Yang's insights to the test. He radiated a renewed confidence. Tang Zhan, more skeptical at first, eventually acknowledged the depth of Su Yang's knowledge. He admitted that Su Yang's understanding of the Black Dragon Fortress was too detailed to dismiss. As a gesture of respect, he tossed a warrior skill book towards Su Yang. The book contained Absolute Destruction Fist, a Tier 2 ultimate technique that was Tang Zhan's signature move. Su Yang accepted it, overwhelmed by the sheer generosity of the gift. As the discussion neared its end, Tang Zhan shared a critical piece of information. He explained that taming a dragon granted access to the Dragon Spirit's secret realm, a hidden domain accessible only to dragon masters. Currently, only Su Yang and Valeria held that prestigious title. With time, others might join their ranks, but Su Yang's guidance could be pivotal in shaping this new era. Su Yang nodded, maintaining his calm facade. Inside, his mind was already scheming. The Dragon Spirit's secret realm was a treasure trove of rewards, its value tied directly to the rarity of the dragons tamed. To maximize his gains, he would need to acquire more dragons. But as he stood there, surrounded by legends who believed his every word, one thought lingered. His bluff had worked, for now. But how long could he keep up the act? Standing amidst the snowy mountains, Su Yang faced Tang Zhan, whose expression had turned serious. Tang Zhan explained the latest developments. After the recent world-level boss event, the Demon Abyss now offered boosted experience and increased drop rates. It wasn't merely an opportunity for gains, though. It was a calculated move. The officials were forming a team of the most talented young professionals to train there. Tang Zhan praised Su Yang's track record, noting that completing 5-star difficulty advancement quests demonstrated unparalleled talent. He declared Su Yang more than qualified to join. Su Yang nodded in acknowledgement, but his sharp instincts left him uneasy. Something didn't sit right. He asked why the training was focused solely on the Demon Abyss when other options existed. The answer didn't seem tied purely to the boosted benefits. Tang Zhan's gaze sharpened, impressed by Su Yang's insight. He brought up the Red Moon invasion, asking if Su Yang had encountered it during his third advancement. Su Yang confirmed he had experienced it once, prompting Tang Zhan to explain its grim significance. Despite the game's centuries-long history, no one truly understood the Red Moon or its origins. Even the enigmatic Profession Change Temple avoided clarifying its purpose. What was clear, however, was its lethal intent. The higher one's advancement and the more stars completed, the greater the likelihood of encountering the Red Moon. Those killed by the Scarlet Decay during these invasions faced permanent death, a fate no resurrection spell or mechanic could undo. Tang Zhan's voice grew grim as he continued. The Red Moon appeared to target the most talented individuals, seemingly intent on erasing them from existence. It was a threat that could no longer be ignored. The Demon Abyss, he revealed, was the closest environment to mimicking the conditions of a Scarlet Decay attack. Training there would prepare warriors to face this growing danger. Even the Profession Change Temple had taken measures, creating a store for exchanging rare items for Red Moon crystals and assigning temple priests to purify contamination from warriors. Suyong's thoughts raced as he processed this information. Was there an even deeper purpose behind these events? He didn't have enough pieces to solve the puzzle, but his instincts warned him there was more at play. As they prepared to part ways, Tangzhan reminded him of the upcoming Demon Abyss assembly before bidding farewell. Suyong watched him leave, the weight of the conversation settling over him. Left alone, Suyong reflected on the encounters of the day. The overwhelming strength of legends like Tangzhan and Augustin left him feeling small, a stark reminder of the gap he still needed to bridge. The thought of taming the Black Dragon had once filled him with pride, but now it felt like a small step in a much larger journey. Clenching his fist, he resolved to grow stronger. The Demon Abyss awaited, and he had no intention of being left behind. Back at the Transfer Temple, Suyong submitted his completed quest. The nearby statue suddenly activated, confirming his progress. A radiant fire enveloped him as the system acknowledged his accomplishment. The fourth advancement, a 5-star quest, was 100% complete. Power surged through him as his stats and abilities received significant boosts. The system rewarded him generously. Increased base attributes, a new level cap of 100, and a legendary skill book tailored for Mystic Spirit Warriors. Suyong's stats reflected his progress. Strength, 7,692. Speed, 2,646. Mental, 3,907. Examining the new legendary skill book, Suyong couldn't help but feel a flicker of excitement. The skill, Mystic Spirit, allowed him to summon a combat spirit with half his attributes and switch places with it at will. This feature, dubbed Kingside Castling, was as tactical as it was powerful. Yet, even as he admired the new ability, a deeper hunger gnawed at him. It wasn't enough. Witnessing true top-tier strength had ignited a fire within him, a craving for power beyond what he currently held. Bailing, standing nearby, noticed his pensive expression. She congratulated him on his advancement, but noted his lack of enthusiasm. Suyong brushed off her concern with a smile, concealing the storm of ambition swirling in his mind. He had plans to execute, and hesitation wasn't an option. Later, in the depths of the Demon Abyss, Suyong stood before a pulsating summoning circle. The dark energy radiating from it was palpable, a sinister promise of the power that awaited. With calm authority, he activated the circle, summoning a towering figure cloaked in wrathful energy. Wrathful Samel, the Sin Monarch of Wrath. The demon materialized, bowing low before him, its deep, rumbling voice addressing him as the Supreme Lord. Suyong's response was chilling. Without hesitation, he commanded Samel's death, declaring that the demon should return to the abyss of darkness. Samel froze, disbelief and defiance flashing across his features. The demon's roar of anger echoed through the abyss, shaking the ground beneath them. Samel struggled to comprehend the judgment, his pride and fury clashing with his loyalty. As the demon raged, Suyong observed him with detached curiosity. Samel's power was undeniable, a true king of original sin. His abilities, especially the life-draining offering of the Wrathful King, made him a devastating force of nature. Yet Suyong's gaze remained cold, his thoughts unwavering. Sacrificing such a formidable ally was necessary for his greater plan. Samel, though enraged, finally spoke, his voice a mix of defiance and resignation. He declared that if his master wished for his death, he would accept it without question. But his anger, born from being discarded without defeat, remained unyielding. Samel's fist slammed into the ground, the impact reverberating like a physical manifestation of his fury. Suyong watched the display, pondering the nature of wrath. It was a force that resisted even in submission, a raw, untamed emotion. Finally, Samel calmed, his tone shifting to one of contemplation. He understood that Suyong's command wasn't rooted in punishment, but in necessity. Suyong met his gaze, his voice resolute as he promised Samel a grand return in the future. For now, the demon would return to the deepest darkness, offering his power to further Suyong's ascent. The air was heavy with tension as wrathful Samel, the Sin Monarch of Wrath, bowed low before Suyong. His voice resonated with unwavering loyalty, accepting his fate with dignity. He understood that his sacrifice was not a punishment, but a necessary step in serving a greater purpose. With a calm yet resolute tone, Samel declared his readiness to embrace death and dedicate himself to the abyss, vowing to await his master's call for the day of his return. Suyong, now fully embodying his role as the Sin Monarch, summoned a massive, ominous weapon into his grasp. The blade pulsed with a deadly red glow, its energy radiating a chilling finality. The air grew colder as he uttered the chilling command. Very well. The blade descended with a terrifying whoosh, slamming into Samuel's chest and unleashing devastating shockwaves through the void. The impact obliterated Samuel's form with brutal precision, his essence dissolving into pure darkness as a final offering to the abyss. Even in his final moments, Samuel's voice resonated with reverence, praising the power of the supreme monarch and proclaiming his eternal loyalty. As his form faded, Samuel's last words echoed through the void, a testament to his devotion. With unwavering loyalty, I will follow your will. Far away, on the 100th floor of the demon abyss, Beelzebub, the king of gluttony, sensed the disturbance. His instincts flared, and his once dormant corpse trembled with an ominous pulse. A dark unease crept into his voice as he muttered in disbelief. No one had dared to challenge the kings of original sin in ages. How could wrathful Samuel have fallen? A terrifying realization struck him, a thought too unspeakable to voice fully. Could it truly have been the supreme monarch himself who dealt the killing blow? Back in the deepest abyss, Suyang, now the Sin Monarch, stood amidst the fading echoes of his deed. A system notification rang out, affirming the magnitude of his actions. You have killed the king of original sin, Samuel. Experience gained, plus 13.4 billion. Level up, level 85 to 100 achieved. Overflow experience, 13 billion. 7.8 billion experience points wasted due to overflow. An absurd surge of power coursed through Su Yang as he absorbed the colossal experience gain. The sheer magnitude of the overflow stung, a reminder of the monumental nature of this kill. Despite the wasted experience, the remaining reserves left him exhilarated. This is more than enough for my 5th job change quest, he mused, the thrill of leveling up eclipsing even his triumph over the Black Dragon. His voice brimmed with anticipation as he announced the next step. All right, now it's time for today's main event. Let's see what good items Samuel left behind. As the loot materialized, each item pulsed with raw, potent energy. Suyang examined the treasures with a commanding presence, a smirk tugging at his lips. These were no ordinary rewards. They were artifacts befitting the defeat of a demigod-tier boss. Loot details. The flesh of the king of original sin permanently boosts health by a staggering 10 million HP. The broken heart of the king of original sin grants a permanent increase of 10,000 strength points. The demon Wrathful Samuel Horn, a rare forging material capable of creating legendary artifacts. The demon source of the king of original sin, a shimmering vial offering immunity to demonic erosion for 400 layers. As Suyang absorbed the implications, his eyes widened. 10 million health? 10,000 strength points? These enhancements were nothing short of game-changing. Comparing them to his current stats, 2,127 strength and 53,175 health, he realized these boosts would amplify his power exponentially. The thought of such strength filled him with exhilaration. With these stats, even top-tier challengers would crumble before him. This is next level, Suyang marveled, envisioning himself crushing foes with ease. The idea of overwhelming enemies like Athos, the Black Flame Wing, with his bare hands was almost laughable now. His path to power was becoming clearer, and with these artifacts, he could rewrite his fate entirely. Among the loot, the demon source of the king of original sin caught his attention. The shimmering vial promised immunity against the abyss's corrosive demonic energy, a safeguard against the crimson infection Tang Zhan had warned about. It was a tool Suyang knew he would need for his future battles. As his thoughts raced, a new question emerged. If the demon abyss was akin to the blood moon and Samuel had been a king among demons, could there be beings even stronger than the kings of original sin? Could a supreme monarch rival such power? Suyang dismissed the thought for now. The answers would come later. His immediate focus was on consolidating his newfound strength and preparing for the next step. I'll consider the rest once I reach the divine tier, he resolved, grounding himself in the present. Among the drops, the most striking was the demigod artifact, Armor of the Wrathful King. The dark, intense aura surrounding it reflected its overwhelming power. Suyang examined the attributes with awe. Health, plus 2 million. Strength, plus 5,000. Physical resistance, plus 5,000. Toughness, plus 35%. The armor came with two powerful effects. Passive effect, desire for destruction. Attributes increased for every 1,000 enemies slain, lasting until the end of battle. Active effect, wrathful berserker. Sacrifices 70% of health for a 200% attribute boost, lasting 10 minutes. Su Yang marveled at the unrestricted nature of the armor's power. A demigod artifact with no penalties, it was almost too good to be true. Yet, as he reveled in the find, a pang of disappointment struck him. Only the armor had dropped. There were no inversion weapons. Just this one piece, he muttered, shaking his head. Luck, even for him, wasn't always guaranteed. Still, the rewards were monumental. As he finished reviewing his gains, Su Yang issued a final command, his voice calm, yet resolute. System disconnect. Just as Su Yang was about to disconnect from the system, a sudden notification flashed across the screen, catching him off guard. The system informed him that there were unconfirmed special drops. Startled, Su Yang froze for a moment. Special drops? That feature wasn't supposed to exist in this world. Curiosity ignited, and he leaned forward, selecting the option to reveal the mysterious item. The screen transformed dramatically, bathing his chamber in an ominous light as an artifact materialized before him. Inverse Sin, Punishment of Wrath. The weapon radiated an intimidating red aura, its intricate, dark designs pulsating with sinister energy. The system quickly outlined its extraordinary attributes and strict limitations. This was no ordinary artifact. It was soul-bound, designed exclusively for Su Yang's use. The stats were jaw-dropping. Strength plus 20,000, toughness reduction plus 60%. Trait, Deadly Sin, all damage dealt by the wielder converted into true damage, bypassing defenses effortlessly. Special ability, Inverse Sin, Punishment of Wrath. Enemies suffer a 10% all-attribute debuff. Ultimate power, Judgment Slayer of Kings. Upon slaying the king of original sin, the weapon vanishes into the void, leaving behind a permanent authority for its master. As the weight of these details sank in, Su Yang began to understand. The Inverse Sin series wasn't just powerful. It was essential for defeating the mythical king of original sin. This weapon wasn't simply a drop. It was a key to survival in a battle against divine tier power. Su Yang's thoughts drifted to legends of his world. Figures like Tang Zhan, a ninth job changer and a demigod in his own right, had once stood at the pinnacle of strength. Yet even Tang Zhan's prowess paled in comparison to the overwhelming might of the king of original sin. No one had ever bridged that chasm. But the Inverse Sin weapons, Su Yang realized, were uniquely suited for such a task. He envisioned their potential, each weapon in the series imposing a 10% debuff on the king. A full set of 7 could strip the king of 70% of its power, making the once invincible being vulnerable. This was no mere theory. It was a strategy, a blueprint to challenge the unchallengeable. With his resolve hardened, Su Yang tightened his grip on the weapon. This discovery was a game-changer, the kind of find that shifted the balance of power. Yet, the moment of triumph was fleeting. The faint glow of a nearby portal suddenly intensified, casting eerie shadows across the room. A chilling presence emerged. From the depths of the portal stepped a female demon, Lucifer. Her expression was a volatile mix of frustration and determination. Bowing low before Su Yang, she addressed him with reverence, acknowledging him as the supreme monarch. However, her voice carried an undertone of tension. She confessed her transgression. During Su Yang's slumber, she had returned to the abyss without his permission. Lucifer extended a pulsating weapon towards Su Yang, its energy wrapped in ominous violet and crimson tendrils. Her posture betrayed conflicting emotions, submission mixed with a spark of defiance. She awaited his judgment, urging him to punish her for her disobedience. Su Yang's gaze hardened as he processed her words. Her act of defiance wasn't something he could ignore. As supreme monarch, maintaining order among his servants was paramount. Though Lucifer bowed in submission, a flicker of amusement danced in her eyes, daring to challenge his authority in her own subtle way. Deciding that discipline was in order, Su Yang acted. The punishment was swift and unrelenting, his energy surging as he enforced his will. Lucifer, despite the intensity of the punishment, held her ground. Her loyalty was unwavering. But beneath it all, a rebellious spirit lingered, a dangerous balance between devotion and defiance. Lucifer, however, didn't yield completely. Her demeanor bordered on provocation, a subtle challenge that Su-yang couldn't ignore. Each strike was a reminder of his dominance, yet she met them with a complex mix of submission and pride. Su-yang's stare cut through her resistance, reinforcing his absolute authority. Realizing the depth of her misstep, Lucifer finally conceded, her voice trembling with remorse. She pleaded for forgiveness, her earlier defiance now replaced by genuine repentance. Su-yang, unmoved by her apologies, demanded action instead of words. With tension still thick in the air, Lucifer composed herself and delivered her report. During Su-yang's absence, humans had dared to peer into the abyss. Such an intrusion was unprecedented, and Lucifer identified the culprit as the Holy High Priest, the only human powerful enough to perform such an act. Su-yang's thoughts turned inward. The timing of the intrusion coincided too closely with his disconnection from the system. It was no coincidence. The Transition Temple must have seized that exact moment to broadcast his existence as a world-class boss. This human priest, Euphemia Vega, wasn't just formidable. She could very well be a divine tier being. With a newfound understanding of the threat, Su-yang issued a command. Lucifer was to return to her post and remain vigilant. Bowing deeply, she accepted his order without hesitation. Yet, as she departed, her thoughts lingered on her master. Lucifer reflected on the monumental power of her king. Even the death of wrathful Samuel paled in comparison to the strength of Su-yang. Her admiration deepened, and with it, her loyalty. She mused silently, knowing that no mortal could challenge her king without dire consequences. As she disappeared into the shadows, a faint blush crept across her cheeks. For Su-yang, she would willingly endure any hardship, even death itself. Her devotion was absolute. After Lucifer's departure, Su-yang sat alone on his throne, the shadows of the abyss casting an eerie stillness around him. His mind raced, reflecting on the unexpected revelation. He had underestimated the Transition Temple. Hidden powerhouses among their ranks explained their unshaken authority over the years. Still, Su-yang dismissed them as mere distractions, temporary obstacles in the grand scheme of his plans. His focus shifted inward. The path ahead was clear, and his priorities solidified. Increasing his strength was the ultimate goal. Dwelling on the machinations of others was a waste of time. What truly mattered was his impending fifth transmutation task, a crucial step toward advancing to the legendary stage. With this resolve, Su-yang prepared himself for the next phase of his ascension. Meanwhile, across the ocean in the Eagle Beauty Federation, a vastly different scene was unfolding. Augustin stood at the new Silver Lake dragon nest, frustration written across his face. His quest to tame dragons was proving far more difficult than anticipated. Despite meticulously following the methods Su-yang had previously employed, success eluded him. Behind him, a battered dragon, its scales dulled from battle, let out a weary growl, its spirit unbroken. The dragon's defiant snarl echoed in the valley, challenging Augustin's resolve. Refusing to give up, he pressed forward, navigating through 3 separate dragon secret realms over the course of a grueling day. By the time he finished, nearly every dragon stronghold in the Eagle Beauty Federation had been explored and challenged. As Augustin paused to assess his progress, a sudden notification materialized before him, illuminating the air with its significance. World announcement. The first weapon of the Reversin series has been obtained. World-class boss subjugation progress. 1 out of 7. The message sent shockwaves through him. His eyes widened in disbelief, his thoughts racing. Someone had accomplished the unthinkable, a monumental leap in power that defied expectations. Fury surged through Augustin as he realized the implications. Chaos erupted around him as the weight of this development sank in. The rules set by the temple had been blatantly disregarded. The act itself was an affront not only to the sacred order, but to his pride and his allegiance to the holy high priest, Euphemia Vega. Augustin's frustration boiled over into suspicion. He wondered if Tangzhan, the legendary powerhouse, was responsible for this disruption. Yet, no matter who it was, Augustin's resolve hardened. Disrespect toward Euphemia Vega, or himself, would not be tolerated. His body crackled with energy as he vowed to make the transgressor pay for their audacity. Far away, in the serene yet majestic landscape of Sakura Country's Kyoto, events were also taking a dramatic turn. Beneath the towering pagoda, surrounded by blooming cherry blossoms, a tense meeting was underway. Lord Tokugawa, the country's leader, addressed his assembly with steely determination. The topic of discussion was critical: their efforts to tame dragons and secure their position in the battle against the king of original sin. Tokugawa questioned the capabilities of one official's daughter, challenging her odds of success. His gaze was sharp, his words laced with urgency. He compared their progress to rumors of a black dragon being subdued by a genius from another region. The pressure to keep pace weighed heavily on the room. The head of the Azui family, Asui Sonikairo, responded with measured confidence. He assured Tokugawa that while negotiations with Lania continued, the red dragon, less formidable than the black, would soon fall under his daughter's control. Her success, he estimated, was highly probable. Tokugawa, satisfied with the answer, turned his attention to a more pressing matter. With his commanding presence, he declared that this was Sakura Country's chance to be the first to challenge the king of original sin. This opportunity could not be wasted. The assembly responded with unanimous resolve, their collective determination mirroring Tokugawa's ambition. But before the conversation could progress further, a glowing message materialized before them. World announcement. The first weapon of the Reverse Sin series has been obtained. World-class boss subjugation progress. 1 out of 7. The announcement sent a ripple of shock through the room. Tokugawa's composure faltered for a brief moment as confusion and disbelief swept over the assembly. Voices erupted in frustration and envy. "How could this happen?" one official exclaimed, his face flushed with anger. Another demanded to know how someone had not only completed the subjugation, but managed to secure a reverse sin weapon, artifacts so rare they bordered on myth. The implications of this development were staggering. Tokugawa's thoughts turned to other nations. Wondering which of them could have accomplished such a feat, the Eagle Beauty Federation seemed a likely suspect, but the identity of the offender remained unclear. Rising to his feet, Tokugawa's gaze sharpened with resolve. Addressing his followers, he issued a decisive order. They would travel to the holy city to demand an explanation. The rules of the temple had been violated, and Tokugawa would not let this slight go unanswered. The scene shifts to the headquarters of the Transfer Temple in the holy city, where a tense energy fills the grand hall. Messengers scurry across the polished floors, their expressions reflecting the weight of recent events. At the center of it all stands the third holy high priest, Euphemia Vega. Her divine presence is unwavering, yet there's a subtle tension beneath her calm demeanor. A messenger steps forward, urgency lacing his words as he informs her of the situation. Leaders and executives from nations across the globe, along with the heads of SSS-level guilds, are en route to the holy city. The world announcement regarding the reverse sin artifact has shaken the foundations of their fragile alliances, and all eyes are now on Euphemia Vega to take control of the chaos. Without hesitation, Euphemia Vega commands the temple's barriers to be lowered, opening the way for the incoming delegations. Her attendant swiftly acknowledges the order, and the hall begins to glow as sacred light pours through the ancient architecture. As the temple prepares to receive its visitors, Euphemia reflects on the weight of her role. The Transmutation Temple, since the dawn of the game era, had been a stabilizing force in the world. It had quelled countless wars and disputes, bringing order to nations in disarray. Yet, the betrayal signaled by the recent artifact theft threatened to undo decades of delicate peace. If this incident spiraled into full-blown conflict, the consequences would be catastrophic, weakening the Transmuter's collective power during a time of looming, undefined threats. In the temple's roundtable hall, the leaders of nations and guilds assemble, their voices heavy with frustration. Lord Tokugawa of Sakura Country stands to address Euphemia Vega. His tone is sharp, his words filled with indignation. It was under her leadership, he reminds the gathering, that a consensus had been reached. Sakura Country would lead the charge against the king of original sin in 3 days. Now, that opportunity had been stolen by someone acting outside the agreed-upon rules. Tokugawa's frustration deepens as he accuses the unknown thief of robbing Sakura Country not only of its divine artifact, but also of its honor. His demand for justice echoes through the hall, his fiery rhetoric pushing the tension to a boiling point. The guild leaders, representing some of the most powerful organizations in the world, remain silent, their faces unreadable as they await Euphemia Vega's response. She rises, her commanding presence filling the room as she speaks with calm authority. The theft, she explains, is more than just a violation of the temple's rules. It is a provocation against every nation and a direct challenge to the authority of the Transmutation Temple itself. Despite the betrayal, Euphemia offers a chance for redemption. Her words carry the weight of divine judgment as she declares that the temple, along with the allied nations, will pardon the sinner if the artifact is returned willingly. She makes this vow in the name of the sacred statue, her outstretched hand glowing with holy light. It is an offer of mercy, but one laced with a subtle warning. As the room absorbs her words, Euphemia raises her staff high, unleashing a radiant surge of light that bathes the hall in an overwhelming glow. Her voice resonates with divine authority as she invokes the guidance of the sacred statue. Under its watchful gaze, she proclaims, "No deception can go unnoticed. If anyone dares to lie, the holy light itself will vanish before them." The room falls silent as the leaders and guild heads look around, their expressions tense. The brilliance of the light is almost blinding, making it impossible for anyone to determine if the statue's judgment is targeting someone. Whispers ripple through the crowd as the tension thickens. One observer squints through the light, asking aloud if any signs of deception have been detected. Another, shielding his eyes, remarks on the overwhelming brightness, noting that nothing seems amiss. President Carolina scoffs, her voice cutting through the murmurs as she suggests that the guilty party may be too afraid to show themselves. Tang Zhan, standing nearby, speaks quietly but with pointed intent. He notes that there remains one person who hasn't yet undergone the temple's polygraph test. His words shift the atmosphere instantly, drawing curious and suspicious glances from the crowd. Augustin, sensing the rising tension, turns sharply to Tang Zhan. His tone is accusatory as he questions the implication. Was Tang Zhan suggesting that Euphemia Vega herself was somehow involved? Before the discussion can escalate, the room shifts. All eyes fall on Euphemia Vega as her divine aura intensifies. "It was my mistake not to include myself in the lie detection spell," she admitted, her tone steady but firm, like a professor announcing a pop quiz. "Given the situation, it's only natural that suspicion would fall on me." The weight of her words settled heavily on the crowd, but Euphemia didn't stop there. Her radiance intensified, now practically blinding, and the entire room seemed to quake under the sheer force of her presence. A few in the audience groaned in discomfort, while one brave soul whispered under their breath, "For the love of Manhwa, somebody dim that flashlight." Q. Augustine, coughing into his hand to break the awkwardness, he plastered on a strained smile and stepped forward. "Great priest, please forgive their, lack of composure," he said, clearly trying to tiptoe his way out of the awkward moment. "We've always believed in your strength. You wouldn't lower yourself to such petty actions." His words sounded confident, but his smirk faltered halfway through, like a bad poker player bluffing on a losing hand. To steer the conversation back on track, Augustine pointed out the obvious. The lie detection spell had found no culprits. If no one present had lied, then who could have killed the king of original sin? It wasn't your run-of-the-mill murder. This required an expert capable of slipping past the most vigilant of nations and their formidable powers. Carolina seized the moment, stepping forward like the no-nonsense captain of a SWAT team. Her sharp voice cut through the speculation like a hot knife through butter. "Not everyone at this level of power is here," she stated bluntly, gesturing toward the conspicuously empty seats. Some demigod-level combatants conveniently decided to skip the meeting. Behind her, Tang Zhan stood, arms crossed, with a look that could pierce armor. His sharp eyes scanned the room as he countered. "That's true, but let's not jump to conclusions. We don't have concrete evidence to tie anyone to the crime." Euphemia, unbothered by the back and forth, raised her hand, commanding attention once again. Her calm voice carried authority. "My spell doesn't just detect direct involvement in the crime," she clarified, pausing to let her words sink in. "It reveals anyone who aided the perpetrator. Traitors don't just hide, they leave marks. Yet here we are, without a single lead." Her piercing gaze swept the assembly, pinning everyone to their seats. The room fell silent, save for the occasional nervous cough. The unsettling question loomed over them. Who could have possibly committed such a crime? Breaking the silence, Euphemia added, "This situation is unprecedented, but it's the reality we face. Our focus must remain on the future." Her words shifted the discussion to the next grim topic, the Demon Abyss. Sakura Country was entrusted to lead this effort, but the defeat of the King of Gluttony has changed the game. The next king of original sin lies deep within the 200th layer of the demon abyss. Her gaze turned toward Lord Tokugawa, who had been quietly observing the proceedings. Her eyes locked on him like a hawk spotting its prey. Lord Tokugawa, she said, her voice calm, but weighted. Can Sakura country maintain its resolve and continue to bear this responsibility? The assembly waited, the tension thicker than a bowl of miso soup, as they awaited Tokugawa's answer. All eyes turned to Lord Tokugawa, his calm, yet resigned expression betraying the heavy burden he carried. We certainly wish to continue, he said, his voice steady but edged with regret. However, our strength is insufficient. Reaching beyond the 100th layer is a task we cannot achieve. Euphemia wasted no time. Her voice rang out, clear and resolute. In that case, she declared, her tone brooking no dissent, according to the draw, the Eagle Union will take over Sakura country's task of exploring the abyss. The statement left the assembly silent, the weight of her decision settling over the room like a heavy fog. Her gaze swept the room as she continued. As victims of this tragedy, the temple will provide compensation. Does that sound acceptable? Her tone made it less a question and more an ultimatum. Augustine bowed his head slightly, his voice subdued but respectful. Of course, we will follow the great priest's instructions. Euphemia's sharp gaze landed on Lord Tokugawa. His easygoing demeanor returned, and he offered a light-hearted smile. Sakura country has no objections, he replied smoothly. With a decisive motion, Euphemia drove her staff into the ground. The resounding thud echoed through the chamber as she announced the next directive. Starting today, she proclaimed, her tone unyielding, all entrances to the demon abyss across every nation will be guarded by troops from the holy city. This measure will ensure controlled access and prevent incidents like this from happening again. The leaders exchanged wary glances. The weight of her decree bore down on them, but none dared challenge her authority. Euphemia, tall and composed, concluded, if there are no further comments, this meeting is officially adjourned. The scene shifts to Su-young's home, where sunlight filters through sleek, modern windows, painting the room in warm hues. Inside, Su-young slung on his jacket with practiced ease, a confident smirk playing on his lips. Each motion seemed deliberate, radiating a sense of purpose. Speaking to himself in a low, self-assured tone, he mused, with the weapon of original sin in hand and my experience points maxed out, this trip has been ridiculously profitable. Time to change my class. His train of thought screeched to a halt as a glowing notification lit up the room, its ominous presence demanding attention. World announcement. The first Original Sin series weapon has been obtained. World-class boss defeat progress. 1 out of 7. Su-young froze mid-thought, his expression stiffening. His eyes locked onto the notification, scanning it again to ensure he wasn't hallucinating. Seriously? A world announcement for this? He muttered, half in disbelief. Thank goodness my name wasn't mentioned. If it had been, I'd already be drowning in private messages from high-level players. And let's not even talk about the assassins. Running a hand through his hair, he exhaled heavily, feeling the mounting pressure. This revelation wasn't just a status update. It was a beacon that would draw every ambitious player and faction his way. If he wasn't careful, it could spell disaster. Turning his gaze to the artifact in his hand, Su-young's thoughts deepened. First rule of survival, he reminded himself, no one must know I possess this. Even if things get dicey, I can't use it recklessly. The fallout would be catastrophic. A familiar adage surfaced in his mind, one he'd heard countless times. A common man is innocent, but holding a treasure invites trouble. He leaned back, his thoughts flickering to Bailing's concerned voice. Hero, your leveling speed is unnatural, she had said, her wide-eyed expression flashing in his memory. Behind her imagined form, the whispers of others grew louder. Accusatory stares followed. This guy's definitely hiding something. The faceless crowd seemed to murmur, their judgment bearing down on him like an invisible weight. Yeah, Su-young muttered under his breath, shaking off the memory. Keeping a low profile just became a whole lot harder. Su-young's expression tightened as a sobering realization hit him. I can't rush into the class change, he thought. It's only been a day since I completed the 4th transition task. If I dive straight into the 5th, anyone paying attention will start connecting the dots. I've already drawn enough attention. If someone links me to the boss's defeat, things could spiral out of control. Pacing through his home, Su-young's mind churned with potential solutions. But sitting idle isn't my style, he mused, frustration creeping into his tone. What can I do to solve this mess? The question lingered as he stepped outside, his gaze falling on the maid working in the garden. She greeted him with enthusiastic energy, hands deep in a massive bowl of soapy water. She was diligently scrubbing an enormous pile of laundry, her cheerful tone a stark contrast to the mundane nature of her task. Soo-young nodded in acknowledgement, a small gesture that lit up her face as though he'd just declared her a national hero. As he watched her focus on such a tedious chore, Soo-young couldn't help but reflect. Once he had been a man struggling to get by. Now, he stood here, commanding respect and reverence he wasn't sure he deserved. It was a strange feeling. I'm pretty sure we have a washing machine, don't we? Soo-young asked, tilting his head slightly. Why are you still hand-washing? That's a lot of effort. And it could hurt your hands. The maid froze for a moment, her cheeks turning a deep shade of red. Her thoughts whirled in a chaotic storm. Master is so close to me. He's worried about my hands. Is this a dream? Fighting the urge to squeal in delight, she quickly regained her composure, though her voice carried a hint of pride. Well, the washing machine is convenient, she admitted, but I prefer hand-washing. I can focus on stubborn stains and make sure every piece is perfectly clean. Seeing everyone in spotless clothes makes me feel fulfilled. Her sincerity shone through, but her resolve cracked the moment she realized how close Soo-young still was. Overwhelmed, she mumbled something incoherent and fled, her face burning with embarrassment. Soo-young watched her retreating figure, one eyebrow slightly raised. Then, he chuckled softly, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. I see, he muttered, turning his gaze to the rippling water in the washing bowl. For a moment, he saw his reflection, caught in a rare moment of quiet introspection. Cleaning away the dirt, Soo-young mused aloud. Then a sudden idea struck him, and his eyes sparkled with inspiration. Just like in those gangster movies where they clean money. Maybe I could do the same with experience points. Find the right farming spot, stay there for a bit, and voila! Turn black EXP into clean, white EXP. As the spark of a plan began to take shape in his mind, a faint voice floated back from the direction the maid had fled. You don't think I'm strange, do you? No, right? She muttered, her voice barely audible as she peeked over her shoulder. Soo-young barely registered the maid's retreat as his thoughts shifted to the pressing decision at hand. Two potential destinations played out in his mind. The dragon spirit's secret realm, a pristine sanctuary shrouded in mystery, and the infamous demon abyss, a chaotic crucible of danger and opportunity. He weighed his options carefully. The dragon spirit's secret realm remains largely unexplored. Entry is restricted to those who possess a giant dragon. If I claim to have gained experience there, no one would question me. The exclusivity of the realm was its greatest strength. After all, only I and that genius beast master from the Eagle Union can currently enter. His gaze hardened as he turned his thoughts to the demon abyss. On the other hand, the demon abyss has been open for a while. Tang Zhan even plans to train young talents there. The more people involved, the messier it gets. Stroking his chin, he concluded, it's safer to choose the dragon spirit's secret realm. With his decision made, Soo-young's strategy began to form. If I can keep the number of entrants to the realm as small as possible before it officially opens, that would work even more in my favor. His mind shifted to potential competitors who might qualify to enter before the opening. Faces surfaced. Luo Linger, a fearsome talent, and another beast master genius from a rival nation. Both were formidable adversaries, but Soo-young's confidence remained unshaken. That said, I don't need to deal with them directly, he mused, a sly smile creeping onto his face. His mind conjured a vivid image of himself, surrounded by majestic dragon spirits, their powers swirling around him like a cyclone. The thought only strengthened his resolve. Maybe I should just transform into a giant dragon hunter and take out all the existing giant dragons ahead of time, he suggested, his tone calm yet decisive. The simplicity of the plan amused him. With the idea solidifying, Soo-young addressed his system. Help me check the current information on the existing giant dragon secret realms in Longxia. A soft glow illuminated the holographic interface before him. Bailing's voice chimed in, crisp and efficient. Sure, hero. Please wait a moment. The screen flickered to life, revealing a detailed map marked with vibrant regions. A fierce red dragon, surrounded by roaring flames, materialized on the display as Bailing began her explanation. Hero, here's the information on the giant dragon secret realms currently in Longxia. In the southwest region near Jua City, you'll find the Silver Dragon Secret Realm. In the northern region near Anling City, there's the Red Dragon's Secret Realm. Both are classified as Starry Radiance tier. Suyang's sharp mind processed the information instantly. His voice, steady and resolute, broke the silence. All right, please make a reservation for the Silver Dragon's Secret Realm. Bailing hesitated briefly before adding, okay, but there's something unusual. The top 50 reservations for the Silver Dragon's Secret Realm are all from the Tianji Pavilion. A faint smirk tugged at Suyang's lips as he pieced the puzzle together. As I expected, knowing Luo Linger's personality, if she fails to tame the Black Dragon here, she'll definitely try to capture another giant dragon. His expression sharpened, the gears in his mind turning. The fact that all these reservations are from the Tianji Pavilion must be to create an opportunity for her. His smirk deepened as his thoughts crystallized. Unfortunately, she's walking straight into my line of fire again. I can only silently mourn her poor luck for a second or less. Suyang shifted his focus, his tone firm and commanding. Bailing, doesn't the temple VIP have absolute priority for secret realms? Bailing's response was prompt, her voice carrying a hint of reassurance. That's correct. As long as the hero makes a reservation, no one can take precedence over you, unless they're a higher-tier 5-star class changer. She paused briefly, her tone softening with hesitation. However, could this create tension with the Tianji Pavilion? Suyang's reply was immediate, his confidence unwavering. No problem. Just go ahead and make the reservation. Understood, Bailing said with a nod. Suyang's relaxed demeanor radiated self-assurance. The Tianji Pavilion? What is there to fear? He thought, his mind briefly recounting his elevated status. Before, my position as a temple VIP alone made people like Jiayu tread carefully. Now, I'm not only the tamer of the Black Dragon, but also an honorary member of the Global Beast Master Association. With so many titles stacked, even if they borrowed courage 100 times over, the Tianji Pavilion wouldn't dare make a move. His gaze shifted to the two objects floating before him, encased in swirling violet light. One was a pulsating mass of raw flesh, its dark surface rippling as though alive. Fury Samuel's flesh, the remains of the original Sin King. The other was a shattered crimson heart, radiating an ominous, unrelenting aura. Fury Samuel's shattered heart. Suyang reached out toward the artifacts, his expression unreadable. And don't forget, I still have my trump card. The room dimmed, the air growing heavy with quiet intensity. His stats lingered in his thoughts. Over 10 million HP, nearly 30,000 in strength. Unless they send a 7-star class changer, the Tianji Pavilion doesn't stand a chance. The declaration echoed in his mind, brimming with defiance. A dangerous grin spread across Suyang's face, his eyes glinting ominously in the low light. A quiet, deliberate laugh escaped his lips as he glanced back at the floating artifacts. A few fools in my way, he mused, his voice low and confident. I'll deal with them, and while I'm at it, I'll slay all the dragons. His eyes flicked back to the flesh and heart before him, his grin turning wry as a new thought surfaced. Now the real question, how am I supposed to eat these? I can't just swallow them whole, right? The absurdity of the idea made him chuckle. Tilting his head, his gaze sharpened as inspiration struck. What if I process them a bit? Frying, stir-frying. Maybe even turn them into a dessert? His imagination took over, conjuring plates of exaggerated delicacies. Stir-fried furious meat, its glistening surface sizzling with heat. Fried furious heart, perfectly golden and crisp, served with a small dish of ominous dipping sauce. And finally, the piece de resistance. A furious sundae, its swirling purple texture both menacing and weirdly appetizing. But the whimsical fantasy was short-lived. Suyang shook his head, snapping back to reality. No, he muttered. I don't have any cooking skills, and letting someone else handle this? Too risky. What if the information leaks? His tone grew sharper, irritation creeping into his thoughts. Maybe I could roast them with black flames? But if something goes wrong, I could destroy the whole thing. That'd be a disaster. Slouching slightly, he sighed deeply, the absurdity of his overthinking reflected in his narrowed eyes. Why am I making this so complicated? It's just eating some raw blood and guts. Nothing to it. The corner of his mouth twitched as the words left his lips. He leaned back, resigned to his culinary dilemma, the pulsating artifacts still floating before him like a dark, taunting riddle. Suyang's resolve solidified. Standing tall, he gripped the glowing artifacts tightly, sparks of determination flashing in his eyes. The room brightened as his power surged, and then boom! A blinding beam of energy erupted, exploding outward with a force that rattled the walls and sent shockwaves through the air. Golden light engulfed the space, roaring like an uncontrollable inferno. Outside, the maid froze mid-step, her head tilting in confusion as the explosion shook the air. A wave of heat rippled outward, nearly knocking her off balance. Shielding her face from the light, she stumbled backward, then sprinted toward the house. Skidding on the floor, she burst through the shattered doorway, her shoes crunching on fragments of glass. Smoke billowed through the room as it began to clear, revealing Suyang standing at the epicenter of the chaos. His toned figure, wrapped in nothing but a towel, exuded an air of casual indifference amidst the wreckage. The maid froze, her wide eyes locking onto him. Realization hit like a thunderbolt, and her face turned crimson. "No, it's nothing," she stammered, words tumbling out in a panic. "It's good that you're okay." Her hands flailed as if they could dispel her embarrassment, and she stumbled backward, too flustered to think straight. Suyang's gaze flicked to the shattered glass, then back to the maid, who was now retreating faster than a startled rabbit. A faint smirk tugged at his lips. "I almost thought I was discovered," he muttered under his breath. Running a hand through his damp hair, he turned to the glowing panel that hovered in front of him. His stats gleamed like the spoils of an epic quest. Health, 10,420,000. Strength, 27,760. Speed, 4,414. Mental, 6,236. Resistance, a dizzying array of impressive values. He let out a low chuckle, his tone filled with amusement. "Guess I really am overpowered." Fiery wings erupted from his back, their blazing intensity echoing the raw energy coursing through his body. The power of his dragon's soul hunter abilities radiated around him, fierce and unyielding, ready to consume anything in their path. His voice rang out, bold and resolute. "Even if I face the starry tier black flame wings again, I'm confident I can take it down." The surge of power sent a thrill through him, his veins practically singing with energy. Grinning, Suyang marveled at his newfound strength. "It's like every joint in my body is having a party, urging me to hunt monsters already." He chuckled at the thought as he strode confidently out of the room, the air around him still humming with residual energy. "Let's check on Lilith," he mused. "I wonder if she's adjusting to life here." Meanwhile, in Johor City, tension crackled in the air as Luo Linger slammed her hands down on the table, her voice cutting through the silence like a whip. "Someone cut in line ahead of me. Who could it be?" she snapped, her sharp gaze zeroing in on Tang Si, captain of the TNG Pavilion in Johor City. Tang Si flinched, his hand adjusting his tie nervously as he avoided her piercing glare. My subordinates had everything arranged," he stammered. "But yesterday, a special reservation came through. It's from a temple VIP." Before he could finish, she cut him off, her voice dripping with disbelief. "A temple VIP?" Her fists clenched, and her violet eyes narrowed dangerously. "You don't know who it is?" Her thoughts churned, the pieces clicking together. One name echoed in her mind like an unwelcome guest. Suyang. Could it really be him again? Memories of their past encounters flooded her mind, each one more infuriating than the last. Her teeth clenched. It can't be him. There's no way I'd run into him this coincidentally. Her jaw tightened as the realization lingered. What a joke. Tang Si, desperate to defuse Luo Linger's rising fury, tried his best to sound composed. "Miss, how about we head to the Silver Dragon's secret realm and wait? When that temple VIP arrives, we could, negotiate. Maybe we can work out some kind of exchange?" "Get lost." Luo Linger snapped, her icy tone sharp enough to freeze the room solid. Tang Si flinched under her fiery glare, the heat of her aura practically scorching him. Yes, I'll leave right away," he stammered, bowing repeatedly as he scrambled out of the room. It was less of a retreat and more of an escape, her overwhelming presence chasing him like a storm at his back. Left alone, Luo Linger stood tall, her resolve burning brighter than ever. If it really is Suyang, she thought bitterly. He just tamed the Black Dragon. I can't compete with him directly. There's no way I can win without some backup. Her expression hardened as she activated her communication device. "Teacher, are you available now?" The reply came swiftly, the voice on the other end calm, yet authoritative. "What's the matter? If you got something to say, just say it." Luo Linger wasted no time. "Here's the situation. I was planning to explore the Silver Dragon's secret realm, but a temple VIP cut in line with a reservation. I suspect it might be Suyang. Since you know him, could you help me? Ask him to let me have it instead. Her teacher paused for a moment, his response measured. All right, I'll ask him for you. Relief washed over her as she turned to leave. Still, frustration simmered beneath the surface, her muttering barely audible as she exited. The guards nearby exchanged uneasy glances, unsure whether to intervene or steer clear. Moments later, her communication device buzzed. She snatched it up quickly, expecting good news, but her face twisted in disbelief as she read the message. Girl, that guy didn't agree. Luo Linger stared at the words in stunned silence. He refused me, she muttered aloud, incredulity dripping from her voice. On what grounds? I'm a giant in the Global Beast Master Association. Before she could dwell on the rejection, another message popped up. Her teacher elaborated, though his tone was no less blunt. Anyway, he didn't agree. You don't know, but he's quite popular right now. I've even heard that the war god is looking favorably at him. You'd better not provoke him lightly. Luo Linger stiffened at the mention of the war god, her mind racing. There was only one person in Longxiao worthy of that title. The strongest of them all, the extreme path tyrant Tang Zhan. The image of his imposing figure flashed through her thoughts, a living legend known for his unparalleled strength and merciless reputation. The idea that Tang Zhan himself might favor Suyang sent a chill down her spine. Her frustration grew, her thoughts swirling like a storm. Even the war god thinks highly of him? She wondered bitterly. Is Suyang's talent really that extraordinary? Her subordinate approached cautiously, testing the waters. Miss, what should we do now? Luo Linger didn't miss a beat. Crossing her arms, she snapped. What are you standing around for? Let's go. With a dramatic twirl that matched her rising determination, she strode ahead with fiery resolve, her every step brimming with purpose. Her subordinate scrambled to keep up, his hurried footsteps a poor match for her relentless energy. The screen shimmered with glowing text, Silver Dragon's Secret Realm. Suyang stepped into the mystical domain, his sharp gaze sweeping across the towering cliffs and the eerie, ethereal light that cast an ominous glow over the terrain. The air hummed with latent energy, crackling faintly around him. Suyang took it all in with calm precision, his expression unreadable. I thought I'd run into those TNG Pavilion people, he muttered to himself. Guess they've already left. Looks like they've got decent survival instincts after all. As his gaze shifted, it locked onto a massive, glimmering figure perched on a jagged cliff edge. A smirk tugged at his lips. Ah, so that's the final boss? The Silver Dragon. He tilted his head slightly, his tone filled with mild amusement. Doesn't even have a name. No special bloodline. Just a run-of-the-mill dragon. The Silver Dragon responded with a thunderous roar, shaking the realm as its hulking frame surged forward. A torrent of lightning breath erupted from its jaws, the crackling energy tearing through the air and illuminating the battlefield in brilliant flashes. Suyang moved with lightning speed, his figure vanishing just before the breath reached him. He reappeared midair, cutting through the cascading energy with fluid precision. Hovering momentarily, his body began to radiate an ominous red aura that swirled around him like a living storm. From the swirling energy, his weapon materialized, a massive blade that pulsed with raw, destructive power. His voice was cold and commanding. Don't make a move, he warned, his tone leaving no room for defiance. The energy around him condensed, spiraling tighter as his smirk widened. It's rare to find a decent punching bag, he remarked, tightening his grip on the blade. Let's see what this one can take. The Silver Dragon roared again, its tail slicing through the air with brutal force. Massive shards of earth rose from the ground and launched skyward, darkening the battlefield as they rained down like meteors. With a sharp crack, the boulders shattered midair, pulverized by a single sweep of Suyang's blade. He moved effortlessly, weaving through the chaos with calculated ease. Too slow, he muttered, his voice carrying a playful lilt. The ground beneath him trembled as a swirling black portal erupted at his feet. He glanced down, unimpressed. Nice theatrics, but it's all show, he quipped. In a single, fluid motion, his blade slashed through the portal, dispersing its energy in a violent ripple that shook the realm. Landing gracefully amidst the chaos, Suyang's HP bar flickered momentarily, displaying a faint plus 1,000. He smirked as he glanced at it. Have a defying resilience, huh? These attacks are like mosquito bites, he muttered, confidence dripping from his tone. The silver dragon snarled, its massive claws glowing as it prepared its next assault. Dragon magic. Double strike, it roared, slamming its claws into the ground. The terrain cracked and quaked violently, the fissures spreading like lightning. Su Yang stood unfazed, his posture relaxed. 27,000 strength, he said, his voice calm and cutting. A dragon in my hand is no different than a chicken. His taunt only fueled the dragon's rage. It thrashed violently, launching a flurry of attacks. Su Yang dodged with ease, his movements fluid and shadow-like. In one quick leap, he soared above the beast's massive wings, his figure silhouetted against the glowing realm. The silver dragon twisted its head upward, its glowing eyes blazing with fury as it unleashed a cascade of lightning and wind attacks. The air around it churned with raw, destructive energy, yet Su Yang remained untouched. Suspended midair, his grin widened, his confidence unshakable. Raising his blade high, its glow cut through the storm like a beacon of destruction. With a single, perfect arc, he brought the weapon down. The impact was cataclysmic, shaking the ground as the silver dragon let out a final, pained roar. Its massive frame collapsed beneath the force of the strike, the battlefield falling silent as the beast crumbled in defeat. As the silver dragon dissolved into glowing particles, its essence fading into the ether, a notification flashed before Su Yang. Devour effect triggered. 10% of the silver dragon's attributes plundered. Immediately, his weapon stats surged. Strength plus 1,123. Spirit plus 27,211. Speed plus 13,211. Physical and mental damage resistances plus 8%. Spirit resistance plus 5%. A smirk played across his lips. The silver dragon excelled in magic. He mused, but it didn't even get a chance to cast a spell. His gaze shifted to the blade in his hand. A glowing mark had appeared on its surface, pulsating faintly. Ambition flickered in his eyes. If I kill other dragons, will their marks appear too? The thought fueled his desire, and he gripped the enhanced blade tighter. What happens when the marks are fully filled? He muttered. The question lingered in his mind as he raised the sword, its energy pulsating ominously. A wicked grin spread across his face. Time to eat. The dragon-bone great sword thrummed with life, greedily devouring the remnants of the silver dragon's energy. A faint voice echoed through the air, a sinister chant of feasting time. Su Yang observed the process, calm and calculating, his thoughts drifting. Leveling up feels wasteful now, he mused. After experiencing the burst of power from Wrath, this seems underwhelming. At my level, even diamond-tier equipment feels meaningless. Another notification flashed. Black Dragon attributes increased by absorbing 10%. His smirk deepened, sharp with ambition. If only I could devour attributes directly too. His thoughts turned to the royal offering traits of gluttony and wrath, abilities that could plunder attributes and health. But those remained dormant in the abyss, unable to act unless challengers appeared. Looking skyward, Su Yang's gaze sharpened. If those kings could leave the abyss and descend into the real world, they could plunder offerings directly, creating a cycle of infinite growth. Attributes, health, everything could be mine. The realization ignited a spark of confidence. He clenched his fist, ambition gleaming in his eyes. As long as I can summon the king of original sin into the real world, have it plunder offerings for me, and collect all 7 weapons of the Reverse Sin series, I'll be unstoppable, he muttered, his tone steady and resolute. The vision of becoming an unstoppable force, capable of solo-killing world-class bosses and driving the next expansion, filled his thoughts. A dark aura spread around him like a shadow, and his voice carried a chilling resolve. Offering me royal tribute isn't just a duty, it's their honor. But as his imagination soared, the smirk on his face faltered. A sharp realization grounded him in reality. Stop, he muttered, dragging a hand to his temple. His frown deepened as he reined in his ambitions. First, the basic problem. How do I bring the king of original sin out of the abyss? He thought. Without solving that, everything else is just empty talk. Second, how do I prevent top-tier experts from killing it? If it dies before accumulating enough resources, I'll suffer a massive loss. Letting out a tired sigh, Su Yang's expression shifted to mild annoyance. I'll think about it later, he grumbled. For now, time to head to the next dragon's secret realm. The scene shifted, revealing the aftermath of destruction. A massive dragon's corpse lay in ruins, the ground around it scorched and broken. Standing tall amidst the devastation, Suyang gazed ahead, his path forward clear and unwavering. A sudden notification lit up the sky, snapping Suyang out of his thoughts. World Channel announcement. In Dragon Rift's secret realm, the Red Dragon Hall has been subdued by Asuhi Makiko. Suyang froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. What? Meanwhile, in the Dragon Rift's secret realm, cheers erupted across the battlefield. A colossal red dragon lay defeated, its enormous frame shadowing the jubilant group of victors. At the center of the celebration stood a young woman, her radiant expression matching the fiery aura of the fallen beast. So good. Miss truly did it, one of her companions exclaimed, nearly bursting with excitement. In the background, a figure grinned with pride. Finally, Sakura Nation has a dragon of its own. The air buzzed with anticipation. The patriarch will be thrilled. The rewards will definitely be generous, someone declared confidently. An elder stroked his beard thoughtfully, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Not long ago, it was Suyang taming the black dragon. And now, Miss Makiko of the Asuhi family has subdued a red dragon. Truly remarkable. The elder stepped forward, bowing slightly toward the triumphant young woman. His voice carried the weight of respect. Miss Asui, congratulations on achieving your goal. Next, we'll escort you to Longcheng City and safely back to Sakura Nation. Asui Makiko's confidence glowed as she nodded graciously. All right, thank you, Grandpa. Her gaze drifted toward the horizon, her expression turning wistful. It's a shame I couldn't meet the one who subdued the black dragon. He gives off such a unique aura. A faint smile graced her lips as her thoughts wandered to the figure whose name was rapidly becoming legend. But since he's joined the Global Beast Master Association, I'm sure we'll cross paths soon enough. Elsewhere, in another corner of the world, Luo Linger's frustration boiled over as she stared at the notification. Disbelief etched into her features. How is this possible? She muttered, her voice cracking with exasperation. She stomped her foot, shaking the floor beneath her. Suyang was already hard enough to deal with, but now even Asui Makiko is ahead of me. She fumed, her pride bruised by the growing gulf between herself and her rivals. She turned her attention to the buzzing world chat, scanning the growing excitement. Yamamoto Taro, my student, Asui Makiko, has successfully subdued the red dragon. Zhao Kun, your student? That dragon should have been mine. William Smith, congratulations. Looks like we've suddenly got 2 new dragon tamers. President Carolina, unlikely. Augustine already confirmed they couldn't replicate Suyang's method. Villia, 2 more tamers? Excellent. We'll have more people to share insights with. Luo Linger's fists tightened as she read the exchanges, her frustration deepening. Everyone's talking about Asui Makiko now. What's left for me? She muttered, despair creeping into her voice. Her subordinates exchanged uneasy glances, unsure how to respond. Miss, this could be troublesome, one ventured cautiously. From a distance, Suyang observed the notifications, letting out a faint sigh. I didn't expect her to act so quickly, he murmured, his expression neutral. But his eyes soon sharpened with determination. This changes everything. The Dragon Spirit's secret realm will reopen soon. I can't afford to waste time. I need to focus on preparing for the next task. His focus shifted as a glowing projection materialized before him, displaying a council of formidable figures engaged in a heated discussion. Report. The Demon Abyss Crusade Army has been officially announced. After Wrath's defeat, the Crusaders have grown cautious. Their assault won't be long in coming. Beelzebub won't be able to stop them. He's a weakling, a placeholder at best. A sly smile crept across Suyang's face, his confidence undeterred by the grim report. So, my apologies, Gluttony King, he murmured, his tone laced with amusement. Before anyone else claims you, I'll take your death as my offering. His gaze flicked upward, his eyes glinting with calculated ambition. On the 100th floor of the Demon Abyss, the Gluttony King, Beelzebub, leaned back on his grotesque throne, an air of mild boredom on his face. So boring, he muttered, slumping further into his seat. Why hasn't anyone come to challenge me yet? His crimson eyes glinted as his thoughts swirled. Maybe it's for the best, he concluded with a faint, crooked smirk. A sudden flash of memory struck him like a blow to the chest. The air crackled with chaos as a wild, unhinged grin tore across Carolina's face. From the shadows emerged wolves, dozens of them, their glowing red eyes filled with malice, teeth bared as if ready to devour him whole. His chest tightened at the memory, the paralyzing fear still fresh. He could still feel the weight of helplessness, unable to move as the beast lunged. No chance to fight, no chance to escape. Snapping back to the present, Beelzebub froze as a voice boomed from above, its commanding tone shaking the air like a thunderclap. Heed my call and return to the depths of darkness. The words pierced through him. His breath hitched, his chest tightened, and a sense of dread clawed at his mind. The memory of Samuel's fate was all too fresh. Summoned by the original Sin Monarch and granted death. A bitter thought crept in. Could it be my turn? Beelzebub's head lowered, his massive shoulders slumping under the weight of resignation. A truth he had long buried resurfaced. This life was never his. It belonged to the monarch. Better to face death by his will than to fall to those wretched humans. Dark energy erupted around him, violet streaks of light flaring violently, licking the air like flames. The ground vibrated as the oppressive power surged upward. Beelzebub fell to one knee, unmoving, consumed by the glow as it swallowed him whole. On the final floor of the demon abyss, the original Sin Monarch, now fully possessed by Su Yang, loomed over the abyssal throne. His towering figure radiated crimson energy streaked with flashes of violet light, the raw aura of power pulsating around him. A sharp, blinding flash split the darkness, heralding Beelzebub's arrival. Beelzebub materialized before the monarch, his massive frame trembling under the weight of the summoning. Falling to his knees, he bowed low, teeth clenched as he forced out a weak breath. "Your loyal servant Beelzebub answers your call," he intoned. Su Yang's commanding voice rang out, cold and unyielding. "Gluttony, by the authority of this monarch, I summon you to death. Now, I ask you to offer your flesh once more. Do you object?" For a moment, silence reigned. Beelzebub's massive body quaked, but his voice rose steadily, unwavering despite the dread. "How dare I? My life was granted by the Lord. If you wish to take it back now, your loyal servant has no complaints." Crimson eyes glinted with approval. "Such loyalty is commendable. Very well." The ground trembled violently as the violet light intensified, growing unbearable. Beelzebub let out a final cry before the rising darkness consumed him. Chains of violet energy lashed out from the void, crackling with power as they coiled tightly around Beelzebub's massive frame. His crimson eyes flared in panic as his limbs jerked violently against the restraints. "Absorb!" The word echoed through the abyss like a hammer, final and absolute. The chains pulsed with jagged energy, tearing through Beelzebub's form as his essence was siphoned away. His body trembled violently, his mouth stretched open in a silent scream. A notification flashed. "Ding! You have slain the king of original sin, Gluttony Beelzebub. Experience gained, 3.7 billion. Overflow stored, 2.22 billion. Beelzebub's colossal body collapsed, his essence stripped away entirely. Violet light erupted in violent arcs, scattering his remains into fragmented pieces. What was left of his form crumbled into dust, leaving only silence in the aftermath. Items acquired. King of Original Sin, Gluttony's Heart. Grants plus 5 million HP, permanent, and plus 2,000 to all stats. King of Original Sin, Gluttony's Active Shell. Can be used to apply an imprisonment effect on a target. King of Original Sin, Gluttony's Demonic Core. Grants immunity to demonic corruption up to the 100th floor of the Demon Abyss. King of Original Sin, Gluttony's Heart, material, an exceptional forging material for enhancing HP, defensive skills, or crafting divine artifacts. The air settled, the oppressive energy dissipating, but the battlefield bore the scars of devastation. Writhing tendrils of darkness crept outward from the ground, twisting skyward as though marking the place of Beelzebub's fall. Within the depths of the abyss, the eerie quiet was broken by Su Yang's voice, calm yet tinged with surprise. "I thought Beelzebub, who hadn't fully evolved through devouring, would drop less valuable items compared to a higher-ranked king like Samuel." He paused, his gaze lingering on the glowing loot before him. "But it seems there's barely a difference. Such high value." A smirk spread across his face, tinged with smug satisfaction. "My luck is just too good. This isn't something the goddess of luck could explain. It's like I've kidnapped her to be my wife." His gaze shifted to a glowing chest labeled Special Drops. With a flick of his hand, the ethereal barrier around it shattered, sending fragments of light scattering through the chamber. "Let's see what treasure this is." A deafening boom shattered the silence. Golden light burst forth, slamming into the ground with enough force to send shockwaves rippling through the air. Su Yang's cape billowed violently in the energy surge, his expression twisting into a mix of awe and disbelief. Hovering midair was a radiant artifact, its divine presence overwhelming. Sin Reversal, Gluttony's Punishment. The weapon pulsed with energy, its shimmering surface engraved with intricate patterns that seemed to hum with untold power. Violet and crimson streaks danced across its blade, filling the chamber with an oppressive aura. Su Yang's eyes darted across the glowing text that appeared before him, locking onto its most remarkable traits. Tier, Demigod. Unique limited soul imprint. Bound to the soul of the individual who slayed Beelzebub. Cannot be dropped, traded, or gifted. Usable only by the soul-bound wielder. Attributes. HP. Plus 50%. All elemental resistances. Plus 20%. Tenacity. Plus 30%. Abilities. 1. Sin Gluttony. O absorbs 2% of the attributes of slain enemies and transfers them to the wielder. 2. Sin Reversal. Gluttony's Punishment. O strips the authority of gluttony from sinful beings, reducing all their attributes by 10%. 3. Judgment. Kingslayer. O upon slaying a sinful lord, the weapon vanishes into the void. O the wielder gains permanent authority over gluttony as a reward. This is on another level, Su Yang murmured, his voice laced with astonishment. The artifact flared violently, its energy surging in jagged bursts of violet and crimson light. The chamber vibrated under its sheer power, a divine artifact in every sense of the word. But Su Yang's initial excitement gave way to mild irritation as the requirements flashed before him. Demigod tier required to equip. She clicked his tongue bitterly. I'm still too far behind. Without the right level, it's completely useless for now. His gaze hardened as he considered its potential. If I could disrupt the transfer shrine and manipulate its power, maybe I could accelerate my growth. His voice trailed off, his mind already racing with plans. The scene shifts to the Holy City. Beneath the radiant spires of the Holy City, a council convened within the Grand Temple. The High Priestess stood at the center, her grip firm on her staff as glowing projections shimmered around her. A council member's voice cut through the quiet. Though the identity of the one who stole the first Sin Reversal artifact remains unclear, there have been no major clashes between nations or associations. Yet, the High Priestess's gaze lingered on the glowing figures of the projections, her expression contemplative. If subsequent actions align with the Round Table's resolutions, taking turns to challenge the kings of original sin, this fragile stability may persist. Elsewhere, the entrances to the abyss brimmed with tension. Dark-cloaked sentinels patrolled the massive gates, their gazes sharp and unwavering. Beyond them, a swirling portal radiated ominous energy, its shifting surface hinting at the shadowy depths it concealed. The air itself seemed to hold its breath. In the Grand Temple, the High Priestess raised her staff toward a towering statue. The flickering glow of the data before her cast long shadows against the ancient walls. Global Temple VIP count, 143. Deity Advancement Stage. 8th Tier Temple VIP count, 0. 9th Tier Temple VIP count, 0. Crimson Alert. Total reclaimed Red Moon Crystal Cores, 10,234. Current Red Moon Corruption, 14%. Her grip tightened, her voice trembling as she whispered, "The chains are weakening. Stability begins to fracture." The temple trembled as the air grew heavy. Deep in the abyss, from the shadowy depths, a monstrous roar reverberated. The ground quaked violently as a titanic, flame-cloaked figure began to rise. Its jagged maw split open, torrents of fire pouring forth, its guttural voice rumbling like a death knell. Despair. Flames roared to life, consuming the chamber in an infernal glow. The High Priestess stumbled back, her voice trembling as she clutched her staff. If only someone could break this stalemate, she whispered, her plea laced with desperation. This world needs a true hero. Her words echoed through the temple, lost amidst the looming shadows of the abyss. The air shifted abruptly, a surge of energy rippling outward as a glowing screen materialized before the High Priestess. Harsh text streamed across its surface, its golden glow pulsing like a heartbeat. World announcement. Her eyes widened, the golden light flickering ominously casting long, wavering shadows across the chamber. The tension around her crackled like an impending storm. Her voice broke sharply through the mounting dread. Alert all squads stationed at the Demon Abyss. Report any unusual activity in your areas immediately. The temple guards responded in unison, their voices echoing like a chant. No abnormalities. The repeated words sounded hollow, offering little solace. The high priestess gripped her staff tightly, her knuckles turning white. Her mind raced. The Holy City's guards are the elites, capable of detecting even an 8th-tier assassin. Could it be? Her thoughts were cut short as the screen flickered again, its glow darkening. A new message pulsed ominously across its surface. Second-sin weapon has been obtained. Her breath caught in her throat, the weight of the announcement striking her like a dagger. Her gaze flicked toward the swirling void visible beyond the temple's grand arches. Its chaotic energy crackled with dark power, palpable even from this distance. At the heart of the abyss floated a shadowy figure, its aura warping the space around it. The priestess's heart pounded. Could it be connected to that figure I saw last time? Before she could act, voices erupted across the world chat, breaking her train of thought. Tokugawa, what's going on? Another artifact has been stolen. Did the United Federal States make an early move? Augustine, nonsense. I'm leaving tomorrow, and I've been drinking just now. The poker. High Priest, what is happening here? How could this occur with the temple guards in place? Carolina, I don't mean to question your authority, but this is just too suspicious. Tang Zhan, it's not unreasonable for people to suspect collusion within the temple. But I hope the High Priest can provide an explanation that satisfies everyone. The tension in the chamber thickened as all eyes turned to the High Priest. Her gaze remained steady, her expression calm and resolute. You are free to have your doubts, she began, her tone even and measured, but please maintain basic reasoning. The Transfer Temple has never interfered in any competition since its inception. I myself have never left the Holy City. She paused, her voice cutting through the growing unease. If the Transfer Temple truly intended to interfere, why would it do so covertly? Everyone here should already understand this. Silence fell, heavy and oppressive, as the weight of her logic settled over the assembly. The priestess lowered her head slightly, her brow furrowing in thought. I do trust the High Priest in my heart, she reflected, but I can't figure this out. If all other possibilities are ruled out, could the remaining one also be wrong? A chilling realization began to gnaw at her resolve. The only path forward was clear. The answers lay in the abyss. She raised her head, her voice ringing with determination. At this point, I propose abandoning the decision made during the meeting. We must form a united raid team, composed of the strongest members from each guild, and launch an abyss raid immediately. Does anyone object? Her words carried the weight of unshakable resolve. She raised her staff high, catching the golden light that poured down from the temple ceiling. Her piercing gaze swept the chamber. A beat of silence. No objections, came the unified response. Her declaration echoed like a commandment. The temple's light grew brighter, cascading over the assembled leaders like a divine decree. She thrust her staff skyward, her voice unwavering. Then let's begin assembling the team at once. This time, we absolutely cannot allow another reverse sin artifact to fall into the hands of thieves. The room erupted into motion, but her gaze lingered on the abyss beyond, its dark energies pulsing ominously. This time, she vowed silently, we will not fail. Deep within the shadows of the abyss, Seong, now the original Sin Monarch, stood amidst the void, his crimson eyes glowing ominously. The oppressive darkness coiled around him like a living thing, shifting and pulsating with his presence. Speaking of which, he murmured, his tone measured and cold, there should be a world announcement again, right? With the second artifact stolen, those Abyss Raiders are bound to take this seriously. A wicked grin split his face, sharp and foreboding. Worst case scenario? They'll charge in as early as tomorrow. The air quaked faintly, a prelude to the storm brewing within the abyss. The demon abyss stretched endlessly, layer upon layer of shadowed platforms spiraling into the depths. A vast, eerie map materialized, marked with ominous red crosses on certain floors. 100, 200, 300, and 400. The demon abyss spans 700 floors. Suyong's voice echoed through the dark. Every 100 floors lies a king of sin. He stepped forward, his gaze piercing through the void. Gluttony and wrath have already fallen to me. yet lust and greed remained dormant. A pause lingered as his thoughts turned toward the advancing raiders. This means they can push straight to the 500th floor. The image of the abyss shifted, revealing the looming 500th floor, shrouded in darkness. The visual cracked and shattered like glass, but the tension it carried lingered. But all of that follows the system, Suyang continued, his voice cutting through the void like a blade. His glowing red eyes narrowed, his smirk curling wider. My very existence, he paused, letting the weight of his words sink in, is the greatest disruption to this system. The abyss trembled violently as Lucifer emerged from the shadows. Her immense wings unfurled, dark energy rippling outward like a violent storm. The void itself recoiled under her suffocating presence, the space trembling beneath her overwhelming aura. If I were to place Lucifer, the strongest among them, directly in Gluttony's domain, his words trailed off, a cold challenge etched into the air. Who could possibly clear the 100th floor? A few days later, in the demon abyss, Augustine stepped cautiously onto the jagged terrain of the abyss. The crimson glow of crackling lightning reflected in his eyes, tension carved deeply into his furrowed brow. Abyss of demons, he muttered under his breath, gripping his staff tightly. I'm finally back. Below him, the spiraling rift roared with blood-red energy, a chaotic storm promising nothing but destruction. Are you all ready? Augustine asked, his tone sharp and commanding. The group stiffened, the anticipation palpable. Carolina stepped forward, her smirk bold and fiery. Do you even need to ask? I've been itching for this, she quipped, excitement glinting in her eyes. Beside her, Tang Zhan shrugged nonchalantly. Ready to go anytime, he replied coolly. Augustine's tone grew heavier, his resolve solid. The first 200 floors have already fallen. We cannot allow the third reverse sin weapon to fall into anyone else's hands. Carolina's grin widened as her fiery determination flared. Everyone here's top tier, so let's skip the formalities. Who's leading the charge against the floor 300 boss? A knight stepped forward, his golden hair gleaming under the abyss's crimson glow. Let me take this one, he declared, his tone calm but resolute. I've always been beaten to the punch by the big shots. It's about time I faced one of these abyssal bosses myself. The air grew heavier as his status displayed. Rank 3. Level 301. Class Radiant Sun Templar. Raising his sword, a confident smile broke across his face. All right, let's see what you've got. Let's go. Tang Zhan shouted, his aura igniting with fierce determination. Break through all barriers. Augustine followed, bracing for the chaos ahead. Magic and steel clashed violently as spells erupted, their light illuminating the darkness. Rocks shattered, and the dense air trembled with the force of their attacks. The team moved in perfect sync, their focus unyielding as they charged deeper into the abyss. The group came to a halt, their breaths heavy, eyes fixed ahead. We're almost at the 100th floor, Gluttony's domain, Carolina announced, her voice tense with anticipation. Before them, the grotesque maw, the 100th floor, domain loomed, pulsating with a sinister crimson glow. It twisted and churned like a living void, an ominous gateway into chaos itself. Since there aren't any guard bosses left, let's charge through in one go, a voice called out, determination cutting through the tense silence. The group braced themselves, but unbeknownst to them, deep within the domain, a dark figure stirred. Shadows writhed like serpents, coiling around her form. Blood-red energy crackled through the void, her piercing gaze radiating malice. Lucifer, the king of original sin, pride, stood with an aura that suffocated everything in her presence. Her crimson eyes glimmered coldly, and her disdainful voice echoed, dripping with venom. Finally, you've arrived. The air thickened instantly, a palpable dread creeping into the chamber, as if the abyss itself responded to her words. Enemy units detected ahead, Radiant Sun Templar muttered, his tone tense as his gaze swept the area. The group stiffened, their unease rippling outward. Carolina's voice cut sharply through the silence. More enemies? But Gluttony is supposed to be dead. No, Tang Zhan murmured, his tone grim. That's not the Gluttony King. From the shadows, Lucifer stepped forward, her overwhelming power radiating like a suffocating wave. The mere sight of her sent chills through the team. Foolish ants, she sneered, her cold voice mocking. Daring to step into my domain of despair. Do you appreciate your death? A system notification blared across their shared interface. System notification. Boss, Lucifer. Race, demon. Level, details, unknown. The group's breath hitched as the ominous notification settled over them. Before anyone could react, Radiant Sun Templar's defiant grin cut through the tension. So, the 100th floor boss went for a makeover with a female skin? Interesting. With a burst of radiant light, he launched himself forward, his blade blazing with holy energy. Wait, don't act recklessly, Poker shouted, his voice drowned out by the deafening clash of power. The battlefield erupted into chaos, the air vibrating with violent energy. Suddenly, everything stopped. A single, lightning-fast strike illuminated the darkness, silencing the battle in an instant. The ground quaked under the force, and a system notification shattered the air like a death knell. System notification. Your teammate, Mike, Radiant Sun Templar, has been killed by Boss Lucifer. The chilling declaration hung in the air, cutting through the stunned silence. Lucifer's crimson gaze narrowed, malice radiating from her as the remnants of her attack crackled ominously around her. The group shouted in disbelief. One strike? Carolina's voice trembled as she muttered, to instantly kill an 8th-ranked Templar Knight. How is that even possible? What level is this boss? She gritted her teeth, trying to suppress the dread creeping into her expression. I've already used high-rank insight. Another voice interjected, frustration lacing their words. It's completely ineffective, and those with weaker power fainted just from her aura. The realization settled over the group like a shroud. Lucifer was unlike anything they had ever encountered. The oppressive tension was broken by a determined voice. Let me try. A magician stepped forward, her eyes blazing with resolve. Power surged around her as she activated a forbidden spell, Record of True Delight. A radiant burst of multicolored light exploded outward, bathing the battlefield in blinding brilliance. Skill description. Allows the user to inspect detailed information of a target regardless of level disparity. Cooldown, 24 hours. As the light faded, the spell locked onto Lucifer, unveiling the monstrous truth behind her power. Boss profile. King of Original Sin. Pride Lucifer, divine rank. Description. Lucifer stands as the leader of the kings of Original Sin, embodying the sin of pride, the most dominant among the 7 deadly sins. Level, 400. Attributes. Strength, 452,121. Spirit, 231,123. Speed, 213,432. Carolina's eyes widened in disbelief, her voice trembling. This is divine rank. The group exchanged glances, their unease growing into outright fear as the magnitude of their challenge became clear. Deep in the shadows of the abyss, Suyang, now the Original Sin Monarch, stood motionless, his crimson eyes piercing the void. His voice, calm yet edged with tension, broke through the oppressive silence. During the punishment battle earlier, I forgot to check Lucifer's information, he murmured. But now that I see her stats, it's absurd. She's almost on par with the Original Sin Monarch me. As if on cue, a notification materialized before him. Status, weakened. Special abnormal state. Cannot be dispelled, significantly reduces stats, and restricts some abilities. Suyang's gaze darkened, his thoughts swirling. Even in this weakened state, she's a Sin Monarch. If this is her power at half strength, how invincible must she be at full capacity? Let's see her talents next, he muttered, narrowing his eyes. Gluttony and wrath were already ridiculous, but pride might break the scale. Talent abilities. Pride. Lucifer views any existence she considers a weaker being with utter disdain. This pride manifests as complete immunity to all forms of damage from weaker foes. Weaker being. Defined as any entity whose total base stats are lower than Lucifer's, regardless of rank. Oh, note. Individuals who successfully defeat a king of Original Sin earn Lucifer's recognition and will no longer be considered a weaker being. Offering of the King of Pride. Anyone slain by Lucifer is marked with the Soul Mark, subjugated loser. This mark grants her the ability to issue one unconditional command to the defeated individual, cementing her dominance over them. Suyang's jaw tightened, his disbelief palpable. What the hell? This is way too overpowered. His thoughts spiraled. Anyone below her level or stats can't even scratch her. That's practically invincibility. And considering this world, there isn't a single divine rank professional alive. He grimaced, his mind racing. If it weren't for that one person who defeated a king of original sin before, Lucifer might as well be untouchable. Straightening himself, Su Yang's calculating nature resurfaced. And that offering of the King of Pride. If Lucifer wipes out the assault team, I'll gain one-time control over them. A sharp grin spread across his face, dangerous and gleaming with malice. If players like Tang Zhan and Augustine are here, oh, this is going to be glorious. I can't wait. Flashback. Days earlier. In the dark abyss, Su Yang's voice echoed with authority. I've decided, Lucifer. You'll take Beelzebub's place and guard the 100th floor of the abyss. Let those arrogant fools learn what true strength is. Lucifer's crimson eyes flared with delight, her lips curling into a wicked grin. She bowed deeply, her voice a mix of mockery and devotion. Your loyal servant, Lucifer, obeys the king's orders. Present. The 100th floor of the abyss. The grotesque battlefield raged as the global top rankers unleashed their might. Frost Howl, Elemental Chimera. Come forth and cover poker. Carolina's commanding voice rang out as two massive spectral beasts materialized. Frost radiated from their hulking forms, their icy breath chilling the air as they lunged forward, claws tearing into the void. Beside them, Poker charged forward, his blazing red cloak trailing behind like a streak of fire. Ultimate Tyrant Mode, Tang Zhan roared, his body enlarging as raw power coursed through him. His muscles bulged, each step shaking the battlefield as he prepared to unleash his might. Everyone, no holding back. Augustine's voice boomed, steady and commanding. His staff radiated chaotic energy as he channeled a powerful incantation. Flames and lightning erupted in tandem, their destructive forces ripping through the battlefield. Ultimate Destruction Fist. Tang Zhan's massive form surged forward, his glowing fist tearing through the dense air with unstoppable force, the ground trembling beneath him. Above, the sky split open as elemental forces clashed, energy cascading in violent arcs. Thunderstorm of heaven and earth. Augustine raised his blazing staff high, unleashing a colossal beam of light. The radiant energy tore through the battlefield, obliterating everything in its path. A deafening explosion followed, illuminating the abyss in blinding brilliance. As the fiery glow faded, silence fell across the battlefield, broken only by the faint crackle of dissipating energy. Smoke and dust billowed into the air, cloaking the scene in a suffocating stillness. The group stood frozen, breaths heavy and hearts pounding. The group cautiously regrouped, their eyes locked on the settling debris. Did we do it? One of them asked, their voice trembling with a flicker of hope. The silence stretched unbearably, only to be shattered by a ragged cry. Leader! The team turned in shock as their president emerged from the smoke, his once pristine armor cracked, his breath labored. President! The group cried out, scrambling toward him in panic. But their relief turned to dread as the smoke cleared entirely, revealing an unscathed, chilling figure standing tall amidst the devastation. Lucifer, her dark wings spread wide, casting an oppressive shadow over the battlefield. Her crimson eyes gleamed with disdain, and the abyss trembled beneath her suffocating presence. A pulse of energy exploded outward, forcing the group to brace themselves. Above her, her health bar flickered ominously. HP, 100%. Her voice cut through the chaos, sharp and scornful. Why do the weak fight? She sneered. Death is your destiny. Damn it! Poker shouted, his desperation slipping into panic. Why is such an outrageous enemy on the 100th floor of the abyss? Our combined full-strength attack didn't even scratch her. Carolina growled, her frustration boiling over. What kind of mechanic is this? How is this even fair? Augustine's gaze hardened as he surveyed the battlefield. His voice was steady, but the weight of his words was grave. Forget mechanics. The boss is preparing a big move, he warned. Tang Zhan's booming voice broke through the rising panic. Everyone listen up. Activate all defensive skills. Hold the line no matter what. The team scrambled to respond, their focus shifting to survival. Above them, Lucifer smirked, her overwhelming aura suffusing the air. A dark beam of energy began to form in her hands, crackling ominously as it bathed the battlefield in its sinister glow. My Lord Sovereign, she murmured, her voice laced with reverence. Your loyal servant offers you a glorious feast. Please enjoy. The chilling words echoed, sending a shiver through the group. Beneath her feet, the inscription Sin of Pride glowed with malevolent energy, growing brighter as the beam intensified. The team braced themselves, their resolve faltering under the crushing weight of Lucifer's devastating power, now poised to descend. Boom! The battlefield erupted in chaos as the dark beam slammed into the ground with unrelenting force. The earth shattered, and a massive shockwave ripped outward, engulfing everything in its path. Lucifer's voice rang cold and unyielding amidst the destruction. The weak shall perish. The abyss quaked violently beneath her. When the dust finally settled, Lucifer stood at the center of the wreckage, her crimson blade pulsing with dark energy. Screams echoed across the battlefield as the aftermath of the blast left nothing but devastation. Dust and debris swirled through the air, and the few surviving team members struggled to regain their footing. So, in the end, only the three of us survived, Augustine muttered, his voice heavy with grief. The loss weighed on him like an unbearable burden. Even poker got wiped out, Carolina added bitterly, her gaze fixed on the wreckage. And his defense was supposed to be incredible. What a terrifying skill. Tang Zhan gritted his teeth, his frustration bubbling beneath his calm demeanor. It annihilated everyone else instantly. Then his expression shifted, his eyes narrowing as realization dawned. I get it now, Tang Zhan said grimly. It's because only the three of us have ever delivered the final blow to a king of original sin. Everyone else was killed on the spot. No exceptions. The weight of his words hung heavy over the survivors. This must be the boss's mechanic, he concluded. Augustine snarled, his fists clenching tightly. His voice shook with frustration and rage. So what if we know this? He snapped. The overwhelming power gap makes it unwinnable anyway. A strange, ominous energy surged through the battlefield, pressing down like an invisible hand. The trio's eyes widened as the overwhelming presence engulfed them. Lucifer stood tall amidst the fading chaos, her dark wings unfurling to their full span, casting an immense and foreboding shadow across the ruined battlefield. Her crimson eyes glowed with a cold brilliance, exuding absolute authority. My Lord Sovereign, she declared, her voice unwavering and filled with reverence. I have not failed my mission. As her words echoed into the silence, the battlefield dimmed, the oppressive aura fading into stillness. Outside the demon abyss, Augustine, Carolina, and Tang Zhan now sat amidst the aftermath, their bodies slumped with exhaustion. The air around them was heavy. Their breathing labored as they struggled to process what had transpired. Everyone is here, Augustine muttered, his voice hollow, barely audible over the faint crackle of lingering energy. Carolina's fiery demeanor was replaced by a quiet frustration. Her fingers twitched, betraying the tension she couldn't contain. Damn it, she whispered, the anger simmering in her tone. What just happened? Who is this person? Why couldn't I react at all? And why were we instantly wiped out? Her questions hung in the air, unanswered, as the weight of their defeat settled over them. Nearby, a player clutched their arm, their voice bitter and trembling. Apart from those three great ones, we were annihilated instantly. It was like we were nothing more than dogs on the side of the road. Another voice broke in, shaking with disbelief. Why would such a strong boss appear on the 100th floor of the abyss? That's not just a boss. It's a god-level entity. How are we supposed to beat something like that? The suffocating atmosphere grew thicker, a shared hopelessness spreading among the group. Tang Zhan's deep voice finally broke the silence, steady yet grave. This was inevitable, he said, his tone measured. We just suffered an unprecedented defeat, and we're only beginning to grasp what we're up against. Poker stepped forward, his voice calm, but heavy with resignation. The moment she swung her sword, I knew it. We didn't stand a chance. With our current strength, this dungeon is unwinnable. Carolina lowered her gaze, her voice barely audible as despair tinged her words. But without defeating her, we'll never obtain the weapon of rebellion. Worse, we'll never face the original Sin Lord or access the expansion pack. Steps of ascension to divinity. Tang Zhan's brows furrowed, frustration glimmering in his eyes. His voice was firm, though strained. And if we fail to ascend, he said grimly, we'll never break through to face the king of arrogance. It's a vicious cycle. His final words cut through the silence like a blade, leaving the group to wrestle with the implications. Augustine slumped where he sat, his shoulders weighed down by exhaustion and defeat. His voice trembled as he spoke, each word laden with despair. This is the first enemy, aside from the high priest, who made me feel it's absolutely impossible to defeat them. His gaze darkened, shadows pooling under his tired eyes as sweat dripped from his brow. The King of Pride is terrifying beyond measure, he muttered, his fists clenching tightly. His knuckles turned pale, and his hands shook under the crushing weight of the realization. His voice cracked, fading into the suffocating stillness. This is truly the darkest moment in the entire world. The group sat in silence, the weight of their failure pressing down like a suffocating fog. Deep in the demon abyss on the final floor, the oppressive silence was shattered by the rumbling voice of the original Sin Monarch, dripping with mockery. The darkest moment? That's true, he sneered, his tone razor-sharp. But there's one thing you're wrong about. The massive figure leaned forward, his crimson eyes glowing with malicious confidence. With a casual wave of his clawed hand, he gestured as though addressing insignificant insects beneath his notice. The steps of ascension to divinity will eventually come, he declared. But the one to advance them won't be you. It'll be me. Dark energy surged around him as Lucifer's offering intertwined with the king's offering, forming a pulsating, ominous shadowy force. The original Sin Monarch's smirk widened, his fangs glinting in the flickering light. Through these soul imprints, I can issue mandatory commands, sense your every movement, your every thought, even your exact position. His dark chuckle reverberated through the chamber. Far more efficient than any full map view feature. Swirling blue orbs hovered ominously in the void, illuminating the shadowy figure of the king. His crimson eyes glinted with suspicion as he scanned the glowing fragments of suspended souls. Strange, he mused. Amidst all this overwhelming negativity, one emotion stands out. Joyful, even. His gaze sharpened, locking onto a peculiar orb glowing brighter than the rest. Could it be has their mind been damaged? Suyong's claws twitched slightly, his focus intensifying. The orb's radiance grew stronger, its pull irresistible. And this appearance, is it from the people of Shiva? As Suyong examined the orb, the scene shifted, revealing a figure clad in flowing emerald robes adorned with intricate golden ornaments. Adderhazan, level 320, 9th turn miracle priest. Suyong's thoughts raced, the details clicking into place. When speaking of the people of Shiva, they always leave a peculiar impression, not just because of their distinct culture, but also due to their unique position in this era of games. His musings deepened, his tone sharper. Despite the advanced mechanics of this world, they still adhere to their traditional caste system, where the ruling elite control the most exceptional resources. This polarization has led to Shiva's number of legendary professionals being among the lowest of all nations. The glowing orb pulsed, demanding his attention. Suyong's voice cut through the void. To suffer such a devastating defeat and yet find someone in high spirits. How intriguing. Let's see what he's really thinking. The scene shifted again, focusing on Adderhazan. He stood calmly amidst the ruined battlefield, his masked face shadowed, yet exuding a commanding presence. His emerald robes flowed faintly in the tainted breeze, untouched by the devastation surrounding him. Adder's smirk widened, smooth and laced with satisfaction. I didn't expect even the best teams in the world to collapse like this, he muttered, his voice a mix of amusement and calculation. Tilting his masked face slightly, a sly grin formed beneath the veil. Wonderful. Excellent. He turned his focus inward, his tone dripping with calculated malice. With a significant decline in the strength of elite professionals and the halt of global mission progress, both Shia and the American Union will face severe setbacks. He surveyed the field of devastation, confidence radiating from his every motion. And this will give Shiva the opportunity it needs. A chance to surpass Longxia and the American Union. Adder's piercing gaze lifted, his resolve unshaken as his mind turned toward his goal. The chance to become the world's next superpower. In his mind's eye, the shadow of the ancient devourer loomed, a towering, crimson-horned figure shrouded in a storm of ominous energy. Its glowing eyes narrowed with suspicion as if assessing Adder's worth. Adder muttered to himself, his voice resolute. So long as we obtain the legacy of the ancient devourer. The words hung in the air, carrying a weight of ambition and dread. Deep in the demon abyss, Suyong's crimson eyes flashed as a realization struck. The ancient devourer, he murmured, his voice low but sharp. A flicker of memory surfaced, tugging at the edges of his consciousness. I've heard that name before. Oh, right, it's in the description of the dragon bone sword. The scene shifted to a glowing void where the dragon bone sword hovered, emanating an eerie, blood-red glow. Dragon bone sword, Devourer Athos. Bearing the name Athos, descendant of the ancient Devourer. In the end, he walked toward the grave of death. The sword of bones, the soul of blood. The corpses do not decay, and the devouring never ends. Su Yang's voice trembled slightly as he spoke to himself. Yes, according to this description, the Black Dragon AOS was the descendant of the ancient Devourer. At the time, I thought it was just a simple backstory. I didn't expect it to actually exist. The weight of the revelation settled over him like a dark shroud. The scene flickered again, revealing fragmented memories drawn from Adder Hazan's thoughts. Su Yang's mind replayed the discovery made by Adder's brother, Yumino Hazan. Near the dragon spirit's secret realm, Yumino had unearthed an ancient stone stele. The weathered inscription etched into its surface whispered ominous truths. The ancient devourer rests here in his slumber. The ancient devourer was killed by an unknown hero. Dragons and spirits crowned him simultaneously, celebrating the demise of that dreadful shadow. But the hero, he was betrayed. His body was buried, his soul lingering here, waiting for someone to finish his vengeance. Su Yang's thoughts raced. It's astonishing to learn that the ancient devourer could instill fear in both spirits and dragons, two races imbued with divine power. Just how strong must this ancient devourer have been? Meanwhile, outside the demon abyss, Adder Hazan stood silently, his face concealed beneath a turban adorned with a skull motif. Only his piercing eyes gleamed, reflecting a dangerous anticipation. The world doesn't know this secret, he murmured, his voice rich with intrigue. Only we brothers do. His muffled laughter escaped through the fabric covering his face. While the armies clash above, if my nephew Bijin can enter the dragon spirit's secret realm, the legacy will be ours. His eyes gleamed as he observed the distant figures of Augustine, Karelina, and Tang Zhan. At that point, even if we face God-ranked enemies, they won't stand a chance against us. A sly grin formed beneath his mask. It's a golden opportunity, he muttered. Adder's thoughts shifted, imagining the battered figures of Asuhi, Su Yang, and Vielria lying unconscious in the dragon spirit's secret realm. His cruel smirk deepened as he whispered to himself. Let's start with you so-called geniuses. His voice dripped with malice. After all, the dragon spirit's secret realm is a different dimension, isolated from the real world. If you die here a few more times, you'll truly die. A sinister chuckle escaped his lips as he stepped forward, the air thickening with tension. Back in the abyss, Su Yang's smirk widened as he absorbed the depths of Adder's thoughts. Let me mourn you for a second, Adder Hazan. Su Yang sneered, his voice a mix of mockery and disdain. After all, who would have thought your inner thoughts would be overheard? His grin sharpened, as cutting as the blade of a knife. Then, how can I thank you for telling me all this? His tone darkened, filled with a predatory edge. Bijin, a 7th-rank beast trainer. With my current power, it shouldn't take much effort to kill him. A cruel gleam shone in Su Yang's eyes, his thoughts cold and calculated. Oh, I almost forgot, he murmured, his voice dropping to a low, rumbling growl. Lucifer, what are you doing now? The swirling orb of energy in Su Yang's hand glowed brighter, pulsating with malevolent power. Within it, the faint echo of Lucifer's sinister presence stirred, her aura suffusing the chamber like a looming shadow. Suspended in a void of swirling violet light, Lucifer stood motionless, arms crossed, her figure silhouetted against the pulsating glow. She had remained in this position for so long that Su Yang, observing her through the orb, murmured to himself, "Isn't she tired? Or perhaps at God level, such trivial concerns no longer exist." His musings were interrupted as Lucifer's lips curled into a sly smile, her crimson eyes snapping open with a glint of mischief. Her voice, rich with amusement, sliced through the silence, playing this laid-back style. "Surely the Lord enjoys watching me pretend to remain silent," she murmured, her tone dripping with playful sarcasm. "Ah, I can't endure the sound of such excitement. You're too modest, my lord." Su Yang felt a pang of secondhand embarrassment. Cringe, he thought, before cutting through her monologue with a sharp command. "Lucifer, come to me." Her response was immediate, her expression lighting up with an eerie glee. Her movements were fluid and hypnotic as she descended toward him, her presence growing more suffocating with each step. Standing before her lord, Lucifer lowered herself reverently before Suyang, her voice dropping into a soft, honeyed purr. "My lord, I wonder, have my actions pleased you?" Suyang gazed down at her, his towering form radiating an imposing authority. His deep voice resonated. "You have wiped out all the enemies and done an excellent job, Lucifer. So, I've decided to reward you." Lucifer's expression shifted to one of bliss, her lips curling into a sly smile. Lowering her head further, she spoke with a blend of adoration and anticipation. "As long as I have pleased you, I am utterly satisfied. How could I dare accept your grace so easily?" Suyang raised his colossal hand, his fingers curling as an orb of swirling crimson energy began to form above his palm. The glow intensified, pulsating with ominous power. "This is a gift from your lord, and you have no right to refuse it," he declared, his booming voice leaving no room for hesitation. The crimson energy surged forward, twisting into a spiraling torrent as it hurtled toward Lucifer. Her sharp crimson eyes widened, her breath catching as the raw power pierced her core. The energy coursed through her body like molten fire, spreading with an intoxicating intensity. "Main injection. Essence." The words echoed with ritualistic weight, reverberating through the void. Lucifer gasped, her body convulsing under the surge of power. Her trembling voice broke the silence. "It feels so good, so refreshing," she exclaimed, her voice tinged with awe. Her body quaked with power, her claws clasping together as she lowered her head. Yet, her tone grew desperate. "My lord, I want more. May I have more?" On his throne, Suyang leaned back upon his ominous seat, his glowing eyes narrowing. One clawed hand rested against the armrest, tapping rhythmically as his deep, resonant voice echoed through the void, cold and commanding. "Wait until you achieve another feat, now go." Lucifer straightened instantly, her expression shifting into a mask of unshakable loyalty. "As you command." In a burst of shadow and light, she vanished, leaving the throne room cloaked in oppressive silence. Alone once more, Suyang leaned back further, his crimson eyes glinting with amusement. He tapped his claws against the armrest in a measured rhythm, his voice dipping into a low growl. "It's really tiring to roleplay in front of a god-level boss. And she's such a difficult character," he muttered to himself. A faint glow pulsed from the swirling dark energy embedded in his chest. A wicked grin spread across his face, revealing jagged teeth glinting under the dim light. But compared to those trivialities, the power of the Lord of Original Sin is truly terrifying. Just a wisp of that dark power can make Lucifer obsessed. When this weakened state is lifted, how strong will I be? Suddenly, the oppressive darkness of the void was pierced by a sudden brilliance, blinding and unrelenting. "What?" Suyang's voice echoed with both irritation and surprise as the light grew, swallowing the shadows. Before him, an ethereal figure descended amidst a cascade of golden feathers and flickering embers. Her flowing robes of white and gold seemed to shimmer with every step, each thread imbued with divine authority. The brilliance of her presence illuminated the oppressive darkness, a stark contrast to the void around her. Her sharp blue eyes locked onto Suyang, piercing through the shadows, while her golden hair flowed like a celestial halo, framing a face radiating both grace and unyielding resolve. A faint whisper escaped from Suyang, the realization striking like a thunderclap. "It's her!" The high priestess of the holy temple stood before him, her radiant form cutting through the abyssal gloom. A flashback. Euphemia stood in the sacred halls of the holy temple, her fingers trembling slightly as she read the report. Her voice, usually calm and measured, cracked with disbelief. The resistance army, composed of the strongest warriors on the continent, completely annihilated? How could this happen? The numbers and details scrawled across the glowing screen painted a grim and irrefutable picture. Euphemia's grip tightened on her staff. "The situation is extremely abnormal," she muttered, her brows furrowing. "I cannot remain a bystander anymore." With unshakable resolve, she raised her hands to the heavens, her voice echoing with divine authority. "Oh, sacred statue, I am your representative, Euphemia Vega, the third high priestess. I request your blessing." Golden beams of light cascaded from the heavens, enveloping her in celestial brilliance. The air trembled as divine energy filled the chamber. Let the holy light shine. Her wings unfurled, their ethereal feathers shimmering with radiant energy. The holy power coursing through her ignited a celestial sigil above her head, pulsing with otherworldly might. System notification. The Eye of Insight evolves into the Eye of Truth. Euphemia's body glowed with unparalleled radiance, her wings transforming into a magnificent display of shimmering feathers. Skill description. The ultimate form of the Eye of Insight, enhanced by the sacred statue's power, contains the essence of the holy stars, capable of perceiving all truths in the world. Back in the present, Euphemia hovered high in the vast, shadowed hall of the demon abyss. Beams of holy light radiated from her form, descending like celestial fire, pushing back the suffocating darkness around her. Her voice rang out, steady and resolute. What is this terrifying dark power? Are you the Lord of the Abyss? Suyang leaned forward on his throne, his skeletal grin widening beneath his tattered cloak. His crimson eyes glowed menacingly, a stark contrast to her radiant presence. His claws rested casually on the armrests of his throne, but the oppressive weight of his aura bore down on her like a storm. What brings the high priestess of the holy temple to the very depths of this absolute darkness? His voice reverberated through the cavern, mocking yet commanding. Euphemia's eyes narrowed. She could feel the oppressive force of his presence pressing against her very soul. Despite the suffocating atmosphere, her tone remained steady, unwavering. "You know me," she stated, her sharp gaze locked onto his. "Of course," Suyang replied, his voice laced with cruel amusement. "I am fully aware of your so-called resistance force and your desperate attempts to attack the demon abyss to complete your global mission." He gestured lazily with a clawed hand, his disdain for her efforts clear. "Those cowards were all eliminated by Lucifer's hand. Is that why you've come here? To see the depths of your failure firsthand?" He rose from his throne, his towering figure looming in the oppressive shadows. With each step forward, the air around him distorted, bending under the weight of his aura. "Then tell me, High Priestess," he growled, his voice sharp and commanding, "how should I welcome you? In the abyss?" Euphemia's blazing sapphire eyes betrayed her determination, even as unease churned within her. Her grip tightened on her staff as she observed the towering demon, his skeletal grin stretching impossibly wide. "The last time I used the Eye of Insight, he appeared to be sleeping," she thought, her heart pounding. "I didn't expect he'd awaken this time. Is this the cause of the abyss's sudden changes?" She tried to peer deeper into the essence of his overwhelming power, her divine senses straining to unravel its mystery. But this energy was darker, more profound than anything she had encountered before. Even the Eye of Truth couldn't penetrate its depths. Her breath caught as the realization struck her, chilling her to the core. "He is certainly a being above the level of gods," she murmured, her voice steady despite the storm swirling within her. Her wings shimmered with celestial light, feathers glowing as divine energy surged. "I need to retreat and regroup with the resistance force to devise a plan." With a graceful motion, Euphemia raised her staff high. The air rippled as divine energy crackled, bending reality itself. A space-time rift began to form behind her, warping the darkness with brilliant light. Suyang's crimson eyes narrowed, his lazy grin curling with disdain. "Space-time rift?" he drawled, his voice cutting through the tension. "Do you think you can enter and leave this place as you please?" He flicked his wrist, and dark energy erupted from his hand, spiraling toward her with suffocating force. Euphemia's wings flared wide, celestial light bursting forth as she propelled herself upward, narrowly evading the malevolent blast. But to her dismay, the darkness twisted and surged, lashing out like living tendrils. They coiled around her, freezing her in place. Her wings trembled under the strain, her fingers gripping her staff tightly as she fought against the oppressive force. From his throne, Suyang leaned forward, crimson eyes gleaming with malice. "I wonder what equipment will drop upon killing the strongest human high priestess," he mused, his massive clawed hand rising. A vortex of energy coiled into existence, crackling with malicious intent. But alas, experience points will be wasted again. He thrust the energy forward, the cavern quaking under its might. But just as the blast reached her, Euphemia's figure vanished, dissolving into thin air. Suyang froze for a moment, his grin replaced with irritation. Then, a low chuckle rumbled from his chest. As expected of the strongest and most mysterious high priestess on the continent, he muttered, leaning back on his throne. She won't break so easily. The orb in his hand pulsed ominously, tendrils of raw energy slithering outward like living shadows, seeking a target. Suddenly, a rupture tore through the void, piercing the oppressive darkness. Su Yong's head snapped upward, his crimson eyes locking onto the swirling storm above. A jagged rift burned with a searing orange glow, splitting the sky like a celestial blade. Back in the holy temple, Euphemia crashed onto the marble floor, her breath ragged, golden hair disheveled. She clutched her chest as faint relief flickered in her exhausted eyes. That was incredibly dangerous, she muttered, sweat dripping down her brow. Her wings folded behind her as she slowly pushed herself upright. The warm glow of the temple's sacred architecture surrounded her, offering a fragile reprieve from the chaos she had just escaped. Towering golden statues stood vigil, their serene expressions a stark contrast to the storm within her. A voice broke the silence. "Are you all right, High Priestess?" Euphemia turned to see Temple Priestess Raya, her face etched with concern. "I'm fine, just exhausted," Euphemia replied, exhaling slowly as she steadied herself. Despite the safety of the temple, the shadow of the abyss loomed heavy in her mind. "How is the resistance force?" she asked, her voice firm. "They've all regrouped and are on their way to the holy city," Raya reported, her tone brisk and reassuring. Euphemia exhaled a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. Survival was a fleeting relief, but the weight of responsibility pressed heavily on her shoulders. "Good," she said, her voice regaining its calm. "I'll return to my room to sort myself out. Wait here and inform me if any visitors arrive." With that, Euphemia turned and walked away, her steps steady despite the heaviness in her heart. Above the holy temple, faint wisps of violet energy flickered ominously, weaving through the intricate carvings on the temple's ceiling. A deep, unseen presence stirred, its single glowing eye faintly illuminating the sacred architecture. Through the rift space that opened from the demon abyss, Su Yong had infiltrated the heart of the holy temple. "I didn't expect the energy to reverse through Euphemia back to its source," Su Yong murmured, his voice a cold whisper in the void. In the shadows, Su Yong began following the high priestess, his crimson eyes glinting with cruel amusement as he trailed her. "The high priestess, Euphemia," he mused mockingly. "A figure I've only read about in textbooks and news reports. She's never left the holy city. But now, it's clear, she didn't choose to stay. She couldn't. With her power, she might have rivaled Lucifer herself." He chuckled softly at the thought, his mind envisioning Euphemia bound by Lucifer's overwhelming strength. If the high priestess had fallen, Su Yong mused, her soul could have been repurposed, inscribed with my sigils. A perfect puppet. Such potential, wasted. Yet what intrigued him more was the realization that the original Sin Monarch's dark power had successfully infiltrated the real world undetected. Is this the capability of the transformation statue? His gaze drifted to the colossal sacred statue before him, its imposing figure looming at the heart of the temple. The sacred statue hub. Su Yong's thoughts raced. Currently, all global professions are recorded by the sacred statues. And if nothing unexpected happens, this statue before me is the central hub of all sacred statues worldwide. A sinister grin spread across his skeletal face. "Could my power corrupt this monument?" he whispered, excitement lacing his voice. "Could I weave my influence into its core and rewrite the sacred laws themselves?" The intoxicating thought spurred him into action. "Let me try." A sphere of swirling violet energy roared to life in Su Yong's clawed hand. The temple grew deathly still as the dark force surged forward, its focus locked on the sacred hub. Minutes stretched into tense silence as the violet energy wrapped around the statue, probing its divine defenses. Finally, the energy faltered, sparks faded, and the violet light dissipated into the air like smoke, leaving the statue untouched. "It didn't work at all," Su Yong muttered, his voice laced with frustration. His crimson eyes darted around nervously. "Whatever force the sacred statue wields not only resisted corruption, but completely nullified my power," he murmured. Still, no alarms were triggered. The resistance had been invisible, an untraceable wall of divine power. Fortunately, it didn't set off any defenses. Otherwise, things would have been troublesome, he admitted with a grim smirk. Shifting focus, turning away from the impenetrable hub, Suyang's attention was drawn to a lone figure standing beneath the golden light of the temple halls. Temple priestess Raya stood silently, her back to the encroaching shadow, unaware of the malice now fixating on her. "Let me try controlling someone else," Suyang murmured. A thin beam of corrupt energy extended from the glowing violet eye hovering above him, striking Raya squarely in the forehead. Her eyes widened in terror as the chilling sensation spread through her body, suffocating her with its oppressive weight. Corruption. Her golden halo flickered as her knees buckled slightly. Dark tendrils slithered over her skin, pulsing faintly with violet energy, writhing like living shadows. Something is invading my body and mind. "No, please," Raya cried, her hands clawing desperately at her face as the corruption deepened. The malevolent energy sank into her very soul, consuming her from the inside out like a dark poison. Her once pure aura, a beacon of divine light, twisted into something unrecognizable. Shadows swirled around her as sharp horns sprouted from her head and bat-like wings unfurled from her back. Transformation complete. A status window flashed before Suyang. Name: Temple Priestess Raya. Race: Demon Succubus. Class: Demon Priestess. Level: 130. As her transformation completed, Raya's cheeks flushed red. She lifted her gaze, now glowing with a seductive, dark light. Her voice trembled with newfound devotion. "Master," she whispered, her tone dripping with submission. "Original Sin Monarch, I am yours to command." Suyang's thoughts. Watching the transformation unfold, Suyang's crimson eyes narrowed in confusion. He murmured to himself, "What is this? I understand her power increasing, but how did her entire race change as well?" The transformation was unlike anything he had seen before. Could the original Sin Monarch's power cause people to fall completely and transform into demons? Is she now a monster or still a profession holder? The questions swirled in his mind, unanswered and tantalizing. Divine intervention. Just then, the sacred transformation statue pulsed with a blinding golden light. Its ethereal glow surged outward, colliding with the creeping corruption. Suyang instinctively recoiled, shielding his glowing eye as the divine energy pushed back against his influence. "What is this divine interference?" he muttered, suspicion flickering in his voice. Beyond the temple walls, a tremor of energy rippled outward. Towering spires and golden cities across the sacred lands began to glow, their radiant beams piercing the heavens. The earth seemed to quake beneath the celestial light. Energy coursed across mountains, cities, and distant fields, spreading far beyond the holy temple. A system-wide impact. Suyang's narrowed gaze sharpened. This reaction isn't confined to her transformation, he realized. It's resonating through the entire system of sacred statues. The statues across the world began to hum with divine energy, their synchronized glow a celestial response to the corruption's intrusion. Suddenly, the system blared a global announcement. Global announcement. Version update. Alliances and factions. The intervention of the original Sin Monarch has created a ripple across the realms, influencing the global system. This unprecedented event has triggered a version update, introducing new alliances, factions, and world mechanics. Key update details. 1. Demon Faction unlocked. The Lord of Sin's power has affected profession holders, resulting in the rise of the first Demon Priestess. This marks the unlocking of the Demon Faction as a playable group. 2. Transformation rules. Profession holders entering the Demon Abyss who are fully consumed by demonic power, 100%, will no longer lose their minds. Instead, they will transform into members of the Demon Faction. 3. Demon Priestess advancement. Members of the Demon Faction can rank up through the Demon Priestess, serving as the faction's primary guide. 4. Faction limit. The current maximum rank for the Demon Faction is Royal rank. 5. Hostility rules. Mutual killings between members of different factions will no longer trigger interference from the global system. New features and areas. 1. New area unlocked. Demon Abyss and Demon City are now accessible as major zones. 2. New landmark. The demon statue has been introduced, a monument symbolizing demonic power. 3. Global mission introduced. Mission title, Dominion. Objective. Prevent humans from killing the Lord of Sin before he recovers from his weakened state. Global path divergence. The world's fate now hangs in the balance. The outcome of the global mission will determine which path the world follows. 1. Human faction victory. Own new content. Stairway to the gods. O result. Humans will slay the ruler embodying sin and construct the stairway to the gods through their own strength. 2. Demon faction victory. Own new content. Eternal night dominion. O result. The Lord of Sin will descend, merging the demon abyss with reality and ushering in the era of eternal night. 3. Alliance path. O outcome. A bridge will form between the human world and the demon kingdom, enabling coexistence. System notification. Please make your choice. Within the Transformation Temple, a group of players huddled beneath the glow of the announcement interface, their faces a blend of disbelief and unease. The announcement of a new faction, the Demon Camp, someone murmured, their tone heavy with apprehension. The shimmering blue light of the interface cast long shadows on the walls, giving their uncertainty a tangible presence. What does this mean for us? Another asked, their voice trembling with tension. The room erupted into speculative murmurs. This isn't just an expansion, one figure noted grimly. This hints at a massive shift in power. But at what cost? What happens to those who join? A player shook their head in disdain, their conviction cutting through the noise. No one could truly want to become a demon, who would trade their humanity for power. I don't want anything like that. Their words hung in the air, but unease seeped into the group like an invisible fog. The demon camp wasn't just a choice. It was a temptation, its consequences vast and unknowable. A silent observer. In the corner of the room, a pink-haired guild member stood silently, their expression inscrutable. Their mere presence stirred unease among those nearby, their intentions impossible to discern. Perhaps, someone speculated hesitantly, those drawn to the demon camp are already teetering on the edge. Maybe they see it as pity for the corrupted, a way to save them from becoming monsters, or worse. But the words sounded hollow, a flimsy attempt at comfort in the face of growing dread. A private conversation. Elsewhere, two figures conversed away from the gathering. One leaned against a wooden railing, their dark expression contemplative. This goes far beyond us, said Director Jia, their tone heavy with foreboding. It's not something we can handle alone. This must be viewed through the holy city's lens. The younger figure narrowed their eyes, leaning forward slightly. Do you think those who've embraced this darkness truly grasp what they're walking into? The question lingered, unanswered. If this gains traction, it could become the worst-case scenario, they added, their voice low and resolute. Director Jia's reply was quieter, almost to themselves. I hope it doesn't. If this demon faction rises unchecked, the Holy City's mission will never see completion. Within the Holy City, the towering gates of the Holy City loomed as golden beams of light pierced the heavens. Inside the Holy Temple, the air was thick with tension. Factions from across the world gathered to deliberate the implications of the global update. The sacred halls, once a sanctuary of calm, now buzzed with voices of doubt and dissent. Suyang's thoughts. Far away, Suyang observed the notification panels silently, the glowing text reflected in his crimson eyes. I never expected my adventure to lead to this, he thought. The global update had turned the world on its head. So far, the world's top players haven't even broken through the 100th layer of the abyss, let alone defeated Lucifer. And now, they're supposed to negotiate killing the original Sin Monarch. The very notion was laughable. The human faction's global quest had gone from daunting to hellishly impossible. In such a scenario, Suyang knew the demon camp would become an irresistible temptation. The demon camp's allure. The update had removed the insanity penalty from joining the demon camp, making it a viable path for those unwilling to face the impossible odds of defeating the original Sin Monarch. By joining the demon camp, players can bypass the human quest entirely and take on god-level job transfers without ever confronting me. Through his soul seals, Suyang sensed a troubling trend. The world's strongest warriors, at least 6 or 7 of them, are seriously considering defecting to the demon camp. Their defeat at Lucifer's hands left a lasting impression. The thought lingered, a mix of amusement and annoyance. I didn't foresee this. My actions might have accidentally made the demon camp the most tempting option in the world. A new opportunity. Suyang's thoughts shifted to his own predicament. With the demon statue now standing tall in Demon City, a new opportunity had presented itself. This statue allows me to accept my profession change quest without the risk of detection from the career change temple. It's the perfect way to solve my speed upgrade issue. His crimson eyes gleamed with determination. If I complete my rank advancement and collect all 7 Sin weapons, I can still claim the prestigious first kill of the Lord of Original Sin. Su Yang's realization. As the swirling energy of the demon abyss pulsed faintly around him, Su Yang's mind churned with unease. If I rely too heavily on the Sin weapons, will I strip the original Sin monarch of their authority? He pondered, the question gnawing at the edges of his thoughts. But an even deeper and more troubling notion followed. If the monarch is slain and revived by the system, would they still retain their authority? Almost as if responding to his doubts, a system notification materialized before him. System notification. The Lord of Original Sin is no ordinary boss. Whoever claims the authority of Original Sin will automatically ascend as the new Lord of Original Sin. Furthermore, the system will always seek a higher-level entity to serve as the ultimate challenge. Once the current Lord is defeated, a boss stronger than the Lord of Original Sin will emerge. Su Yang's crimson eyes narrowed as the implications sank in. A boss stronger than the Lord of Original Sin? The very idea felt impossible, defying the limits of power and authority. What kind of being could exist beyond the pinnacle of sin? His claws tapped rhythmically against the jagged stone of his throne as his thoughts deepened. If such a being exists, could I be walking straight into its trap? In the holy temple, High Priestess Euphemia stood silently in the radiant halls, her sharp gaze scanning her surroundings. Her momentary reprieve was shattered when she caught sight of Raya, now transformed into a demon priestess. Euphemia's sapphire eyes narrowed, recognizing the threat instantly. "Guards!" she commanded, her voice carrying across the grand chamber. "Capture the demon!" The temple guards sprang into action, their golden armor glinting as they moved to surround Raya. Su Yang acts. Deep within the shadows, Su Yang sensed Euphemia's detection. He moved swiftly, grabbing Raya by the arm. "Stay close," he murmured, his voice calm but firm. Euphemia, quick to react, raised her hand, her sacred staff glowing with divine energy. Holy beam! A brilliant ray of light erupted from her staff, tearing through the space where Su Yang and Raya had stood. The explosion left smoke and debris in its wake, shaking the sacred temple to its foundations. As the dust settled, neither the demon priestess nor Su Yang's energy signature could be found. The guards hesitated, their movements unsure. One of them shouted, "Search the area. They might still be hiding." But Euphemia raised a hand, her tone calm yet resolute. "There is no need. They are gone." The guards exchanged uncertain glances before retreating at her command. Left alone in the chamber, Euphemia's composed exterior faltered. A bead of sweat slid down her cheek as dread crept into her heart. "That power," she muttered, her voice barely audible. Could it have been the Lord of Original Sin? Her breath hitched as she realized the gravity of her mistake. Had her actions inadvertently drawn the Lord to the Holy Temple? The weight of her oversight pressed heavily on her shoulders. The Lord's cunning and strength were undeniable, and the shadow of their presence now loomed over the holy city. "This isn't over," she whispered, her grip tightening on her staff. Back in the demon abyss, far beneath the surface, on the lowest floor of the demon abyss, Su Yang emerged in the colossal form of the original Sin monarch. His towering figure radiated power, the swirling void around him bending to his presence. Below him, the newly transformed demon priestess Raya knelt in reverence, her diminutive form barely reaching his knee. Her trembling voice betrayed her awe. "My lord," she whispered, her tone filled with devotion. But Su Yang remained silent, his burning gaze fixed on the horizon. Moments later, he felt a shift in the abyss. The air crackled with energy as a new location revealed itself in the distance. A sinister city loomed on the horizon, radiating an eerie green glow. Lightning crackled across jagged spires, illuminating grotesque statues and towering structures. Su Yang's eyes narrowed. The demon city, so it's real, he thought, recalling the mention of the city in the global update announcement. Within the demon city, deep within the city's twisted depths, a group of newly transformed demons examined their monstrous forms. One demon stumbled, their grotesque body towering awkwardly. "What is this?" they exclaimed, their voice filled with horror. Another demon scoffed, their jagged claws flexing as they sneered. At least I don't look as ridiculous as you, they said mockingly. A third demon let out a sardonic laugh, their tone dripping with cruel amusement. You should be grateful, they sneered. Freed by the great lord, you're lucky to exist at all. Salvation and enslavement, not so different, are they? Su Yong's smoldering crimson gaze swept over the unruly gathering of newly transformed demons. Their grotesque forms bristled with raw energy, their movements erratic as they adjusted to their monstrous transformations. Standing at the edge of the chaos, Su Yong issued his first command. Raya, manage this rabble, he said, his tone calm but unyielding. Without hesitation, the demon priestess spread her bat-like wings and soared toward the horde, her voice ringing out with authority as she began rallying the unruly masses. Building order from chaos. From his vantage point, Su Yong observed critically. Their transformations are raw. The power is there, but so is their volatility, he mused. Managing such chaos with only one priestess is a gamble. Su Yong leaned back on his shadowy throne, his clawed fingers tapping rhythmically against the armrest. Power requires structure. Chaos needs hierarchy. If the holy city relies on a high priest, the demon city will need its counterpart, a great demon priest. The summoning darkness coiled around the throne as Su Yong prepared an ancient summoning ritual. The air grew heavy, crackling with raw energy. His deep voice resonated through the chamber. Envy, answer my command. The shadows parted, and the energy reached a crescendo as a regal figure materialized before him. With fiery crimson hair cascading like a torrent of power, piercing eyes gleaming with cunning, and a sly smile that hinted at her ambitions, the king of envy, Livia, emerged. She knelt before the towering monarch, her mind racing with thoughts of glory. This is my chance, Livia thought, her heart pounding with anticipation. Only Lucifer has ever earned the monarch's favor. Now it's my turn to outshine her. Su Yong's gaze locked onto her, his voice carrying the weight of absolute authority. Envy, he began, I appoint you as the first great demon priestess. Rule over the demon priests and manage the demon temple. Use this power only for my benefit. Livia's piercing eyes glinted with satisfaction as she bowed deeply, her voice steady and resolute. Yes, my lord. Without hesitation, Livia departed to fulfill her role, her crimson hair trailing behind her like a comet of ambition. The blueprint, turning his attention to the sprawling blueprint laid out before him. Su Yong's gaze hardened. The map resembled a strategic game board, marking key locations and objectives for the demon faction. Our progress is far from complete, he said, his tone sharp and commanding. We must move faster. Dedicate yourselves fully to the cause. Livia's rise. Below, Livia emerged as a commanding presence among the horde of demons. Her fiery charisma and sharp intellect inspired immediate loyalty, and her piercing gaze demanded obedience. The new recruits fell silent as she addressed them, her voice steady yet dangerous. Discipline is essential, she declared, her smirk carrying an edge of warning. Loyalty without order will lead to ruin. The other priestesses watched in awe as Livia effortlessly rallied the recruits, her authority unquestioned. Her words cut through the chaos like a blade, transforming the horde into a semblance of order. The system's message. Just then, a system window materialized before Livia, its glowing text casting an eerie light across her face. System notification. Congratulations. You have been appointed as the Great Demon Priestess. Knowledge of the demon camp will soon be unlocked to you. Directive. Resist the Red Moon invasion alongside the original Sin Monarch. For a moment, Livia stood motionless, the weight of her new responsibilities pressing down on her. The directive was clear and chilling. Her sharp mind processed the magnitude of her task. Not only would she lead the demon priests, but she would also play a pivotal role in defending the demon camp from an apocalyptic threat. The Crimson Omen and the Gathering Storm. A hulking figure steps forward from the shadows behind her, its monstrous form a clear mark of its devotion. It hesitates before speaking, casting a glance at the mysterious object before shaking its head. Forgive me, my lady. I see nothing. Frustration tinges its voice, a subtle weight of failure hanging in the air. She narrows her eyes, sifting through fragments of knowledge, whispers of old legends. The Red Moon, is it what you mean? The creature's voice carries a mix of doubt and intrigue. I've heard rumors, it admits. They say those who complete the fivefold promotion quest may witness it. But whether that's true or not, Its words trail off, uncertainty lingering. Her gaze sharpens, locking onto the towering demon statue in the distance. Could it be coming from there? A decision settles in her mind. She must seek her lord's guidance. Without hesitation, she strides across the desolate ground, her every step filled with purpose. Before an unseen presence, she kneels, bowing her head in reverence. Great Lord, your faithful servant seeks an audience. Silence. A vast, oppressive silence. Her fingers curl into fists. For a fleeting moment, her composure wavers. No response. A whisper escapes her lips. Has my lord fallen into slumber again? Frustration flickers beneath her calm exterior. Her mind drifts. Her lord's slumbers have always been an enigma, a cycle she both dreads and respects. No matter how we call, he does not wake. It is truly puzzling. A quiet murmur, tinged with something almost like longing. Rising smoothly, she turns, her crimson cape flowing like liquid dusk as she vanishes into the shadows. I do not know when my lord will regain his strength, but when he does, he will lead our counterattack against the human realm. Beneath the radiant sun, the holy city stands, a vision of pristine majesty. Within its grand chamber, golden light cascades over a circular table where key figures are gathered. The air is thick with tension. A voice breaks the silence, hesitant yet burdened with truth. Lucifer's overwhelming power, the looming presence of the Lord of Original Sin. Can we truly resist? The words hang heavy, a grim admission of doubt. Another voice follows, its tone edged with resignation. Perhaps, joining them is the only option. The scars of the last battle still linger, wounds etched not only in flesh but in faith. The enemy's influence seeps into human fears and weaknesses, a true demonic temptation. Then, another voice rises, steady and unshaken. Despair is not our answer. A calm presence shifts the mood. Alliances can be forged. Unity is our greatest weapon. We must not allow fear to shatter our resolve. Hope must endure. The words settle over the chamber like an unspoken vow. Morale is the foundation upon which order is built. If it crumbles, so too will everything they have sworn to protect. A plan set in motion. The priest steps forward once more, his voice measured and clear. He reminds them of a crucial truth. The entrance to the demon realm is a one-way passage. No one can cross freely without permission. However, there is hope. The completion of the Alliance quest could change everything, granting them access to the demon realm itself. If successful, this could shift the tides of battle, offering strategic advantages that might turn the war in their favor. A hush falls over the chamber as Tang rises. His tone is firm, carrying the weight of both frustration and resolve. We cannot face God-level beings like Lucifer alone. His words strike deep. He lays out the gravity of their mission, making it clear that they need reinforcements. His solution? The kingdom of elves, renowned for their warriors, some of whom wield power on par with the gods themselves. If they can secure an alliance, victory is no longer an impossible dream. The tension in the room thickens as they absorb his words. The plan is bold, dangerous, but undeniably necessary. Tang continues, shifting the focus to their most formidable enemy. Lucifer is the strongest of the kings of sin. If we can defeat her, it will send a message. No enemy is beyond our reach. His logic is sound. Striking down such a force would be more than a victory. It would be a statement. It would crush the enemy's confidence and ignite hope among their own ranks. His words resonate, a battle cry yet to be shouted. Across the table, Kaelina leans forward, her expression unwavering. The temptation of the demon camp is growing stronger. It preys on human weaknesses, offering power in exchange for loyalty. If we hesitate, more will fall into their grasp. Her voice is calm, yet every word carries weight. Then, a man speaks, his armored hand moving with a decisive gesture. An alliance is not just an option, it is a necessity. His revelation surprises them all. He had already anticipated this need and taken action. A meeting with the elves had already been arranged. His foresight earns approving nods. Time is not on their side. They need to act, and decisiveness will be their greatest weapon. The high priestess steps forward, golden staff in hand. The chamber quiets as she lifts it high, radiant energy flowing from its core. A shimmering circle forms in the air above them, its golden light pulsing with divine power. The gathering stands unified, their purpose clearer than ever. And from within the circle, a figure emerges. A cloak of resplendent blue, a presence both commanding and composed. Alan Lawrence steps forward. His gaze sweeps the room, his posture exuding quiet authority. When he speaks, his words are deliberate, each syllable laced with noble pride. Alan Lawrence, level 160 court magician and eldest son of the Lawrence family. I have come to offer my allegiance. The weight of his introduction crashes over them like a wave. In an instant, the tense atmosphere erupts. A kingdom's price. A young man shoots to his feet, his voice dripping with sarcasm as he mocks Alan Lawrence's so-called impressive level 160. The bitterness in his tone makes it clear this isn't just about levels. There's something deeper, a frustration simmering beneath his words. Before the tension can boil over, the girl beside him tugs urgently at his arm. Her voice is low but firm, reminding him exactly who Alan Lawrence is. The Lawrence family holds immense power within the kingdom of elves. Offending them would be a mistake neither of them can afford. Her warning carries desperation, but whether it's for his sake or their own future remains unclear. Just as the atmosphere grows heavier, the High Priestess steps forward, her presence alone enough to command silence. With the grace of a seasoned diplomat, she turns to Alan Lawrence. Your presence honors us. The Kingdom of Elves has answered our call without delay, and for that, we are grateful. Despite her composed demeanor, there's a pointed sharpness in her words as she presses forward. But tell me, where does your queen stand on this alliance? Alan, unfazed by the earlier hostility, meets her gaze with effortless charm. A knowing smile tugs at his lips, his green eyes gleaming with amusement. His next words, however, take an unexpected turn. Ah, the legendary High Priestess, a true jewel of the human temple. His tone is smooth, but the flirtatious undertone does not go unnoticed. A flicker of irritation flashes across the High Priestess's face, her usual composure momentarily shaken. Before she can respond, a sudden tremor rumbles through the chamber. All eyes whip toward the source. Augustin stands, his presence radiating barely contained fury. But Alan remains unshaken. Instead, he unfurls a scroll with deliberate precision, the Queen's decree in hand. His voice is steady, authoritative, and leaves no room for debate as he lays out the conditions of the elf support. The terms are brutal. No human shall be permitted to enter the dragon spirit's secret realm. The human forces must locate and return the missing elf princess. A substantial portion of the Red Moon crystal cores must be surrendered to the elf temple. The demands keep coming, each more unyielding than the last. The weight of the elves' leverage hangs heavy in the air. Carolina's expression hardens, skepticism flashing in her eyes. Others murmur in growing frustration. This is absurd, someone mutters, the disdain in their voice undeniable. Tension builds, bubbling just beneath the surface. Then, another voice rises, louder this time, filled with indignation. And what right do the elves have to keep humans from the dragon spirit's secret realm? His words strike a chord. More voices join in, echoing the same frustration. But before the brewing argument can spiral out of control, another figure steps forward. Clad in the distinct garb of the Shiva Kingdom, their stance is unwavering. The elves hoard the treasures of the dragon spirit's secret realm, yet it was our kingdom that paid the price to subdue the dragon. Their accusation cuts through the room like a blade. It was our sacrifices that secured the inheritance of the ancient devourer. With that, the fragile balance in the chamber threatens to shatter. The elves hold the upper hand, but the humans are not willing to be pushed aside. The battle may not have begun on the battlefield just yet, but in this room, the war of negotiations has already started. A battle of wills. The High Priestess, sensing the storm brewing, lifts her golden staff once more. A brilliant light flays from its core, cutting through the rising voices like a blade. The room stills instantly, the divine radiance serving as a stark reminder of their greater purpose. She surveys the gathering, disappointment flickering in her gaze at the discord unfolding before her. With measured authority, she turns to the guild leaders, her voice firm but diplomatic. We cannot afford division at a time like this. Tell me, what are your thoughts? A representative from the Kari Change Temple steps forward, his expression carefully composed. The second and third conditions, we can accept them, he acknowledges. However, the first. This restriction on the Dragon Spirit secret realm is a serious issue. It undermines the core interests of guilds across multiple nations. His tone remains respectful, but there is no mistaking the underlying challenge. He urges the elves to reconsider, emphasizing the impact such an exclusion would have on their alliances. Alan Lawrence remains unshaken. Standing tall, his emerald gaze sweeps across the assembly, his expression unreadable. Then, with a slow, deliberate nod, he counters. The right to enter the Dragon Spirit's secret realm is not granted freely, it is earned. His voice carries an air of finality, laced with a subtle condescension. He leans forward slightly, letting the weight of his words settle before delivering his next blow. Only those who have successfully tamed dragons may step inside. The declaration stays a wave of murmurs through the chamber. Then, as if savoring the tension, Alan lists the few privileged nations that meet this requirement. Longxia, the Eagle Federation, Sakura Kingdom, Shiva Kingdom. Silence follows. The implication is clear. Most of those present are already excluded. The High Priestess steps closer, standing beside Alan as if solidifying the elves' stance. Their combined presence commands attention, leaving little room for argument. Then, with a smirk, Alan delivers a final stipulation, his voice slow and deliberate. One more thing. A dramatic pause. The individual who tamed the black dragon is forbidden from entering. His words land like a hammer blow. Instead, that person must be taken to the kingdom of elves. The chamber erupts. A loud crack splits the air. Tang Zhan's fist slams onto the table, his knuckles white with fury. His breath is sharp, barely containing his rage as he glazes at Alan. Are you targeting Longxia? His voice is tight with suspicion, daring anyone to deny what now feels obvious. Alan doesn't flinch. His response is swift, unwavering. The kingdom of elves holds no bias against any human nation. The words are sharp, almost dismissive. He offers no further justification, no attempt to soothe the growing hostility. The terms have been laid out. It is now up to the assembly to decide. The weight of the elves' demands hangs thick in the air. But before Tang Zhan can lash out again, another figure steps forward. A seasoned representative, his tone calm yet calculated. Tang Zhan, he begins, his words carefully chosen. Think wisely. There's an old saying in your nation. Helping others succeed is the first step to securing one's own future. The message is clear. The bigger picture must take precedence. The alliance with the elves is too valuable to risk, especially with the looming threat of the Lord of Original Sin. His reasoning is sound, tactical, and yet Tang Zhan remains stiff, his jaw clenched in silent fury. Tang is forced to reconsider his position as another delegate steps in, his voice firm and laced with confrontation. He reminds Tang that this isn't just about Longxia. Humanity's survival is on the line. Rejecting the alliance with the elves could plunge the world into chaos. Stepping closer, he delivers a pointed warning. If Longxia's decision leads to failure against the Lord of Original Sin, the nation will bear the shame of betraying humanity itself. His words strike at Tang's pride and duty, but another voice cuts in, laced with mockery. She scoffs at the accusations, dismissing them as overblown theatrics. Her biting remarks liken Tang's stance to that of a disgraceful coward. Yet, Tang remains unfazed. Without a word, he turns to leave, his towering presence radiating restrained fury. Someone calls after him, their voice tinged with hesitation. Warrior Tang, where are you going? But their question barely lingers before Tang stops in his tracks. His piercing gaze locks onto the speaker, freezing him in place. A nervous stammer follows. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? The air tightens. Then, like a lightning strike, Tang moves. His fist connects with brutal speed. The delegate's face twists in shock as is sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground with bone-rattling force. Gasps ripple through the room. Another man steps forward, attempting to intervene. But Tang is relentless. His next strike is even faster. A blur of motion, a devastating impact. The would-be peacemaker crumples, his protests reduced to silence. Tang's voice slices through the chaos, cold and unyielding. Longxia's path is not for worms like you to dictate. His defiance echoes through the chamber, suffocating any further argument. The weight of his conviction settles over the room, leaving all stunned. Then, Longxia's leader speaks. His tone remains measured, acknowledging the gravity of the elf's decision. He accepts the consequences for humanity's sake. But there is one thing they will never surrender. The dragon tamer is ours, he declares, and we will not hand him over. A heavy silence follows. His words leave no room for debate. With a final glance, he steps back. I have other matters to attend to. Without another word, he exits, the elven envoy watching him leave with an unreadable expression. Meanwhile, The aftermath of Tang's assault plays out. The man he struck groans, blood dripping from his mouth as he curses under his breath. Damn it, that punch was too strong. Pain and humiliation burn in his eyes, twisting into hatred. I'll make them pay. That so-called genius from Longxia will be the first. A swirl of dark purple energy engulfs him as he vanishes, teleporting to another chamber. From the shadows, another figure watches. He murmurs to himself, his gaze cold. The elves, Sakura Kingdom, Shiva Kingdom Plus. They all dare to move against me. His maids gasp as he strips off his robe, his body radiating raw power and dominance. He lets out a low chuckle, his sharp grin cutting through the tension. Fools who overstep deserve punishment. His fingers curl into a fist, recalling Tang's earlier strike. That punch was far too light. A powerful aura briefly flays around him, but he quickly plays it off, motioning for the attendants to continue massaging his shoulders. Inwardly, he focuses on suppressing the overwhelming energy, an uncharacteristic slip on his part. He's always careful to keep his presence concealed, avoiding unnecessary attention. Seated in a position of effortless authority, his mind drifts to recent events. The attacks from Sakura and Shiva were expected, but the Elven nation's deliberate targeting of him raises unsettling questions. Why single him out? He replays past encounters, searching for connection. Could it be related to Avenge Akare? Or perhaps his link to the Black Dragon? It's hard to believe they would go this fast simply because he killed the beast. Determined to get answers, he decides to speak with Lilith, a woman shrouded in mystery yet invaluable in her knowledge. When the possibility arises that Avenge Akae's death might be the cause, Lilith immediately dismisses it. Avenge Akare, according to her, was a liability to his own people. His demise wasn't a tragedy, it was a relief. She delves deeper, revealing the truth about the elves. Outwardly courteous, yet riddled with deception and internal power struggles. Their politics run deeper than mere revenge. The realization clicks into place. This isn't just about past grudges. He's been drawn into a complex web of palace intrigue, far more intricate than he first imagined. Memories of the Black Dragon's reign loom in the back of his mind. The elves have always feared the beast, seeing it as a harbinger of chaos, tied to the ancient Devourer's terrifying legacy. That fear has shaped their actions, driven them to act out of paranoia and desperation. As the forest scenery passes, his thoughts shift to the dragon spirit's hidden realm. It holds more than just the Devourer's legacy. It harbors the nameless hero, a figure still shrouded in mystery. The elves' hesitation, their eventual concession to grant access, all of it points to one undeniable fact. They believe they can claim the legacy first, leaving nothing behind for anyone else. A memory surfaces, a desperate plea. You promised. The words strike deep. He meets Lilith's gaze, his response firm and unwavering. His promise to protect her was absolute. But keeping her hidden won't be easy. The elves have made their move, proving they see Lilith as more than just a person. She's an asset, a key to something far greater. Her curse is both a burden and a weapon, one they won't hesitate to use against her. But surrendering her, letting them dictate her fate, that's not an option. The weight of the Black Dragon's legacy continues to press down on the present, intertwining with his own battle. The elves will exploit every opening, every shred of visibility she's gained from their recent conquests. Time is slipping away. Relocation might buy them time, but countermeasures are necessary. He needs a plan. His resolve hardens. Lilith isn't just an ally. She's a promise, a challenge to the chaos the elves wish to unleash. And if they think he'll simply let them take her, they are mistaken. A subtle chime interrupts his thoughts. A notification flashes across his interface. A message from Tang Zhan. He straightens slightly, his expression calm despite the tension simmering beneath the surface. Whatever comes next, one thing is certain. He won't let them dictate the terms of this game. The show is just beginning. The air in Su Yang's residence grew heavier as the god of war, Tang Zhan, arrived, his very presence radiating authority. Su Yang, fully aware of Tang Zhan's formidable reputation and unshakable will, greeted him with careful politeness, masking any lingering doubts beneath a composed exterior. Tang Zhan wasted no time. His tone was grave as he delivered unsettling news. The upcoming exploration of the dragon spirit's secret realm. Due to unforeseen circumstances, your participation is now in question. The words landed like a thunderclap. A ripple of tension filled the space, hinting at unseen forces pulling strings behind the scenes. The weight of political maneuvering surrounding the coveted realm was undeniable. Su Yang's frustration flared, his disbelief raw and unrestrained. Why? I've already tamed the black dragon. Why am I being excluded? His aura crackled with surging energy, betraying the storm raging inside him. Yet, Tang Zhan remained steady, his voice unwavering. This is the will of the Elven Nation. They're not just denying you entry, they want us to hand you over. The silence that followed was suffocating. Su Yang's heart pounded, his voice sharp with accusation. And what did you tell them? Tang Zhan's expression softened, just slightly. Of course not, he answered firmly. The Abyss conquest is at a standstill, and for the sake of diplomacy, we can't ignore every demand. But handing you over. He met Su Yang's gaze, unyielding. That is something I, Tang Zhan, in your homeland, Longxia, will never allow. Su Yang's frustration wavered, giving way to a rare moment of quiet reflection. He had always known where Tang Zhan stood, but hearing it now, so absolute, so unwavering, moved him in ways he hadn't expected. Tang Zhan placed a firm hand on his shoulder. Don't dwell on it. You may not be stepping into the dragon spirit's secret realm, but rest assured, the country will compensate you. We won't let Longxia's newest genius be slighted. Though his heart remained heavy, Su Yang nodded, placing his trust in Tang Zhan's words. All right, I believe you. With that, Tang Zhan turned, stepping into the glowing portal. Su Yang watched him disappear, his respect for the man solidifying further. Then, his gaze shifted toward the ominous sky. A slow smirk tugged at his lips, his fingers curling into a loose fist. Tomorrow, the dragon spirit's secret realm opens. His voice was barely above a whisper, but it carried a dangerous edge. His eyes gleamed, not with frustration, but with something sharper. Anticipation. I wonder, are the two ninth-ranked powerhouses from Sakura and Shiva ready for the surprise I have in store? The scene transitions, revealing the preparations underway in the Sakura, Shiva, and Elven nations as the countdown to the dragon spirit's secret realm begins. The Tomorrow family watches from the sidelines, their presence quiet but observant. A young woman, composed and calculating, voices mild disappointment at his absence. Yet beneath her outward interest lies a quiet relief. Avoiding a clash with a black dragon's tamer is a fate she won't complain about. Her demeanor flickers between curiosity and caution, as if weighing the balance of power from afar. Meanwhile, in Shiva, tension coils like a drawn bowstring. 6JNU, a towering figure of power, kneels before his elder. His orders are simple yet ruthless. Subdue, suppress, and, if necessary, eliminate. The air is thick with ambition, their sights set on seizing the realm's contested treasures. But Vijayanu's smirk betrays him. He craves the challenge, and deep down, he wishes a boy who fight with Black Dragon were here to make this bloodbath even more exhilarating. Across the realm, the Elven Empire unveils its might. Third Prince Eric leads a squadron of Dragon Knights, their formation cutting through the sky like a blade. Their synchronized movements radiate overwhelming power, a testament to the elves' disciplined supremacy. As Eric surveys the growing number of human dragon tamers below, his expression hardens. This shift in power troubles him. Humans taming dragons? It's a crack in the foundation of elven dominance, and one he refuses to ignore. From atop his colossal dragon, Eric's gaze sharpens. How do they tame these beasts? He muses, amusement flickering in his icy stare. But then his smirk darkens. No matter. Once this dragon spirit secret realm is sealed, they won't have any dragon knights left. His chilling resolve hints at a ruthless plan, one that ensures no human opposition remains. As the conversation unfolds, the Elven Prince's true intentions come to light. He promises spoils beyond measure once the human world falls. No need to rush, he reassures his allies. Once we conquer the human lands, the Lauren family will have its share. Humans breed like vermin, endless numbers for you to do with as you please. His laughter, sharp and cruel, cuts through the air like a dagger. Not far away, a red-haired warrior stiffens, her piercing gaze betraying her disgust. She listens in silence, suppressing the anger burning within her. Nearby, another elven ally soars through the sky, her cheerful facade masking quiet ambitions. But Eric's sinister grin only deepens. I can't wait that long, he mutters. Once we're inside, I'll. In stark contrast, human warriors gather, their mood grim as they brace for what's ahead. The red-haired warrior looks up at the sky, her thoughts uneasy. My view of elves is crumbling, she murmurs, bitterness lacing her words. Something tells me to stay far away from them. Beside her, a veteran mentor speaks with steady wisdom. Stay calm, he advises. If danger comes, don't be reckless. Survival is what matters most. Do you understand? The younger warrior swallows hard but nods, determination flickering in her eyes. Yes. The tension mounts as the elves tighten their grip on the battlefield. The entrance to the secret realm pulses with a violent purple glow, a storm of power waiting to be unleashed. Their dragons stir, roaring in anticipation. The battle for dominance is about to begin. The elven country is really putting on a show, he remarks sarcastically, watching their overwhelming display of force. But beneath his casual tone lingers a hint of suspicion. They are wary of Tang. Who knows if he'll actually keep his word? Suddenly, a young warrior from Shiva steps forward, determination burning in his eyes. His crimson scarf flays behind him as he makes his move. Uncle, I'm going, he declares. His uncle's response is immediate, fierce and filled with pride. Do well. Let them witness the true power of Shiva. Nearby, a sneering voice cuts through the tension. Little beauty. He leans forward slightly, smirking. Want to team up with me later? The girl's expression twists in visible discomfort. Her lips press into a tight line, but she doesn't dignify his words with a response. Instead, she simply lowers her gaze. Her silence is a protest louder than words. Below them, the ground pulses with an ominous glow. The air hums with an eerie energy as the swirling purple circle etched into the stone intensifies. Faint spikes of power burst upward, signaling something ancient and dangerous awakening beneath them. A whisper of excitement escapes him as he watches the ritual unfold. 6 new lambs from the elven country. He mutters under his breath. What a bonus. They have no idea we hold the stone tablet that bends dragons to our will. A tremor shakes the battlefield, and part of the rocky terrain crumbles under the growing force. His eyes gleam with unrestrained glee as he envisions the impending slaughter. Killing them means 8 dragons for us. What could be better than this? The earth cracks further, debris cascading down as dark energy surges beneath the surface, ready to explode. The anticipation thickens with every fracture in the ground. Then, a thunderous force erupts. Augustin, cloaked in crackling lightning, unleashes his devastating might. The battlefield trembles under his raw power, but something is wrong. His movements are unnatural, controlled, manipulated. His will is no longer his own. He is nothing more than a puppet, his immense strength serving another. Above, the true mastermind watches with a sinister smirk. In his grasp, a glowing sphere pulses, the Augustin's very soul, trapped within. Controlling such power is intoxicating, his grin widening with satisfaction. But his gaze remains cold, calculating. This isn't just a spectacle. Behind him, the black dragon, an overwhelming force of destruction, looms. Its crimson eyes burn with primal rage, waiting for the command. The protagonist's voice cuts through the storm of energy, resolute and commanding. Follow your bloodline. Devour everything. In an instant, a pillar of fire erupts into the sky, consuming everything in its path. The sheer force of the blast shook the battlefield, sending shockwaves that ripped through the earth. Cracks splintered across the ground as debris and embers filled the air. Onlookers barely had time to react before the devastation spread like wildfire. Damn it, Augustin's lost his mind. We have to stop him, warriors shouted, scrambling to their feet amidst the chaos. Coughing through the swirling dust and embers, Atel struggled to regain his footing. The urgency in his voice was undeniable. If they didn't act now, there would be nothing left to save. But before they could even regroup, the attack came, fast, ruthless, without warning. A blade sliced through the air with terrifying precision. Steel met steel in a violent clash, the impact rattling his arms. His breath hitched as he staggered back, shock flickering in his eyes. Damn it, why are you attacking me too? The warrior before him wasn't himself anymore. His eyes burned with an eerie red glow, half his face darkened by some unnatural force. Force command activated. The battlefield trembled as the warrior let out an inhuman roar, his blade crackling with a sinister energy. His strike came down like divine judgment, raw power surging with unstoppable force. But his opponent barely flinched. A sigil ignited beneath them, pulsing with unnatural energy. Then, light exploded from the ground. A violent pillar of raw destruction erupted, swallowing everything in its reach. The shockwave shattered the earth, sending bodies hurtling through the air. Above it all, the true mastermind watched with a smirk, his eyes gleaming with cold amusement. The force command lasts only 1 minute, he mused. Let's see how much chaos they can create in that time. His smirk widened as he stepped back. I'll take my leave now. Below, the battlefield convulsed with destruction. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the control lifted. The aftermath was nothing short of a nightmare. Augustin blinked, his senses returning, his hands still crackling with the remnants of a spell he had no memory of casting. What exactly happened? His breath hitched as his gaze swept across the battlefield, now reduced to smoldering ruins. Bodies lay motionless, the air thick with smoke and the acrid scent of destruction. The land itself had been scarred beyond recognition. One chilling truth settled over them like a suffocating weight. No one survived. Augustin's stomach dropped. His voice wavered. Why did our minds and bodies lose control like that? Smoke curled from the ruins, the stench of charred stone and dust clinging to the air. We were definitely being controlled, another warrior growled, his fists clenched in frustration. A priest of miracles, his robe still flickering with remnants of spiritual energy, furrowed his brow. My spiritual sense does not lie. Someone was pulling the strings from the shadows. Even Augustin, he must have been affected, too. The realization sent an icy chill through the remaining warriors. To control all of them so completely, without them even realizing it. Who could possibly be behind this? Before the tension could mount further, a golden light burst through the chaos. Ancient doors groaned as they creaked open. The gateway to the dragon spirit realm stood wide, its entrance pulsing with residual energy. For now, their questions would have to wait. He finally broke the tense silence. During the fight, I saw it. A black dragon entered the realm. A ripple of reactions followed. I saw it too, someone confirmed hastily. Me as well, another chimed in. A realization settled over them like a heavy fog. Are you saying all of this, the chaos, the mind control, the dragon, was orchestrated by Long Xia? It was too much to be a coincidence. I'm not sure, he admitted, his brows drawn in deep thought. But I do know one thing. It wasn't Tang Zhan. He's never broken his word, let alone stooped to something this vile. Uneasy glances were exchanged. That much was true. Tang Zhan was a warrior, a man of strength, not deception. Then who? Someone asked, suspicion creeping into their voice. That level of force control, only someone with immense spiritual energy could pull it off. Exactly, another agreed, though his voice wavered. The thought was unsettling. If it wasn't Tang Zhan, then who had the power to turn them into puppets? A hesitant voice broke the silence. Could it be Su Yang? The room fell deathly quiet. Are you serious? One warrior scoffed. That kid is barely a fourth transition professional. How could he possibly manipulate ninth transition demigods? His words were sharp, but there was a flicker of doubt in his tone. I was just speculating, the other muttered, looking away. He exhaled slowly. Ever since we started this crusade against the Abyss demons, strange things keep happening, one after another. No one could argue. The battle should have been straightforward, yet instead, they had lost control, turned on each other. And now, they had a bigger problem. Forget it, one of them said grimly. We have a more urgent issue on our hands. Their expressions darkened as the weight of the situation sank in. While we were controlled, we killed the royal court guards of the Elven Kingdom. A heavy silence followed. They should have revived in the temple by now, another murmured. But once the Elven royal court finds out, he didn't need to finish. Everyone knew what it meant. This could destroy their fragile alliance. An elder finally spoke, his voice calm but firm. Since we can't capture Su Yang for questioning, we need to act first. If the Elven royal court hears about this before we explain, it could spell disaster. I agree, another said immediately. No objections. They had to move. Now, the masked warrior spoke at last, his expression unreadable. With that, the discussion ended, and their path was set. But far beyond their reach, deep within the dragon spirit realm, the sky cracked open, rippling with shimmering energy. Floating islands trembled, jagged rocks hovered in mid-air, and an eerie silence settled over the land. Something ancient was awakening. Are you afraid? The sky itself seemed to quake as dragons circled above, their colossal forms blotting out the sun. The very air shifted, rocks levitating as if drawn by an unseen force. Could it be that even dragons fear what lurks in this realm? The answer came swiftly, dripping with certainty. It must be the lingering presence of the ancient devourer. No matter how much time passes, that fear still lingers in their blood and their souls. With a confident flick of his wrist, a warrior guided his dragon through the turbulent winds. Miss, you seem to be struggling. How about riding with me instead? A nearby figure, barely keeping balance on her own mount, shook her head frantically. No need. A mocking voice cut in, amusement lacing his words. Alan, are you seriously flirting while riding a dragon? Alan just chuckled, unfazed, his grin widening. But beneath the humor, the tension remained thick. Only the ancient dragon fang can suppress the fear of the devourer within dragon bloodlines. Humans have no such relics. Without a true dragon tamer, this should be easy. Before anyone could respond, a new voice sliced through the moment. You're celebrating too soon. A figure clad in red stepped forward, eyes gleaming beneath his mask. I'll use the stone tablet to control your dragons and take you all down at once. Power erupted from his palm, crackling like lightning, ready to reshape the battlefield. Then, a low, thunderous roar rolled across the sky. A shiver ran through them. The red-haired woman tensed, gripping her weapon. Beside her, another warrior turned pale. No, this roar. A massive shadow loomed over them. It's him, and the black dragon. From above, a figure in a dark hood descended, perched atop a colossal black dragon. Its enormous wings cast a suffocating shadow over the battlefield. Su Yang lazily counted on his fingers. 1, 2, 3, 6 of you. Looks like this will be quite the feast. Below, panic spread like wildfire. Why is the green dragon afraid again? Even the stone tablet isn't working. What's with that black dragon? A furious warrior turned, eyes burning with rage. Weren't black dragons forbidden from entering the realm? Nearby, the elven general clenched his fists, his voice dripping with venom. Humans, such despicable creatures. You break every agreement. One of his subordinates rushed to his side. Your Highness, the dragons are in a panic. They can't fight. Frustration flashed across the elven prince's face. What are you afraid of? That so-called black dragon tamer is just a fourth transition weakling. Take him down. His voice was sharp, commanding. I'll handle the dragon myself. Yes, Your Highness, came the immediate response. And with that, the order was given. By command of Prince Eric, the battle would begin. A black dragon, a lone rider. A storm of warriors erupted into action, launching themselves at the dragon rider. Weapons gleamed, spells ignited the sky, an overwhelming assault. Or at least, it should have been. The man simply chuckled. So it's death then. Dark energy coiled around his fingers, pulsing with raw power. His smirk deepened. But the ones dying will be you. A vortex of destruction exploded outward. You have slain level 152 Elven Holy Knight. You have slain level 150 Elven Divine Archer. Havoc. Experience gained 52.1 million. Eric's face twisted in disbelief. How is this possible? In the blink of an eye, 4 of their strongest warriors had been erased. Panic gripped the battlefield. We can't even see his attacks. A voice choked out. How is a 4th transition human this strong? His advisor's expression was grim. We need to use our trump card. Now, but before they could act, darkness surged. A monstrous force clamped down on Eric. What is this? He struggled, terror creeping into his voice. Open up, but there was no escape. The power radiating from the black dragon was crushing. If Eric couldn't withstand it, then the rest of them had no chance. A flicker of movement, a blur of power, and then impact. A devastating kick sent the prince hurtling into the ground with a thunderous crash. The dust barely settled before a boot pressed against his throat. Su Yang peered down at him, expression unreadable. Do you even know what you're doing? Eric coughed, his mind reeling. Su Yang just smiled. If someone wrongs me, I return it 100-fold. I don't care who you are. His gaze darkened, menace laced in his voice. Even if you were a god. A pulse of raw energy crackled around him. I would kill you all the same. Above them, draconic power began to gather, ready to bring judgment upon them all. Don't get cocky, brat, one of them spat. We were just careless before. This time, you're dead for sure. A smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. Freshly revived and already in a hurry to die. The air trembled as golden flames erupted from the dragon's maw, a blinding inferno tearing through the sky. The elf riding atop the beast sneered, his voice ringing with arrogance. Burn to ashes. A deafening explosion shook the battlefield. Waves of fire surged outward, devouring everything in their path. The air distorted from the sheer heat, and a massive crater formed where the blast struck. But as the smoke thinned, something was wrong. What's happening? A voice filled with disbelief cut through the chaos. The green-haired girl's sharp eyes caught it first. The eyes. The colors changed. Her voice wavered. They're being controlled, forced into a frenzy. A spell like this. The elves were desperate to kill Su Yang. Amidst the chaos, the elven commander grinned, relishing the moment. Well done, he murmured, his eyes glinting with malice. Watching the inferno engulf its target, he smirked. Let's see you act tough now. The battlefield trembled. A low, ominous hum filled the air before, boom. A golden explosion surged across the sky, the elf prince's magic pulsing with raw power. But then, crack, a distortion split through the air. Below, the battlefield twisted as a violent surge of energy erupted. A radiant column of violet light shot upward, splitting the ground in two. From within the storm of power, a black silhouette emerged, wreathed in flickering energy. 2 dragons flanked the vortex, their wings thrashing in terror. And no, this can't be real. The elf prince's voice wavered, his confidence shattering as the void advanced toward him, relentless and unstoppable. Then, screams. Fire rained from above, crashing down in blazing torrents like a meteor shower. Explosions rocked the battlefield as the elven forces scrambled in panic. Through the chaos, one figure stood motionless, untouched. Su Yang. His black dragon loomed beside him, wings outstretched against the smoldering sky. Smoke curled around them, the battlefield littered with the corpses of those who had dared to stand against him. A strangled cry rang out. Where are you taking me? Above the battlefield, the elf prince dangled in mid-air, caught in an unseen grip. Su Yang's dragon carried him higher and higher, toward his final fate. To eliminate the threat completely, of course. The voice was cold, merciless. Below, the surviving elves could only watch, frozen in fear. Su-yang. The green-haired girl whispered his name, her voice shaking. The red-haired warrior swallowed hard. He didn't just survive that attack. He counted and annihilated them, effortlessly. Silence settled over the battlefield. Two dragons, one crimson, the other white, hovered uncertainly, their overwhelming might now shaken. That scared me to death. Someone muttered. Farther away, the last remnants of the elven forces stood trembling. Behind a distant cliff, a massive green-scaled creature observed the destruction, its claws digging into the rock. The elves had been wiped out in an instant. Its grip tightened as the truth sank in. Is Su-yang even human? A lone figure stood in the distance, cloaked and masked, unmoving. Sweat dripped down his brow. His mind raced. A direct fight? Impossible. I won't survive. His fist clenched as he exhaled slowly. An ambush. That's my only chance. Across the battlefield, a battered elf staggered forward, his face twisted in horror and fury. His voice cracked as he gasped. How? I died again. His comrades, equally blooded and exhausted, barely held themselves upright. That kid is not human, one of them muttered. The weight of their situation crashed down on them. 2 deaths. Their levels had plummeted. They had no strength left to fight. Panic spread. Their strongest warriors had fallen. There was only one option left. The leader gritted his teeth and pulled out a trembling hand. A scroll, one last chance at survival. The dungeon entrance is closed, he rasped. Use the town portal scroll. Whoosh! A gust of wind sliced through the air. His hands were suddenly empty. A chill ran down his spine. A low chuckle echoed through the battlefield. Trying to leave. Su-yang's voice dripped with amusement, his eyes gleaming as he closed in. Did you ask for my permission? He struck, swift and merciless. The elves had no time to react. The elf prince stumbled back, his eyes wide with terror. A monstrous entity loomed over him, its jagged grin stretching wide. Don't bother, the creature sneered. Even a 7th tier can't break free. What can you possibly do? The prince's breath came in shallow gasps. He forced a trembling smile, desperate. Oh, let's talk this out, he stammered. I'll give you whatever you want. A deafening boom shook the earth. His body stiffened. A massive force slammed down before him, shaking him to his core. Su-yang stepped forward. His gaze burned cold. Oh! His voice was almost playful. And what I want is your life. The prince froze, fear gripping him like a vice. He looked up at Su-yang, the arrogance from before drained from his face, leaving only raw terror. Su-yang tilted his head, amusement flickering in his gaze. Scared? His voice was mocking. Weren't you trying to kill me just a moment ago? So bold, so arrogant. You even demanded Long Xia hand me over. His smirk faded. Why the sudden change of heart? The prince swallowed hard. His lips trembled. We were wrong. We were blind before, he choked out. We admit our mistake. Please, sir, spare us. Su-yang scoffed. Too late. The elf's vision blurred as dread consumed him. I've seen what you elves are like through Akare. Su-yang's voice was like a blade. You think I'll let you walk away? The prince's breath hitched. You're the one who killed Akare. Su-yang's gaze darkened. I'll keep killing you, he whispered, again and again, until your levels hit 0 and you can never revive again. The prince's world shattered. There was no escape. His scream tore through the battlefield, raw and desperate. He flailed, grasping for salvation. But none would come. The elf's trembling hands reached out desperately. Stop! Aren't humans supposed to be our allies? Su-yang moved like a phantom, his speed unnatural, his presence suffocating. The elf's frantic gaze darted around, searching for an escape. If I don't make it out of here, your entire race is doomed. A deafening impact shattered the ground as Su-yang struck with unrelenting force, dismissing the elf's plea without a second thought. An alliance? Su-yang scoffed. Impossible. The elf gasped, choking on his own words. You can't defeat world-level bosses, complete advanced world quests, or unlock divine tier classes without us. Don't you care about that? Su Yang's grip tightened, his voice like ice. Nope. The next moment, the elf's body was sent hurtling down, an explosion of rock and dust marking his end. A system notification. Elf Knight Aegis, Elf Warrior Karen, Elf Mage Baheim, and Elf Archer Havoc have been completely eliminated. Silence fell over the battlefield. It wasn't just a victory, it was a massacre. Deep in the writhing shadows of Su Yang's prison, the last surviving elf warrior trembled. His voice cracked with fury. Coward, using tricks to win. Let me out and fight fair and square. Su Yang tilted his head, unimpressed. Sure. With a flick of his hand, the dark prison unraveled, freeing the elf. Wasting no time, the warrior summoned his power. Blades of wind howled as his weapons surged with magic. You asked for it, he roared. Weapon enchant, storm gale slash. His eyes burned with confidence. Die, human. But Su Yang didn't move, didn't flinch. As the elf unleashed his ultimate technique, Storm Annihilation Slash, a massive tornado erupted, ripping through the battlefield. The very air howled as a lethal vortex formed, swallowing Su Yang whole. Huh, you deserve it. The elf sneered, watching the cyclone consume its prey. Then, his smirk vanished. Through the raging storm, a lone figure stepped forward, untouched. What? How are you still alive? Su Yang casually dusted off his sleeve. His HP bar remained at 90%. A 7th-tier attack. Not bad. Stronger than that silver dragon I fought. The elf's face twisted in horror. My full power strike only took 10% of your HP. That's impossible. You're not a 4th-tier class. You're not even. Su Yang lunged, his presence suffocating. You finally get it, he said, a wicked grin forming. I'm a boss in human skin. System notification. You have completely killed level 1 Fairy Knight Eric. Hidden behind a rock. A cloaked figure trembled, eyes wide with terror. Not even an ambush would work on this monster. He clenched his fists. I have to tell my uncle and father. They're the only ones who can handle him. Just as he turned to flee, a system notification flickered. You have completely killed level 1 Beast Tamer Paiganu. The black dragon finished its meal, crunching bones with eerie finality. Su Yang barely glanced at the notification. The dungeon warnings were real. They were all dead. 2 women approached, one furious, the other uneasy. Forget those elf scumbags. Why did you kill Paiganu too? Su Yang wiped a speck of blood from his cheek, expression unreadable. Because the Shiva Kingdom had already planned to kill us all here. I just took him out before he could act. Pure self-defense. His gaze darkened. Besides, the Dragon Spirit Dungeon isn't some leveling paradise. It hides dangers beyond your imagination. He turned, walking toward the horizon. Stay put if you value your lives. Wander off, and I can't guarantee what'll happen to you. The blonde swallowed hard. Gulp. And just like that, their so-called hero disappeared into the distance, moving too fast for them to even react. He wasn't just powerful, he was a god among mortals. While riding his black dragon, he notices that after killing 6 elves, a moonlight behem, and 7 dragons, he gains over 30 million experience points. In the past, he would have been thrilled, but now, with his current accumulated experience, it barely feels like a drop in the bucket. The items, tools, and equipment dropped are somewhat valuable, but he doesn't need them for now, so he stores them away. Checking his attributes, he silently gazes at his dragon's sword, wondering if it's grown. The values seem necessary, but the bonuses from devouring those 7 dragons should be much higher than this. As he looks at the panel, he sees that slaying a Sunlight tier dragon is required to complete the evolution and unlock the devouring cap of up to 20,000. He wonders if he's already reached the 1st tier devouring limit. The mission ahead will be challenging, but there's no rush for now. He holds the locket, wondering if the nameless warrior buried here is the original owner of his Dragon Slayer heart. He believes he might be right as a distant light appears. Observing it, he wonders if it marks the direction of the guiding light, the place where the ancient devourer resides. A thick fog settles in, making it impossible to see anything. But he's lucky. The Dragon Slayer's heart points the way. He instructs Adel to charge forward, and the dragon moves fiercely. As they near, he spots a colossal mass of dragon bones. Could this be the proper form of the ancient devourer? He grins, noting how even Adol looks small in comparison. He's in awe, wondering how powerful the nameless warrior who defeated such a terrifying creature must have been. Was he a divine tier being, or something even beyond that? He lands, saying, "Even you can feel the thrill. Let's witness the continuation of this legend together." Just as he's about to land, a mighty wind starts to blow, so intense that he wonders if some rule is preventing flight in this airspace. The mist begins to swirl around him, and the skeletons stir. He observes the arm of the ancient devourer and wonders if he's meant to climb this path to the peak. It feels like some kind of ritual. Interesting. Suddenly, one of the skeletons opens its eyes, glowing with light. In an instant, many colossal dragons surround him. He calmly observes them and wonders, are these the dragons I killed earlier? Had they revived? Could there be a necromancer nearby? He draws his sword, and flames start to flare in the windstorm. A thought crosses his mind. Could this be part of the ancient devourers and the nameless warrior's trail? With that, he launches into the air, soaring above the ground, and begins smashing through the ancient dragon skeletons. He strikes relentlessly, not allowing a single bone to remain intact. After eliminating them all, he confirms that they've truly been revived. It's not the first time he's slain dragons and their bones. No matter how many times they're resurrected, he'll keep killing them. After slaying the final skeleton, Arthur shouts triumphantly over the mountain of bones. I still don't fully understand the meaning of this trial, but at least it looks like it's finally over. It took some effort, but it was done. They make their way straight to the peak in one go. As he climbs higher, a swirling mist suddenly rushes at him, tossing him off the cliff. He barely manages to grab the edge of the stone, clinging on with one hand. Looking up, he sees Adol in the distance and can't believe what's happening. The wind doesn't stop. It hurls his arrow perfectly into position like it was guided. Suddenly, a dark figure lands on the ground, sword in hand, standing right in front of him. Caught off guard by yet another surprise, he's still processing when the stranger slashes at his hand. But Suyong quickly switches hands and dodges the attack. The stranger doesn't let up, launching a flurry of strikes while Suyong is still barely hanging onto the cliff. Whatever thrill he had moments ago is gone. He closes his eyes, spots an opening, and leaps back up onto the cliff. He takes a breath and starts piecing it all together. Was that violent gust an attack from the ancient devourer? A map-wide blast in such a cramped area, flight restricted, and now an assassin swooping in for the kill? This whole place is a death trap soaked in malice. It reminds him of one of those legendary hell-level games from Sakura Country. Frustrated, Suyong draws his sword and mutters, after all that effort taming the black dragon, and now it's gone just like that? I'm pissed. Ancient devourer, nameless warrior, I don't care who you are, but today, I'm taking some of your bones home. The stranger calmly replies, Flame's qualification appraisal. It's being tested. That's when Suyong notices something. His dragon's body is slowly regenerating. So, this is a bloodline assessment. If they fail, will the dragon die, for real? He hopes Adol pulls through, but right now, he has to deal with the stranger. He demands, who is this nameless warrior? The stranger just responds with the same question. Suyong answers, my name is Suyong. But then the stranger repeats the same question again. Who are you? It stuns Suyong. What does that even mean? 2 times in a row? Has this guy seen through him? Can he feel it? The pull of the sovereign of original sin? The stranger doesn't wait. He unsheathes his sword again, the wind slicing around it like a living force. It's unbelievably fast, and in the blink of an eye, the blade pierces right through Suyong's shoulder. In the next moment, Yang drops to his knees. Strangely, even after taking a direct hit, he feels no pain, and his health points haven't dropped at all. Confused, he mutters, what's going on? The stranger looks at him and says, correction failed. You are, but before he can finish, Yang leaps back up, grabs his sword, and launches a sudden attack. But the stranger effortlessly parries the blow and counters with a swift strike. Yang barely manages to block it. Their blades clash violently as the two battle all across the area. Then, with a clever move, the stranger jumps up and slashes straight at Yang's face. Yang is caught off guard, but instead of dodging, he opens his mouth and bites down on the blade. With a burst of strength, he slams the stranger while still holding onto the sword with his teeth, managing to knock it out of the guy's hands. Yang chuckles. Didn't expect this. Even after unlocking the ultimate power enchantment, my bite's gotten stronger too. But he knows the fight isn't over. This guy still looks like some legendary hero, and even though he's unarmed now, he's not to be underestimated. Yang thinks it's just a matter of time now. With no weapon, the stranger's combat strength should be significantly reduced. But then, unexpectedly, the guy just sits down. That puts Yang on alert. The stranger mutters, you are, I see. Suddenly, a strange mana begins pouring from his body, wrapping around the sword in Yang's grip. The stranger calmly says, I entrust this sword to you now. That same energy begins to condense in Yang's hand. The stranger looks at him and says, Go and kill Chloris. Yang blinks. Chloris? Who's that? Is it someone tied to the legend of the nameless warrior? But before he can ask more, the stranger vanishes into thin air. A system prompt appears. Weapon trait unlocked. Equipment transcendence. Crimson sword has been added to your inventory. Yang stares at it. What does this mean? Could this be a level beyond divine artifacts? Another notification pops up. The Crimson Sword consumes Red Moon Crystal cores to launch correction attacks. Curious, Yang pulls out a Red Moon Crystal and feeds it to the sword. Instantly, the blade absorbs it, and he sees it. 1 Red Moon Crystal core equals 1 charge point. Meanwhile, Atal, as Black Dragon, seems energized. It looks like the inheritance ritual is complete. But then Yang remembered the strange pale flames from earlier times. A new system message explains. Necro Flame has been devoured by the dragon. Creatures burned by this flame will be transformed into undead beings. As long as Adel's power remains, these undead cannot die. Yang's eyes widened. This sounds a lot like necromancy. He just turned his black dragon into a necromancer. In the next moment, the bone dragon stood behind him, revived, but something was different. Yang realized they had become his adult subordinates. Now, soaring through the sky with his dragon trio, a thought crossed his mind. If he lets Adel devour elite monsters and bosses, he could raise an army of powerful undead disasters. This isn't just necromancy anymore. This is Lich King-level power. This inheritance might actually be close to invincible. He glanced at the skull dragon and noticed numbers floating above its body. That wasn't there before. Could it be connected to the Crimson Sword? To test it out, he activated corruption. But the moment he drew his sword, all the undead around him instantly vanished. He stood there stunned. A notification popped up. Correction activated. Crimson infection level increased. 111. The entire area began buzzing with an overwhelming surge of mana. Yang was frozen in shock. This wasn't just a normal attack. This was a rule-level effect, one that erased even undead beings that should have been able to revive. This is crazy, he muttered. Then another notification came up. This one showed 0% cost. No HP drain, no crystal consumption. He blinked. Wait, does that mean it's free? But why were there 2 separate notifications? He remembered that the nameless warrior had tried using correction on him, too, but it failed. Could it be something unique about him? Something connected to the system? He asked the system directly if there were any clues, but there was no reply. Fine, he'd dig into it later. For now, his dragon had completed its legacy inheritance, and he had obtained an insanely overpowered divine weapon. This dragon spirit secret realm didn't give him experience points, sure, but the reward far exceeded anything he imagined. Still, there's one issue. Red Moon Crystal cores are way too rare. Right now, the only way to get them is through the Red Moon Invasion event. Maybe the Job Change Temple has more information. So, Yang made up his mind. First, gather intel. But for now, it's time to leave this place. The air trembled as the portal crackled to life, its radiant glow illuminating the cavern walls. 2 dragons lay before it, their bodies coiled in intense anticipation. From the distant sky, Makiko Asuka spoke in disbelief. The exit was open, but how? A surge of magic pulsed through the air as a figure floated above the battlefield. Verlia also questioned the sudden turn of events. Makiko Asuka told her to go first, saying she would stay a moment longer. Verlia asked if she was waiting for Su Yang. Suddenly, the ground trembled and the 2 dragons stirred. A whisper passed through the battlefield. He's back. Atal descended like an executioner, and Su Yang lifted his gaze. Atal, calm them down. The great black dragon roared with pure dominance. Even the undead dragons froze and submitted to the Death Lord's will. The battlefield turned silent. The 2 dragons came to a complete stop. Asuka looked at Atal and quietly observed that it appeared even larger and overwhelming. Has the secret realm made it stronger? Su Yang told them they could leave and warned them not to reveal what happened. Viria hesitated, but Asuka knelt and promised silence, calling him a good person. As she stepped into the portal with a smile, she said, "See you next time." Yang smirked faintly, thinking, so she sees me as a good person. Maybe she really is interesting. The moment passed. Yang saw that the outside was too chaotic to step into without a plan. The wind howled over the jagged peaks, and a strange symbol flickered in the sky. The world had changed with new rules and systems. If humans could become demons, then demons might also be able to join the human faction. He focused on the idea. If that was true, then he could use it to shift the balance of power. Energy surged through him as he floated in the digital void, and his voice stayed calm and firm. System, it is time to confirm it. The system responded as Su Yang gave the command. System activate multi-action compatibility. The space shifted. His body turned to code and merged with the system core. The abyss of demons stirred with new energy. Now back in his crimson demon form, Su Yang grinned as a notification appeared. The one-way restriction was gone. Demons could now freely enter and leave. Just as I thought, normal demons would just become targets for humans. But what if the one leaving was the sovereign of original sin? Violet energy surged as dark tendrils curled around his fingers. Lucifer, come forth. Lucifer stepped out from the shifting void and knelt before the throne. She said her power was returning, and his glory would soon be restored. Su Yang asked if she could pass through the Abyss Gate in her current state. She answered that she must try. He told her to go. The Abyss Gate towered over the frozen Siberian plains. At minus 30 degrees Celsius, the icy winds could break even the toughest mortals. The armored sentinels chant, how much longer do we have to stay in this godforsaken place? Even deep demons would freeze solid here. Lucifer's form materialized amidst the blinding frost, her body recoiling instinctively from the oppressive cold. My power is weakening. Their complaints stopped the moment they saw her, a demon. Now that demons could enter the outside world, panic hit fast. Quick, inform the high priest. But Lucifer scoffed. Too noisy. In a flash, her claws sliced through the air. The guards didn't even react before their bodies were torn apart, blood staining the ice. Lucifer's gaze lifted toward the fortress ahead, its towering ice spires gleaming under the bitter sun. At least it's confirmed we can cross the Abyss Gate. Time to report back to my king. Back in the depths of the abyss, Lucifer knelt before the Crimson Throne. So we can enter and exit the Abyss Gate, but our power is limited to the demigod tier. He wondered if it was because the path to godhood had not been unlocked yet. Did that mean the current world could not support god-tier beings? Even so, Lucifer's attributes and abilities were still far beyond those of 9th turn demigod class holders. Outside the Dragon Spirit secret realm, there were only a handful of 9th turn demigods. Defeating them would be easy. He told her to go to the mortal world in his name and punish those who defied him. Lucifer bowed and said she would obey. He gave one last order, bring someone back. The human would act as his proxy while he rested. The world would soon learn what it meant to carry the will of the abyss. Even Lucifer was surprised by the choice. Elsewhere, not long ago, a glowing portal pulsed in a barren land as Augustin confronted Tang Zhan. You broke the pact. Why did Su Yang enter the Dragon Spirit realm? And why did his arrival turn us, and even the elves, against each other? Across from him, Tang Zhan stood firm and replied, I have nothing to explain. I don't know why this happened either. A golden-armored figure stepped forward. The royal guard's honor must stand. Once he comes out, I'll take him to the elven court. He looked at Tang Zhan. You're coming too. Think of a good excuse. Interrogate me? That only works if you have the strength, Tang Zhan replied calmly. Before things could escalate, Asuka and Verlia stepped out of the portal. We are back. Why does everyone look so serious? One of them asked. Augustin asked her, where's Su Yang? And what about the others from the Elven Kingdom? Verlia tried to answer, but Asuka cut her off by replying, we got separated as soon as we entered. Only Verlia and I ended up together. We found nothing of value and barely escaped. A flash of light brought us to the entrance. The others should return soon. The knight in gold remained doubtful. If that is true, someone must have claimed the inheritance. So why are the others not here? His stare fixed on the two. You will come with me to the Elven Kingdom for questioning. Tokugawa-sama and Augustin chimed in. Stop right there. What are you trying to do? They are with us. You cannot just take them. The knight replied without emotion. If you try to stop me, then forget any alliance. If anything happens to the Elven heirs, you will be held responsible. A voice stepped in. We should focus on what really matters. Our mission is to complete the world's task and unlock god-tier advancements. If we lose the elves, we stand no chance when the sovereign of original sin appears. The knight got impressed by this dude's remarks and said, I will tell the queen you seem cooperative. You are from Shivarite. The man nodded with a forced smile. Suddenly, the sky cracked open and a dark rift appeared and a heavy force fell over the land. From that darkness emerged Lucifer, the sovereign of pride. Her arrival overshadowed every bit of tension. I thought someone strong had arrived. Turns out it is just you again, she said. Her power seems lower now, Augustin observed. Augustin used a detection spell. The result was clear. She had dropped to the demigod tier, though her stats were hidden. He did not hesitate. Forget our arguments. Let's join forces and defeat her. This is our only chance. The battlefield shifted. Enemies turned into allies. Lucifer floated above without a care. Come at me, all of you, she said. Tang Zhan, take the vanguard. The command rang out, sharp and clear. Without hesitation, Tang Zhan surged forward like a missile, fists clenched and burning with fury. Everyone else, back us up. Anyone who hasn't defeated the king of original sin can't harm this boss. Augustin's voice carried urgency, and the team snapped into action. This wasn't about glory anymore, it was survival. So it's all on you then. Tokugawa gritted his teeth, blade flashing with energy. Let's help them first. If it goes bad, I'll escape. Two support skills lit up the battlefield. Samurai Benevolence boosted nearby allies' physical attack by 20% and healed 17 HP per second for 30 seconds. Power rippled outward like a war drum. Then the real assault began. Heaven and Earth Thunder Transformation. Augustin descended, lightning tearing through the sky. Extreme Annihilation Fist. Tang Zhan followed his golden punch, glowing with rage. When it landed, the battlefield exploded with light and shockwaves. Boom! The sky shook. As the dust settled, Lucifer hovered above, her wings folded. So I actually got hurt, she said in surprise. Augustin observes that means she's not invincible, so they need to keep pushing. But Lucifer's cold voice cut through the momentum. Foolish insects. That little sting won't save you. She raised her hand, dark energy swirling violently. Enter Dark Domain. A black vortex exploded, dragging everyone within a 500-meter radius into a barrier that halved all their attributes. Oh, what is this? We're being pulled in. A storm of black and purple swallowed them whole. Panic spread fast, but amid the chaos, something was off. Why aren't those three affected? Augustin stared at the calm figure, standing firm in the madness. Tokugawa-sama, Master Augustin. The others tried to help, but couldn't resist the pull. Then, violet light erupted from the center. It is Yang who activates soul engraving by his command. Tang Zhan's eyes sharpened. He turned. Come with me. Before they could react, he launched into the sky, pulling two women with him. Below, space twisted unnaturally. This should buy us some time. Tang Zhan, take it slow. Su Yang stood steady, calmly scanning the battlefield. Looks like it's wrapping up over there too. In the distance, Lucifer's wings vanished in a blink. She suspects that this weak human could really be the agent His Majesty spoke of. She landed silently on the ground and said, I don't understand why His Majesty chose you. Calling you an insect feels generous. Su Yang smiled slightly. Maybe. He didn't flinch. His calm voice carried weight. Enough arrogance. Lucifer, go retrieve someone for me. The words hit harder than any spell. Lucifer's eyes widened. That voice didn't match his appearance, yet her body moved before her mind could process it. Yes. She lowered her gaze. Su Yang stepped toward a spinning abyss of crimson energy. Her hands trembled. I felt His Majesty's pressure. No, it must be an illusion. Yet deep down she wasn't sure. Far from battle, under a clear sky, a peaceful home stood still. A silver-haired elf woman hummed softly, watering flowers. Then a sudden pulse ripped through the air. The watering can slip from her hand, crashing on tiles. She staggered and fell. Suddenly, a voice echoed. Come with me. A colossal spectral hand burst from the void, grabbing her without warning. Let me go. Who are you? Why are you taking me? No answer came. The sky cracked. The void collapsed and vanished, leaving only wind and silence behind. Elsewhere, the warriors knelt in defeat. Broken by the storm, they couldn't stop. It failed again. Augustin's voice breaks under the weight of despair. Tokugawa-sama said that the gap. It's too wide. This fight is hopeless. Augustin asks, where's Tang Zhan? No one answers, just shaken heads and grim faces. Then a tall steps forward, saying, right before we were dragged into that black void, I saw Tang Zhan, completely unaffected. It's like Lucifer didn't even see him as a threat. Augustin stiffens. What are you saying? Atal says, I have a chilling theory. What if Tang Zhan and Long Xia have already betrayed humanity and sided with the demons? Augustin yells in protest. Impossible. Tang Zhan would never betray humanity. But Atal stays firm. Master Augustin, I know you're close with him, but we can't ignore the signs. Others saw it, too. Lucifer spared him. That's no coincidence. A murmur ripples through the wounded soldiers. Doubt takes root. Remember the massacre outside the Dragon Spirit's secret realm? Another voice chimes in. We turn on each other for no reason. No human could have caused that, unless demons were involved. And who benefited in the end? Atal presses. Su Yang and Long Xia. Su Yang got into the realm, despite being forbidden. Augustin stares blankly, shaken. To control me without my knowing, that power exceeds 9-turn half-god tier. Then the Tokugawa-sama erupts. So what? Are Mikiko Asaka and Verlia traitors too? You're accusing everyone now. Atal falters for a split second. Damn, forgot about them. But he quickly recovers. Then Tang Zhan must have kidnapped them. Maybe to monopolize the realm's secrets. That lands hard. A grim possibility. But deep down, Atal's motives twist darker. I don't know what Tang Zhan did, but he's clearly ahead of us. I need to drag him down. His mind races. Only those girls know the truth. If I turn them against him, we might steal the secret. Shiva's rise must not be interrupted again. Atal tells the gathering that everyone should think carefully that Tang's words and actions are highly suspicious. He must be hiding something. The gathering starts to gossip, saying that although it's hard to believe, there still is a possibility. Atal says they don't need to waste any more time and suggests they head out to find Tang. Suddenly, someone moves and comes up behind Atal. The figure slaps him across the face and delivers a forearm blow, so hard that Atal slams into a rock, which shatters into pieces. It's Tang who says, "If you dare slander me again, I won't mind making you experience death once more." Augustin shouts at him, demanding an explanation. Why wasn't he trapped in Lucifer's barrier, and why did he suddenly disappear? Tang replies that he has nothing to explain. If Augustine truly suspects him, he should go to the holy city and ask the highest priest to verify. Verlia adds that His Majesty led the two of them in a mad dash all the way to the border of Longxia, stopping only briefly before immediately returning. Verlia adds that, at the time, this uncle looked very strange, almost as if he were being controlled. Now Augustine and Tokugawa begin to wonder. If Tang Zhan dares to propose going to the holy city, then the likelihood of him colluding with the abyssal demons is low. Everyone knows the high priest can detect lies. So, could it be that the young man from Longxia, Yang, is actually the one working with the abyssal demons? All of their thoughts converge on one man, Su Yang. They question whether someone who has only just reached his 4th class advancement could even have the power or status to pull something like this off. However, Augustine says that if that's the case, then they should head to the holy city, ask the high priest to decide, and handle the matter involving the priest as well. Meanwhile, Atal, with a swollen face, disguises Tang and says that he will make him pay one day. In the holy city, standing before the priest, she asks if everyone can confirm they have never colluded with the abyssal demons and have no knowledge of being forcibly controlled. They all nod in unison. A bright yellow light shines above Tang's head, showing that he is telling the truth. The priest remarks that it is no wonder Tang was so confident. Since none of them is at fault, he places the two girls on the seat and questions them about the events they described in the dragon spirit's secret realm. He asks if they can confirm that there are no falsehoods in their statements. The girls are taken aback as the light above their heads dims, revealing that they have lied. They panic internally, realizing this is bad. They hadn't expected the holy priest to possess such an ability. Now, they can no longer hide the truth from Su Yang. Realizing the deception, Augustin shouts at them, "How dare you lie?" Tokugawa also rebukes them harshly, demanding, "What exactly are you two hiding? If you don't tell the truth, I won't spare Asuka, even if her father begs for mercy." Meanwhile, Tang begins to wonder, could these matters really be related to Su Yang? He had previously investigated everything. His background, his classmates, the guilds he joined, and even the temple priest. All gave the same evaluation. Su Yang is a genius, strong and kind-hearted, definitely not a ruthless villain. Even if, by some chance, he has a connection to the Abyss, he has never implicated Tang or those two girls. He wondered if the final verdict had confirmed Su Zhang's connection to the Abyss. Should he eliminate him now? But, just as he was trying to make sense of it, the priest turned to the two girls and said their identities had already been exposed. There was no point in hiding anything anymore. If they didn't wish to speak here, they could follow her to the confession room and explain everything there, so she could deliver her final judgment. Verlia and Asuka had the same thought. If the priest could detect lies, then maybe that matter would come out as well. So they agreed to go. The priest led them to the confession room, and on the way, the two girls looked back at Atal. He had no idea why they did that. It puzzled him. 10 minutes later, the priest stepped out of the room holding a weapon. Without hesitation, she pointed it at Atal and said, "Did you conspire with your nation's Vijanu to kill all the secret realm participants?" Atal froze. What has happened? How did the high priest know about this? Was it those two girls? Could they have caught Vijanu? That didn't seem possible. The priest continued explaining that according to the girls, back in the Dragon Spit's secret realm, Su Yang had discovered Vijanu's plan and killed him. They were not involved. That left only one question to resolve, whether Su Yang was guilty or whether it was Vijanu, who was actually Atal. The priest demanded a clear answer. Meanwhile, the crowd began whispering among themselves. Some questioned how Su Zhang, a 4th class advancement, could have killed a 6th class like Vijanu. Others began to suspect Atal, noting his long history of cunning behavior and wondering if he had been behind everything all along. Still trying to maintain his innocence, Atal denied everything. But the priest declared that the truth had already come to light. By the authority of the Holy Light Priest, he temporarily sentenced Atal of Shiva Nation to 3 death penalties. He would also be detained by the Holy City, with the duration of imprisonment to be decided later. Atal dropped to his knees in disbelief, unable to comprehend how it had come to this. Burning with rage, Su Zhang stepped forward. So it turns out, I and the other participants from Sakura Nation and Eagle Federation were completely innocent. This was all because you, Atal, wanted to frame me for your crimes. Atal dismissed it as slander. He admitted to plotting, but denied any ties to the Abyss. He accused Su Yang of killing a prince of the elves and claimed Long Xia had helped. If he was guilty, then so were they. In his eyes, they had ruined the Elf Alliance, and they were the real traitors. Tang shut him down immediately. He slammed a raw punch into Atal's gut. The impact launched him across the hall, and he crashed into the giant statue of the priest outside the building. Tang remained still and unmoved, and it was not over. Tang caught up to him and drove a brutal knee into Atal's groin. Then he followed with a powerful punch that sent Atal tumbling again. He stood over him and ordered him to go to the dungeon and wait for final judgment. He called him a stubborn, scheming bastard. Furious, Atal roared back and vowed revenge. But before he could move, arrows pinned him to the ground. The priest appeared and restrained him. Now that everything had been exposed, Atal thought the Shiva Nation would surely face retribution, too. There was only one thing left to do: flip the table. Brother, he thought, this is my final message before I'm sealed. Tell the Elf Kingdom that Su Yang killed their prince. Then join the Abyss. Side with the demons. Avenge me. He opened a portal and sent the message through. Watching everything unfold, Su Yang thought to himself, if the Shiva Nation is siding with the demons, isn't that the same as walking straight into a trap? Now Atal is behind bars. Yang reflects. Despite how meticulously Atal plotted everything, how could he have possibly predicted that Yang is the ruler of the demon abyss? If the human nation defects to the demon faction, then they'll be mine to command. I'll gladly accept this generous gift. As for you, Atal, just obediently take 4 from me. After all, you brought this on yourself. Don't blame me. As for the Elf Kingdom, Yang muses, apart from Lilith, every elf he's met reeks of arrogance. Deep down, they all see themselves as a noble race, flaunting their pride and contempt like it's a divine right. Anyone unaware might think they all wield Lucifer-level power. They're just a race that once had God-ranked beings. Once I ascend to original Sin Monarch and achieve godhood, I'll show these arrogant elves who are the true rulers. Enslaving one more tier, 11 race, is nothing. Yang ends his thoughts, deciding the meeting has dragged on long enough, and it's time to get down to business. Standing before the Scarlet Withering Monarch, he admits he's been holding back his level progression for too long, fearing attention from the Holy City. But now, with the path clear, he's ready to push straight toward demigod rank. Lucifer watches from the side, clearly unimpressed. She can't understand why the monarch would pick someone as weak as Yang to act as his proxy. The decision makes no sense to her. Yang doesn't bother explaining. He simply tells her to stop asking questions and carry out the orders. Frustrated but compliant, Lucifer follows the command. She admits to herself that the monarch's choices are often beyond reason, and maybe keeping things smooth with the proxy is the smarter move. Still, it annoys her. Of all people, why was she the one tasked with retrieving him? She could have done it on her own terms. A system notification appears, confirming the detection of level 100 with a 5th Revolution advancement quest. Jean observes that the process doesn't seem much different from Shireen's class change, and wonders if it's possible to set up a VIP system for Demon Sectum. Yang confirms he's already planned it out. The idea is to get powerful demons to clear the 5-star advancement quest within the Demon Sectum. If everything proceeds as expected, they'll trigger the Red Moon invasion, where defeating the Scarlet Withering monsters will drop Red Moon crystal ores. He's confident that, as the original Sin Monarch, he can simply order them to hand over the ores afterwards. He reflects on the scarcity of these crystals. The reason they're so rare is that very few individuals manage to complete the 5th Revolution quests. But if he finds a way to mass-produce 5-star professionals through a controlled system, then collecting huge quantities of Red Moon crystal ores becomes a real possibility. Alongside the wealth that would generate, it would also solve the enhancement issues tied to the Crimson Sword. With excitement building, he sees it clearly. Once the collection power is secured, nothing will be able to stop him. Not even gods or Buddhas. The quest details arrive next. The objective is to kill the 5th Revolution demon and non-demon professionals. The reward includes a Spirit Reaper title and advancement to the Legend stage. Yang reads it carefully. The difficulty is obvious. At this level, anyone who completes a 5th Revolution advancement is already a chosen one. Taking them down while still in the 4th Revolution is no easy feat. He smirks, calling it the perfect filter to separate the truly God-chosen from the rest. Taking out 5th Revolution professionals, he adds, is child's play. Turning toward the abyss, he declares his plan to stroll through the demon abyss and casually finish the first task. The scene shifts to Shiva Nation inside the Ganges temple. A man paces anxiously, frustrated by the silence, wondering why there hasn't been any news yet. The waiting is killing him. He clings to the hope that if Vishnu successfully inherited the power of the ancient devourer, then no one would be able to stop Shiva Nation's rise. They would surpass Dragonvaya, overtake the Eagle Union, and become the strongest nation in the world. With that power, they wouldn't even need the alliance with the elves. They'd be strong enough to kill the original Sin Monarch and take control of the world quest. While he's lost in ambition, a system notification appears. He quickly checks it and is stunned. Vishnu has failed. Worse, he was killed. How is this possible? Shocked, he slams the table. He can't believe it. His proudest son, a beast-taming prodigy with more talent than himself. If Vishnu had lived, he was sure to reach the 9th revolution. And yet, a 4th revolution weakling somehow killed his genius son? He curses aloud in disbelief. After a moment, he forces himself to calm down. The truth is clear now. The secret has been exposed. His brother is surely in grave danger. Shireen's class change will soon come knocking. He knows he must act immediately. Joining the demon faction means betraying humanity. Once that step is taken, there's no turning back. But Vishnu cannot die in vain. With teeth clenched, he makes his decision. Things have come this far. I have no choice. Back in the holy city, the high priestess announces that Atal has been imprisoned. Now, the focus must return to the matter of Su Yang. Augustin speaks first, saying Su Yang killing a 6th revolution like Vishnu with 4th revolution strength is already unbelievable. But killing the 7th revolution elf prince Eric? That seems downright absurd. Verlia insists that everything she said is true. They must believe her. Augustin turns away. It's not that he doubts her, especially since the high priestess herself certified it. It's just that the situation is too bizarre. He wonders what really happened at that moment. Verlia explains that Su Yang seemed to use a strange item to control Eric. She's never seen anything like it. Eric remained conscious, but couldn't move, use any items, or even cast skills. The duration of the effect was unknown, but it remained stable while they watched. Another official commented that it sounded like a binding status effect. However, based on what's commonly known, a lower-level professional trying to bind a higher-level one should see the control duration severely weakened. Verlier agrees. That's the standard rule among professionals, which is exactly why cross-level challenges are so rare. Augustin adds that this rule didn't seem to apply to Su Yang. Either his real level is far higher than known, or that item he used was incredibly powerful, perhaps powerful enough to bypass the level suppression altogether. He begins to consider the possibility. Tang cuts in, saying that no matter what method Su Yang used, at the very least, he was retaliating. He wasn't hurting others without cause. Tang doesn't believe Su Yang is guilty. Tokugawa speaks next. Maybe Su Yang isn't guilty in their eyes, but to the Elf Kingdom, he absolutely is. After all, one of their princes was killed inside the Dragon Spirit's secret realm. They all pause, realizing the political implications. If they can't provide a satisfactory explanation to the Elf country, what will happen to the Alliance? Just then, the temple doors burst open. A man rushes in and whispers urgently into the priestess's ear. With a heavy heart, she slams her weapon to the floor. An emergency has occurred. The meeting is temporarily suspended. Atal has instructed Amino to incite Shiva Nation to join the demon faction. At the entrance within Shiva Nation territory, a soldier stumbled out, crying and barely holding himself together. Broken weapons lay scattered on the ground, remnants of a lost Beatal. Priest Amino stood firm before the abyss entrance and thought that if inheritance could not make them strong, then the demon faction would. With the original Sin Monarch's protection, they would rise again and flood the Ganges over their enemies. A man approached, and Amino asked about any update. The servant reports that 20,000 legend-ranked professionals had entered the abyss. Right now, over 1,000 people have completed demonization and are on their way to the demon city. Once demonized, they will stop initiating attacks. Before Amino could respond, another man hurried up to him. He says that people from the Class Change Shrine have arrived. They've already captured a large group, and many of the untouchables have been persuaded by them. They're no longer willing to go to the abyss. Amino's eyes widened in shock. He asked if any Brahmins or Kshatriyas left untransferred. The man replied, 70% of the Brahmins have already been transferred, and about 60% of the Kshatriyas too. Amino gave the order to prioritize transferring the Brahmins next. As for the remaining untransferred Kshatriyas, he instructed that they and the obedient untouchables should stall the Class Change Shrine to buy time. The messengers agreed and ran off. Meanwhile, Amino silently wondered if low-caste untouchables could really hold off Shrine's forces. He knew it wasn't likely, and that some Kshatriyas would have to be sacrificed. But none of that mattered now. He grits his teeth and mutters that revenge will come. With that, he retreated into the abyss. Elsewhere, in the 20th layer of the demon abyss, the surroundings were shrouded in darkness. A group of demonized blue elves wandered through the abyss. One marveled at how his base stats had increased about 4% after his transformation. Another added that this had gone up by 6%. Someone joked that he still didn't even know what demons looked like. Another teased that maybe there was a succubi in the demon city. Still, they were clearly enjoying the benefits of transformation. They knew people from Dragonxia must be jealous of how quickly they were growing. One elf said that once he got stronger, he'd counterattack under the leadership of the original Sin monarchs and wipe out their enemies. They heard that the elf country holds a strong favor toward their Shiva nation. Once an alliance is formed, the status of Shiva nation will surely rise. Suddenly, a figure stepped out from the shadows. It was Su Yang. The elves stared in shock and asked who he was. Su Yang told them to guess. One elf, annoyed and startled, launched an attack. He throws a ball of mana at Yang, and a massive explosion follows. When the smoke cleared, Yang stood there completely unscathed. Calmly, he told everyone not to panic. He was just a guide from the demon city, assigned to escort new professionals. Everyone panicked, thinking they had just attacked a city-assigned guide. But Yang smiled and assured them it was fine. He explained that he was part of the first batch to join the demon faction and was given the task of leading newcomers. The elves felt reassured and agreed to follow him without hesitation. They reached the base of the demon city, and Yang explained that as the demon faction developed more, new cities would be built around this area. This place could rival the holy city of the Class Change Shrine. For now, this statue was the Demon Saint statue, the sole resurrection point for all demon faction professionals. Anyone who died could be revived here. The elves were impressed, saying the demon abyss was more fascinating than they had imagined. They asked Yang which country he was from. He turned and replied he was from Dragonxia. They were relieved, saying that the country was on friendly terms with theirs. Another asked if there were rules in Dragonxia's demon city, like in the real world, especially about professionals attacking each other. Yang explained that there were rules. Attacking others inside the demon city would bring terrifying punishment from the high priest. One of the elves tenses up and asks, "What about outside the demon city?" Yang immediately understood what they were getting at and replied with a grin. "Outside there are no rules, and it's all about the strong preying on the weak." The elves visibly relaxed, until one of them noticed Yang calmly cleaning his dagger with a cloth. Confused, he asked, "What are you doing?" Yang answered coldly, "Preparing to kill these dogs." The elves are perplexed, and fear runs down their spine. But before anyone could react, his dagger slashed through one elf's neck. The others froze in shock. "What the hell is this bastard doing?" one of them yelled at Yang. But as they retaliated, a swift blow sliced their necks. Yang stood still, watching as the last elf crawled back, terrified. "You're crazy. Aren't you afraid of the demon high priest punishment?" Yang stared at him and said, "Any attack inside the demon city will lead to serious punishment. The demon high priest will strictly uphold the rules, but I make the rules." A strange mana surged from his body as he stepped forward and killed the last elf. Outside that area, several other elves ran to report to Lord Amino. Before they could escape, Yang appeared above them floating in the air and told them that since they were already here, they might as well stay. They were shocked by his sudden appearance, but in the next moment, Yang cut them down in an instant. A prompt appeared. All Demon Faction 5th Revolution professionals were eliminated. Now only the non-Demon Faction 5th Revolution professionals have to be killed. Yang looked over the bodies and thought that the ones from Shiva Nation alone were enough to push him forward in the class change quest. He planned to keep hunting and finish the 5th Revolution advancement within a day. Meanwhile, the corpses around him burned quietly with the mana. Sung wonders that people from the Shiva Nation are still pouring in nonstop, and it's more than enough for me to finish my class change quest. Yang casually burned mana just to cremate the bodies, then jumped right back into hunting, trying to finish the 5th Revolution advanced quest in just one day. As he moved further away, Lucifer had her eyes locked on him. Watching his actions, she couldn't help but think, this guy, the proxy chosen by the monarch, really doesn't seem all that simple. He's only in the 4th Revolution, yet he's capable of killing people in the 6th. But what exactly is the monarch's end goal here? Was Yang chosen just to help speed up the monarch's awakening? Still, can someone this weak and fragile really pull that off? Meanwhile, somewhere else, a hero quickly wiped out 10 5th Revolution demonstration professionals. Just like that, the 5th Revolution advancement quest was complete. Yang, on the other hand, got ready to take on the non-professional demons while checking his system quests. He figured there should still be quite a few untransformed Brahmin nobles left in the shallow layers of the abyss. Taking them out would be easy. The real issue was that they'd respawn under Shiva Nation's protection. That could mess with his plan unless he made sure to camp their corpses properly after death. If rumors started spreading about him in a bad way, things could get real annoying. Suddenly, he felt a presence. "Lucifer, you were right there," he said. She was caught off guard by how sharp Yang's senses were, and it gave him a nod of respect. "What do you want from me?" she asked. Yang gave her a grin and said, "As a proxy, I'm ordering you to issue a quest. Send all the demon professionals in the demon city to the shallow abyss layers and have them kill 10 untransformed 5th Revolution Brahmin nobles." He pointed his sword at her as he spoke. Lucifer's eyes narrowed with irritation, not because she couldn't handle it, but because she had no choice. This weak little proxy dared to order her around, and yet, since it came as a monarch's command, she had to comply, even if just this once. Elsewhere, a bunch of elves were checking out their quests. One of them smirked and said, "Looks like our boss ain't too fond of these new Brahmins." Another chimed in, "Then let's go, boys. Time to show these rookies what's what." They hunted the newcomers down without mercy. The Brahmins ran for their lives yelling, "Hey, we've already joined the demon faction." But the elves didn't care. They slaughtered them on the spot. The few Brahmins who managed to survive felt relieved. They'd broken past the class change screen's defense line again and had entered the abyss. This area had to be tightly guarded now. They started wondering how they'd sneak past, even though they were finally free from those crazy demon elves. One Brahmin said, "How about we grab a few Sudras to use as meat shields?" Another agreed, "Good idea. The Shireen soldiers definitely won't dare kill innocent hostages at random." But the very next second, they were sliced to death. Heads rolled like sliced bread. It was Yang. "I felt a little guilty at first," he said, "but now it's clear. Killing you is just pest control for the people." He glanced around at the rest, who were just chilling, and added, "All right, back to assembly line work." An hour later, every last one of them was dead. Yang had completed the 5th Revolution advancement quest, clearing out both demon faction professionals and the ones outside the faction. Once he wrapped that up, another quest popped up. This one told him to dive into an unknown lair deep within the abyss and solo kill a native demon boss at star rank. The goal? Obtain the crystal core dropped by the boss and fuse it with the power of wrath. Yang was stoked. Finally, a hidden quest appeared. He said, "This feels a lot like my last hidden class change quest. That time, I needed the essence blood from the rock abyss earth dragon, but I ended up using black dragon essence blood instead. Now it's the power of wrath. Makes me wonder, what kind of insane result would I get if I used the dark origin power for fusion?" After some planning, Yang made his way to visit the abyssal roar first. In one area, there was a massive dragon skeleton. Then suddenly, a barrage of arrows came flying, panning through the scene and scattering wildly. Yang was riding the dragon and heading straight into the lair of the star rank native demon boss, which had a terrifying level of 150. Sure, here's the rephrased and proofread version in a casual tone, keeping it fun and engaging. Looking at the monster, Yang could instantly feel that sheer demonic pressure oozing off it. The boss let out a thunderous roar. "Who do you think you are, daring to challenge me all alone?" But Yang cut him off mid-roar. "Let's skip the intro. I'm in a rush. Just bring it on." He dropped down from the sky with his dragon's soul landing like a pro. The demon boss, clearly pissed, growled, "You overestimate yourself. You'll pay for that arrogance and ignorance." Next thing you know, spoons of mana were flying through the air like missiles, all heading straight for the boss. And 5 minutes later, the so-called fearsome demon boss was completely roasted. Charred and confused, he stared at Yang, unable to believe what just happened. "Ow, how could I lose to such a small human?" the boss stammered. Yang shrugged. "It was tougher than the silver dragon, I'll give you that. But yeah, that's about all it had going for it." He looked around, wondering, that's it? It's over just like that? But the boss wasn't done just yet. While lying on the ground, he suddenly unleashed a blast of mana from his mouth, his last desperate move to kill Yang. Laughing, the boss coughed out. "Didn't expect that, huh? My final trump card. A true damage attack that ignores all defense. You're definitely dead now." Smoke filled the air, and then Yang's voice cut through it. "You done playing around?" The boss froze. Yang walked out of the smoke with barely a scratch, smirking. "Haven't you heard the saying? No smoke without injury." "Well, too bad. My HP's only down by 2%. The boss practically started crying like a little kid. "Damn it. Am I the boss here, or are you the boss?" Yang chuckled and, without another word, sliced the boss clean in the next second. "That'd be me, obviously. I'm the boss." As the hero finished dealing with his opponent, he stepped forward, eyes fixed on the shimmering object before him. He wondered if that was the demon crystal core mentioned in the hidden quest. It used to excite him before, but now he could no longer look at it with any interest. Suddenly, a golden energy pulsed outward from the core, and as the light reflected in his eyes, he realized that to gain the dark, primal power of the Lord of Original Sins, one must enter the abyssal depths. The dragon hovered nearby and responded with a low rumble. It couldn't go in right now. The power of the Lord of Original Sin had to be bestowed first and then passed back. With a swift beat of its wings, the dragon rose into the air, noting that the connection opportunity hadn't refreshed yet. Waiting until tomorrow was the only option. As the scene transitioned, the focus shifted to a grand demon city, known as Su Yang's private residence. Inside, Elf stood near a window with her gaze distant, until she saw the hero. Her expression lit up, filled with relief and confusion. She had waited long for his return and asked herself where exactly this place could be. The hero stepped forward with calm assurance. This was the Demon Lord's city, deep within the demon's abyss. Elf's eyes widened with shock at the realization. A human like him shouldn't have been there. But the hero smiled faintly. The reasons were complicated, and he knew she would not be safe where she came from. He had heard that the Yelef Kingdom had begun yet another investigation. Bringing her here had been the only option. He assured her that this place was safe and that all her daily needs would be taken care of. She hesitated, but as she sat nervously on the couch, her voice softened. She agreed, trusting his words. Gently placing her hand on his chest, she admitted her thoughts. Sometimes, she truly wondered if Yang was really human. Everything he did felt too incredible to belong to an ordinary person. She meant no harm, and to her, whether he was human or demon made no difference. The hero let out a light chuckle, calling her a silly girl in a teasing tone. He assured her that he was human, just someone capable of doing things usually beyond human reach. Far away, across distant lands, the scene shifted to the elf royal court. The princess sat tall in her grand hall, her gaze sharp as she addressed the armored knight commander standing before her. She questioned Tassi, reminding him that he had gone to the human world to escort Prince Eric and the others, and demanded to know why he had returned ahead of schedule. Tassi bowed respectfully and reported with a heavy heart that Prince Eric had not been able to return from the secret realm. The princess's composure shattered instantly. She rose to her feet, her voice trembling with panic as she called out her son's name. The fear in her eyes made it clear. Something had gone terribly wrong. Before Tassi could respond, the Minister of Forbidden Magic stepped forward, urging the Knight Commander to explain everything clearly. He also inquired about young Master Allen, whose whereabouts remained uncertain. Tassi's voice grew low and tense as he admitted that the details were unclear. He had been negotiating with the humans outside the secret realm when he was suddenly caught in the Pride King's attack. As far as he knew, only the humans held the answers to what truly happened. The princess's eyes narrowed with fury. Her voice rose in anger as she questioned Tassi's usefulness to her if he couldn't even ensure her son's safety. Sensing the tension, the minister quickly stepped in, pleading with the princess to remain calm. While he acknowledged that the Knight Commander bore some responsibility, he insisted that their main focus now should be addressing what he called the human world's greatest act of treason. The princess took a deep breath, trying to steady her rising fury. She agreed with the Minister of Forbidden Magic and ordered him to send word to the human world. She demanded that those silly, ignorant humans provide an explanation. If they failed, she warned, then the elves' longbows and magical staff would enslave them before the demons even had the chance to destroy their world. The minister nodded solemnly, accepting her command without question. Meanwhile, within the holy city of the human realm, the high priest stood before the sacred monument of Pandora's box. Her expression was one of dread as she reflected, the Pandora's box of Shiva Nation has ultimately been opened. Once the other countries of the world see the benefit Shiva Nation gained after transforming into the abyssal demon faction, who can guarantee they won't follow suit? With growing sorrow, she thought at that time, the world will inevitably fall into chaos. Who will be able to resist the invasion of the Red Moon? As her thoughts spiraled, an attendant approached. High Priest, there are people from the Elf Kingdom outside the holy city. So soon, she muttered, turning toward the grand door, just as it opened to reveal Mr. Carl Lawrence. He strode into the chamber with commanding presence and declared, "Humans, are you ready to pay the price for your stupidity? I don't have time to waste with you. Hand over the murderer of Prince Eric and Allen, or else." His voice carried heavy with threat. "We don't mind shifting from aid to enslavement." The court murmured in shock. What? What do you mean by that?" The high priest quickly raised a hand. "Please mind your wording, Mr. Carl Lawrence. As far as I know, although the Elf Temple has opened the divine path of job transfer, the most recent appearance of a divine tier being was over 200 years ago. In those 2 centuries, that divine tier might have fallen. And as a godless tribe, have you all become too confident?" Carl's expression remained unfazed. "Unfortunately, I am one of them." The hall fell silent, stunned by the unexpected revelation. After a brief pause, Tang, a dignitary from Longxia, stepped forward defiantly. To him, it was merely a matter of level suppression. As long as it wasn't a divine-level challenge, victory was still possible. He reminded everyone that Longxia had a long history of miracles, where the weak had defeated the strong. If the elf world refused to ally with them against the abyssal demons and instead considered an invasion, then they were welcome to try. Carl's gaze narrowed as he responded. If it were just level suppression, then perhaps a miracle could happen. But what if he told them that his side possessed not one, but two divine weapons, and they were fully equipped to complete the fusion process? What would they do then? Another wave of silence swept across the hall until one of the human representatives finally spoke. The words carried a hint of resignation, acknowledging that Carl seemed to understand his position. Carl pressed further. He had heard the Knight Commander mention a country called the Shiva Nation, supposedly more sincere in negotiations. He then asked who among them represented the Shiva Nation. The High Priest's expression darkened. Shiva Nation, she declared, no longer belonged to the human world. They had fallen and willingly chosen to side with the abyssal demons. Carl scoffed at the revelation. He had assumed humans were united, but that clearly wasn't the case. With that in mind, he asked once more, who among them was truly sincere in forming an alliance and willing to hand over the murderer? Tokugawa stood slowly, his voice steady and clear. He claimed to know who the murderer was. According to him, it was Su Yang from Longxia. Tang's temper ignited at the accusation, and he demanded to know how Tokugawa dared to say such a thing. Tokugawa defended his statement calmly. Su Yang, being the representative of Longxia and the highest-ranked person present, was using his authority to prevent them from handing Su Yang over to Carl's world. Carl turned to Tang with a chilling presence and demanded to know Su Yang's location. Tang stood firm and answered that he could not provide that information. Carl stepped forward, his hostility growing with every word. He accused Tang of seeking death. The priest stepped in with equal fury, challenging Carl to try him if he dared. Carl quickly shifted focus, changing the subject. He had heard that other survivors from the secret realm were present and demanded to know where they were. Tokugawa gestured toward them, saying that those were the ones who knew of Su Yang's crime and should be questioned. As the two survivors stepped forward, Virelia called out for Lord Augustus. But before Augustus could respond, Carl interrupted. Since no one could reveal Su Yang's whereabouts, he decided he would take the two secret realm participants back for interrogation. He turned to the High Priestess, expecting no objection. She gave a reluctant nod, unable to deny the request. Watching from the shadows, Makiko clenched her fists. Once we go to the Elf Kingdom, things will become unpredictable. Su Yang, what should we do? Elsewhere, Livia stood atop a sacred platform, gazing at the sprawling city. So, this is the holy city of the human realm, she whispered to herself. Killing and saving people. Those executors sure know how to use others. As the scene transitioned, the hero sat confidently upon his throne, a faint dark aura curling around the edges of his seat. With calm disdain in his voice, he remarked how absurd it was that the Elf Queen actually wanted to enslave humans. Leaning forward with a sharpened glint in his eyes, he declared that, as the ruler of the Abyss, he would never allow such a thing to happen. Without delay, he summoned his trusted subordinate. He ordered Livia to go teach that arrogant fool a lesson and bring those two girls back as well. Livia responded with a swift nod and vanished into the void, her presence fading like a shadow on the wind. Watching her disappear, the hero murmured to himself with quiet anticipation. He was looking forward to witnessing the special power of the King of Jealousy. Meanwhile, as the summit came to an end, the hall began to empty. Envoys and nobles filtered out, their faces tense with suspicion. Among them, Tokugawa moved in close to Makiko, his tone heavy with pressure and authority. He instructed her to reveal everything about Su Yang once she arrived at the Elf Royal Court. According to him, this was her chance to repay the country's favor. He warned her not to anger Lord Carl or Her Majesty the Queen, or else she would be branded a traitor to the Sakura nation. Makiko clenched her fists, her heart aching from the sting of betrayal. He had once treated her with such respect, and now he stood before her so heartless. Unable to remain silent, Virelia stepped forward, her voice full of indignation. She told Tokugawa he had gone too far. The High Priest's frustration echoed through the hall as his staff struck the floor. He chastised Tokugawa, reminding him that as the ruler of a nation, his behavior was disgraceful. But Tokugawa was unfazed, his mind swirling with selfish thoughts. One part of him observed everything with detachment. Another part whispered about taking a share, about seizing this opportunity. Perhaps, he mused, if he could make this elf noble feel good, then what he gained would be considered legitimate. Before the tension could escalate further, Carl cut in with his commanding tone. He stated that he still needed to report back to the magistrate, the queen. He made it clear that he liked obedient people. As a reward, he granted Tokugawa permission to accompany them to the Aleph world, where he promised to help him increase his level a bit. Tokugawa responded with an overly dramatic bow, expressing his gratitude. At Carl's gesture, two guards stepped forward. Magical restraints shimmered into existence and bound the two girls tightly, their enchanted bindings causing visible pain. Yet not a soul dared to speak up. Without delay, the group departed from the mansion and entered the dense jungle ahead. As the party moved along the wooded trail, Tokugawa leaned in closer to Carl. In a low voice, he asked what would happen if Tang continued to refuse to hand over the murderer of Prince Eric. Carl did not hesitate. He said that he would kill Tang and replace him with another ruler. Tokugawa's eyes lit up with cruel satisfaction. In his mind, he believed that Tang was finished. But just as the path ahead seemed clear, the sky suddenly darkened. A powerful presence descended from above, halting the group in their tracks. Livia emerged from the clouds, her form cloaked in ominous energy. Tokugawa's expression twisted with alarm as he looked up at the figure. He wondered who it could possibly be. Carl instinctively analyzed her, but confusion twisted across his face. I can't see your panel info, he realized, his instincts blaring with warning. Acting quickly, he launched a powerful magic blast toward her. But my instincts tell me this woman is extremely dangerous. Livia deflected the attack with ease, her voice dripping with icy confidence. Useless struggle. From now on, all your powers are mine. Dark tendrils of energy surged from her as she activated the sin of jealousy, absorbing every trace of power from Carl and his allies. Her ability, born from endless envy, allowed her to seize not only skills and strength, but even the right to wield them with mastery. Carl collapsed to his knees, horror overtaking his face. My power, it's gone. Livia examined the collection of stolen abilities with thinly veiled contempt. What are these garbage skills? Completely useless. She clenched her fist, condensing the raw energy into a glowing sphere. Pages, watch me improve your useless, forbidden skill. Power flared around her as she refined and amplified the stolen abilities, surpassing their original form. Carl, watching helplessly, cried out, "That's my skill. How can you? It's even stronger than when I used it." But Livia gave no response, only a cold, amused smile, as she stood triumphant above the broken remnants of their pride. He looked on with deep sadness as he tried to activate his forbidden skill, but despite his desperation, the power didn't come. Yelling in frustration, he shouted, "Activation failed? How can that be?" In that moment, he realized his power was completely gone. Tokugawa, sensing the shift, immediately panicked and cried out, "Monster! Someone help me!" From above, Livia hovered with a sneer, her voice sharp and merciless. "Noisy little fly, try this one." Without hesitation, she extended her arms and unleashed a massive wave of magic, bright red and layered like burning curtains, toward him. Both Tokugawa and Carl stared in stunned silence, unable to believe the overwhelming power radiating from her. Makiko stepped back and muttered, "This is terrifying," while Virelia, equally shaken, whispered, "What should we do?" They stood together on a vast, empty playground, the air tense and heavy. Virelia, though normally composed, trembled slightly. Fear had crept into her expression. Suddenly, Livia dashed toward them, urgency in her tone. "Come with me," she ordered, and without waiting for a response, led them away. The scene shifted. In a distant sanctuary, a priest stood frozen in place, her expression grim. A powerful force had erupted just moments earlier, and she could feel it in her bones. The auras of Carl, Lawrence, and Tokugawa, once strong and vibrant, had vanished completely. Before her, a man knelt on the ground, his body trembling and his head bowed low. He muttered, "That was terrifying." The priest stepped closer, her eyes narrowing as she asked what had just happened on page 8. Page 8 took a breath, still visibly shaken. He explained that Lord Carl and he had just left when they encountered a mysterious woman. She had not only sealed their skills, but had also used Carl's own power to kill them instantly. Her eyes widened at his words. She said that kind of power wasn't something even a semi-divine powerhouse with 9 transfers could unleash. She then wondered aloud if another king of original sin had come to the human realm. She looked around and questioned the absence of Makiko and Virelia, noting it was strange that she didn't see them. He slowly lifted his head and answered that both Lord Carl and he had been instantly killed, making it impossible for those two to have survived. She frowned, but her voice grew sharp with suspicion. She recalled that Makiko and Virelia hadn't been killed by Lucifer last time outside the dragon spirit's secret realm either. Back then, They had assumed Adder was behind it, attempting to frame Lingxia while hiding his ties to the abyssal demons. But now, Adder was sealed in the Holy City's prison. And yet again, Makiko and Virilia had survived an encounter with a king of original sin. He looked up at her, realization creeping into his expression. He began to ask if she was suggesting something. Yang's eyes darkened as she stated that there was only one possibility. The center of all these events was Su Yang. The priest turned pale at the thought and struggled to accept the conclusion. She asked if the king of original sin could really be acting under Su Yang's command. Livia stood silently for a moment, her brows furrowing as thoughts churned within her. She couldn't understand what the Lord's proxy was thinking. Bringing so many women here, what was the purpose? Makiko looked around at the dim, otherworldly architecture that loomed in the distance. Her eyes widened as she recognized the setting and wondered aloud if this could be the demon city. Virilia turned sharply, her voice rising with urgency as she demanded to know why they had been brought there and what the intention was. Before either of them could get an answer, a familiar voice echoed across the space. It was calm, yet carried a playful tone. He greeted them casually, telling them there was no need to be nervous. Both women froze, stunned by the sound of his voice. They couldn't believe it and questioned how Su Yang could possibly be there. Su Yang stepped forward with a steady, reassuring tone and instructed Livia to leave first. As he approached the two, his gaze remained calm but unreadable. He said that he couldn't explain his presence for now, but assured them that they were safe staying there. Makiko stepped closer, her eyes locked on him as she tried to speak. He gently asked what was wrong, his eyes scanning her expression. She hesitated before quietly replying that it was nothing. Meanwhile, Livia stood silently nearby, her mind racing with suspicion. Su Yang appearing in this place could only mean one thing. He was one of the demons. Then his voice cut through the air again as he addressed Makiko directly. She stepped forward, still uncertain, and responded. Su Yang explained that the reason he had saved her from the elf was because she had once chosen to trust and help him. He reminded her that she had said she could see from his eyes that he was a good person. He asked if she still believed that to be true. There was a long pause as silence settled over the room. Virilia opened her mouth to speak, but couldn't find the words. Makiko stepped forward again, her expression sincere. She admitted that she still believed in him, or more precisely, that she hoped to believe in him. She said he must have had a reason for everything he had done. Su Yang gave a small nod, a faint smile playing on his lips as he thanked her. While they spoke, Virilia stood aside, quietly observing. She thought they were likely safe now. Even the king of original sin listened to Su Yang. Offending him would be a disaster. But she couldn't help questioning whether Makiko truly believed Su Yang was a good person. Still, she reasoned, Su Yang had saved them from the elves. That was enough. Su Yang turned to her and told her to stay put until the outside situation settled down. Once it did, he would send them back. Makiko nodded with a smile and agreed. The scene shifted to a quiet, candlelit room inside the mansion. The elf sat on the ground, a trace of sadness on her face as she muttered that 2 more duties had been brought back. She wondered aloud if he was planning to build a harem there. Su Yang responded without hesitation, teasingly asking if she was jealous. She looked away, her cheeks flushed. She insisted that she didn't mind him bringing other girls back. What she wanted was simply some time that belonged to her. Since they had come to this place, he had been too busy to accompany her properly. He let out a sigh and smiled gently. Since she had said all that, what else could he do? As the door closed softly behind them, he promised to spend good time with her that day. Later, as the candlelight flickered gently, Su Yang sat in a chair lost in thought. He reflected that after obtaining the dark source power of the king of original sin, he would be able to complete the 5th transfer the next day. With his accumulated experience, he felt confident he could jump directly to max level and begin the 6th transfer quest. His gaze turned toward the darkness beyond the window. Everything in the demon abyss was going according to plan, but the elf world remained a hidden threat. He considered waiting for the authority of the king of original sin to cool down before resurrecting Wrath and sending him to investigate. He stood up and slowly walked to the window. If the elves' combat power turned out to be weaker than expected, then allowing the kings of original sin to occupy the elf world first would be entirely possible. A flicker of ambition crossed his eyes. After eliminating the Lord of original sin, he would become the ruler of all 3 factions. He placed a hand on the cool glass. He believed that the human and demon factions could coexist peacefully, but the elf faction, they could only become subordinates. Just as he turned away from the window, a voice echoed softly behind him. Someone expressed anticipation for the surprised expression Su Yang would have upon receiving the Abyss's gift. Su Yang paused, his thoughts shifting again. He had nearly forgotten about the people from the Shiva nation. By now, those nobles had likely all been transferred over, especially Amino. His eyes narrowed. As someone who always took revenge when owed, it was time for Amino to pay. As the scene shifted once more, high-ranking priests stood in solemn silence beneath the towering spires of the sanctuary. Her expressions were shadowed with doubt and unease. She, cloaked in deep blue robes, stepped closer to the great statue that stood at the temple's heart. Her hand rested lightly on its cold surface, as though seeking clarity through divine contact. All clues point to Su Yang, she thought with a furrowed brow. Could he really be related to the Lord of the Abyss? Her gaze traveled upward, toward the celestial emblem engraved above the statue. She pondered silently. A 5-star transfer. For most geniuses, that would be an insurmountable challenge. But aloud, she finally said, this might be a challenge for ordinary genius. She paused, then added internally, but if Su Yang is truly the incarnation of that Abyss Lord, then completing a 5-star transfer would be as effortless for him as breathing. Her thoughts moved quickly. The priest responsible for overseeing his previous transfer. Would she know something? The scene transitioned again, this time to the glowing marble halls of the Job Change Temple in Tianling City, where the energy in the air had grown tense and almost electric. A subtle tremor ran through the sacred ground, and the immense holy statue at the center of the hall began to radiate with an otherworldly brilliance. Bai Ling appeared at the entrance, her eyes immediately locking onto the glowing effigy. She murmured to herself, wondering if this could be the summoning of the holy statue, something that had never happened before. A voice answered her before she could continue. The woman introduced herself as Euphemia, the third holy high priestess. Her presence was commanding and her tone unwavering as she stepped forward, her ceremonial robes trailing behind her like woven starlight. She stated that she was there in the name of the holy statue. Bai Ling turned, startled by the name. She instinctively stepped back, barely able to believe it was Euphemia. Euphemia's gaze remained steady as she requested to know everything about Su Yang. Bai Ling repeated the name, stunned. Her voice wavered slightly as her mind struggled to process the weight. Bai Ling tells the high priestess, deciding it's finally time to share everything she knows about Su Yang. At first, she'd assumed the priestess already knew, but now she wants to talk about his heroic feats in full detail. The priestess is completely stunned. She hadn't expected any of this. Bai Ling even gets a little flustered while recalling how she first met him when he was just an ordinary warrior. Who would have guessed he'd go on to pull off legendary miracles? She reminisces about their time together. Even the priestess had met him once. Bai Ling explains that every jaw transfer he did was flawless, like 5-star level perfect. He crushed Crimson Wither in combat. He even tamed the Black Dragon. And the pavilion's young lady? She literally fell for him, like physically. That's all I know about Su Yang. Satisfied? Bai Ling says, clearly still caught up in her feelings for him. Honestly, it was written all over her face. She told the princess again that she'd said everything. But the princess stayed silent, and it became obvious to her that the princess had fallen for Su Yang too. She realized she'd miscalculated. Then suddenly, the princess turned and asked, between you and Su Yang, is there still something you haven't told me? They were standing by the holy statue, where no lies or secrets were allowed. The girl got real close to our boy's name in that moment, so she couldn't just brush it off. She stumbled over her words, trying to explain. The priestess let out a sigh and said, it's fine. If you see Su Yang again, just tell him I'd really like to talk to him. The girl didn't want to pass that message, but she couldn't argue, so she nodded. In her head, though, she wondered, am I just overthinking all of this? Meanwhile, the priestess had her own worries. Now that Carl Lawrence had been killed, she thought the elves might finally shift their attitude. But even she couldn't see where the future was heading anymore. Oh Lord, she prayed, please bless humanity and help us make it through this disaster. Back at the elves' castle, the group gathered, concerned about a troubling rumor. Demons from the abyss were hunting the Shiva people. One of them insisted there had to be some misunderstanding and decided to go meet the demon high priest personally for answers. But on their way, they were intercepted by a group of towering demons. One of them looked at a young elf and asked if he was a minor. The elf responded respectfully, confirming that he was and offering his help. Without warning, a massive hand reached out and grabbed him by the head like he was nothing. The demon lifted him up and announced that by the command of the demon high priest, Amino was accused of disrespecting the great lord and must be sentenced to death. Amino stood there, stunned, not understanding what was happening. His friend tried to reason with them, saying there had to be a mistake and that Amino would never insult the great lord. Even Amino spoke up, claiming he had never said a single disrespectful thing and that this had to be a misunderstanding. But the large demon remained unmoved, declaring that this was the will of the great lord, and if anyone had an issue with it, they could take it up with the lord himself. He then ordered his subordinates to take Amino away. The demons grabbed him and dragged him off while his shocked companion stood frozen, unsure of what to do next. As Amino was taken away, the group quietly questioned their next move, watching helplessly. Meanwhile, at the demon job transfer temple, Lady Livia stood with authority and demanded the presence of the one accused of blasphemy against the Lord. Amino, desperate, pleaded for mercy. He said he truly didn't do it, begged for them to believe him, and swore he hated the humans more than anything. He asked for one chance to prove himself and promised to become the fiercest demon warrior. Just then, the demon slammed Amino's head into the ground with brutal force. Standing tall, he announced that the blasphemer had been brought before Lady Livia. Livia turned, glanced down at him, and sneered. So this was the ant-like creature bold enough to blaspheme against the Lord? Amino, still dazed, begged for mercy. He swore he never meant any offense to the Lord. But Livia cut him off coldly, questioning whether someone like him was even worthy to speak in her presence. Without warning, a vicious slap sent blood flying from Amino's face as his body crashed into the wall behind him. That's when our boy made his entrance. He stepped forward and calmly said that if Amino was wondering why he was being sentenced to death for blasphemy, he should raise his head and see the answer for himself. Amino looked up, and the moment his eyes locked on the figure before him, his expression tightened in disbelief. It was Su Yang. He muttered that it couldn't be possible. Su Yang replied with an eerie calm. He said this was their first meeting and introduced himself. Su Yang, a native of Longxia, now serving as the acting Lord of the Abyss and its representative, effectively the crown prince of the damned abyss. He stepped closer, grabbing Amino by the head and reminding him that his brother Alter had once tried to massacre everyone in the dragon spirit's secret realm, including Su Yang himself. And now, after the failed plot, their entire nation had defected to the damned faction, a bold but foolish move. Amino, shaken, asked how Su Yang knew all this. Had he been watching him all along? Turning away, Su Yang said that when people scheme against others, they rarely stop to think that one day the consequences might catch up. Then he coldly added that Amino should go ahead and join his son, because Alter would be joining them in hell soon enough. The words sent a chill down Amino's spine. In desperation, he roared that he would fight to the death. His arms morphed into a swarm of deadly snakes that shot straight at Su Yang. But before they could reach him, the princess stepped in, flames flickering at her fingertip. She shouted for him to stop, declaring that attacking the Lord's representative was yet another crime. She raised her hand, letting the fire grow, and said with a smirk that his little ability seemed more suited for torture, and he should take his time enjoying it. No one could tell how exactly she struck him, but the sound of Amino's screams echoed far beyond the castle walls. The snakes he had summoned crumbled instantly into ash. Su Yang stood unfazed and said this was what it meant to face the consequences of your actions. Then, with a final glance, he ordered them to take Amino away and give him a swift execution. The guards obeyed immediately, dragging Amino out without hesitation. Su Yang then turned and declared that the newly arrived demon class from the Shiva Nation would be classified as a lower race and assigned to serve as attendants. Livia nodded, confirming she understood. As things settled, Su Yang's mind shifted. With the Shiva Nation now dealt with, his next targets were clear: the Elf Nation and that two-faced clown, Tokugawa. Sooner or later, all of them would pay the price. The scene shifts to the Grand Elf King's court, a massive and imposing castle. A figure slowly approaches, limping and bruised all over. The guards spot him and immediately recognize him. Lord Carl has returned. Wounded and exhausted, Carl's thoughts race. He wonders who that terrifying woman was. The power she displayed was far beyond anything anyone from the human world should possess. Her posture, her presence, everything about her felt off. Could she have been a demon from the abyss? If so, how could that be possible? And now he had to report this to the queen. She would no doubt be furious. Inside, the queen was already waiting. Calm, but expectant, she greeted him casually, noting that he had finally returned. She immediately asked about the one who killed Prince Erich. Carl, overwhelmed, dropped to his knees in complete defeat. Bowing deeply, he reported that the murderer had been identified. It was a young man named Su Yang, from Longxia, part of the human world. And more shockingly, he was the one who had tamed the Black Dragon. Gasps echoed through the hall. The warriors began murmuring among themselves. The Black Dragon? Tamed? That was supposed to be an omen of destruction. One of the elf warriors muttered that the creature should be slain immediately. The court was tense, everyone wondering how Her Majesty would respond. The queen's fury erupted. She shattered a nearby stone with her bare hands and demanded to know Su Yang's location. Carl, still kneeling, explained that there had been 2 survivors from the dragon spirit's secret realm who might have known the full truth. But while escorting them back, they were ambushed by an incredibly powerful demon. He tried to resist, but was defeated, and now the whereabouts of the two survivors were unknown. This new development only deepened the queen's concern. The elf lord continued, his voice trembling. He said the power of the abyss demon was terrifying, possibly even on par with the king of original sin. Another elf lord gasped in shock. The high minister had been killed? Just how strong was this demon? The room filled with unease. If a being tied to the king of original sin had managed to escape the abyss and enter the human world, then using it as a gateway to reach the elf realm seemed entirely possible. One of the elf lords turned to the queen and said that, according to the high minister's report, the strength of the abyss demon might be beyond anything they could imagine. He recommended that while continuing the investigation into Prince Erich's death, they should also speed up efforts to form an alliance with the humans to address the abyss threat. The other elf chiefs nodded in agreement. The queen sighed heavily. She declared that, since all her ministers shared the same opinion, then in the name of the holy nature goddess, she would be willing to temporarily set aside her personal grief and form an alliance with the humans to face the threat of the abyss together. However, she made it clear that Prince Erich's death would not go unanswered. The one responsible must be found, and their blood offered as sacrifice to the royal family. As her words echoed through the court, everyone turned toward the great door carved into the giant tree at the heart of their mystical castle. One of the elf lords stepped forward and began chanting, invoking the name of the holy nature goddess, praying that the queen's light would shine even in the other world. Meanwhile, in his mind, the elf lord reflected on the elf kingdom's long and brutal history with black dragons. They had slain 95 of them over the centuries. In fact, within the dragon kingdom itself, black dragons were now extinct. Never once had a black dragon appeared with the bloodline of the ancient devourer. He reasoned that the dragon tamed by the human boy couldn't possibly possess such a rare and terrifying lineage. And if that were true, killing it would be as easy as crushing a bug. The scene shifts to our hero, now seated on a throne in the face of a demon lord. The solid, rumbling bass beneath him pulses with raw power. He leans back, relishing the sensation of reconnecting with a long-lost strength. Each time it returns, it brings the same exhilarating rush. He knows it won't be long before he fully claims this power as his own. After all, true strength must eventually belong to the wielder. Otherwise, it's nothing but an illusion. He stretches out his hand, and strange, dark energy crackles from his fingers. Thoughts swirl in his mind. The appearances of Lucifer and Livia will no doubt attract major attention from both the human and elf factions. But during the period of uneasy silence that follows, neither side will make any reckless moves. This calm provides the perfect window to strengthen himself. He looks toward the semi-artifact, considering it as a tool to grind through its restrictions and eventually turn it into a weapon under his full control. A blast of energy lashes out toward the chained Lucifer, and suddenly a notification flashes into view. The semi-artifact, known as Rage King's armor, has been broken. Equipment and special restrictions are now removed. More data flows in, massive stat boosts and displays of brute strength, solid proof of how far he has come. He thinks ahead, calculating his enemies. 100,000 diamond tier demons, 1,000 star tier, 100 crescent tier, and 10 solar tier demons. It's no small number. Even demigod-level professionals would need immense time and effort to eliminate them all. But with the power of the king of original sin surging through him, it would take only a moment. He exhales sharply, the force of it cracking the sound barrier. Then with a flick of his wrist, energy pulses outward from the tower like a wave. Creatures lurking beyond the walls sense it. Whispers rise. They believe the demon lord is watching. He clenches his hand into a fist, calm and commanding. Energy begins condensing in his palm. Then, another notification appears. A level 143 star-tier native demon has been slain. Experience gained reaches 1 million, and his stats soar once again. Just then he killed more native demons, and his total experience soared to 53 billion. He smiled proudly, thinking this is what true efficiency looks like, and it was simply too satisfying. Suddenly, a magical pattern appeared above, and the chain monster was released. He called it perfect. He began to play with the swirling black energy in his hand, and commanded Lucifer to approach. Lucifer appeared and knelt before him, saying she was ready to receive his orders. He extended his hand and told her to hand the energy to his agent. She reached out to grab it and responded that she understood. Curious, he asked what she thought of his chosen agent. She answered that the agent was chosen by the Lord, and his decision was not for them to question. He quietly noted how she never dared overstep with him, unlike how she treated others. The contrast was striking. Then Livia stepped forward and requested an audience, saying she had an urgent matter to report. He replied without hesitation, asking if it was about the Red Moon invasion. She confirmed it and admitted the information had arrived unexpectedly. She confessed she did not know how to handle it, and asked what the red moon really was. Both Lucifer and Livia sat before him, completely unaware. He realized the Abyss had never encountered a red moon invasion before. If they had, then neither of them would be this lost. But since the Jaw Transfer Temple had a working system for it, he decided to copy it. As he began to explain the red moon, something suddenly clicked. A realization hit him, and his eyes narrowed. Strange red energy started flooding the city. Outside, the monsters grew alert. They saw the glowing red light and whispered in fear. Something terrible was coming. Humans also witnessed it. The red glow spread across the land, and panic followed. People screamed and shouted that the red moon had descended. In the sky, the moon began to twist and melt. Thick, dark red energy poured from it like liquid. Then, without warning, a blinding light exploded above, shattering reality itself. Lucifer stared at the sky with a tense expression as the energy flickered and twisted above them. Her eyes narrowed while she tried to make sense of the phenomenon. From the Scarlet Gate, a blinding red light bursts out, ominous and pulsing. A monstrous figure steps through, and his presence chills the air. His eyes gleam with malevolence as the creature fully emerges. He is called Crimson Wither and is known across dimensions as the Whisperer of Chaos. Lucifer narrows her eyes, completely unfazed. She scoffs and mutters to herself that he is just another weak ant. Without hesitation, she unleashes a massive wave of pink energy straight at him. The explosion lights up the field, but Crimson Wither walks through it like mist, completely unharmed. Lucifer flinches because that is not supposed to happen. Livia also stares, stunned. Livia steps forward with irritation in her voice. What she is doing, she snaps at Lucifer. If you can't handle this trash, then I'll do it myself. She summons her power, fierce and radiant, and hurls it at Crimson. But again, there is nothing. The energy slips through him like light through paper. He does not even blink. Livia freezes as her mind races, and she thinks that her attack has gone right through him. It feels like he is on a different plane, like she cannot even touch him. A cold realization grips her. She thinks that even the attacks of Demon Kings mean nothing to him. That legend must be true, that Crimson Wither can only be defeated by a hero. But then, she wonders, what would happen if the hero is possessed by a demon lord? At that moment, the Demon King rises from his throne. His aura pulses as dark power gathers in his palm, glowing blood red. The light alone makes the atmosphere crackle. Even Crimson Wither pauses. Before the monster can react, the Demon King launches his attack. A surge of pure destruction tears across the battlefield. This time, it works and Crimson's form begins to fracture, breaking apart into shards of light and shadow. Lucifer gasps as she watches and whispers that her lord truly has power. Crimson's form begins to shift, twisting into something new. This is Crimson Eye, his true essence revealed. As he watches it unfold, the Demon King clenches his fist. Memories of their last encounter flash in his mind as he reminds himself that I will not be like last time. He will not freeze, and he will end it. He looks around uncertainly and wonders, is this the world inside the gate? Some kind of spiritual illusion? But there's no more time to think. The battle has already begun. The Red Lord still stands before the Scarlet Gate, beside the Crimson Eye, and thinks to himself that the pressure is terrifying enough to make even the Abyss Lord feel his heart falter. Suddenly, a radiant rain of light descends from above, and the red monster drops to his knees. He admits with disbelief that he has been completely suppressed and questions whether this mere mindscape has broken him. The Demon King lifts his palm, glowing with silent power, and thinks to himself that it is over an unexpected gain he never foresaw. Something beyond the King of Original Sin has revealed itself, and now makes sense why the Job Transfer Temper remains cautious of the Red Moon. Beyond that Crimson Gate, and past the bleeding light, lies a world untouched and unknown. Nearby, Livia and Lucifer kneel on the ground. In that moment, the chain Livia holds in her hand loosens and falls away. Lucifer turns to the god and says that his soul has shifted and asks softly, has his majesty been tainted by crimson? Livia stares in silence, wondering the same. The Demon King, who remains seated, only shrugs it off like it is nothing. He says, there is no problem, and we should return to the previous topic. It is time to teach you knowledge related to the Red Moon. Lucifer, upon hearing that name, murmurs to herself, Red Moon Invasion. Crimson with a red moon crystal core. Livia places a hand on her face and admits, I'm overwhelmed. There is too much information at once. The Demon King tells her not to overthink it, and says it would be better to experience it. He reveals that he has used his power to survey the abyss, and what he saw confirms his fears. The Crimson Force is beginning to seep into the darkness. That means even demons who have perfectly completed the job transfer can now trigger a Red Moon invasion. Livia asks, What do you mean by that? The Demon King turns to her and says that, as the higher demon priestess, she must take charge of the Red Moon matter. If a crimson gate appears, she must slay the heretic that emerges and offer him its crystal core. He declares, anyone who surrenders 1,000 Red Moon crystal cores will be granted a fragment of my origin power. Livia lowers her head. As you command, my lord. And then, the Demon King gazes beyond the gate and speaks of the vastness of the world. He says that the Lord of Original Sins is not his limit. One day, he will surpass that crimson being and uncover the greatest mystery of existence. The scene shifts to a holy city where the High Priestess stands. She looks up at the sky and murmurs, it's been less than half a month since the last Red Moon, and yet here comes another. And now the abyss stirs. World-class wars rumble on the horizon, and a crisis that could end everything is taking shape. In her heart, she pleads to her Lord to reveal when the true Savior will come to lead them from this collapsing future. Just then, Suyang appears and quietly announces his return. At that moment, a girl comes running toward him without hesitation. She throws her arms around him in a tight embrace. Suyang blinks in surprise as he tries to process the sudden warmth. She looks up at him and says, I just woke up from a nightmare. I saw a blood-red moon opening its maw and swallowing everything whole. Her voice trembles as she adds that she does not want that future to come true. Suyang listens in silence, then gently taps her on the head and asks, with a soft smile, if she has so little faith in him. He says that instead of dreaming of despair, she should imagine him punching the Red Moon into pieces. She does not respond right away, only holds him tighter and whispers that she is just scared because he is all she has left. Before he could say anything more, Lucifer appears at the edge of the scene. She watches the tender moment between them and remarks that the proxy seems rather busy. Suyang turns slightly and replies that indeed, things might get even busier soon, and tells her to let him know if anything important comes up. The girl behind him instinctively hides herself behind Suyang's back. Lucifer steps forward and hands him a crystal shard. This is something my lord entrusted to me. Keep it safe. Suyang holds the crystal in his hand and stares at it for a long moment. A quiet thought passes through his mind. He notes that she has left without hesitation. That kind of trust must mean she has a rather high opinion of him. The frame drifts toward a volcanic hellscape, where monsters writhe and drown in rivers of lava. A distorted voice echoes through the burning air, followed by a twisted laugh. The speaker declares, with madness in his tone, that the Red Moon crystal gold is his. He shouts that he will trade it for origin power from his lord and cries out to the skies that soon he will become a lord himself. High above the chaos, Lucifer hovers silently, her body slicing through the air like a shadow. Her voice comes low and cold as she questions how anyone could dare to usurp her lord. In her hand, she holds a glowing Red Moon crystal core, and her gaze burns with contempt. She wonders aloud why her lord has chosen that proxy, who is weak and ruled by carnal desire choice that only stains the majesty of her lord's name. But the law has already been spoken. For every 1,000 Red Moon crystals offered, a fragment of the origin power will be granted. Lucifer tightens her grip on the core. Her eyes shimmer with hunger. She whispers, I must work harder. I must be filled with my lord's power. And then she raises her hand to the sky and declares the only thing left to do. Suddenly, the pink energy explodes across the battlefield, and Lucifer's voice cuts through the chaos as she declares, with cold resolve, let the slaughter begin. After the pink energy explosion converges, the air crackles with tension. Lucifer hovers in the air, her red eyes glowing as a wicked smile stretches across her face. From within the fading glow, a voice echoes cold and ancient. The sin of error shall be offered to the crimson moon. A skeletal figure steps through the smoke and light. His name is Crimson Wither, ancient chanter class divine. Lucifer spreads her dark wings wide and takes to the sky. Her voice rings out, sharp and proud. How dare a heretic spouting nonsense attempt to judge an original sin? In the face of my arrogance, your withering is but dust. She draws her arrow, infusing it with raw energy, then lets it fly. It strikes the skeleton squarely between the bones, but nothing happens. Only a small hollow mark remains, and the figure calmly pulls the arrow out of his chest with no reaction. He looks at it with cold disdain and says, hollow arrogance. Not worth mentioning. Then he crushes the arrow in his hand. His voice deepens. Whether it is you or this fleeting world, it will all be crushed beneath the crimson moon. Suddenly, a tide of blood around Lucifer bursts onto the screen, swallowing everything in a wave of crimson. Lucifer watches, frozen, her confidence shaken. The figure turns his empty gaze toward her and declares, this is what becomes of those who oppose the crimson moon. The spiky figure clutches sharp claws in both hands, stepping forward with the clear intent to fight. In response, Lucifer spreads her arms wide and unleashes a domain expansion filled with raw, overwhelming energy. The air distorts as her spatial barrier forms vast and absolute. As the claws descend toward her, they collide with the barrier and stop. The skeletal figure stares in disbelief. This is a spatial barrier, and its scale is massive. Even Crimson Wither shows a flicker of surprise. Lucifer's voice rises, cold and mocking. Her self-important opponent is about to learn what real terror looks like. She channels her energy again and says, "Experience what true terror is." With a swift motion, she slices through the skeletal figure cleanly in two. His body shatters into glowing fragments of pink energy. Lucifer hovers in the air and scoffs. "That's all it is?" Then she pauses and thinks to herself. Just as her lord says, the enemies inside the Crimson Gate mirror the target's power. That means they can actually damage her. But still, she wonders if that was the level 100 monster Talon. Did it somehow wander into the thorns by mistake? Suddenly, a bright system notification flashes on the screen, showing that she kills the Crimson Wither and obtains 8,000 moon crystal core. Lucifer smirks, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction. She notes that 8,000 will be enough to exchange for 8 wisps of her lord's fundamental power. Her breath grows heavier as deep anticipation wells within her. This time she believes her lord will fill her more completely than ever before. A faint flush warms her face, and she whispers to herself that she cannot wait. Then she notices the crimson energy has somehow entangled her. She isn't sure when it happened, only that it now clings tightly to her, and she can't get rid of it. There seem to be no side effects for now, but she decides she'll ask her lord about it during their next audience. The view shifts to Suyang as he holds the red moon crystal core in his hands. He exhales lightly and speaks to himself, urging the process to begin and telling it to complete the class change quest. In the next panel, someone appears to be quietly observing him as he moves through the ritual. The system screen displays a prompt about quest detection. Moments later, new information confirms the quest completion and lists the rewards. Suyang feels something stir within him, as if he's just leveled up. He murmurs to himself that he hadn't even realized how much experience he had built up. At this pace, it seems like he could reach max level in one go next time too. More messages scrolls. Suyang smiles faintly and thinks that his spirit attribute now completely exceeds the requirement for the forbidden spellbook Augustin has given him. With his current strength, he figures most enemies can be defeated with just a basic attack. Dark swirls of black energy begin circling around his body. His eyes narrow as he senses something shift. A new energy flows into him. Purple light begins to coil around his limbs as the fusion begins. He notes with surprise that the process is unexpectedly smooth, completely devoid of the pain he felt during the third bestowal ritual. He wonders if perhaps his growing connection to the King of Original Sin has increased his compatibility. And then, without warning, a violent burst of evil energy erupts around him. Darkness floods the space like a shockwave, tearing through the fabric of reality. Suyang staggers back, wide-eyed and completely caught off guard by the sheer force of the surge. Outside the building, every monster freezes in place. All eyes turn upward toward the sky, where the energy now pulses like a living storm. Without hesitation, they drop to their knees, heads bowed in reverence. Even Livia, standing in the shadows of the ruined hall, lifts her gaze to the sky. A mix of awe and dread fills her voice as she whispers to herself that it might be her lord's personal presence descending upon the world. All around her, the monsters begin to chant in unison, "Long live the Lord." Varela and the green-eyed girl stand inside the room, watching everything unfold outside the demon temple. They exchange uneasy glances as they sense a sudden eruption of overwhelming pressure. Varela mutters to herself that something powerful has just awakened. Through the window, they see the surge of evil energy rising like a storm, and it is coming from the direction of the demon temple. She wonders aloud, who could command such a force? Strong enough to make all the demons drop to their knees at once. Could it really be him, and wonders if the legendary King of Original Sin has descended? Beside her, Varela's sister suddenly drops to her knees, trembling with fear. One of the other girls rushes over and asks what's wrong. Varela stares at her sister and says, in a shaken voice, that she might have been used in some kind of summoning ritual. Hope that's not true. The green-eyed girl steps forward and says she will try to find out. She activates her magic, and the moment she peers into the energy, her eyes widen in disbelief after seeing Suyang. Suyang stands steady as the new energy flows through him. He lifts his gaze and quietly declares that this must be the ultimate power of darkness. A message flashes across the screen stating that the hidden class change quest is complete. He gives a small smile and thinks to himself that this ability was originally meant to be granted only after defeating a king of original sin. Yet somehow, it has unlocked early, and it lasts only 5 minutes as he knows that it is more than enough to deal with most enemies. He smiles more broadly and says, this is exactly what a true class change and hidden class reward should feel like. Absolute perfection. Suddenly, a voice rises behind him, calling out in fury. It is Lucifer, and she is clearly enraged. Her energy burns through the air as she steps forward and glares at him. She says, you are nothing more than a regent, and have no right to misuse the Lord's power or force the abyssal followers to kneel. Don't forget you are just a puppet. Suyang slowly turns to face her with a calm smile. Before she can speak, Suyang continues and says, if you insist on calling me a puppet, then it's time to correct your thinking. His power flares, and waves of pink energy mix with black swirls, twisting the air. He lifts a hand, and his energy forms something sharp and bright. He says, you'll experience my power with your own bodies. A small crystalline projectile forms in his palm and launches toward them. Lucifer and Livia dodge just in time as the blast tears through the air. Lucifer's fury sharpens, and she says, if you dare keep abusing the Lord's power, I will be forced to teach you a lesson. But before she can act, something shifts. The energy around them suddenly changes, and both Lucifer and Livia freeze in place. Lucifer gasps and says that her arrogance and power are gone. Livia is stunned because her own power has vanished too. She does not understand what is happening. Suyang, still calm, his expression unreadable, says, a regent is not just someone who follows the commands of the Lord. A true regent is one who holds the Lord's authority. Lucifer finds herself kneeling before him. In her mind, she admits that the force she just felt didn't seem like a regent at all. It felt like she was facing the Lord himself. She pushes the thought aside, stands tall again, and says she recognizes his strength and will follow your orders. But remember his place, she will not tolerate repeated aggression against the Lord. Suyang keeps his hands in his pockets and responds calmly, mocking them. Even without the Lord's authority, you remain weak. Lucifer turns away, and her steps are heavy. Her pride was clearly wounded as she walked off. She hopes he proves worthy of the authority he has claimed. The two figures vanish into the distance. Suyang watches them leave, and a small grin forms on his face. He thinks that the more arrogant Lucifer becomes, the more it amuses him. After all, he muses, who would ever reject such a powerful, beautiful, and loyal follower? The scene shifts where Suyang stands alone in front of the towering demon statue, navigating the screen before him, fingers gliding over the interface. He thinks he has fused enough dark origin power for 4 activations. 3 uses remain, but even now, his 5th-tier body can barely handle a single wisp of it. He tells himself, maybe after reaching 6th tier, I can push it further. Then, he taps the screen to view the 5-star quest for 6th-tier advancement. A new interface flashes up with details about the 5-star target. Sun Yao chuckles, thinking that a solo fight against a glorious moon-tier foe at 5th tier is suicide for most, but he's used to the impossible. He lifts his hand, and emerald flames flicker to life in his palm. He wonders if I devour him using gluttony authority, how much will my attributes grow? He thinks he might as well test his new powers too. Then the view shifts to Abyss Floor 19. Deep underground, in the dark and dangerous levels of the abyss, a huge black dragon is curled up on the rocky ground. Its wings are so big they stretch across entire platforms, and its scales glow with evil energy. High above it stands Sun Yang on the dragon's back. He gazes down as the screen zooms in, revealing a monstrous figure ahead. A sharp voice echoes throughout the floor. By order of Lord Livia's new abyss law, the final 10 floors of every 100 are reserved for the rising Devon nobility. The being before him steps forward, towering and twisted with blade-like limbs, and the name of this creature is Demon Lord Lovick. Lovick snarls and demands, whose subordinate are you, daring to break the rules? Aren't you afraid of Lord Livia's punishment? Suyang holds a sword, faintly crackling with divine malice. He says that if Livia made this rule herself, then she must be trying to rebuild the demon faction after the rise of Demon City. He adds that she is ambitious. Lovick roars. His voice splits the sky. No matter whose subordinate you are, in the abyss, the only law is the law of the jungle, where the strong survive and the weak perish. As Lovick's strike closes in, Suyang's form shifts instantly. He is no longer human, and no longer mortal as he becomes a demon king now. He grins and asks, are you ready to die? A system message flashes across the battlefield that reads, Great Sin. Lovick halts as he senses the shift, but it is already too late. The two clash, with blades flashing and magic tearing the space around them. Tension peaks, and silence falls before the inevitable blow. Suddenly, Lovick crashes to the ground. His monstrous form cracks open, with his grotesque belly exposed. His expression shifts to pleading and submissive. Lavik stares up and says he is Regent Sama and begs for mercy. Sun Yang hovers above with wings flaring and tells Lavik, I want to test my new power on you. You'll do whatever I say. No disobedience. Lavik replies, I will do anything you command, even if it means dying 10,000 times. Sun Yang lifts his gaze to the heavens while basking in the rush of power and declares that arrogance is confirmed. A new power surges beneath his skin as the screen flashes again with the message Great Sin as the Greed Authority unlocking. Suyang hovered high above the battlefield, then spiraled down toward the ground. He faced the monster standing below and asked, Do you have star-type equipment? Lavik replied urgently, I'll give it all to you. I also have a lot of glorious moon-type equipment as well. Suyang lifted his sword, as if ready to strike, and said there was no need because his star-type juggler was a bit outdated anyway, and it was perfect for a test. His palm began to glow with spiraling green energy, as though he was about to unlock a new power, the great sin of greed. Then his dagger shattered into fragments and reformed into an amazing key, glowing with strange light. A moment later, a system screen flickers into view displaying information about the shield class. Suyang breathes slowly, says this isn't even an offensive skill, but the effect is insane. He grips the glowing green key in his other hand and says, This key lets me strip my opponent under equal conditions star-tier gear against someone practically naked. And lastly, he wants to try the final skill, which is known as Great Sin, Sloth, and the screen shows the info about this skill. As the skill Greed in Sloth activates, Suyang tosses the equipment to Lavik and tells him to use his skills, along with a magic scroll, on him. The monster quickly obeys and channels his power into the equipment. In an instant, a red, mana-like light surges out and shoots towards Suyang. Lavik hesitates and warns him that it is a forbidden spell and he should be careful. But Suyang stays high in the sky, completely still as the spell charges at him. The energy crashes forward, yet vanishes without a trace. The monster, Lavik blinks and is stunned by what just happened. Suyang simply nods and says, Very good. But his mind races that mana consumption is insane and almost runs dry in a second. Even with Reaper mode, I wouldn't last more than 3 minutes. He exhales and says the last authority, which is lust authority, stays sealed for now, not testing it today, maybe later. Nearby, Lavik drops to his knees exhausted and asks if his performance was satisfactory, Regent Sama. Suyang lands beside him and appreciates him for his performance. He steps forward and says now one last thing. Then the monster lifts his head and says, Please command me. Suyang raises his hand as energy crackles around him and says, Offer your head, and, in an instant, kill the monster. Now the scene shifts to the palace temple, where the high priestess sits on her grand seat, speaking to her gathered subordinates. Her voice grows heavy as she begins to admit that Lilith, too, has fallen into Suyang's hands. One subordinate responds with a sharp nod and says based on the latest reports from the human world, one of our scouts spotted a man from India who claims he saw Princess Lilith entering a known residence belonging to Suyang. But shortly after she vanished again, likely hidden away by Suyang himself. The high priestess clenches her fists as her voice sharpens with rage. She says this woman, named Suyang, has gone too far. Not only did she privately tame the Black Dragon, a creature known to be a seed of disaster, she also mercilessly slaughtered my son Erich, and now she dares to abduct my beloved daughter Lilith. Her sins are threefold and unforgivable. The high priestess rises from her seat, her body trembling with a mix of fury and sorrow as she raises her voice in judgment. In the name of the sacred goddess of nature, and the honor of the elven royal family, I declare a death sentence upon Suyang. Kill on sight and leave no survivors. Do not stop until she is completely annihilated. The chamber echoes with one voice as the subordinates all chant in unison. Kill! 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 The high priestess turns to the minister of arcana, her voice steady yet commanding. This time, she instructs him to once again descend into the human world, not for observation, but to initiate talks of alliance and to set the date for the long-awaited crusade against the abyss. For this mission, she declares she will temporarily entrust him with the royal artifact, a symbol of ancient power. This artifact has two purposes, she explains. First, to strike fear into the ignorant hearts of humans. Second, if another king of original sin from the abyss attacks, kill them on the spot. The minister lowers his head respectfully, then raises a chain-like staff in both hands, a magical rod pulsing with yellow mana. He speaks with conviction. Rest assured, your majesty, I will spread the glory of the sacred goddess of nature and uphold the honor of their royal bloodline throughout the human realm. I will ensure that those frail humans understand submission is their only path to survival. The High Priestess nods once with finality and declares the meeting adjourned, then orders the Minister of Arcana to come with her. In the palace, the High Priestess points to the magic staff, glowing faintly with yellow mana, and asks, "What is that exactly?" The minister bows slightly and replies, "It uses royal bloodline as a guide to track the cursed princess." The High Priestess frowns. Is it truly worth consuming sacred royal blood for a girl who brought only disgrace? Without hesitation, he drops to his knees and offers the glowing staff before her. She looks down at the artifact and speaks with solemn weight. "Non-royals cannot wield this relic. I have awakened it for you using primeval blood. Only now can you unlock its true power." Inwardly, she shudders, thinking just holding it for a moment nearly sent her own magic spiraling out of control. The artifact's force is beyond reason. She places her hand over him as mana weaves into his form and gives a final command. "One more thing. Help me find Lilith. Follow the guidance in the primeval blood, and you will surely find her." The minister lowers his head and replies, "Yes," and disappears from the chamber, his mission clear. The High Priestess turns to Marita. "What exactly have you discovered? And why are you so determined to bring back my cursed daughter, even if it means consuming the royal court's most precious blood?" Marita steps forward, her voice gentle but certain, said, "Sister, this is divine guidance. She will understand soon. This will become crucial for the survival of the entire royal court." Meanwhile, at the royal palace, one of the subordinates rushes into the grand hall. "Lord Carl, the death sentence for Su Yang has been officially issued. We await your command." Carl doesn't hesitate. "Good. This is your chance to redeem yourself. Seize it properly and do not fail as you did before." The subordinate bows, "Yes, my lord." Far above them in the sky, Su Yang sits atop his black-tamed dragon, saying a death sentence. "They're really going all in, are they?" He reaches for the scarlet sword at his side, then smirks. "I wonder how many Crimson Moon crystal cores it'll take to erase a demigod from this world." Our boy's riding his jet-black dragon like it's just another Tuesday, staring out at the clouds with that deep-in-thought anime, main character energy. His brain spinning. Why they drop Lilith's name, he wonders. Did they actually find her, or are they just flexing some tracking hack? His gaze sharpens. "If the elves expose my location," he mutters, "oh man, the chaos that'll hit could be fun to watch." His mind drifts back, memories resurfacing like echoes. Will they brand me a traitor? A human sighting with basal demons? A cold smile creeps across his face. He tells himself it doesn't matter, because history only remembers the victors. Once he kills the Lord of Original Sin, every doubt will vanish. Suddenly, a series of glowing messages flash across his screen about 6th-tier completion and rewards. Our guy's now standing before a massive demon statue with a purple crystal pulsing in his hand like a boss item drop. Su Yang grins. 4th tier to 6th in 2 days? Bro, the system better hand me a best grinder badge or something. More notifications roll in like bonuses, buffs, and system accolades. Strength surges through his body like fire through veins. These stats, he mutters, fist clenching. I'm nearly on par with Beelzebub, the king of gluttony. I'm actually starting to feel like a proper boss. Then he feels it a flicker, like someone's watching. He doesn't even turn. "You really like lurking, Livia," he says casually. "Are you good, or just vibing in the shadows again?" Behind a broken tower, Livia flinches. She whispers that it's nothing, but quietly wonders how his power is growing so fast he doesn't even feel like the same man she saw yesterday. Slowly, she backs away, her eyes still fixed on him. Our boy watches her leave, hands in his pockets, unreadable as ever. Even the king of Original Sin spooked her, he thinks. Not a bad look, honestly. Then he turned, ready to move, and said it's time to advance to the next stage. The scene shifts where a seductive figure flickers into view. The screen flickers to life about a tribute panel and displaying new data. Belial kneels gracefully before her king. She speaks with calm respect. "I am honored by your summons, my king. What are your commands?" The demon king leans back, and he thinks to himself that it's exactly what he expected from someone who cleared the first floor of the 600th realm. His stats already far surpass Wrath. Belial bows deeply, and the demon king begins to speak. "Belial, with your life as the offering, I grant you the long slumber of death until you are summoned again. Do you object?" Belial lifts her gaze, her voice steady and firm as she declares that sloth represents stability and immutability, that death is absolute tranquility, and she is willing. She places a hand on her chest and states with calm devotion that she humbly obeys her king's will. The demon king raises his hand and tells her that her loyalty will not be forgotten. He commands her to await her next reincarnation in the void. Dark mana rises and wraps around Belial as the screen flashes about new experiences. The demon king leans back in his seat while a glowing interface flickers before him. He thinks the items were originally meant for those who defeated the Lord of Original Sin, enhancements to boost their final blow. Then he smirks and notes that now all the team bonuses intended for the Abyss Crusade's core members are being applied to him alone. And when he sees screen show that special drop acquired, his eyes narrow, and he murmurs that as for the Sin Reversal Divine Artifact, he goes quiet for a moment before speaking again. Well, that's the third one. Another world announcement is incoming. He leans forward slightly and wonders whether their morale will survive what's coming. The screen shifts to display information about the Sin Reversal Divine Artifacts and the players currently wielding the equipment. Our boy stands at the center of a ruined battlefield, surrounded by monsters clad in different divine gear. Around each of the 7 artifacts, glowing mana surges and pulses in waves. He looks at them and thinks aloud that the traits of the 7 Sin Reversal Divine Artifacts are mostly the same in structure. Their true purpose, he explains, is to assemble a crusade team of elites who hold matching authority. If he manages to gather all 7 artifacts, then he will no longer need an army, he will become one himself. At that moment, the Demon King issues a command. Lucifer, Livia, heed my summons and report on your Crimson Moon Crystal Core Collection progress. Lucifer steps forward and bows. Your subordinate heeds your summons. The Demon King gives his next order without pause. I command you to gather Crimson Crystal Cores. What is the current status of the battle? Lucifer responds immediately. She bows her head and reports that the Demon Temple has collected 2,310 crystal cores, and all subjects have offered them willingly to their king. The Demon King nods with satisfaction. Well done. Good. Livia steps forward, gesturing proudly toward the temple. It is my supreme honor to share your burdens, my king. Livia mutters to herself with quiet pride, letting out a soft ha. Lucifer glances sideways with a smirk and thinks that Livia should just wait and watch. In the next moment, Lucifer spreads her wings, soaring into the air with full main character flair. My king, I followed your guidance and slew the heretic that emerged from the Crimson Portal. These 8,000 Crimson Moon Crystal Cores are the spoils of that victory. She presents the glowing crystals with both hands. I offer them to you here. Livia's eyes widen in disbelief as she stares at the massive temple Lucifer conjured. 8,000 cores, she mutters, stunned by the sheer flex. The Demon King smiles, visibly pleased. Lucifer, you have done very well. You truly are worthy of being the first of the 7 saints. Lucifer descends like a queen, her expression calm, yet clearly victorious as she lets out a satisfied huff. Behind her, Livia glares with clenched fists, silently muttering in frustration, letting out a string of low, angry grumbles. The tension crackles in the air. Yeah, this isn't just about missions anymore. It's straight-up office rivalry, demonic edition. Both are dead set on impressing the big boss. And then in the next moment, dark energy coils through the air, wrapping around their bodies with possessive hunger. Livia and Lucifer stand before the crimson altar as black magic seeps into their skin. They gasp in pleasure, breathless, glowing with red light and left turned on. This ritual is more than strength, it's the surrender of a body. And they accept it completely. Overwhelmed by sensation, Lucifer bites her lip, breathless whisper echoing in her mind. Ah, it feels too good, I need him to fill me again, my king. The Demon King examines the gathered crystal cores, dark energy flickering across his palm as he counts them silently. He thinks to himself that this brings the total to 13,100 Crimson Moon Crystal Cores. The Scarlet Sword's true power is beginning to show. He wonders if he'll witness even greater numbers now that the collection is rising rapidly. His gaze sharpens as he recalls the others' contributions. Lucifer has gathered 6,210, and Livia has delivered 31,932. He murmurs that these are truly exaggerated numbers far beyond expectation. In comparison, the amount needed to completely eliminate the crowns of the Elf Kingdom will be far less than this. The thought alone makes him grin. He's practically buzzing with excitement now. He conjures a swirling orb of dense black energy and holds it in his hand. Last time, it was Lucifer, he says calmly. This time, Livia, I'll trouble you to deliver this to my regent. Livia bows, her expression calm. Yes, my king. Lucifer and Livia speak in unison. Your subordinate takes her leave. But as Livia turns, the Demon King's voice stops them. Lucifer, he says, you were injured during your clash with the Crimson Wither. Why don't you stay and let me see your wound? Lucifer lowers her head, voice soft. Yes, my lord. The moment flusters her, a blush rising as she steps closer. The tension between them thickens. Her pulse quickens under his gaze. Watching from behind, Livia halts, irritation flashing across her face. She clenches her fists slightly, thinking how Lucifer always finds a way to get under her skin. Lucifer's on her knees in front of the Demon King, eyes wide, voice full of awe as she's like, wait, why did you actually come down from the throne? Is it to witness the gift that made the Lord of Arrogance tremble? The Demon King steps forward like he owns every inch of existence, towers over her, rests a hand on her head, then raises a finger to his lips. Sure, he says, don't act unless I say so. Lucifer nods, instantly obedient. Yes, my lord. Then she starts channeling some serious energy like cosmic-level power is flooding her. The Demon King watches with that cold, calculating gaze. In his head, he's thinking, yep, just as I thought, the stronger the Scarlet Withering gets, the more insane the corruption. Even Lucifer isn't immune, but with enough strength, she might keep it in check. Then he just casually claims all that chaotic red energy for himself, like, yeah, mine now. Lucifer starts reacting hard. She's trembling, flushed, and low-key overwhelmed. That corrupted mana is pulsing through her skin, twisting into glowing red crystals. Crimson shards rain down around her like the sky's having a magic tantrum. She gasps, clearly flustered, and wonders if he's seriously converting all that corruption into red moon crystals. The Demon King picks up one of the crystals, looks at her, and goes, if you ever get corrupted again, don't try to fight alone. I'll handle it for you. Smooth. Like way too smooth. He heads back to his seat like nothing happened. Lucifer, still recovering, bows her head and whispers, yes, my lord. Inside, she's basically melting. My king, your kindness? Ugh, too much. Serving you is the biggest honor of my life. Back on his throne, the Demon King casually summons a glowing megasword. He lifts it with one hand and says he's now sitting on nearly 13,000 red moon crystals. Then, with a little smirk, maybe it's time to test this blade. The scene shifts to Holy City. The elven delegation rolls into the Holy City like they own the place. Right up front is the second prince, Andal Sevalea, looking like he came straight from a fantasy runway. The people whisper, that's Karl Lorenz again, someone says, annoyed. And now he's dragging along a royal? Ugh, another spoiled noble brat. Then the third person warned them, yo, shush. You trying to get caught running your mouth. A noble guy runs up, all formal and polished. Lord Karl, your highness welcome. Huge honor to host you both. Prince Andal turns slightly to Karl and asks who the man is. Karl replies calmly that it's Tokugawa Suno, the ruler of Sakura Nation. Tokugawa bows like a pro. Whatever requests you bring, the Sakura Nation is all in. Andal assures him that the promises made by the ministers haven't been forgotten. Tokugawa thanks him with a bow, but inside, he's fuming. Ever since that last summit, Longsha's been blocking us left and right. Just because they're ranked first globally, they act like gods. He clenches his fists. Wait till Karl helps me level up. I'm gonna make them pay double. Suddenly, the air shifts. Big tension vibes, and the Lord Tangjan shows up, and people feel it. Karl on horseback smirks. TCH pathetic. But hey, having spies, still better than nothing. The Elven King locks eyes with Tang. You must be Tangjan. Tang responded coldly, wanting to know what they wanted. The king drops a bomb. He asked Longsha's delegates to remove themselves from the summit entirely, referring to them as dogs. Everyone's jaw drops. One guy straight up loses it. It's Lin Sanchong, the vice guild leader, and he demanded the king. What the hell did you just say? Say it again. Karl doesn't even blink and unleashes a powerful attack. He calls Lin an insolent worm and questions how a mere human could show such disrespect to the second prince. Lin barely dodges and admits, yeah, okay, this guy's not just talk, he's cracked. Tang quickly steps in. Sancho, enough. Then to Karl. What exactly is your kingdom trying to pull? Karl keeps facing forward. He says having the second prince here is a gesture of goodwill. But the guy who killed Prince Eric and snatched Princess Lalith is from a Longsha citizen. So the delegation has no choice but to request Longsha's withdrawal from the summit. Prince Andal adds that the withdrawal would prevent further pain for his highness. Karl simply bows in response to the prince's will. Karl bows, acting all respectful, but Tang knows better. He's thinking, on the surface, they want to kick us out of the alliance. But deep down, they're after my boy Su Yang. Really going this far, for someone who just hit level 4? Karl keeps it going. The Elven delegation will not enter the temple or the summit until every Longsha rep is gone from the city. Inside the holy temple, the high priestess shows up in full divine mode, stands before a statue, and sends out a wave of holy light to heal Lin. Karl watches, narrowing his eyes. Just as things are about to pop off again, boom. A sacred blast shuts everyone up. The high priestess steps forward and warns everyone to mind their words and actions. Karl bows politely. Thank you for your guidance, high priestess, he says. I admit I was out of line. But inside, he shook. To match the sacred 3 branches. Maybe even surpass them? This temple's no joke. As he turns to go, he throws in one last jab. I'd advise settling this soon. Otherwise, the heartbroken second prince might not sign the pact. In private chamber, inside the temple, Lord Tang sits across from the High Priestess, the vibe's serious. She asks, "What's your take on the elves' demands?" Tang leans back. "It's all centered around our boy. The elves are treating him like some world-ending boss. This level of obsession? Kinda insane. A single prince's death isn't enough to justify all this." The High Priestess nods. "I agree, and I have a theory." Tang raises an eyebrow. "A theory?" She reveals that she has seen the world announcement. Tang's expression changes instantly. He stands up and asks if she has known already. The High Priestess nods. She says the one responsible for it is likely Su Yang himself. Tang just stands there, stunned. "My guy, what did you get yourself into?" With a flick of her hand, the High Priestess summoned a shimmering screen, replaying the intelligence they had gathered so far. Every thread seemed to lead back to one man. Whether it was the strange cases of mind control or the sudden appearance of the king of original sin, Su Yang's shadow loomed behind it all. At first, she suspected Adder. But even after his sealing, incidents continued to spiral out of control. And Su Yang vanished without a trace since the battle in the Dragon Spirit's secret realm. Now, even Mikiku and Verlio were missing. She wondered aloud if all of these events were connected, and concluded that, taken together, Su Yang appeared suspicious. Tang admitted he too had doubts, but argued that Su Yang was only a fourth-tier player and could not possibly be behind such things. The priestess narrowed her eyes and posed the thought that Su Yang might be the Lord of the Abyss. Tang was shocked at the suggestion and slammed the desk in protest, insisting it could not be true. The priestess explained that she had once thought the same, but her investigations had nearly ruled out that possibility. Tang begged her not to make such jokes, yet she pressed on, stating that Su Yang clearly maintained a complicated bond with the abyssal demons. She reasoned that he might even hold authority over the king of original sin. If that were true, killing it and seizing the sin reversal divine artifact would be effortless. The troubling part was that the temple's reach extended across the entire world, and yet 3 such artifacts had already appeared without the temple receiving even the faintest clue. Calling it all useless, the priestess turned away. She concluded that the one who truly obtained the divine reversal artifact might not even belong to this world. Tang countered by asking why she would then say the sin reversal artifact had fallen into Su Yang's hands. If Su Yang was not the Lord of the Abyss, he wondered how the man could possibly command the king of original sin. The priestess admitted that her reasoning was speculative, since the evidence could not form a complete loop, yet she maintained that the attitude of the elf kingdom supported her suspicion. Their treatment of Su Yang was far too serious, almost as though he carried a secret they were desperate to uncover. After thinking for a moment, Tang declared that everything pointed back to the Dragon Spirit's secret realm. The priestess corrected him by saying that everything indeed began there. She suspected Su Yang had inherited some kind of legacy within that realm, something that forged a link to the Abyss and granted him transcendent status. With such power, he could command the king of original sin, acquire the sin reversal artifact, and orchestrate the attacks on Toku, Gawa, and the others, all while protecting the 2 girls who knew his secret. The logic, she said, was sound. Tang sighed in resignation. He admitted the reasoning made sense, recalling that he too had survived Lucifer's assault. Yet he asked why, if it were true, Su Yang had not consulted with them. The priestess replied that Su Yang must have his reasons, adding that she hoped to meet him in person. In her heart, she resolved that next time, she would uncover the truth. At present, advancing the world quest remained the High Priestess's top priority. To conquer the Abyss, the power of their kingdom was indispensable. Tang stepped forward, his voice firm. He told her there was no need for further words. Longxiao would withdraw from this cursed alliance. But that did not mean they were abandoning the fight against the Abyss. His warriors would continue training, becoming stronger on their own. As he turned away, he declared that they would rely not on outside forces but on their own strength, and one day slay a king of original sin themselves to claim a sin reversal divine artifact. He ordered his armored warriors to march, and they left the hall in silence. The priestess watched them go and wondered if this was the spirit of the Longxiao people. She silently wished them great fortune in battle. Then, glancing at her assistant, she asked why he was still standing there when Tang and the others had left. Startled, he stammered that he would go and join them immediately. Not long after, the priestess met with the elves. Prince Ander lounged arrogantly, his boot resting on the table. He dismissed the formalities as a waste of time and told everyone to shut up and listen to his terms. Carl and several others exchanged uneasy glances, muttering that their prince was little more than a spoiled brat when the princess was not around. The priestess pressed for clarity. What were the second prince's demands? Ander began with his first condition. Since the humans had requested elven aid, the spoils of war would be split 60 to 40, the 11 worlds receiving the greater share. The priestess accepted without objection. Then came the second condition. Of the 4 remaining sin-reversal weapons, 3 were to be given to the elves. The room erupted. The priestess was taken aback, and several generals stood in outrage. They demanded if the prince was trying to monopolize the weapons. Those artifacts were crucial for defending against the final boss. How could he demand nearly all of them? Ender dismissed their protests. He argued there was nothing excessive about his demand, reminding them that 3 sin-reversal weapons had already surfaced. Counting those, humanity would still control 4 in total, a huge advantage. A female general with jagged abs called the arrangement shamelessly calculated. A goblin general pointed out they didn't even know where the 3 revealed weapons were, so claiming them as an advantage was meaningless. The cocky elf scoffed that this was not his concern. Whoever possessed the weapons, they belonged to the human side, so they should find them on their own. This arrogant dismissal only enraged the generals, who sat in simmering silence. Among the gathered crowd, whispers spread. They could not let the elves go unchallenged. Yet without elven aid, the abyss could never be conquered. Even the strongest among them would fail alone, and if the world quest collapsed, all would be lost. After a long and bitter debate, the human side reluctantly conceded. The alliance with the elves was sealed, and the first joint abyssal crusade was scheduled to begin in a month. The scene shifted to the Longsha capital, where a glowing blue portal pulsed as people gathered to watch. Out of it stepped the elves. Prince Ander looked around with disdain, muttering that this city was already irritating. In front of him, townsfolk chattered. A little girl spotted the newcomers and tugged her mother's hand. She ran forward with a smile, calling out to the elf as Big Brother. Ander narrowed his eyes. In the next instant, one of his guards hurled the child aside with brute force. She fell hard, her mother rushing to her side in tears. The guard sneered, proclaiming that Longsha was rumored to be the most polite nation of the human world, yet commoners here dared look directly at the second prince. The elves gazed down coldly, demanding why the filthy mortals had not dropped to their knees. Among the crowd, Su Yang observed in silence. His eyes hardened as he turned to Lucifer. He told her it was time to leave. Confused, she asked where he intended to go. Gripping his sword, Su Yang's answer was simple. He was heading to Longdu, to cut down. A human warrior stepped forward, his voice full of rage, demanding to know where these feudal remnants had come from, daring to act so wildly in their city. He bellowed that it was the elves who should be kneeling in apology. The elf guard only sneered, calling him conceited trash, and vowed to show the difference in strength. With a brutal strike, he slammed the warrior into the ground, pinning him hard into the dirt. Coldly, he declared that this was the fate of ants who dared defy them. Nearby, the female fell to her knees, trembling as she begged them for mercy. She cried that her daughter was not even level 5. If killed, the child could never be revived. Her voice cracked with desperation as she pleaded for her life. Suddenly a voice thundered from above, calling them impudent as the sky split with blinding light. A radiant barrier enveloped the mother and child while a blazing force descended, setting the ground aflame. The human warriors lands, rallying their ranks and ordering the citizens to evacuate. Tang stepped forward, fury etched into every word as he demanded of the elf prince whether it was his guard who had struck down Longsha's people. The elf guard, strained by the flames, sneered back and asked what if it was. Tang leapt in the air, his body blazing with power. He drew in energy with the extreme Dao inhalation technique, his fist wrapped in a thick, violent red aura that shattered the elf guard's body in one devastating blow. Without hesitation, he followed through, hurling a surge of golden mana straight toward the elf prince. Carl stepped forward, staff glowing as he shielded the prince. Tang's strike tore through the square, leaving a trail of devastation. Yet under Carl's protection, the elves stood unscathed. Carl's gaze fell on Tang as he asked if this was how Longsha welcomed its guests. Tang's reply was sharp. Respect, when given, was returned tenfold, but the elves had shown none to his people. Prince Ander brushed the words aside. To him, etiquette was for nobles, and the ones harmed were nothing more than commoners. He wondered aloud why Tang would make such a fuss. Tang answered with steel in his voice. In his city, there were no nobles or commoners. Everyone was equal. Yet the elves had hounded them in the holy city and now barged into Longsha without cause. He demanded to know their true purpose. Carl laughed coldly and declared their accusation. Su Yang, he said, had committed 3 crimes. First, without permission from the elf royal family, he had subdued a black dragon, a creature they considered a seed of disaster that must always be executed on sight. Second, he had slain Prince Erich and countless elven prodigies in the dragon spirit's secret realm. Third, he had abducted Princess Lilith. For these crimes, the elven queen herself had already decreed Su Yang's death. That was why they had come. A human guard roared in protest, calling the charges shameless. Subduing the black dragon was Su Yang's own skill. Why would he need the elves' permission? Carl snapped back that the dragon was an evil seed marked for extermination, and he demanded what a mere guard thought he was, to dare speak to him at all. The guard seethed with fury, but Tang held him back with a raised hand. Calmly, Tang asked if they were searching for Su Yang. If so, they would leave disappointed because no one knew where Su Yang was. Carl dismissed the answer. He claimed they did not need Su Yang handed over, only the release of the city's territory, so that the elves could search it district by district, starting here. The red-haired warrior rose in outrage, declaring that the capital would never allow outsiders to trample through its streets. To permit such a thing would be a blatant insult to the nation. Carl raised his staff, and green energy shimmered around him like a poisonous mist. He warned them to consider carefully whether they even had the strength to stop him. Tang's fury boiled over. He declared that a scholar might endure much, but this could not be endured. If the elves sought war, then war they would have. He unleashed his extreme divine power, hurling a massive explosion of energy toward Carl. But Carl turned his staff with effortless grace, diverting the blast through his guardian tree's protective power. Smiling thinly, he declared that Tang was now exposed after using such a move. With a single command, he invoked the sacred tree's punishment. From his staff burst countless deadly roots that shot forward, spearing through Tang's body. Blood sprayed across the stones as Tang collapsed, pierced and lifeless. Shock rippled through the human ranks. General Tang, their fearless warrior, had been struck down in an instant. Carl raised his staff, his voice heavy with pride, declaring that the power of a divine artifact was beyond the imagination of mortals. He urged the humans to abandon their resistance. Before his words could settle, leaves began to drift from the sky. Carl froze, startled, and looked upward. The heavens split open as a portal tore through the clouds. From its depths, two figures descended slowly. Lucifer, the king of arrogance, and, at her side, the cloaked form of the hero. The generals gasped in shock, whispering the name of Lucifer. Prince Ander barked at Carl to shield him. Carl steadied his grip on the staff, assuring his prince that with the divine artifact in hand, there was no need to fear. Yet, in his heart, he measured the risk. Intelligence had warned him. Once a king of original sin descended into the mortal world, their divine power would fall to the demon tier. He reasoned that with his artifact strength, standing at the same demigod level, it might even be possible to kill the strongest of the abyssal kings. Among the Longxiao warriors, unease rippled. Some whispered why Lucifer had appeared now. Was her target the humans or the elves? Tang, battered but still standing, narrowed his gaze. He noted that the hero's identity seemed cloaked by some unknown force. Perhaps it was intentional. Perhaps it was a chance. Either way, it made his own move easier. High above, the hero studied the field. His thoughts were precise. The adjustment range was barely a meter, the enemy was far too alert, and a direct strike might fail. He turned to Lucifer, instructing her to draw all the elves into her domain while he dealt with the second prince. Lucifer spread her power wide, expanding the abyssal domain. Darkness consumed the battlefield, swallowing sound and light alike. In an instant, the elf prince found himself standing alone. He spun in panic, searching for his guard, only to realize they were already locked in combat with Lucifer. The hero descended, looming over him. His words cut coldly into the prince's fear, telling him his subordinates would not return soon. The prince stammered, demanding to know who this man was. He declared his name and title, the second prince of the Elven Kingdom, and demanded to know what the intruder wanted. The hero gave no reply. He surged forward. The prince's shield flared, layered with noble protection, but the hero's strike shattered it as though it were glass. The blow smashed across the prince's face, hurling him into the ground. Before he could recover, the hero seized him by the head and drove his fist deep into his stomach. Pain burst through the prince as he writhed and spat blood. Yet, even in agony, he sneered that death meant nothing. He would revive in the elf temple, and the elven army would flatten the abyss until the Longxiao people were annihilated. The hero drew his sword, his gaze like iron. He told the prince there would be no such chance. The blade carved through the air in one merciless stroke. Prince Ander's body split in two, his screams silenced as his existence unraveled. A surge of energy flooded the battlefield as the system's notification rang. Prince Ander of the Elven Kingdom had been slain, his very being erased. The human and the warrior were stunned. Prince F had vanished without leaving even a trace of his aura behind. They whispered in confusion, wondering what had happened. Tang, sweating nervously, realized he had been too distracted by Lucifer's earlier entrance to notice the mysterious figure at all. What unsettled him most was that the person hadn't emitted any powerful aura. He began to suspect this could be another one of the kings of original sin. As Tang glanced toward the boy, he sensed the Lucifer barrier weakening. A moment later, the dark veil surrounding the area dispersed, and Lucifer let out a sigh. The arcade minister only laughed at the sight, declaring that the so-called strongest king of sin was nothing more than a demigod tier. To him, there was no way such a being could stand against the noble power of 11 divine artifacts. He added that with the artifact in his hand, Prince Ander would have nothing to fear. But when Carl turned, he realized Prince Ander's presence had completely vanished. His eyes narrowed as he looked toward the boy, demanding to know what had been done to the second prince. Io responded without concern, saying he had simply killed the dog and that there was no need for such a fuss because Carl was next. Carl broke into even louder laughter, his staff glowing with sacred light. Beams of radiance suddenly burst forth, striking down his own elves first as their energy was drained, before the light spiraled toward the others. He announced that since Prince Ander was already dead, there was no longer any reason to hold back. The elves who dared defy the holy would be offered as blood sacrifices to feed the artifact. The human warriors scattered in fear, while Lucifer watched with a strange smile, reminding Carl that their fight was far from finished. Carl answered with fury, claiming that from the very beginning, his real target had been Lucifer. Placing a hand on his chest, he invoked his release authority, and his staff erupted with blinding brilliance. The light twisted into shimmering tentacles that coiled around Lucifer, binding her limbs and searing her with red energy until her cries filled the air. Carl grinned with delight, intent on making her nourishment for the sacred branch. Before the final strike could land, a surge of pink energy cut through the air, forcing Carl's attention away. He caught sight of the hero leaping forward and mocked him for overestimating himself. With a snap, he vanished from the hero's attack and reappeared, unleashing beams of light. The hero dodged with a leap, clashing against the beams until they shattered. Sword in hand, he charged Carl and brought his blade down. Carl sneered in defiance, even with death looming, commanding the boy to die. The hero only smirked back, replying that it was Carl's time instead. The necklace around Carl's neck flared with a green light, releasing a demonic roar immune to control skills. Their auras collided violently, shaking the ground beneath them. Still, Carl mocked the boy, asking what he could possibly achieve. In response, the boy drew his demonic sword. The battlefield warped, drenched in a bloody abyss as the weapon released its power. With a decisive slash, he struck through and pulled his blade back with a sly smirk, declaring that with the artifact in hand, the trip had not been in vain. The tentacles binding Lucifer crumbled away. She staggered free, stunned and breathless, wondering if the elf minister had already met his end. As the hero seized Carl's staff, Lucifer's voice trembled as she asked what he had just done. The hero narrowed his eyes and answered that there were some things she did not need to know. It was over, and it was time to leave. Lucifer refused to let it go. She insisted that with the artifact in hand, Carl had already been one step away from becoming a god, and even she had struggled against him. Yet the hero simply turned away, reminding her that Carl had been killed instantly in a single exchange. To him, there was no way to make sense of it. The only explanation was that the boy standing before them was an agent of the Lord himself, a being even she could no longer see through. Just as they were about to depart, Tang called out, asking them to wait. He bowed respectfully and thanked them, then admitted that even commanding the strongest king of sin could not explain who the boy truly was. He asked with hesitation, "Who exactly are you?" The hero stood in silence, offering no answer. Tang's mind raced as he wondered if it could truly be the person he suspected. At that moment, the scene shifted to the Elven Kingdom. The queen sat upon her throne, her eyes widening as she suddenly sensed both Ender's and Carl's auras vanish. She could not comprehend how such a thing was possible, and an uneasy dread settled over her as she wondered what on earth had happened. The queen grew increasingly uneasy. What troubled her most was that neither Ender nor Carl had revived at the temple. Something was terribly wrong. She demanded answers, questioning what was happening outside and what had become of the remaining members of the envoy party. Her assistant hurried to assure her that he would investigate immediately, but she dismissed him in frustration, believing that everyone around her was useless. Her thoughts drifted back to the last time an entire envoy had been erased by Su Yang. Could the same nightmare be repeating itself? The idea seemed impossible. Carl had wielded a divine artifact. How could a human be capable of killing him? Her doubts were interrupted as several elves rushed into the chamber, pale and trembling, dropping to their knees to announce their return. The queen's gaze was sharp, and she demanded that they recount everything that had happened, not a single detail left unspoken. One survivor, still shivering, explained that after the Holy City Alliance meeting, they had traveled to the human nation of Longxia, where they had unexpectedly encountered Lucifer accompanied by a mysterious figure. Lord Carr had been able to suppress Lucifer, but the unknown figure had killed His Highness, the second prince. Soon after, Lord Carr had sacrificed his own people to unleash the artifact's power, and beyond that moment, the survivors knew nothing more. The queen pressed further, wanting to know who this mysterious person was. The survivor confessed that the figure had used a secret technique to conceal his appearance, making identification impossible. Rising abruptly from her throne, the queen released a surge of power that filled the chamber with a heavy, resonant hum. The air itself seemed to tremble under the weight of her aura. She dismissed the survivors with a single command, and they, quivering with fear, bowed and stumbled away, agreeing in broken voices before retreating from her presence. Alone at last, the queen stood in silence, her thoughts racing. A person capable of appearing at Lucifer's side could never be weak. Again and again, the same questions circled in her mind. Who was he? Who could it possibly be? The queen instructed Marita to prepare the sacred tree for the divine oracle, and her loyal subject obeyed without hesitation. Together they raised their arms before the sacred tree, and in response a glowing shoot extended toward them. The princess declared that with the blood of the 11 royal family members as sacrifice, she sought the secretary's glorious guidance, and demanded that the truth of Carl's final moments be revealed. She cut across her chest, letting her blood drip onto the chute. The ground trembled violently, as if the entire sanctuary were resonating with ancient power. Both women exchanged uneasy glances, realizing the secretary itself was shuddering. What could the ancient spirit have witnessed to cause such unrest? The earth convulsed again, and a sudden explosion ripped through the chamber. A vast divine circle manifested before them, blazing with overwhelming light. Shock spread across their faces as they watched the circle transform into a vision. Within it, the image of a cloaked man appeared, striking with impossible force as Carl was shattered into nothingness. The vision ended abruptly, the screen vanishing as silence fell. The princess bowed her head, declaring that this had been the divine oracle of the secretary. Marita agreed, her voice firm as she interpreted the revelation. The meaning was clear: the mysterious man must be slain at all costs. The queen, however, remained troubled. The man had hidden his face, and there was no way to identify him directly. Yet she reassured herself that it did not matter. The oracle had already integrated the man's aura into a spiritual imprint. Whoever bore that imprint would recognize him instantly. No disguise, no concealment, no trick of fate could allow him to escape the perfection of the secretary's mark. She raised her voice with finality, proclaiming that the will of the secretary was the highest law. From this moment, all hostilities with the human nations were to be set aside, and every resource would be redirected toward crusading against the abyss. The mysterious man had to be found, and he had to be killed. Marita bowed in compliance, offering no resistance. Yet even as she gave these orders, the queen's heart smoldered with hatred. Her commands did not absolve the humans of guilt. Though she bowed to the will of the secretary now, she swore silently that one day she would avenge Ender and Carl twofold. The scene shifts to the divine artifact. It's a sacred branch blessed by the goddess, crafted from the first branch of the ancient tree grown under the nature goddess's blessing. A system notification appeared, informing him of the equipment restriction. The staff could only be wielded by those who carried the blood of the elven royal family. The artifact possessed immense spirit resistance, vast spirit points, and unparalleled mana recovery. It also granted the goddess's protection skills, including the ability to instantly summon a divine shield, as well as the sacred tree punishment, where countless branches extended outward and pierced the enemy's body. The scene then shifted to the hero's house. He looked at the staff and reflected that it truly lived up to its reputation as the divine artifact the elf kingdom was so proud of. Its effects were nothing short of god tier. He realized this was why even Lucifer had been unable to inflict real damage on Carl. Although the usage restriction was troublesome, the fact that Carl could wield it proved that a way to bypass it must exist. Determined to find answers, he decided to consult Lilith, an elf. The moment her eyes fell on the staff, she was struck by its beauty and felt a strange sense of familiarity. The hero pointed out that she had never seen her own family's divine artifact before. Shocked, Lilith demanded to know if this really was the artifact of the elf kingdom and accused him of stealing it. The hero responded with a faint smile, denying the accusation. He explained that he had not stolen it, but taken it by force. Lilith was stunned, realizing that this meant he had actually killed Carl. She admitted her astonishment, while the hero calmly confirmed it and asked whether she knew of a method to bypass the artifact's restrictions. Lilith recalled a passage she had once read in an ancient text. Only royal blood could awaken the artifact's true power. Acting on that knowledge, she touched the sharp end of the staff and let a few drops of her blood fall onto its surface. The pain brought tears to her eyes. Concerned, the hero asked if she was all right, and she reassured him that she was fine. Suddenly, the hero felt a violent shift in energy. A chilling thought crossed his mind. Perhaps this was the effect of the so-called cursed bloodline, powerful enough to even corrupt a divine artifact. His eyes narrowed as he watched the staff's attributes decline, the numbers falling by nearly 10%. The realization struck him as a tremendous loss, and sweat began to bead along his forehead. Lilith apologized, saying she had not meant to cause trouble, but the hero gently patted her head and assured her that it was fine. The divine artifact would protect her regardless. She called out to the others, yet the hero narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself that the method of unsealing the artifact could wait until the day he enslaved the elf kingdom and forced the truth from them. The scene shifted to the 99th floor of the abyss, where a massive explosion erupted and swarms of monsters poured forth. The hero flashed forward, cleaving a beast in two with his staff, and his level rose to 199. Surrounded by countless corpses, he stood tall and declared that he was finally about to reach level 200. He realized that enemies erased by the Scarlet Sword provided no experience. Otherwise, Karl's death alone would have been more than enough to surpass that threshold. Turning his gaze toward the elves, he reflected that their queen would rather set aside her son's murder to form an alliance. Such a choice meant she possessed vital information. He decided he would have to pay close attention. Just then, a hulking monster launched itself at him with terrifying force. Though deep in thought, the hero reacted with lightning speed, spinning back to slice the creature cleanly in half. His mask gleamed as he noted that this had been the last one. With that kill, his level surged to 200. The ground immediately began to shake, and the cavern crumbled as stone fell all around him. The hero wondered what was happening when a world announcement echoed through the air. A notification declared that the world-class boss, the king of original sin, had entered recovery progress, and urged all to hurry and complete the crusade. The entire world was left stunned by the revelation. Our hero's body was beaming with mana as he wonders if the king of original sin has already recovered by a third. He questions whether his leveling up also influences the world quest, and if advancing too quickly might directly speed up the recovery. With all these doubts circling his mind, his giant black dragon approaches him. Yet he still believes that, for now, everything remains within a controllable range. He resolves to return and accept the Famine-Tier quest first, while pondering how much stronger a one-third recovered king of original sin would become. The thought leaves him a little excited. Suddenly, the sky begins to tear open as energy crackles everywhere. A massive portal forms, and a yellow beam of light bursts outward, shaping into a celestial cross. The cross glows brightly in the heavens above the dragon skeletons, while waves of dark energy spread from it. Then, in an instant, it vanishes, leaving nothing behind. However, the scene shifts to Longvia, Tang clan residence. Tang lies resting on the bed, still racked with pain. As he rises, the red-haired warrior feels relief knowing Tang is finally awake, admitting that he had feared Tang might remain in a coma forever. Just then, Tang's daughter barges in and rushes immediately to his bedside. Tang asks why she is not on a dungeon run, and she explains that she heard her father was in danger and returned at once. She is grateful Tang is safe, confessing how worried she had been. Tang pleads with her, apologizing for causing such worry. She weeps as she hugs him tightly. Tang then asks how long he has been unconscious and inquires about Lucifer and the mysterious figure. The red-haired warrior explains that Tang had been unconscious for about half a day, and that the two left immediately after he collapsed, beyond their power to stop them. Tang reflects that it is a pity they failed to uncover that person's identity. Yet, deep down, he senses that the mysterious figure who slew Karl is none other than a vanished Su Yang. Just then, Deputy Chairman Chun informs Tang that two major events occurred while he was unconscious. Tang urges her to tell him immediately. Chun explains that the Alpha Royal family suddenly sent a message declaring they would temporarily abandon their pursuit of Su Tang, put aside their differences with Arlongzia, and instead direct all their efforts toward a joint crusade against the Abyss. At the same time, the New World announcement was released. The King of Original Sin has now recovered to one-third of its strength. The powerhouses of the Eagle America Federation, Sakura Nation, Stick Nation, Siberia Northland, and other countries have already gone to the 11th world, preparing for the Abyss Crusade by leveling up. It was a celestial large dungeon where countless people had gathered. The red-haired warrior reacts with surprise, noting that a prince and a minister died, and he expected a massive army to be sent. He questions what caused such a sudden change of heart. Chen replies that perhaps it is related to the recovery of the King of Original Sin. Tang considers this, and wonders if that is all. For the elves to make such a drastic turn, there must be a more direct conflict of interest. Chun adds that to prove their sincerity, The Alpha Royal family has specially prepared 3 demigod-tier high-level secret realms for them, one more than what the Eagle America Federation received. Tang's daughter then asks how they should proceed. A silence falls, as nobody knows the answer. She breaks it by declaring she will not go, refusing their charity outright. The red-haired warrior adds that those 11 mongrels acted arrogantly, dismissing them only because they possessed a divine artifact. Now that they have lost it, they are attempting to curry favor. He urges the chairman not to agree to their terms. Tang's daughter helps him rise, while he insists that they must now prioritize the bigger picture. He tells her to prepare, for they are going to the elf world as well. She protests, reminding him that he was just gravely injured by their enemies. Tang clutches his robe and declares that the primary target is no longer the elves, but the abyss. Once the abyss is dealt with, they will return to settle the score with the elves. Pulling on his coat, he rises with the bearing of a hero. The scene shifts to the massive gate where countless humans have gathered. Tang asks if the teleportation gate can still be used. The red-haired warrior assures him that it has been repaired, with the technical department working tirelessly, and that arrangements have also been made to restore other public facilities. Tang nods in approval, calling it good. Just then, his daughter stares at the portal in awe and questions what terrifying destructive force could have caused such damage. She wonders aloud if it was the power of a 9th-tier powerhouse, or even a divine artifact. Tang turns and remarks that, speaking of such things, her father once wanted her to meet Su Yang. Who could have known he would perform so many acts and then vanish? He laughs, insisting that Su Yang had not committed great deeds at all, but had only acted in self-defense. His daughter teases him, saying he always speaks on Su Yang's behalf, and wonders what kind of ability Su Yang must possess to have him so smitten. Tang reflects as he gazes at the portal and the teleportation gate, musing that perhaps Su Yang could help them annihilate the hateful elves. His daughter walks away dismissively, declaring that no one would believe such a claim. The scene shifts to our hero standing before the demon archlord. A system notification declares that after rejecting his tier upgrade, he has triggered a class change quest. A 5-star 7th-tier mission appears called the Dragon Feast of the Demon Archlord. It states that the Demon Archlord of the 19th floor of the Abyss is preparing a dragon feast. The hero must hunt a Sun-tier giant dragon alone, take its heart, and deliver it for the banquet. Our hero says, what a coincidence. The Devour Dragon Greatsword also needs a 7th-tier giant dragon to be further unsealed. This is like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Then he thought, but without Balan's help he couldn't locate the giant dragon's secret realm in the human world. The only remaining option is the Dragon Nation, and the only teleportation gate to the Dragon Nation is located within the 11 Kingdom. To go there, he first has to go through the human world's teleportation gate. As we look at the crumbling gate along with other species, he thought that the strength of the 11 guards is almost 6th or 7th tier, so that's not a problem. While walking, he suddenly stops. He thinks it's only the reason to go and observe the 11 world in advance, since he will be enslaving them anyway, right? Then his dragon flaps wings and sits in front of him. Our hero says it's a shame. He wants his dragon to have a good meal, but his dragon is too conspicuous. If someone recognizes his true identity, it will be a problem. He can take him to the Dragon Nation. His dragon bows down his head, so our hero pats him. But suddenly, it roars an energy crackle around it. Our hero wonders what's happened. Just then, the energy melts down in a very strange way, and the dragon starts to shrink until it just transforms into a black energy right on our hero's palm. Our hero was surprised, but then he was annoyed, saying his dragon, if it can transform, it should have said earlier. He asked his dragon if it needs a beating for such an act. However, the scene shifts to the Demon Abyss, the boss of Original Sin. This beast that has overwhelming stats, who sits on its throne, the boss says, just 1 tier recovery, and his stats surge this much. His power at his peak is unimaginable. But what is more important right now is the authority. The King of Original Sin effect is updated thus. The system says that by consuming a portion of the Dark Origin power, the boss can revive the King of Original Sin infinitely. Our hero says no time limit is needed. As long as there is enough Dark Origin power, our hero believes he can revive the King of Original Sin. He considers it a huge buff, and for the upcoming battle, undoubtedly great news. With a flicker of his finger, he channels Dark Origin power. As light shimmers and constricts within the inner circle, he declares that he will now fulfill his previous agreement and summon the King of Wrath, Samuel, once more. The system pops up, saying the revival of the King of Wrath, Samuel. It consumed 7 out of 1 of Dark Origin. Suddenly, the energy crackled around his green throne, and a giant beast wolf with overwhelming mana gets summoned. It says, by the grace of my King Samuel, is ready to die for you. Our hero commands it to follow his regent Su Yang, heed his orders, and go on crusade against the 11 Kingdom. Samuel says, as you command, my king. The scene shifts to the Elf Kingdom Human World Connection Gate, where elves guard the entrance while human troops attempt to pass through. One elf calls out to them, and the human commander explains that they are from the Sakura Nation, invited by Lord Carl to enter the 11 secret realms for leveling. He requests passage. The elf opens his stats window and replies that he needs to check. The commander urges him to hurry, all the while wondering why the elves suddenly set aside their defenses with Longxia and allowed others to join the Abyss Crusade Alliance. He thinks of how the Sakura Nation might seize this chance to surpass Longxia and trample over Tang's reputation. Then the elf points his spear, causing the commander to pull back his horse in alarm, demanding to know what they're doing. He insists that he is Lord Carl's guest. The elf retorts that it is not him they care about, but the one behind him. The commander turns and sees our hero, cloaked and standing alongside a giant muscular figure. At once the humans spread out, exposing them to the elf guards. The guards demand our hero stop, claiming their monitors detect highly unusual energy and ordering him to reveal his identity. Samuel quietly asks the commander for permission to act. Our hero acknowledges that he had hoped to slip in disguised as a human, but realizes it will not be so simple. He smirks, deciding there is no reason to keep playing games, and orders Samuel to crush them. Samuel immediately obeys. His body swells into its berserk black wolf form, and in a blink he vanishes. The elves do not even notice until one of their heads is already severed. Alarms sound, warning of combat. As the warning signal echoes from an elf's pocket, Samuel charges forward with blazing energy. The monitors confirm a boss-level energy signature belonging to the King of Original Sin. Panic spreads among the humans as the commander realizes the truth. He orders his men to retreat. Assistants cry out in terror, questioning why a boss from the Abyss has appeared here. Yet escape proves impossible. A swift blur slices through the fleeing soldiers, sparing no one. Not even women or weaker fighters. They are torn apart by Samuel's berserk frenzy, their bodies ripped to pieces. In the chaos, only the Sakura commander and his brother remain. His brother asks if they will abandon their men so easily, but Sakura commander dismisses his concern, saying his low-level fodder meant only to grind experience, worthless compared to their own lives. Our hero hears this and scoffs at their shamelessness. He commands Samuel to chase them down as well. In moments, Samuel appears before the terrified brothers, who can scarcely comprehend his speed. In an instant, one brother is smashed to the ground, hurled skyward with brutal force, and as he plummets, Samuel opens his mouth wide and devours him alive. A system notification confirms that the King of Wrath has slain an 8th-tier level 276 player. Our hero remarks that 50,000 HP gain may seem little, but countless small gains add up in the end. Just then, Samuel forms a mana spear and hurls it at the Sakura commander. The spear flashes through the air, forcing the commander to turn back at the last moment. He mutters all or nothing, wondering if he is dead or if a shield will hold. Extending his hand, he conjures a barrier strong enough to absorb 100,000 points of damage. Yet the spear is so sharp that it tears through the shield until it shatters into pieces. A massive cloud of smoke erupts, but the Sakura commander leaps out, pale and shaken. He calls upon the divine power of shadow divinity for a brief moment and swiftly darts behind Samuel. His sword rolls open with the ultimate art of cherry blossom crescent, crackling with energy. With incredible speed, he slashes and Samuel's blood sprays out. The Sakura commander cries out in triumph, believing he has succeeded, but Samuel only roars louder. The commander trembles, realizing he may have celebrated too soon. Samuel seizes him in giant claws, and the commander screams in agony. Samuel crushes his fist, spilling blood from the commander as he howls in pain. With brute force, Samuel begins tossing him left and right, roaring kill over and over. Their hero steps forward, telling Samuel to stop and reminding him that they have more important business to handle. There is no time to waste here. Samuel nods and answers in obedience. Then, with one final strike, he smashes the Sakura commander and rips him into pieces. A notification declares that Samuel has slain a 9th year, a level 302 human, granting a 600,000 increase to his health points. Their hero remarks that, counting the trash he already dealt with, his health pool has now climbed to over 70 million, an absurd number. He orders Samuel to hunt down those who still oppose the monarch within the royal city. Samuel obeys and storms toward the teleportation gate, roaring as he vanishes. On the other side, within the elf kingdom, whispers spread among the guards. Some wonder why the humans expected to enter the secret realm have not yet arrived. One guard shrugs, saying they're probably too lowly to be worthy of coming at all. Suddenly, violent gusts of wind surge out of the gate. An elf mutters about speaking of the devil, just as a real devil bursts forth, declaring that those who defy the monarch must die. The elves freeze in shock, stunned by the sight and wondering where such a beast has come from. Days and storms toward the teleportation gate, roaring as he vanishes. On the other side, within the elf kingdom, whispers spread among the guards. Some wonder why the humans expected to enter the secret realm have not yet arrived. One guard shrugs, saying they're probably too lowly to be worthy of coming at all. Suddenly, violent gusts of wind surge out of the gate. An elf mutters about speaking of the devil, just as a real devil bursts forth, declaring that those who defy the monarch must die. The elves freeze in shock, stunned by the sight, and wondering where such a beast has come from. Our hero hopes that the elves enjoy his welcome gift. If Milk is thinking of tasty souls impregnated, he's a perfect way to watch the whole thing. Meanwhile, on the other side, the elves were discussing with their queen why they shouldn't let the humans go to the Dragon Nation and exterminate the giant dragons. This way, it would not only allow them to be available, but also prevent the dragons from taking their resources. The other elves argued that if they allowed humans into the Dragon Nation, they would pose a greater threat to them once they mastered dragon blood, enhancement, and dragon spirit spells. One of them said that rare divine power is far more valuable than that, as it is difficult to obtain in the first place, and humans' learning ability is exceptionally strong. Meanwhile, the elf queen was quietly listening to them, her mind racing with the thought that these things were completely insignificant. The key issue was the mysterious hooded person. Suddenly, an elf ran toward them, informing the queen that they had just received news that the World Guild Gate was attacked by a king of original sin. Hearing this, the entire hall was shocked that the king of original sin had launched an attack. The queen stood up immediately and ordered the royal guards to execute the heretic without delay. The guards obeyed her command instantly. Now the queen was grinding her teeth in anger, wondering why a king of original sin would attack here instead of going after the humans. Meanwhile, on the other side, Samuel had burned almost half of the elf city, and the elves were running away from him for their lives. Samuel was grabbing the elves and squeezing them until blood sprayed out from every part of their bodies. After destroying the city, Maya heads toward the queen's palace. There, he finds all the S-ranked elves floating in the air, ready to obey the queen's order to execute the king of original sin. But Samuel merely calls them ants. One elf charges at Samuel with incredible speed, slashing his sword fiercely. Yet Samuel instantly summons a weapon that blocks the strike midway. He mocks the elf's attack as laughable, then roars back, drawing his fist before delivering a devastating punch straight into the elf's stomach. The sheer force makes the elf cough up blood, unable to comprehend how such power is even possible. After wiping them all out, Samuel roars, daring anyone to face him. The senior elf quickly warns everyone to keep their distance, as Samuel's attacks seem to ignore all forms of defense. Then, one elf begins casting a forbidden spell, a meteor shower. Samuel narrows his eyes as two massive fireballs descend toward him, leaving behind trails of blinding light like laser beams. The ground shatters beneath him, yet he stands unshaken. Another explosion erupts as a meteor crashes down, but Samuel remains completely unaffected, purple mana surging and oozing from his body. One elf commander, witnessing this, believes the magic is working and orders his troops to repeat the attack. But suddenly, Samuel appears right before their eyes. Before the commander can react, he feels his body being slashed apart. Samuel had appeared directly in front of him. The beast seizes the elf in its grip and squeezes so hard that blood sprays from every part of his body. Then, opening its mouth wide, it engulfs the elf whole. Suddenly, Maya's body begins to crackle with mana as he declares the end of wrath, burning everything to ash. It is actually a powerful skill that begins by consuming the enemy's heart, dramatically boosting all attributes and amplifying destructive power. Samuel then tears apart another elf commander, proclaiming that those who desecrate the monarch will be executed by wrath. The remaining elf commander stands frozen, unable to comprehend how the beast is slaughtering them so mercilessly. Against the raw blood carnage, the elves cried out to stop the monster and not let him approach the royal court. But the beast, roaring and relentless, charged forward, killing the elven guards as if they were nothing. Despite their attacks, the beast's HP remained full. The elves couldn't understand why the boss's health wasn't decreasing. They wondered if he possessed a health lock mechanism while they continued their assault. One elf shouted for everyone to switch to crowd control skills to hinder his movement speed. Suddenly, massive roots burst from the ground, binding the monster by his limbs. Samuel smirked, calling their attempt foolish, like fighting firewood. With a single swift strike, he sliced through all the roots and declared that his time was almost up, vowing to burn his life to the fullest and devour the entire royal city. The elf queen grew furious, stating that he was not worthy to act wildly in the royal court. Then, a large elf stepped forward, standing in her defense. The queen sampled as the elf raised his hand, summoning a powerful mana veil. Instantly, the ground transformed into layers of swirling energy that coiled around the beast. The queen vanished as the mana completely engulfed Samuel. Realizing his mission had failed, Samuel felt remorse for his king. The mana storm consumed him entirely, his eyes dimming as his body vanished in an instant. The elf commander knelt before the queen, admitting that his subordinate had been incompetent and that he had failed to stop the king of original sin, asking to be punished. But the queen ordered him to stand, saying it wasn't solely his fault and that he must oversee the aftermath of the destruction. Moments later, soldiers approached the commander, reporting that no sin-reversal divine artifact had been found, only a few high-tier materials. The commander instructed them to secure the materials carefully and not lose them. Yet deep inside, he wondered what the king of original sin meant by his constant mention of desecrating the monarch, as their elf kingdom had never had any dealings with the abyss. The scene opens in the working area where everyone is busy with their own tasks while the soldiers line up in order. One of the soldiers calls out for everyone to hurry up, warning them not to dwell around. The scene then shifts to the royal elves. One of them admits that the incident has scared the life out of him since he never thought that the king of the original sin would appear in the royal capital. Another, holding a glass in his hand, remarks that it is fortunate that Her Majesty the Queen is present to keep things under control. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He adds that it is the fault of those incompetent guards who only know how to take their pay without doing their jobs properly, saying that they cannot even guard a teleportation gate correctly. He scoffs that they are just weak commoners and that it is an honor for them to die protecting the royal capital. Then, shifting the topic, he asks if he has heard about the unrest in the lower city. He said that he has heard of it and that a new sect has appeared, calling itself the Original Sin Sect, claiming to worship the sovereign of original sin. He calls them foolish and confidently predicts that they will soon be purged without causing any real trouble. He laughs and raises his glass, proposing a toast to the great queen. When she hears their conversation, her heart grows heavy with sadness. Immediately, the scene transitions to a group of commoners gathered around a fire. One of them expresses disgust toward the nobles, declaring that those nobles are truly despicable and that they do not see the common people as human beings. Another person from the group rises and declares that they struggle every day just to survive while the nobles live in luxury, without contributing anything. Someone else agrees, and it is a woman who comments that the royal nobles commit the 7 deadly sins without feeling a shred of guilt. She continues, saying that they rely on the blessings of the gods to enforce their tyranny, impose heavy penalties, and indulge in pleasure. Anger overtakes her, and she grabs her hair fiercely while her fingers dig into her scalp, her nails pressing against her skin. Her eyes blaze with fury as she declares that if the gods protect the wicked, then those gods are themselves wicked. The group is stunned, and one of them nervously says that they do not want to live like this anymore. He wonders aloud how they can punish the nobles. The woman immediately responds that the wicked nobles are protected by wicked gods, meaning mortals alone cannot oppose them. Therefore, she insists they must seek an equivalent divine power that can bring divine punishment upon the corrupt. She asserts that only the sovereign of original sin, the one who governs all sin, can deliver that punishment. The people are shocked, and one of them repeats her words in disbelief, while another questions her, reminding her that the king of original sin once destroyed their homeland. He argues that the sovereign who governs sin must be inherently evil, and that even if they follow him, it will only bring more ruin. The woman glares at them fiercely and says that every trial comes with suffering, and those who cannot endure it cannot change their fate. She claims that the sovereign of original sin, who bears all sin upon himself, is not evil but a benevolent God who carries the burden of the world's sins. Her voice trembles yet grows powerful as she declares that the sovereign is the one who governs all sin, the benevolent God of original sin, and that everything that has happened is a trial. Driven by conviction, she draws a dagger and presses the blade against her finger. Blood trickles down as she declares that the blood of all kings shall end in sin, and that those who indulge in the protection of evil gods shall be punished by great sin. As her words end, the others repeat her proclamation with growing fervor, chanting that the blood of all kings shall end in sin, and that those who worship evil gods shall be punished. The woman closes her fist tightly, places her hand upon her chest, and whispers a final prayer to the sovereign who governs all sins. Then, turning toward the distant mountains, she murmurs that she hopes he will bring her salvation. As she speaks, a glowing screen flickers to life. A man standing nearby observes it carefully and says that just as the Knight Captain's memory had indicated, the passages to the Elf World and the Dragon Kingdom are still open, though heavily guarded. The boy standing beside him counts silently, thinking that there are still two scouts hiding in the shadows. He notes that one of them is a 6th-tier elf and concludes that while he does not fear a frontal battle, it will be troublesome if they send a warning. Deciding not to waste time on tricks, he resolves to kill them instantly. His body transforms, his black robes shimmer with a dark light, and his eyes glow crimson. A burst of white energy flashes across the ground as the soldiers are caught off guard, crying out in shock before being struck down. They barely have time to react before collapsing. The man mutters that using the soul mark will automatically return them to their posts with all memories of their deaths erased. He removes the marks calmly and looks ahead, remarking that the Dragon Kingdom is magnificent. His gaze follows the sky, where countless dragons soar majestically. A faint smile appears on his face as he asks if his companion feels excited or senses a familiar scent from home. He raises his arm and calls out the name Athos. In response, a colossal black dragon emerges, roaring thunderously as it takes to the sky with renewed vigor. The boy mounts the dragon and declares that they should look for any fortunate opponents nearby. Flying atop the mighty creature, he draws his sword as they enter the Dragon Valley. There, the white dragons awaken, releasing waves of pink and blue energy that ripple through the air. The ground trembles as stones are flung in every direction. A thunderous voice booms through the valley, mocking him for daring to appear before the dragon race. The blue energy intensifies, and a massive thunder dragon laughs as he accuses the boy of disturbing his domain. The boy braces himself as the energy surges toward him, realizing that escape is impossible. He steadies his resolve and tells himself that there is no reason other than the mission. The thunder dragon attacks with his massive claws, roaring furiously as his energy crackles across the battlefield. The black dragon answers with its own roar, and the two mighty beasts clash. The land splits apart beneath their fury, while the sky flashes with light. The thunder dragon mocks the black one, asking why a proud dragon would serve a mere human and whether it has forgotten the pride of its race. Rocks explode around them as the battle escalates. The boy rides through the chaos, flying swiftly like an arrow, shouting that the dragons themselves are no different since the strong always prey upon the weak. His words echo as he drives his sword into the thunder dragon's chest. The thunder dragon lets out a final roar as blood gushes from its mouth. The boy grins as his dragon descends beside him, and he says that they should share the meal together. The black dragon devours the heart of the thunder dragon, and the boy senses the surge of power flowing through him. He remarks that the thunder dragon's heart energy is immense, and that his affinity with a lightning element has increased greatly. He feels that he is now just short of mastering the lightning forbidden spell. The fallen dragon lies lifeless beneath him while he rests against its body, murmuring that this marks the 10th one. He examines his blade, realizing that the attributes of the devoured dragon's energy have reached their current limit. To grow further, he knows he must defeat an 8th-rank king-level dragon, but he admits that he is not yet capable of challenging a god-phase dragon. Deciding to bide his time, he stands as a glowing screen appears before him, displaying the stats of a 5-star 7th-rank hidden mission. He looks at the data intently and mutters that it mentions a holy dragon, something so rare that even the Global Beast Taming Association's database holds no record of it. And yet, by sheer chance, he has just encountered one. The scene opens as Hiro stands in front of the massive glowing screen, his eyes scanning the detailed data with focused intent. He recalls that normal giant dragons usually reach the diamond tier during their youth, and as he taps the screen thoughtfully, he continues that after undergoing several growth phases, they eventually ascend to the sun tier in their adult form. Even Ados, the formidable black dragon bearing the ancient Devourer bloodline, had only managed to reach the star tier in his youth. As Hiro scrolls through the endless stats and figures about the dragon, he frowns and mutters that this particular scar dragon is actually sun tier, which makes it a full 2 tiers higher than Ados himself. Suddenly, the black dragon with burning red eyes rises behind him, and Hiro glances back with a smirk, asking if the dragon is getting jealous. He laughs lightly and assures him that he is not the kind of person who grows tired of old companions or constantly craves new ones. Besides, the quest requires him to slay the creature anyway. Hiro's mind begins to race as he speculates that the scar dragon must have devoured something strange to have fallen from its natural state. He wonders if it might be connected to those same rotten meat chunks, and if it drops one of those as well. Without hesitation, the dragon spreads its wings, soaring into the air, and Hiro leaps up after it, saying that they should go and take a look at that desolate land. The scene shifts as the black dragon lands near a barren riverbank while Hiro stands beside it, gazing over the bleak landscape where not even a single blade of grass grows. He remarks that the place truly deserves to be called a no-life zone. As he observes the thick smog gathering in the distance, he notices a shifting movement within it and realizes that something has noticed their presence. The black dragon lets out a deafening roar, and Hiro looks up in surprise, asking what is wrong since it is the first time he has ever seen the creature react this way. He mutters that if they are about to face a max-level Sun-tier giant dragon, Otto's help may not be of much use and might even end up startling the beast. Determined, Hiro begins walking through the smoggy wasteland while black energy coils around him like a living aura. He turns to the dragon and tells it to return for now, saying that he will handle this giant dragon himself. As the red-eyed black dragon reluctantly retreats, a massive screen materializes before Hiro, displaying the stats of the approaching creature. It reads, Sun-tier level 350 fallen scarred giant dragon with immense power that grows endlessly instead of adjusting to strength. The hero narrows his eyes at the monstrous figure in the distance and mutters that it is enormous, more than twice the size of Otto's, and its stats are almost comparable to gluttony. He questions if he can truly fight such a being, and then pauses, realizing something unusual. He checks his own stats and feels an overwhelming surge of confidence, as he notes that his health alone is over 5 times higher than the dragon's. The screen shows his stats at level 200, revealing immense power that never adjusts with strength, only gaining further boosts. The hero smirks, running his thumb across his lips, but despite his clear advantage, he reminds himself that he is still a very cautious person. Another screen flashes before him, showing his Reaper state, which amplifies all attributes by 20%, reduces mana consumption by 80%, and increases total damage output by 200%, while allowing him to wield the authority of the 7th original sin. Blue and golden energy burst from his arms as he declares that since this is a battle against a higher-level opponent, he will go all out and finish it quickly. Another screen flickers to life, displaying the effects of his extreme Dao dual cultivation, which states that for every 10 points of base strength, physical attack damage increases by 1.5%, and for every 10 points of base spirit, magical attack damage is amplified by another 1.5%. The Heart of the Dragon Slayer skill activates as well, allowing him to ignore all innate abilities of the dragon race, and amplifying his damage against them by 500%. The golden-eyed dragon looming in the distance glares down at Hiro, while the red-eyed dragon beside him roars, white energy spiraling along its tail. Hiro grips the red-eyed dragon's side, commanding it to stay still, and with a powerful shove, he pushes it away from the battlefield. The dragon ascends high into the sky while the golden-eyed dragon opens its mouth, unleashing a torrent of deathly holy energy that glows in eerie blue. Hiro raises his arms, chanting the release of a Tier 2 forbidden spell, as black energy spirals and crackles around him, forming a chain of raw destruction. He hurls the dark chains forward and shouts the name of his attack, Azure Flame, as the energy engulfs the dragon. The creature thrashes violently, roaring as Hiro draws his sword and drives it upward to hold the dragon's massive jaws apart. Pink energy ripples around the beast, while white energy detonates behind Hiro, the explosion blowing across the battlefield. Yet Hiro stands firm amid the chaos, declaring with a hint of disbelief that a Sun-tier fallen scarred giant dragon boss with 14 billion HP has just been instantly killed by him. He admits that his damage output feels almost exaggerated and terrifying. With a confident grin, he states that it is time to devour the creature using his gluttony authority. As he channels the devouring energy, Hiro suddenly freezes, his expression shifting to shock as he realizes the dragon is not completely dead. A vast shadow looms over him, and he looks up, wide-eyed, exclaiming in disbelief as a colossal dragon with blazing golden eyes descends upon him. Its roar is indescribable, shaking the earth itself. The system screen flickers one last time, but fails to display any details about the new entity. Staring up at the overwhelming presence, Hiro's voice trembles as he wonders what on earth this thing truly is. The boy stands there in utter shock and exclaims that the creature's appearance is even more disgusting than before while none of its information is visible, making him wonder what kind of abomination it is. At that moment, the giant dragon rises with a terrifying presence, its forehead glowing with a pulsing purple energy. The dragon opens its massive mouth, revealing enormous teeth while its luminous eyes blaze with intensity. Suddenly, thick ropes begin to sprout from its limbs and surge toward the ground where the boy stands. The ropes tear through the land, shattering the terrain beneath him, and as they close in, he leaps into the air to protect himself. However, the ropes grow rapidly, surrounding him from every side. He struggles desperately to avoid them, but eventually fails as they coil around his body, slicing through him and completely restraining him in their grip. Shocked and overwhelmed, the boy lets out a painful cry that shakes the air, and through his roar of agony, the ropes suddenly shatter apart. In an instant, his form transforms into a giant version of himself. The dragon begins to charge green energy in its mouth and fires it toward him, yet the boy swiftly jumps and dodges the attack, the green mana crashing into the ground and spreading destruction. Glaring at the dragon, he declares that if that is all the creature can do, then it is now his turn to strike back. He sprints forward at incredible speed, almost like a jet tearing through the sky. Meanwhile, the dragon lifts its colossal body and unleashes a wave of pink energy that shoots outward like razor-sharp beams. The boy gasps at the sudden attack and calls out the name of his move, Inferno of Azure Flames. Golden energy, vast and blinding, erupts and splashes across the battlefield. Yet even with that power, the dragon endures. The creature roars violently, shaking the heavens, and the boy realizes in disbelief that his ultimate combo, combined with a forbidden spell, has only managed to shave off a quarter of its HP. As the dragon opens its mouth again, a horrifying sound echoes, a sacred yet dreadful voice that pierces through the air. The boy staggers, clutching his head, and groans that the sound is making his brain feel like mush. The system announces that he is suffering a special attack that reduces his sand value along with his strength, spirit, and agility by 10%. He gasps and questions in disbelief whether sand value isn't a stat associated only with legendary Cthulhu-type monsters, wondering if this mutated dragon has some connection to the Cthulhu mythos. The ropes once again extend from the dragon and strike toward him, wrapping around his midsection. He shouts that he cannot drag this battle out much longer, and although he is not afraid numerically, the side effects of the decreasing SAN value might kill him. Determined to end it before his fallen form and Reaper mode wear off, he raises his hand once more and unleashes another inferno of azure flames. The dragon roars louder, its fiery breath igniting the ground around it. The boy thrusts his hand forward, declaring that his lightning affinity is ready, and launches himself upward, shouting that it is time to take the creature's dawn life. His full power bursts forth as white energy surges toward the dragon, striking with tremendous force across its limbs, belly, neck, and wings. The dragon writhes and screams under the immense impact, while the system flashes on the screen that Fallen Form and Reaper mode are deactivated. The dragon gulps and staggers, barely standing, as the display shows that its health has dropped to 15% and the nascent Fallen Creation level is unavailable. Gritting his teeth, the boy mutters that just a little more effort will finish it. The dragon roars again, lifting its massive frame, preparing for one final strike. The boy raises his sword and says that it seems the dragon intends to end this in one breath, then calls upon Athos to unleash the power of the undead. Black energy starts to gather, swirling around the battlefield as several white dragons infused with pink energy materialize. The giant dragon opens its mouth wide, forming a sky-colored orb of energy, and releases a devastating blast. The explosion tears through the area, and the pink energy slams into the dragon's limbs, forcing it to scream in pain. The boy declares that it is over as the screen flashes the message of an advanced mana potion that restores 50% of mana with a cooldown of 60 seconds. He immediately leaps high with his sword drawn and drives a final, radiant strike down upon the dragon. The system displays messages in quick succession that Sent Fallen Creation has gained 130 million XP, 15 million gold, and several dropped items. Breathing heavily, the boy finally says that victory is his and admits that it has been a long time since he has struggled this much. As the pink energy dissipates and falls to the ground, he grumbles about these troublesome things again. Picking one up, he examines it and realizes that the rotten meat he had once fed to Athos has reappeared as a dropped item after the battle. Comparing both pieces, he notes that they seem to resonate with each other, but when nothing happens, he frowns in confusion and wonders what exactly they are. Moments later, the ground begins to rumble violently as black lines burst from beneath the surface. The boy senses a powerful aura rapidly approaching and questions if the battle just now has attracted a powerhouse from the dragon race. As a black dragon descends, he orders Athos to fall back, announcing their retreat. The black dragon roars fiercely, shaking the air, but soon after, a golden dragon lands heavily, spreading its gleaming wings. The golden dragon glances around and murmurs that perhaps it has arrived one step too late. The dying giant dragon groans in disgust, asking who could have slain such an abomination, and remarking that the one capable of doing so must possess formidable strength. The golden dragon narrows its eyes, feeling the lingering aura, and states that it recognizes it, declaring that nothing is impossible as its crimson eyes begin to glow with power. The scene opens as the boy places his foot firmly on the ground and demands to know who goes there, his tone sharp and commanding. The soldier standing behind him quickly turns toward him, startled by the sudden question. The boy immediately begins speaking again, declaring that black dragons are old and uncomplicated in the 11th Kingdom and that ethos should take a rest this time. The giant dragon roars in response, its deep voice shaking the surroundings. Without hesitation, the boy commands the unleashing of all undead dragon threats upon the 11 royals. Instantly, a white dragon infused with pink energy activates, roaring fiercely as it launches a violent assault against the royals. Among them, a female shouts desperately, urging everyone to run for their lives, but a sudden voice rings out, ordering the royal guards to hold the line. The soldiers struggle as one of them cries out that the lightning is terrifying and impossible to stop. Another soldier yells to unleash the trashy attack and attract the enemy's attention, while one more warns that there might be poison in the air. Another quickly commands everyone to get out of the potion's range, and someone else invokes Zamage's purity to cleanse the air. The chaos intensifies as the white dragon gets attacked by a royal warrior. At that moment, another gigantic creature, a skeletal dragon radiating green energy, emerges from the shadows. The boy clenches his fists and curses under his breath, realizing that these undead creatures refuse to die, concluding that there must be a necromancer nearby. He immediately orders his scouts to find the culprit, and the soldiers respond in unison, acknowledging him as their master. Standing at the edge of the battlefield, the boy observes the swirling pink and blue energy spreading across the land. He murmurs that it is not bad and that, as expected of the royal elite, the light from the dragon tattoo is dimming, signaling that Ethos's power is almost depleted. He knows that this gift will have to end here. The energy continues spreading, tearing through everything in its path while the white skeletal dragon's power expands outward. The boy mutters that next time the outcome might be permanent. As the dust settles, he narrows his eyes and demands to know who is there. Suddenly, a female voice answers, calm and steady, assuring him not to be nervous because she means no harm. She narrows her eyes as well and asks who he is. The boy glares at her, thinking with unease that he could not sense her presence at all. The mysterious woman speaks again, revealing that he came from the demon abyss. Shock flickers across his face as he straightens his stance and asks, "So what?" She does not react aggressively, but instead activates a glowing green energy and politely requests a favor. She explains that she needs him to deliver a letter to the demon abyss. The boy is visibly shocked and questions her intentions, asking why he should help if the device she carries is an elven weapon meant to harm the demon abyss, since doing so would make him her accomplice. She replies with quiet certainty that she is unsure whether he will help, but if he refuses, she will simply wait for the next demon who arrives. The boy then asks who the recipient is, and she gazes directly at him, stating that the letter is for the supreme king of the original sin and ruler of the demon abyss. The air trembles as energy swirls around her and the distant presence of the king. The boy is taken aback, thinking that her aura feels identical to the massive phantom that once stood behind the elf queen. He senses that her power is overwhelmingly vast, possibly divine rank, and wonders what her connection to the queen might be. The woman stands tall and composed as she asks if he still has any questions. The boy finally speaks, asking why she does not deliver the letter herself, pointing out that with her strength, she could easily do so. She calmly answers that she possesses no strength and is merely an ordinary elf. The boy's thoughts grow sarcastic as he considers that if her kind of power is ordinary, then beings like Lucifer and Lisa must also be average. She remains still and solemnly explains that for certain reasons she cannot leave this place, and that anything related to the custody bird must always be entrusted to others, for it has always been this way, and remains so. The boy silently reflects that her claim is strange because the world gateways are now fully open, allowing even divine tier beings to cross freely. He concludes that she must be bound by some mysterious force, though he cannot imagine what kind of power could imprison someone like her. Finally, he agrees to help but warns her not to be lying. She bends slightly and extends her hand in gratitude, thanking him sincerely as she senses the aura intensifying above them. Urgently, she tells him to hurry and leave. The boy asks what about her, but she insists that he should not worry and should return to the abyss. The boy nods firmly, says farewell, and flies away on his dragon, vanishing into the horizon. As she watches him depart, she softly remarks that undead giant dragons are nothing but distant memories. The scene shifts to a group of soldiers arriving at the same spot, one of them declaring that the aura they sensed earlier definitely originated here. The perspective then transitions to a grand estate featuring a beautiful swimming pool where several figures are gathered. One of them addresses Her Majesty Martia, reminding her that she surely knows what the appearance of undead dragons signifies. He states that the only being capable of commanding undead dragons is the entity that once brought endless calamity and cast a shadow of fear across both the elven world and the dragon kingdom. Though its true name has long been erased from history, both elves and dragons still refer to it as the Ancient Devourer. Martia grits her teeth and mutters with dread that the legendary monster might truly be returning. In front of the ancient life tree of the elves, the elf queen asks her assistant how long it will be until the day of the divine's godbirth. The assistant replies that it will be 3 months, addressing her as Your Majesty, the elf princess. The queen then reflects that, recently, to investigate Carl's disappearance along with the artifact Marita connected to the world tree, she had also endured that maddening oracle of slaughter, which deceived her with a vision about the day of divine birth. She recalls those memories and extends her hand once again, declaring that a god will be born and awakened from the world tree, leading the 11 worlds in purging the evil of the demon abyss. A smirk forms on her lips as she continues that for centuries the god did not vanish but slumbered within the world tree, and once awakened, the elves shall reign over the 3 worlds. With joy, she adds that the dragon kingdom and the human world, devoid of gods, will inevitably kneel. Her assistant then asks what cleansing the evil in the oracle truly refers to. The queen glances at her with resentment and replies that both of them know the divine god is awakening to eliminate the existence that terrified the world tree and caused all disappearance. She states that humans can never subdue the supreme king of original sin within 3 months, nor manifest a god-tier being. Turning her gaze toward the towering human-built cities, she concludes that in 3 months, glory will descend upon the demon abyss, and the human world and the ancient world alike will tremble beneath the god's radiance. The scene shifts to a calm teleportation gate where no one stands, yet a lone figure approaches. He runs toward the gate, wondering where the guards have gone, remembering clearly that they were present when he first arrived. Confusion strikes as he questions why they vanished so suddenly and whether she is behind it. A half-cloaked figure steps through the gate, noting that judging by the situation, it doesn't appear to be a trap, and deciding to leave the rest of fate. Passing through the teleportation field, he looks towards something distant. This figure is none other than our hero. He emerges into a completely inverted world filled with flying machines, gunfire, and relentless chaos. He thinks that if he hadn't restrained Lucifer and the others, the human world would have already collapsed. Effortlessly, he leaps over towering 100-meter walls, lands inside, and swiftly investigates several locations. Eventually, he reaches the entrance to the demon abyss, where his hands begin to glow more intensely. Circling the area, he manifests a pattern through sheer mental focus. Then he notices a letter moving on its own and wonders why it is doing so, but quickly dismisses the thought, deciding that completing the advancement quest takes precedence. He resolves to face whatever it is only after turning in the quest. Later, our hero stands before the statue and commands the system to submit the 7th-tier quest. A heart-shaped light manifests before him, reporting the detection of a 7th-tier quest, confirming the completion of the 7th-tier quest job at the dam in Overlord's Dragon Banquet. His vitality tier upgrades, and his base attributes increase by 50%. The system grants him a base reward of 500 free attribute points, raising his level cap from 200 to 250. He consumes 1.3 billion experience points and levels up to 202. Our hero sighs, noting that only 300 million experience earned him 2 levels, realizing that reaching the maximum level will take longer this time. Still, advancing from Awakened to 7th tier level 202 in less than a month remains impressively fast. The system then announces the acquisition of a passive dual empowerment, a strength-based gain that boosts physical power from 15 to 25%. Another passive, extreme dual cultivation, enhances physical damage from 1.5 to 2.5% for every 10 points of strength. Astonished, our hero examines his updated stats as his level, class, and attributes materialize before him. He reflects that his 6th tier damage cap has risen from 10-fold to 20-fold, and that his base stats now surpass those of solar rank gluttony. With his gear and full strength, he can cleave through 8th tier enemies, and soon, the 8th and 9th tiers, and even replacing the Supreme King of Original Sin, are within reach. The system then detects a quest item and instructs him to complete a hidden quest. A radiant glow forms a screen revealing that a job advancement has been unlocked, titled Holy Desecrator. The hero remains unaware of the significance of a hidden job advancement until the system confirms that the quest item scan and hidden quest are complete, officially unlocking the Holy Desecrator job. He acquired a new skill known as Desecration Blade, granting him control over unknown rotten flesh to forge it into an aberrant weapon called the Desecrated Blade. The system scans his inventory and identifies the unknown rotten flesh, explaining that the Desecration Blade's first effect is devastating flesh corrosion, inflicting flesh desecration that causes 2% health loss per second, while its second effect, potent mental corruption, inflicts mental desecration that causes 1% spirit loss per second. The system also grants him the skill Desecrator form, allowing him to merge with the Desecration Blade and enter a form where his health points are doubled and all Desecration Blade effects are amplified. The health drained from enemies is temporarily absorbed by the user, but maintaining Desecrator form consumes 1% spirit per second, and if spirit reaches 0, exiting the form becomes impossible. Instantly, an exoskeleton forms over the hero's body, and his sword begins to ooze with purple mana as his eyes glow crimson. Observing the blade, he assesses that with his current burst combat power, he can instantly eliminate 95% of all targets. Compared to that, the 2% health loss per second seems negligible and might even slow battles, though against sturdier foes or those with special resistance, percentage-based bleeding will prove devastating. However, the issue lies in spirit loss. If spirit drops to 0, it equals total mental collapse, turning him into a deranged madman too dangerous to control. The Desecrator form, he concludes, must be used with utmost caution. Finally, he contemplates which unfortunate soul he should find next to test the blade upon. The scene shifts to the Abyss, 56th floor, upper right section, where chaos is already unfolded. A half-elf girl is pinned down, warned not to move, or she will be killed. She snaps back in anger, cursing the pervert to get off her. The man restraining her sneers and mocks that after wandering the abyss for so long, settling for a spider-like woman isn't too bad. The girl struggles to resist, but before he can continue, our hero appears and declares that he never expected people from Shiva Nation to be so depraved. The blue-skinned man turns to look at him, only for a blade to pierce straight through his heart before he can even react, blood gushing from his mouth. Writhing in pain, he meets the terrifying red gaze of our hero, who remarks that he will do perfectly for testing the Desecration Blade. The man crashes to the ground, trembling, unable to sense any trace of the hero's aura and wondering what kind of monster he is facing. Panic overwhelms him, and he begins to flee, thinking this opponent is far too strong to confront. As he runs, he spills his belongings and curses in confusion, realizing his health is rapidly dropping while his spirit is draining as well. He gulps down health potions one after another, desperate for recovery, but the bleeding effect refuses to fade, and he cannot comprehend where the mysterious spirit loss comes from. Suddenly, his veins begin to throb violently, his body twisting unnaturally as he screams that his head is splitting apart. From a short distance away, our hero watches calmly and notes that 20 seconds remain before the victim's spirit hits 0, eager to see the result. Then, from the wound where the sword pierced, grotesque tentacles burst outward, writhing across the man's flesh as he collapsed lifeless to the ground. The hideous growth spread through his entire body until, moments later, he rises again, now a deranged, zombified version of himself, laughing uncontrollably. The creature shambles toward our hero, who observes that, as expected, besides losing his sanity and descending into madness, the victim has also transformed into a monstrous abomination. With a hint of disgust, he notes that the creature's appearance is as vile as its corruption. Then, in a single elegant motion, a clean, powerful slash trails a faint pink light and cleaves the monster apart instantly. The mutated body collapses in segments, unable to grasp what has occurred. Looking down at the remains, our hero ponders why, after killing a demon professional, the body has not revived at the demon statue. He wonders if desecration has stripped it of the right to resurrection entirely. Our hero recalls a time when death in this world had already become nothing more than part of the game, long since stripped of its finality. When a professional dies, they are revived at their respective job temple, losing only experience and a level. Yet he himself has truly died 3 times. The 2 who perished under the black dragon Athos's flame of the world never returned, their resurrection confirmed impossible. He remembers one of them being brutally torn apart and the other burned into ashes, and the third, Ander, utterly annihilated by the correction ability. Looking back, he reflects that after leaving the Black Dragon Fortress, he sealed Athos's power. On one hand, the following enemies were no longer easily destroyed by Athos, and on the other, it prevented unnecessary trouble since he alone held the title of Black Dragon Tamer. Riding upon his dragon, he swept across the lands of Sifi. As he gazed upon his divine sword, he contemplated how the power of the Desecration Blade twisted the soul with a mental curse, altering life itself and erasing all ties to any faction, making the target truly killable. He recalls the moment he wielded twin axes and cleaved through two colossal beasts within seconds. Though the effect of this blade was not as simple or merciless as correction, the Crimson Moon Crystal Core remained a precious tool. After all, if an enemy could not be defeated through conventional combat, then the Desecration Blade would serve as the ideal alternative, perhaps even offering a chance to trigger the Twin Blade resonance. The scene shifts back to his home, where he announces his return. The ever-sweet Lilith rushes forward and embraces him tightly, welcoming him warmly and asking where he had gone this time. He tells her that he traveled to the Dragon Kingdom and took a quiet detour through the 11 kingdoms as well. Shocked, she exclaims that such a thing sounds insane and asks if he wasn't caught. He walks toward the sofa and assures her that it was fine since he was cautious all the way. Changing the topic, he asks whether silver-haired elves are common in her world. As she prepares tea, she replies that silver hair among elves is rare and that she has never seen one herself. He then asks about their eyes, mentioning emerald green. Lilith answers that only elves of royal blood possess green eyes, and the purer the royal lineage, the deeper the emerald hue, a trait belonging solely to the queen and the high priestess. The hero takes his cup of tea, reflecting on her words and thinking about the royal bloodline, noting that such elegance and noble temperament certainly matched the impression he had. Speaking of nobility, he observes that Lilith herself is the picture of a true princess, her expression and posture flawless as she gracefully sips her tea, perfectly composed and beautiful. But a moment later, she spits the tea out, claiming it is too hot. Amused, he mentally lowers her rating from a 10 to a 9. Leaving the room, he walks down the hallway, descending the stairs into a blackened chamber. He casts a barrier that prevents anyone with a spirit lower than his own from entering and declares the initiation of connection. At once, he descends into the body of the Abyss Lord seated upon his throne. Gazing at the sign glowing within his mind, he mutters that it is time to uncover the secret this letter conceals. As he throws it forth, a girl's form materializes out of the light. He realizes that the symbol itself has taken shape, manifesting as a living entity. The figure kneels gracefully and speaks with reverence, addressing him as the great sovereign of the abyss and the supreme king who governs original sin, affirming that he is indeed a true god. The hero, maintaining a calm and casual demeanor, addresses her as an elf and demands her name and purpose, still taken aback that she referred to him as a god. The elf lowers her head and introduces herself as Chloris Sivalea, goddess of growth and nature, ruler of the 11 worlds connected to the human realm. Hearing this, the hero recognizes the surname Sivalea as belonging to the royal family and recalls the name Chloris. Yet at that moment, another memory resurfaces, Sivalea's plea for help in killing Chloris. He remembers that the phantom within the dragon spirit's secret realm once spoke those same words, carved upon that mysterious stone tablet. Could it be that this goddess was the very one who had betrayed him? The grim scene flashes vividly in his mind. Breaking the silence, Chloris speaks again, explaining that she has come to seek his aid. The hero listens intently as she confides her request, to use his divine might to help her kill the other version of herself. The hero stands astonished, struggling to comprehend what she could possibly mean by such words. He recalls that the phantom in the dragon spirit's secret realm once spoke those exact words, as inscribed upon that mysterious stone tablet. Could it be that this 11 goddess, Chloris Sivalea, had once betrayed him? The thought conjures unsettling images in his mind. Yet before he can dwell on them, she speaks, declaring that she has come to seek his aid and requests his divine might to help her kill another version of herself. The hero remains utterly confused, unable to comprehend her meaning. Sensing his uncertainty, Chloris continues, explaining that as the supreme king and a true god who descended from another world, he must already know that beyond the domain of order exists chaos and disorder. There lies the realm of the outer gods, beings of calamity, corruption, and despair. Among them is an evil entity known as the Mother Tree, which has already descended upon the sacred tree of the 11 world and begun incubating another version of herself, one who serves the Mother Tree's will. Her goal, Chloris explains, is to replace her entirely, seize control of the 11 world, and extend that corruption into the other realms as well. Her strength continues to grow, and soon she will emerge from the sacred tree fully formed. If she is not stopped, humanity, the divine bird, and even the abyss itself will fall to the invasion of the chaotic evil gods. Chloris pleads earnestly, begging for his intervention. Listening to her words, the hero silently reflects that while he suspected she might be connected to the Elven Queen, the revelation that she is an actual goddess changes everything. He finds himself baffled by her talk of chaos gods and this so-called Mother Tree. concepts entirely foreign to him. How is he supposed to respond to something he has never even heard of? For a moment, he clenches his fist to steady himself, reminding his mind to stay calm. As long as he does not reveal any cracks in his composure, she will not notice his lack of understanding. After all, she has come to him for help. The initiative remains firmly in his hands. This may even be an opportunity to extract valuable information. Collecting himself, he finally speaks, telling her that before giving an answer, he has one question of his own. Addressing her directly, he asks whether she has ever encountered the corrector. Her eyes widen instantly, her expression freezing in disbelief as her mind blanks out, unable to grasp what he truly means by that question. Sensing the meaning behind her silence, our hero asks if she has never met the corrector. After a long pause, she lowers her gaze and replies that she would never dare to conceal the truth from the Supreme King, admitting that she truly cannot recall such an encounter. She explains that the other self born within the sacred tree was split from her original being, and perhaps that fragment carried away part of her memory. The hero, however, doubts her explanation, thinking that amnesia is a weak excuse and wondering if a deeper conspiracy lies hidden within that colossal sacred tree. Breaking the silence, his voice resonates through the throne hall as he asks what she will offer in return if he chooses to assist her. Without hesitation, she produces an ancient scroll glowing with divine markings and declares that she is willing to form a divine contract with him. From this moment onward, she vows to become his subordinate, overseeing the 11 worlds under his authority and offering 70% of all faith power gathered there as tribute. The hero's eyes widen at the generosity of her proposal, realizing that 70% of faith energy is an immense concession. Rising from his throne, he regards her with a measured expression and remarks that once he regains his full strength, he could simply devour her world instead. Extending his hand slowly, he fixes his gaze upon her and commands her to give him one good reason to help her at all. She kneels deeply, her voice steady yet respectful, stating that from what she knows, he currently exists in a state of profound weakness. Though he retains his divinity, he lacks true divine power. Under the blessing of the Mother Tree, she warns, he might barely match her strength. In an instant, our hero steps forward, appearing right before her face, his gaze sharp as he asks whether she is threatening him. Taken aback, she freezes, unable to respond at first, then hastily raises her hand in deference, insisting that she would never dare. She clarifies that she merely speaks the truth, warning that if he were to fall, the entire abyss itself could become an offering to the Mother Tree. She implores him to consider the matter carefully. Our hero reflects silently, troubled by her words. That weakened debuff, could it truly be this severe? And what of the supposed one-third recovery he possesses? What does that even mean? The situation grows increasingly complex. To regain control of the conversation, he asks how much power she still possesses and what must be done to destroy her counterpart. Chloris responds that nearly all her strength has been detained, leaving her only with the divine authority of realms. Though she cannot exert true divine power, she has been secretly nurturing the faith of original sin throughout the 11 worlds. Once enough belief has accumulated, she will be able to open the path for him to descend directly into her world. When that time comes, she pleads for him to crush the false goddess within her cradle. Her explanation leaves him momentarily blank, yet he admits that it sounds simple enough. Bowing once more, she says her remaining power will soon fade entirely. If he is willing to bestow salvation upon her, she will offer a divine contract in exchange. Our hero takes the scroll from her grasp and declares his acceptance. She expresses her gratitude, thanking him sincerely for granting her salvation. As he reads the document, he notes that although he has never seen anything like it before, the divine nature of the contract is unmistakable. Its sacred authority allows no deceit, governed entirely by the laws of divine order. The pact states that Chloris Sivalea willingly becomes the vassal of the Supreme King of Original Sin, pledging to rule the 11 realms in his name, surrender 70% of their faith power each moon, and assist him in slaying the false god within the sacred tree. He acknowledges that the wording matches her earlier explanation perfectly. Then his eyes catch an additional clause declaring that as the greater god, the Supreme King of Original Sin may revoke the contract at any time. Realizing this, he concludes that she is indeed being truthful. Yet something feels off. His name is missing from the signature field. He questions whether he needs to sign it manually. Chloris smiles faintly, and before he can act, the scroll activates on its own. A surge of divine energy fills the air as the contract takes effect. The hero stands momentarily stunned by what just occurred, wondering if his title as Supreme King of Sin overlapped with hers and caused a system glitch. Has he just gained a free divine contract, Or is there a hidden consequence waiting beneath it? Overwhelmed, he mutters that it is too much to process and decides to consult Lucifer. Summoning her instantly, he explains the situation. Lucifer listens closely, repeating his words about divinity before remarking in confusion that authority is granted by him, yet divine power itself cannot be confined. She questions the very concept of divinity and admits that even she does not fully understand where such an essence originates. Our hero realizes that even this goofy Lucifer knows nothing useful. Changing his tone, he calmly tells her that he has only just awoken from a long slumber and that his memories are hazy, so she should pay it no mind. Lucifer immediately kneels, her wings trembling, and begs forgiveness for her insolence, saying that she failed to consider his condition and asking to be punished. He waves a hand dismissively, telling her that it is fine and that she may go. Once she vanishes, he exhales in relief, thinking that it was close, and he almost blew his cover. He leans back on the throne, lost in thought, realizing that a being who reaches the divine tier after the 9th turn is only then considered a true god. Even someone as powerful as Lucifer still has a vast gap between her and a real deity. He admits to himself that Chloris's warning was not idle talk, and that if he is not careful, he might truly crash and burn in the 11th world. Focusing again, he raises his hand, forming a dense, sticky black mass above his head. Deciding that the information gathered is enough for now, he resolves to continue making progress on the reverse and divine artifact. The black mist begins swirling through the throne room, coiling across the marble and dark steel like a living shadow before condensing into a single point. He calls forth Mammon, Lord of Greed. The mist roils violently, taking shape with sharpened claws, fanged jaws, and burning emerald eyes. A massive wolf beast emerges from the darkness, bowing deeply before him and declaring his resurrection with reverence, praising the great and supreme king. System notifications echo in his mind, revealing that Mammon, the Lord of Greed, is a demigod entity with 120 million in health points, with strength, spirit, and agility each exceeding 100,000, possessing traits such as Cyanide Body, Abyssal Horde, and Greed Incarnate. Our hero muses silently that Mammon was once the Lord of Sin guarding the 200th floor. His raw strength may be slightly below Samuel's, but his spirit attribute is remarkable, reaching nearly 300,000. Still, the key to his true power lies in the king's offering. Mammon lowers his head and pledges that he will spare no effort to fulfill his master's will. Seated on his throne, the hero rests his chin on his hand and commands Mammon to open his vault. Mammon obeys immediately, stepping aside and gesturing with a clawed hand as a colossal door materializes behind him, groaning open to reveal a blinding hoard of treasures beyond imagination. With pride in his voice, Mammon announces that this is his vault and invites the Supreme King to take whatever pleases him. Inside Mamun's vault, there are pure gold items everywhere, stacks of coins reaching meters high, and even golden swords shining in the dim light. Mamun addresses the hero as king and politely asks what kind of treasure he seeks, even offering a recommendation. The hero casually refuses and decides to choose on his own. He looks around and realizes most of the equipment here is Blazing Sun tier or Glorious Moon tier. The number is huge, and Mamun must have collected them for ages. But for the hero now, these rewards feel a bit too basic, nothing too exciting. Then something catches his eye. He pauses, staring ahead while Mamun quietly observes him. A strange object glows brightly, visible even from a great distance. The hero turns to Mamun and asks about it. Mamun lifts his hand, and the shining structure floats into his palm. It takes the shape of a square, with eerie glowing eyes carved into it. The moment Mamun holds it, the structure unfolds, revealing a bright object inside. Mamun explains proudly that the hero has chosen well. This is a demigod artifact, known as the Gift of Nothingness, one of the finest treasures in the vault. The system notifies our hero that the Gift of Nothingness is a demigod artifact that keeps the wearer unseen unless a god looks directly at them. It greatly raises spirit and allows the user to move in perfect stealth until they attack. Only those with far stronger spirit can notice the effect, and it slowly drains mana. Its true power forms a complete veil, where no attack can touch the wearer if the enemy is below the divine level, though it costs massive mana to keep active. Our boy starts thinking that his current base spirit is over 54,000, which barely meets the requirement to use the artifact. He calculates his current mana pool and realizes he can maintain the Walk of Nothingness for about 30 minutes and the Forced Nothingness state for 8 seconds. It becomes clear that this is top-tier power for stealth assassination and survival. He acknowledges it as an excellent gain. Mamun bows proudly and expresses that satisfying his king is his greatest honor while asking if there is anything else required. The hero turns away, stating that this will be all. He then stops and looks over his shoulder at Mamoon and informs him that his value ends here. Mamoon's voice shakes with concern as he questions why he would be killed again right after being resurrected. A dark sphere of energy forms in the hero's palm. He explains that words are no longer needed and that Mamoon will now become his strength and return to the darkness to avoid being summoned again. The dark power surges forward. Mamoon closes his eyes and accepts his fate while saying he will obey his king's will. The energy wraps around him and lifts him upward until he disappears. A system notification appears to the hero announcing that he has defeated the Lord of Sin and earned 11.4 billion experience. His level rises to 217. Notifications fill the screen in front of him, and he checks each reward with steady focus. He receives the flesh essence of the Lord of Sin, Greed Mammon, which gives 10,000 spirit points when consumed. That alone is a huge boost to his power. Next, he gains the source of the demon of Greed Mammon, which protects him from demonic erosion on the first 200 floors of the abyss. The last item is the demonic eye of Greed Mammon, which increases his luck and improves rare equipment drops. He scrolls through the window as his crimson glow reflects over the golden light. He sees he only gained 16 levels, and the growth is slowing as he gets stronger. The same 3 rewards keep showing up, which means they are fixed drops from this demon lord. The hero falls silent, deep in thought. After a moment of reflection, he comes to a decision. He lets out a sigh, realizing that luck hasn't favored him once again. No reverse sin artifact drops this time, and his dark soul source power dwindles to nearly 1/3. He begins to walk, deciding not to resurrect any more lords of sin for the moment. There are other ways to gain experience. Raising his finger, he channels his remaining power, and the system confirms the consumption of 1/6 of his dark source energy to execute an 8th tier Abyss Demon. The prompt follows. He earns 10.6 billion experience and levels up to 227. After consuming a potion, he returns to his human form and steadies himself. His spirit strength now approaches 70,000, and with the boost from Reaper mode, even a 9th turn demigod tier mage like Augustus would struggle to detect his stealth. He turns his gaze forward, confident that it's time to deal with Tokugawa. Alter and Amino have already fallen. Tokugawa is next. His words carry weight, for a massive spirit form emerges before him. It is Tokugawa himself, declaring that he shows no mercy to those who attempt to frame or betray him. The scene shifts to the Sakura Nation, inside a grand residence where Lord Shogun, a man with a thick mustache, seethes with anger. He slams his palm on the table, furious over the recent events. The cursed Lord of Wrath has struck again, claiming yet another life. That makes it the 4th death, and he's already lost over 100 levels. Rage boils inside him. He snatches up a cup, his expression twisting in frustration. The question burns in his mind. Why is Longxia being allowed back into the Abyss Crusade Alliance after everything? Years of effort spent manipulating the elves, all to turn them against Longxia, now wasted. The cup shatters in his grip, fragments scattering across the floor. His anger only grows as he recalls the latest development. Instead of retaliating after Lucifer's assault on their delegation in Longxia, the elves now seek reconciliation. They're even warning Longxia to hide its secret realm. Tang Zhan survives yet again, still climbing in strength, while Shogun's plans fall apart. He clenches his fists, overwhelmed by confusion and rage, unable to understand what's really happening. A knock echoes through the hall, and a voice from outside announces an urgent report. Shogun, still fuming, allows the messenger to enter. The man steps in quietly, his movements sharp and precise, resembling more an assassin than a servant. Dropping to one knee, he bows his head and speaks with caution. He mentions hearing the noise from inside, and asks if his lord is unharmed. Shogun waves off the concern and orders him to speak. The man delivers his message, news from the border. A newly discovered high-level secret realm has emerged between their nation and Longxia. Initial reconnaissance confirms that it houses a demigod tier boss. Shogun narrows his eyes and demands to know the exact location. Is it within their subcoronation territory or Longxia's domain? The assassin replies that it lies roughly in the middle, but slightly closer to Longxia. Moving toward the window, Shogun gazes out with a cold smirk. He knows most of Longxia's experts have already departed for the 11 world. To him, that means only one thing. The secret realm now belongs to Sakura Nation. The scene shifts between Longxia and the border of Sakura Nation. A portal opens in the sky. On a giant bridge, there are two forces standing against each other. Then they get near each other in full fury while the sky turns dark, crackling with light. One leader named Danshan tells Sakura troops what they think they are doing by standing against Longxia. The other leader from Sakura Nation, Okita Kagoro, snaps back, saying what it looks like. They are running the dungeon, and if they have a problem with that. The woman appears out of nowhere and says Sakura, people must be joking. According to the rules set by the World Council, this secret realm belongs to Longxia. The Sakura Nation has no claim to it. Two dudes start to laugh at her, saying the world doesn't work like that, and from now on, she must be conscious of her words. With a flicker of his wrist, he shoots his weapon towards the girl. Its sharp blade swung towards the girl, and she could only raise her arm in defense. Suddenly, a hand flashes towards her and catches the blade with just 2 fingers, surprising her. It's Dongshan who catches it and says the assassin is a disgrace, questioning how a so-called warrior could strike at a child. The assassin, after firing his blade, turns away in mock disappointment and gives a condescending thumbs down. But before he can take another breath, a streak of yellow light shoots across and pierces his head, killing him instantly. The Sakura warriors immediately react, pointing at the old man in outrage. They accuse him of killing one of their own and demand to know if he intends to start a war within the Sakura Nation. Their shock deepens as they realize the truth. The old man's single strike has just killed an 8th-turn powerhouse in an instant. The warriors whisper among themselves, wondering if this old man is perhaps a 9th-turn powerhouse. The old man raises his arm, and a surge of blue light flashes across the battlefield, cutting through the air with incredible speed. In an instant, a massive barrier forms between both sides. Above them, the dark gate remains open, drawing in lightning and energy. The old man stands firm and declares through his actions that he does not care about anything else, but anyone who dares to cross the line he has drawn will die. Lord Tokugawa recognizes Dongshan and remarks that it has been a while, then eyes the girl at his side and identifies her as Tang's daughter, asking if his assumption is correct. Dongshan responds by questioning Lord Tokugawa's purpose in arriving with such a show of force. Lord Tokugawa answers curtly that his meaning is simple and demands that they get lost. Immediately after, he channels his mana with such intensity that the ground ruptures and violent waves of energy surge forward. The defensive line Dong has drawn collapses completely beneath that onslaught, and half of Dongshan's power is slammed backward by the sheer force of Tokugawa's thrust. Dongshan states that Tang is not present and asserts that no one in Longxia can stop him, then warns that if Tokugawa is wise he should take the girl and leave, or Dongshan will send him to meet the god of death. Dongshan draws his sword as energy crackles around him and issues a final threat that if Dong does not leave with Miss Tang now, he will be forced to escort him to the afterlife. Old Dong fires back right away, saying Tokugawa better not try to act tough with that weak power level of his. He tells him to quit bluffing and call out the real 9th-turn powerhouse hiding behind him instead. As Dong walks forward, bright energy starts swirling around his body, glowing like he's ready to explode. Tokugawa's face twists in anger at Dong's words. He yells that Dong still dares to run his mouth, even with death staring him down. Tokugawa shouts again, asking who could possibly stop him now that Tang Zhan is gone. Just as he gives the order to slaughter the Longxia warriors, a sharp weapon suddenly bursts through his body from behind. Shocked, Tokugawa whips around, trying to see who dared stab him, but there's no one there. Grunting in rage, he unleashes one of his signature moves, Secret Art, 99-fold rendering slash. Even with his injuries, his blade whirls so fast that it tears through the air, splitting the ground open and filling the place with thick smoke. Tokugawa pants heavily, scanning the haze and muttering in disbelief, wondering who attacked him when there was clearly no one behind. Tokugawa clutches his bleeding wound, his mind racing. He realizes that from the moment he was injured to when he drew his blade, barely half a second had passed. No one, not even Tang Zhan, should have been able to dodge his blade array in that short time. But something feels off, like his attack didn't hit anything at all. He stares into the smoke ahead and calls out to Dong, accusing him of sending an assassin from Longxia. He insists that even he couldn't sense that person's presence. Tokugawa's tone hardens as he questions whether that's really true, saying that even if it was some stealth expert, their strength is clearly lacking. He scoffs, claiming that kind of attack isn't enough to kill someone like him. But then his expression changes. Sweat starts dripping down his face, and veins bulge across his skin. He mutters that something isn't right. His health is still dropping. In panic, he pulls out 2 recovery scrolls, using both instant heal and purification effects at once. When nothing happens, he checks his system prompts in disbelief, mumbling that there's no effect at all and wondering if he's been cursed. Suddenly, small, wriggling worms begin crawling out from under his skin, even from his eyes. Horrified, Tokugawa screams for his mages to heal him, to use every recovery and dispel spell they have. They rush to help, casting everything they can, but the bleeding won't stop. His knees buckle, his strength fading fast, and he gasps out in confusion. Why aren't any spells working, and what kind of curse could do this? Before anyone can answer, Black tentacles burst from his body, his arms twisting into grotesque shapes. He lets out a terrifying scream as the corruption spreads, his body overtaken by something dark and viral.